to the public about myself. Hello, peoples, if anyone's out there yet. Um, just an impromptu little stream. Had an awesome conversation with Graham. I think dude, it was nighttime when we started, and it's now like 10 a.m. my day. So I don't even know how long we spoke, Graham.
I don't know either. I want to say Ariel started his stream sometime. It was over 12 hours ago. So, no.
And it's actually good you're here, Pixie, because probably one of the only things I've ever taken issue with about you, and now I understand it was nothing to do with you at all, it was my issue, was your ability to see both sides, and that you didn't, you weren't a lefty like me. And
that doesn't surprise me because you've voiced that.
Have I?
You have. Yeah, well, not in those words. You have voiced your sheer frustration with my ability to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say I've probably mentioned the devil's advocate thing, but that's the polite way. But as we've been discussing of late on most of my streams, so anyone who watches knows I've been going down this path lately. That is actually something I have now come to really appreciate about people. Is anyone who doesn't just take the position that they're the tribe that they're in, and I'm kind of disappointed that I managed to get this far in life without actually being self-aware enough to recognize that I was doing the very thing that I was trying to call people out for.
I'm just smiling because you said I wasn't a leftist like you, and that's hilarious to me because everywhere I go, people accuse me of being a leftist.
Yeah, and I see that it is.
Well, I mean, the left accuses me of not being a left. They accuse me of being too conservative, and the right accuses me of being a leftist. And I'm just like, fuck you both. I don't care.
Which to me, and it's only my opinion, but to me that means that you must be in the most honest position. If both sides aren't happy with you, then you're doing a good job.
I was going to say that was one of my father's saying was, if you can't make everybody happy, then at least make everybody as equally miserable as you can.
Yeah.
Apparently I do like that. Both sides of the political scale.
That's been a switch that I've noticed since about probably about mid-2000s, where I used to be able to talk politics by finding out which side they hated, and we could agree on how awful the other side was. And all of a sudden, it wasn't enough that I hated the other side. I had to agree that their side was good. And man, that's just a bridge too far. I can't agree any politician's good for the most part. Every so often there's a decent one, but not often. Pagan.
Well, every so often there is a politician with a trait I can admire, whether or not I admire the person.
The first time in my living memory, we gained a prime minister who, let's say, I have 5 boxes that a prime minister should tick, right? Best I can hope for is they tick one of my boxes. Kevin Rudd came along, and up to the point until he wasn't the prime minister any longer, he had ticked 4 of my 5 boxes. He was an incredible politician, an incredible prime minister. I've never seen anyone like him before and never since. And I don't, the closest I can come to, and they're not even close because they're very different, but just as in the ideal and the memory of, and what I guess, people that aren't against him, the idea that it conjures up when people talk about JFK, and the idea that the only reason he was taken down was because he was too far ahead of the game, and the powers that be had to cut him down. Same deal with our Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd. It's like we won't let the good ones shine.
Too far ahead of the game in what way, though? Like, I'm not speaking ill of the dead. I'm not saying he was anything less than progressive.
Oh, no.
But,
see, I don't know about JFK. That's why I said they're probably not a good... I meant... so I use JFK as the only sort of close example I can get to this Prime Minister.
Okay.
But I'm talking about this Prime Minister did all these things.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about JFK. I just know that everyone loved him.
Here, I was going to say, here's one of the issues with JFK, in my opinion. He got sainted back before people knew his sins. And
that's what I was going to say. He was charismatic. I will give it, and he ran a dang good platform. But like, he was shady, like, very shady.
The person that I'd hold up as far as violating that decent politician, the politician role for me is Jimmy Carter, where he was just a good man. But a good man doesn't necessarily make a good president, because as president, you have to make some decisions that possibly a good man wouldn't make. And I learned from there that sometimes the good man isn't necessarily the good president. Tagging on that.
Well, and that's how I look at politicians, right? Even the forefathers, right? It's not that I admire any of them, it's that there are traits I admire. For example, Jefferson, we could go all day long describing all his faults, right? But there's something about his sheer defiance, humility, and endless pursuit of knowledge that I find admirable, right? And I think that I can say the same thing of politicians today. I may not like them, but some of them have a quality I can admire.
No, you're ahead of me. It's one of those where for politicians these days, I use the phrase that my father explained to me, because we have some politicians in the family, and that's that politicians are essentially dishonest whores, because at least a prostitute will deliver a legitimate dollar for your money. And,
so would you inherently, just on principle alone, would you find a politician who did not accept any PAC funds inherently more trustworthy than a politician who depends on the people, or would you just consider that a strategic move?
Well, one, it's clearly a strategic move, but that doesn't mean it's an immoral move, or he isn't making it for the right moral reasons. Yes, that does increase his probability, but the way they do, the powers that be often do it, is they'll take a politician like that, basically leave him there and leave him ineffective, sort of like Ron Paul from Texas. He's saying the right things, and he becomes a lightning rod for those people who have those feelings, but they never actually get implemented because he's so ineffective and sort of outgrouped as far as the rest of the politicians do.
I think every group has that, though. Like the progressives, like the true progressives of Bernie Sanders, right?
Yeah, I was going to use Sanders was another one that they used him as the progressive lightning rod for years as well. Exactly. Yeah. And the Republicans have their dog whistle candidates that, the ultra right-wing ones that gravitate to that one. And the party itself tries to aim for more of the median voter rule, where if you win the vote of the median voter, you win the election.
Well, I think either party itself is bought at this point, right? I mean, you look at what's the two sides of the aisle, McConnell and Manchin, but they're not so different, and they're both very, very bought and very, very corrupt. One's a corporate Republican, the other's a corporate Democrat.
You're echoing much of why I stood in line in 2020 to turn in a blank ballot on the federal level, where it's like, what am I actually voting for in the Trump versus Biden race? Am I really actually voting as to which of these two septuagenarian billionaires is going to get to unfairly enrich their friends and family over the next 4 years? Because the best I can tell, that's what that vote's for. And as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the country can decide on that one. I don't want to weigh in on that. Tagging.
Dude, I'll weigh in. Do you know, I think that was actually the beginning of the end of my leftism. Was, even though I'm Australian, when I saw the choice you guys had, I felt your pain. I was like, it's always been the lesser of two evils, but what do you do when they're both just pure evil?
Well, I think sadly it's not even that, right? I think rather than a bunch of people turning in a blank ballot, I really would love it if a bunch of people would just vote third party and start just wholeheartedly ignoring the two big parties. Just pretend they don't exist. That would be so much better for everybody. Because the thing is, I think it's worse. I don't even think it's a choice like the kind of choice that people think it is, right? Because aside from these party line issues that honestly get blown out of proportion in the narrative on both sides, there's not huge differences. There's only small ones, right? And it always floors me how whatever the Republicans are complaining about suddenly stops when a Republican takes over, and whatever the Democrats are complaining about suddenly stops when a Democrat takes over, but it doesn't change, right? It's like when Trump was president, everybody was mad about what Trump was doing at the border, or the Democrats were, and the Republicans were, very heavily defending it. Well, Biden took over, and not only did Biden not make a lot of changes, he instituted an extra rule that said, hey, don't even bother coming over here to apply. Like, just stay home and apply, and we'll get to you when we get to you, but don't even bother coming over here at this point, right? But none of the Democrats are upset about this. And it hasn't stopped the Republicans from screaming about open borders, but really, what's the big differences? What's the differences there?
Exactly. And I know Ox won't mind me using him as the example. So this is what I realized. Originally, I would have went, yes, Ox, and anyone who disagrees is just a bigoted pig, right? And not had the time or care to see any other side of the argument, and not the side that says, oh, our freedom of speech, you can't force me to use words I don't want to use or not use words I do want to use. To me, both of those positions are wrong. It shouldn't, and I do understand the idea that we shouldn't be having to make laws about speech, but the point that everybody's missing is, if I have fucking human respect for a person that says this word upsets me because of the meaning it holds to me, then what kind of human being am I that I would require a law to force me to have respect, to say, even if I don't agree, like, out of respect, I'm going to honor your wishes.
Like, well, I mean, I think it just
isn't that just humanity?
But not all people are decent people, right? And that's just the truth. Not all people are decent people. And as far as having to have laws that control speech, we always have.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech is a very great thing, and we should never ever lose it. And it protects us from our government, but that it doesn't guarantee us a platform. It just doesn't. And people misuse that all the time. The thing is, we've always had laws, right? Like, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't go threatening people's lives. You can't call in bomb threats, right? There are lots of impediments to your freedom of speech. There just are.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's all about trying to see nuance. This black and white thinking is what's damaging society. This lack of nuance. Example: people say pro-choice people, right? Pulling down posters from people who are pro-life, right? Put posters up in the same spot. And the pro-life are saying to the pro-choice people, you can't pull our posters down. Like, we haven't touched your posters. And the pro-choice people saying, oh, you can't post on those polls. You need permission. And it's like, you did the same thing. And all three of them just put their head down and went quiet. And then one said, we're not engaging with you. And in that moment, I saw the pure dishonesty of, you know, this point of view I used to have where, because I believed progressives, left was right, that there was nothing else to consider. If you weren't that, you were just a bigot. You were regressive. You were backwards, you know, without even any consideration. And I see that's what's happening now with the especially the younger folk. I'm just sending you the link, Ashura. Sorry, that's your channel. Ariel, I'm just trying to find you in Discord. But I am 40 years plus, so I struggle with
I was going to say, on that territory, Sammy, one thing that I notice is there's a large group that preaches subjective truth is all that exists. So if I feel something is true and I believe something's true, there's no way for you to convince me otherwise. If I feel... Go ahead.
Sorry, continue. No, please continue.
No, and it's those people you can't reach with logic because they're operating on a wholly different plane. And yeah. I was just going to confess, I don't know how to do that. I'm going to tag out now and hear what Pixie has to say.
I think there's a lot of influences that we didn't deal with as kids, but I also think that in much the same way we made accusations of our parents not understanding, right? There are things about their world that we don't understand because the world we grew up in is never the world we're raising our kids in, and it's never the world we leave them, right? Like, those things change and things move on. And so I want us to pause before I go on and remember how stupid we all were as teenagers. I mean, really think about it, how we thought we knew everything, how everybody who disagreed with us was wrong, how the adults just didn't understand, just all of it. Just really remember how stupid you are. And then imagine that being global.
That was a month ago for me.
Right. But then imagine that being global. Right? And not just global, but like globally engaged. And not just reinforcement, but like positive reinforcement, but also with negative reinforcement, right? And
I was asking Graham before, and I'm interested in your opinion, Pixie. This idea that I had, that we've always mentioned in conversations, how the right mobilizes much easier, and they're energized, and they have common ideals, where the left is such a spectrum, and you know, we don't have hard and fast ideals. It's like the idea of when people lump atheists together. It's such a broad spectrum of people. So we've always said the left needs to be more like the right, and I feel like that statement, which I now disagree with, has come to pass. It feels like the left is becoming like the far right.
Well,
The far left.
Kind of. Well, no. What I think is the extremes of both sides have become louder. But you're right. I think the right inherently has like an enthusiasm factor and a nostalgia factor that the left doesn't necessarily have. But here's why. When you want to change things and you want to shake things up, nobody really quite agrees on the direction you take it in because nothing's tested yet, right? So you have all these different directions you can go in. It can look like this, or it can look like that, or my plan's better because of this. And so you have all these factions that split into littler groups. When you're fighting for tradition, you're fighting for something known, right? People know what that looks like. And it's easier to center people around something known than it is. It's easier to gain enthusiasm for something we understand than something we don't understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, so I just think the way the platforms run on its own, like it's just inherent in the principle itself.
Can I be specific? As in what I asked Pixie, or just clarify for me, Halsey, or jump in if you want. I think the question I asked was about the so be specific. I can give example. Well,
I was going to say, if you don't mind, I was going to ask Pixie something here. And one of the observations I have of the left versus right is the right is more ideas and actual concrete plans, and the left is more feeling and outrage. It's like, this is a problem, this needs to get fixed.
I disagree.
I'm just not saying the sense that I get from it.
And to answer Halsey,
I'd like to hear what difference you see. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this ties into that, Graham. And I sent the link in Discord, Ariel. So jump in. And we knew you'd disagree. So what else you say? Can I be specific? So one of the things that shocked me, and I think I tried to think, would I have ever been on board with this? And the scary thing is, I think I might have been. But this idea, and whether it's just for shock value or to piss off the right or whatever, I don't think it is that, because the people I've seen doing this, I'm going to be judgmental, and I'm going to say they don't look like they have that level of intelligence to be so ironic, right? I think this is a legitimate thing, and it is baking cakes. And I know it's only a cake. It's not a real fucking fetus, but having an aborted fetus as the centerpiece of the cake to celebrate their abortion. Okay, if that rocks your boat, go for it. Why are you posting it on social network? Unless you are being provocative. And that's the extreme side of the left that I look at, and I just do not recognize any part of myself in that. Like, even though I'm completely pro-choice, like, I'm not against abortion, you know, obviously late term, whatever. But this idea of wanting to celebrate it, and to me, it's as bizarre as Christians wearing the device of death of their Lord and Savior around their necks. It's really counterintuitive to me, but that might just be the way my brain works.
No, especially because they already had a symbol, and it was the fish.
Yeah, well, not to mention that it was taken from Egypt. So
because of that, I will make
wouldn't you make a
fishermen.
similar argument with the image of the tortured Christ? Absolutely. I agree. I do not understand, you know, like, Jehovah's Witnesses are shocking for it. They had parents write into the governing body and say, we're concerned, like, you teach us non-violence. You know, we can't go to war. Our children have not been exposed to any form of violence whatsoever, homeschooled, you know, completely sheltered. And then they go to the meeting and have to watch these violent and often graphic videos. And the governing body's response was, well, we don't see fit to water down the message that God saw fit to leave for us.
Somebody remind me again what I disagreed with her. Oh, okay, never mind, I remember.
The tortured Christ.
No, I didn't disagree with that.
Oh, okay. You agree with that too, yeah.
Yeah.
They can believe that, but why do they have to celebrate the bloody guy in public?
Because it's a death cult. Okay.
Yeah.
So why did I disagree with Graham on the policy versus culture war thing? And that's because I think it depends on where you're getting your information from. I think if you get your information from right-leaning sources, you see that the right is proposing quote-unquote policy while they're lobbying complaints at the other side and these culture war issues. But if you look at the policy they're proposing, most of it is recycled and not very well, might I add.
Well,
I haven't seen, for example, I haven't seen a Republican tax policy in quite some time that hasn't been the failed trickle-down economics that they often rely on. Now, I think if you're getting your information from left-leaning sources, you get the opposite effect. You see the bits and pieces of policy the Democrats are putting forward, and then you see how the right is nothing but quote-unquote culture war issues like the meltdown about the green M&Ms, green M&Ms boots changing to sneakers and how the M&M was less sexy. I think that's your perception of the right if you get your news from a left source. And I think the truth is there's not much difference between the two, and they flip-flop when anytime it's to their advantage.
What is your... Oh,
I was going to say, no, it's just for full disclosure, where I get most of my news these days are either the ads I can't avoid on YouTube, or when I get to the gas pump and I see it's gone up 30 cents a gallon overnight, and I know at least one person did something stupid somewhere in the world.
Actually, that's another political ploy, right? Yeah, somebody in the world did something stupid, but that either has to do with a foreign government or a private corporation. There are only two things that the president can do to even affect gas prices, and neither of them can affect it very much. One is a tax break, and the other is releasing things from the reserve. So, like, gas prices being some like party line political thing is just a laugh. Like, neither side can take credit or like a beating for that, in my opinion.
I'm going to deep dive here because you're doing a lot of projection at me and holding me to positions I don't actually hold.
I'm not assuming any of your positions. I'm saying I think both sides are ridiculous on these things.
You have told me exactly where your speculation as to where I'm getting my news. And what I've been trying to just let me have a minute here.
No. First, I will let you have a minute, but no, not if you're going to throw accusations like that at me, because I didn't speculate. I said, if you get your news from this source, I think you see it this way. And if you get your news from that source, I think you see it the other way. Nowhere in that did I make any assumptions or speculations about you. But please continue.
One, are you leaving for the possibility? What you said there is you left me two options, which was basically a false dilemma, saying I either get it from the left or I get it from the right. And I'm going to address here specifically where I get my news, where I have gotten my news for my entire life. And that is, I checked out of the news when COVID hit in 2020 because I couldn't watch what was happening in society. So anything you're saying about policy since then, I pretty much know nothing about. Prior to that, I was very in touch with what was going on. And the way I did that was through real clear politics, where what that place does is it will have the subject of a topic, and you'll have back-to-back a right-wing article and a left-wing article. And my reason for doing that is I recognized as a kid Debates are pointless for determining the truth. All it is each side holding up their chosen propaganda and letting the other side try to shoot holes in it while they try to shoot holes in the other side's propaganda. And the only thing that I can get out of a debate is what few facts actually don't end up getting shot down. And it's always been, I have to triangulate truth. I'm not a person who sits there and drinks the Kool-Aid of one side or the other. And it's like it very much came across as you were trying to peg me into one hole or another.
No, okay, you asked what you said. It seems to you that this side does this and this other side does this. And I said I disagree. And then when I said hold on, I said it seems to me that if one gets their news source from this side, it tends to look like this. And if one gets their news source from that side, it tends to look like that. Nowhere in there did I say you, did I specify you, did I make an accusation towards you, or simply say anything other than my perspective.
Okay, let's examine what you did there. You told me that I'm wrong, that you disagree, and you gave the reason why you disagreed is if I get the news here or if I get the news here.
Not you.
You
not
just
you
interrupted me, ma'am. Ma'am, you just interrupted me. I wasn't finished with my thought. I made my statement. You said that you disagreed. Simple fact. You don't explore. I don't think you can sit here and explain what my point was. You just reacted, said that you disagreed, and gave this dilemma that if I got it from the left, I was this way. If I got it from the right, this way. And you were basically done. I was condemned. And what I want to know is where in my statement, what are the facts that you disagree with what that I said? Because
first of all, you accused me of not listening to you, but for the 600 bajillionth time in this conversation, you were not inserted into my statement, nor was the concept of you specifically. That was a very universal you. It was not meant to be applied to you, so I would appreciate it if you would stop inserting it or applying it that way.
Thank you for insulting my autism. Thank you for insulting my autism. You just attacked a disabled person. Are you proud of yourself now, Pixie? I am autistic.
First of all, I didn't know you had autism. Second of all, what am I supposed to...
The fact that you didn't know I was autistic justifies you mistreating me. Justifies you jumping my shit.
You mean the way you were jumping on me? You mean the way you were jumping on me? And the fact that I didn't know, and the fact that I didn't know means I should walk on eggshells after you insulted me multiple times?
You should.
I'm sorry, I don't think so. You can talk to somebody else now. I think we're done.
And that's the leftist sign off emotionally.
I'm not even a leftist, but
that is the sign off emotionally rather than address the facts. I said
you haven't presented any facts. You've presented nothing but emotion to me.
My initial comment that you disagreed with contained facts in it. And I don't think you can remember any of the facts.
Yes, I do remember your initial comment, and it wasn't factually based. Your initial comment was, it seems to me that the right has actual policy and the left is just a bunch of like culture war noise. And I said, I think that an argument can be made that both sides have some policy and that both sides are culture war noise. And I think it depends on which filter your a person, not you specifically, which filter an individual is using. And for some reason, that upset you enough to start making all kinds of assumptions and attacking me.
And what you just said verified what I said, that you did not listen to my statement.
I'm so sure it did. That was your statement. Rewind.
Then why don't we start over and you listen to what I say?
Why don't you say something other than what you said before, and I'll pretend that that's what happened earlier.
Because you are a judgmental, narcissistic, abusing person, as I have learned from my counselor.
That's why I'm the one up here calling names.
You're the one interrupting. You're the one interrupting me. Can you?
Like you didn't to me while you screamed?
Another interruption. Another interruption. Thanks for proving me right, Pixie. You can't let somebody talk. And this is a symptom of the feeling of a feeling-based person, because they get emotional and they don't want to look at any facts. They want to have their emotions satisfied. And the only way they can do that sometimes is to stop those facts from coming in. Now, what I sat there and said is, it's a difference between a thought-based approach and an emotion-based approach. And I'm an independent. You heard what I say. There's no freaking good politicians. You are much more forgiving of politicians than I am. I think that's been established here.
I just said I don't see a difference between the sides. In the same way you can argue that the left can be emotional over a particular issue, you can argue that the right is emotional over a separate issue, even to an unreasonable degree, which is why I mentioned the green M&M whose shoes changed from boots to sneakers, and how the right was so upset because the green M&M was no longer sexy or some bullshit like that. I think these things happen on both sides, and that's all I was saying. So I don't know what you want to turn that into, or what you want to twist that into, what other names you want to call me, or what other accusations you want to throw out, but you have fun with that, buddy.
Well, I'm going to sit here and go forward and sit here and explain why you're wrong, because what I was talking about is the idea of emotions and belief are not subject to facts. You feel the way you feel. It doesn't matter what the facts are. You can believe any way you want. It doesn't matter what the facts are. The problem is, thinking reasonable people, they need a reason. They need facts. And when I look at the two parties, I see the right offering more facts.
Well, I'm great that you...
You interrupted me again! You interrupted again! Can't you restrain yourself?
I thought you were done! Please continue without screaming like a child.
You interrupted me. This is my autism. Interrupting is part of narcissistic abuse. I will tell you...
blaming your autism for your behavior.
Another time! You don't have any control, do you? I will say I'm done when I'm done. And until then, every time you interrupt is a symbol that you don't have control.
Can I expect the same?
I will give you the same, and I will note again, you just interrupted me again. You didn't control yourself for 5 seconds there without saying, I have to do the same. I'm going to go until I say I'm done. Then you can haul my ass out there, tar and feather me all you want. But let me get my damn idea out before you do so you can at least know what I'm getting tarred and feathered for. Unless you just want to tar and feather me for no legitimate reason. Because that's what you've been doing. I said there's a difference between thinking and feeling. And if you don't know the difference, that's part of the problem. Feelings don't need to have facts. They just need to be inside you. You can be upset or happy for the same reasons. Beliefs, you don't need any reason. Thoughts, that's the problem. Thoughts, you can test against objective reality. You can sit there and say, you say 5 here, it's 5 here. I get those facts from the right. They will sit here and give me a plan.
Did the audio cut out for anyone else?
Yeah, his audio come out. And just before, just so he doesn't accuse me of interrupting him, nobody else can hear anything, right? All right. Where in there did I make any of those accusations? As a matter of fact, I think I appealed to facts, not feelings. I understand that he feels the right is always policy, and he feels the left is always emotional. And I said I can understand that feeling, but also we can also point to the right being emotional, hence the irrational rant about the green M&M, which is a fucking fact and not my emotion. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't understand how anything that you said could be understood as being emotionally based or alternatively even leftist. I mean, you're literally saying that you have the same type of outrage culture on the left as well as the right, but then you also have people with actual policy on both the left and the right. Given, I think that, you do, like you said, it's typically on different issues. So, for instance, something that's seen as very logical in context of, say, the right to an abortion on the left is all of a sudden very emotional for the right. And then something that's like, I'm trying to think, maybe you could argue I mean, even when it comes to guns, you could argue that it's a bit more emotional on the right and more logical on the left. Not the idea of banning guns, but the idea that guns or firearms doesn't necessarily refer to the types that we have access to today, but more so the types that they had access to back then. But that's a whole debate. But I guess the point is that, like, I really don't see how what you said was anything controversial. And also, because like, this is one thing that, I mean, I've disagreed with Graham about this in the past, that, like, and I would like to hear his thoughts on this. But, like, for instance, I'm on the spectrum as well, and I mean, I tend to agree with you wholeheartedly, Pixie, that you do have this, both of both on both. And more than that, that people get so emotionally invested that they end up basically playing a team sport, not realizing that they're actually just fighting against progress, because there's, like, I don't know. I also want to be careful how I say this, but, like, for instance, there's this a lot of people are willing to destroy progress that's been made in order to get one over the other side, rather than working with the other side to make things better for everyone. Because if you make things better for everyone, it's harder to get elected, because then you actually have to provide policy and real change, or real progress, as opposed to just saying, oh, these people are doing this and we need to stop them, and this is why. Like, and at the end of the day, I think that there's, like, I mean, like, it's kind of like with any religion. There's good things and bad things in any religion. And it's similar with political parties. You do have legitimate concerns and you have complete bullshit. And I think that, like, an idea where one is one and the other is the other, only in regards to certain things, because it's not like, if that were the case, it's kind of like this idea of, in the Harry Potter world, if you actually just happen to have this one group where all the bad people get put into, is it any surprise that things are going to turn out that way? But that's not how things work in real life.
Yeah, I agree with everything there, and I think Graham will tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, he's gone again. Hopefully he can hear us wherever he is right now in the ether. I think, and I'm not saying that he was right or Pixie was right, but what I saw happen, and I think from his point of view, he made whatever statement he made, and Pixie disagreed. But then I think he believes that what she disagreed with was not even what he said, and then missed his point, and that's all I think.
Well, that's my fault, because he said emotional and I said culture war. But I mean, you can call the entire meltdown over an Eminem's shoes culture war. You can call it emotional, but it amounts to the same thing, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, think about it. How dare they take away my sexy Eminem? It hurts my feelings because I need to get hard off of an animation. Like really, like, there's no logic to it. And the thing is, in order to try and make it logical, they imply that there's some grand conspiracy behind this. Like, oh, they're trying to.
It's the feminists. Yeah. That's why she has sneakers instead of go-go boots. Those damn feminists.
So here's a question for everyone, and it's going to be contentious, but this is where I think these are the things I'm struggling with personally, right? Heretic said the other night, and I kind of agreed with everything he said, but then he made a statement.
He's wrong.
I usually go straight to that outcome, but he made the claim. How did he put it? I don't want to straw man him. So he implied, or very strongly implied, that society is grooming children, right? Now, that loose statement, I disagree, because society isn't a thing. That's I get it's an entity, and that we, like, as a society, we have set rules and all that stuff. What I want to know is it, does he mean intentional grooming or unintentional? Is it a result of the society we're becoming, where people, in an attempt to be progressive or to be accepting and understanding, because they lack the intelligence and nuance, they end up letting drag queens do drag time at the library and weird shit that just makes no sense. Like,
what?
Is this a result of our society and how we're becoming? Or, like I think Heretic was implying, is there some nefarious motive behind this sudden acceptance in society of gender?
Sure, if I may,
please.
Firstly, anybody that thinks that drag queens and children haven't gone together for the past 200 years are just fucking stupid twats, right? Because, I mean, and you can say I'm wrong, but I'll say, oh no, I'm not, and then you can say, oh yes, you are, and then I'll say, oh no, I'm not, because that's every time we go to the fucking theatre, whereas we're kids, that's what we see. We see drag queens. So I'm not fucking slightly interested in that. Secondly, obviously, the word he uses is a troll word, right? To say society grooms, right? That's just him trolling. So that's out the fucking window for a start. If he's got a sensible point to make, I'd like to hear it, but I haven't as yet.
And that's what I think I was trying to get at, Simos, is like, I get that that's a troll word. So I want to know, like, do people actually think that there is some form of active, society is actively trying to demasculinize males and, make us all generic and androgynous?
I mean,
no, that's what we're doing. Why are we doing that? Because we're granting rights to people.
It's also
right. We're just not accepting the status quo, right, of men having this dominant position in society where their feelings get taken accounted first. That's all that's going on, right? And yeah, that's still not going to change. You can still be a man like I am, right? And I'm a convicted misogynist, if you like, because I believe, things which are very traditional, inverted commas, traditional. But I'm for equal rights. I'm for equal gay rights. I'm for equal women's rights. I'm just for equal rights.
Yeah.
In general, right?
Then
it's down to. Sorry, I'll just finish up with this. It's down to, right, not who you are, what you are, what colour skin you've got. It's down to your character. If you're an asshole, you should be treated like an asshole. That's it. If I act like an asshole to women, I should be treated like an asshole by women. That's it.
What defines an asshole? What metric do you judge that by? Because here's my question. I want to know when I can disagree and not be attacked like I was earlier. And for me, I need to be able to stand on objective facts and the conclusions I build off of that one. And I find if somebody tells me that I'm wrong, but if they tell me that I'm wrong and they want me to change my position, they need to give me facts and logic as to how I can have a better position than my current one.
Interesting.
And
I didn't
So,
say you were wrong. I
mm,
said I disagree and gave my own perspective. And perhaps when you're actually attacked, instead of just throwing the victim card.
that's a passive aggressive slam with the if you're ever attacked. Well, maybe if you had a thought, Pixie, you'd realize what I was saying. See how passive aggressive that technique is? Why did you do that? That I can
Why are
literally
you
attack.
overtly aggressive? I don't know. Maybe I can come up with some personality quirk excuse like you throw at me.
Oh, now a disability is a personality quirk excuse.
Your
So
disability is what makes you scream like a toddler in a temper tantrum? Is that what does
yes,
it? Your
yes, it
disability?
did. I got in fucking fights on the playground when I was in first grade because my goddamn teacher was arguing with me when I said she was telling me 5 apples are the same as 5 oranges. And I explained to her they're only the same in number. They're different in price, taste, color, flavor, and smell.
Graham has terrible connection. He didn't just rage quit or anything.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay,
so,
so it's an
uh,
interesting point. Sorry, go ahead,
Well,
Ariel, because
yeah,
you wanted to get in before.
yeah. So I think there's also just this really weird Overton window shift that people are, and this shows how it's emotional. It's not logical because I have a question. What's wrong with someone who identifies as a man dressing up in women's clothes and and performing before children? That's literally called
nothing.
theater. And
Yep.
for some reason, people don't even
The,
realize that women weren't allowed to be in the theater
yeah.
until I forget when it was, but basically,
I completely agree with you, Ariel. But to clarify the point that these people are making, um, is that so, and I don't agree with this argument, but it does lead to another argument that I wanted to ask everyone's opinion on. So, the idea to these people who disagree with drag queens in libraries is they have this idea that a drag queen represents something very specific. It's not a cross dresser. It's not a man dressing as a woman. It's a drag queen. And a drag queen is a very specific thing that has sexual connotations. And they see it as though, would you get a stripper on a stripper pole to read stories to kids?
but I
I
think that's
don't agree, but
I,
I'm just saying that's where they're coming from. But
so.
but to take it a step further and to
Can,
make
can,
it
I just,
less
can I just respond
clear,
that?
yeah, go on.
So I think it's a bit reductive though, because how many people watch fashion shows and that's normal, but the moment that it happens to be someone who happens to be male wearing the clothes of typically women, all of a sudden there must be something sexual about it. But there's not but for instance, there and I guess this is maybe my point. There's definitely sexual connotations with fashion shows, but that's completely normalized in our society.
Yeah.
And girls who tell their parents they want to grow up to be models, how many of their parents support them in that? And so I really think that it's one of these things where we only see it as a sort of strange sexuality. I mean, literally the word queer, it's seen as queer because it breaks with society's ideas of what sexuality should be. And so at the end of the day, even though they're not actually, having sex or doing anything that has to do with sex, the fact that they're basically kind of taking on this almost like model-esque role, but one that is kind of, breaking these boundaries, that's what makes certain people uncomfortable with it. But this is the type of thing that, 100, 200 years in the past wouldn't have been that abnormal. If it would have been seen as probably standard.
And anyone who actually did 5 seconds research when all this happened, which I did, the drag queens in question, right, is a social club. These sweet old grandpas who, yes, they're drag queens and that's what they do. But they wanted to try and give back to the kids somehow. The kids absolutely love them. there was nothing sexual. Like, the kids didn't even really catch on to anything. Like, these little kids probably just thought they were women. You know, like, I completely agree with
Well, I'll
everything
tell you two
that you
things.
said on that. But
Two things.
but it leads to this question, right?
Okay.
If we're okay with that,
No, we're not.
are we okay with gay pride marches, which are no longer just people actually marching in pride, but it's a big, in Australia anyway, I don't know what it's like in the States, it's this big sex fest.
Can I pipe in here?
I went one year and I'm very loose, but even I was shocked by a lot of the stuff I saw. And it was like kids everywhere.
Can I pipe in on this one? I think
Please,
that this,
because I'm lost on it.
I think that this comes twofold, right? I think it has a lot to do with what community you're in, because I've seen the crazy ones, you know, but I also live in an area where the most outrageous thing you're going to see is like a drag queen lip syncing and dancing while she splashes some water around, right? Like that's the craziest thing you're going to see. And so I think that A has a lot to do with the community you're in and the people overseeing the parade and sponsoring the parade and putting the parade together. And if you as a community are not okay with that, then yeah, you have every right to speak up against that. But on the other hand, right, it's really hard to take parades as an example of anything and apply it to everything else, right? Because my thing is, when do you hold the parents responsible instead of society? Because last I checked, you know, like, well, your presence at this parade was not mandatory.
But I think part of society's role is to assume people are fucking idiots, which is why we have things like warning signs, right? How hard is it for a government to say, look, close on till 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., close off. Do what you want. Make it about the sex side of it.
Did you mess with the nudist colonies, right?
Also, just
then you messed with the nudist colonies. At some point, you have to accept not just parental responsibility, but societal responsibility. Either society is accepting it or they're not. And I mean, somebody's sponsoring it. Somebody's putting these things together. And maybe they should be held accountable.
But that doesn't mean necessarily society accepts it. I mean, there's obviously the parts of society that don't accept it.
Here's where I differentiate. I parse between accept, tolerate, and celebrate. Society has to tolerate every citizen as long as they're not violating other people's rights. They don't necessarily... What?
In that community, they should locally organize.
I'm saying each community and each individual can choose their own standard for accept, tolerate, and celebrate. And what happens for me is everybody should be expected to tolerate. You're not allowed to attack a person for what they are. Do you need to accept that that's a good way to be? No. And the example I can give there is it's perfectly legal for somebody to buy a half-gallon of vodka, go home, and drink themselves unconscious in their living room in front of the TV every night, get up sober, and go to work every day. It's a horrible way to live. I would never want to do that. But I can't say that should be illegal. I have to tolerate it, even if I don't accept that one. Now, celebrate, that's basically me participating in a party that is endorsing it, that's holding it up on a pedestal as something to be admired. And that's something that nobody should be expected to participate in involuntarily.
So
now, should we have to tolerate... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, when it comes to a parade, every group has a right to take out a permit to have a parade and have that parade. And they basically need to specify what's going to happen at the parade and what it's about in their permit. Yeah. And as long as they stick to what their permit says, it's all good because the community signed off on that permit. They followed the rules that they asked for. Good, no foul, regardless of what happens. Now, if some people are disgruntled in the parade and start acting up and breaking the rules that have been set, those small people are the problem. And if the organizers of the parade can't keep them in check, now they're placing future events into jeopardy because of the lack of ability to control the problem elements. I'd like to hear where I'm off base on any of this.
No, if I could just step in real quick. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree, and I think because there's so much, it's such a polarizing issue because of the fact that it's being used as a sludge issue. But let's try and pour some water on it, cool it down. Let's say this is a Christmas party. Would you take your kids to a sexy Christmas party? That's just inappropriate. But there's nothing wrong with having that sexy Christmas party. Hell, you could even have a Christmas sex party. And if everyone there is an adult and consenting, there's nothing wrong with it. But the moment you bring a child into that, that's a problem. Now, it's not saying that there's anything wrong with sexy Christmas parties. It's just that the Christmas parties that you take your kids to should be family Christmas parties or something that's specifically for kids. And so within this context, both of those parties are Christmas parties, just like both of these things that we're talking about can be pride, but one can be an adult pride and the other could be, celebrating pride within the context of, identity and less so about sexuality. But obviously sexuality being a part of identity, but kind of within the same idea that, just because, society, here's another example, public displays of affection. It's not something that everyone agrees is gross, but it's something that most people kind of agree is like, keep it to yourself. And that's one of those things.
Get a room.
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of a similar way that if we only viewed it in that context, it could become so much less polarizing. But the reason why we aren't viewing it in this context is because the people who are setting up this paradigm generally don't want that because they want this to be seen as something that's inherently wrong, as opposed to something that is conditionally wrong. For instance, if you bring children into something that's inappropriate.
Okay,
so
there's a lot there. If I may.
There's
a lot there. And a lot for me to disagree with personally, being a European. Although I'm not strictly a European, obviously, because I'm from the UK. But I do think, look, this idea of mollycoddling children so they don't understand what sex is, they don't understand what grief is, they don't understand what it is to be an adult before they get to being an adult, I think is inherently harmful. It leads to a lot of, as you say, polarization, right? Because when kids finally get to their get to puberty even, right, and they're struggling with all of these questions, they've got no references. They're now just learning about the topics. I think that's too late, personally. Not that they should be indoctrinated into it, right? But throughout the entire history of humanity, all right, as far as I'm concerned, kids learn about sex before their parents want them to. Where do they get this from? They get this from society. I think this is a relatively good thing. If you look at the societies which are considerably more open on the topic of sex for children, they have a lot less teenage pregnancy. They have a lot less dystopian ideas about sex that pervade through their communities. Right?
So would everyone agree then that what is actually, well, this is my opinion, and so I'm interested in everyone's opinion on my opinion.
I had something else to say on it as well, but carry on.
Sorry, Simon. Finish your point.
Can I just say this real quick because I'm going to forget it? Can we just agree that there's a difference between taking your kid to a strip club and, for instance, say finding out your child happened to see porn online and choosing not to punish them? So basically, one, there's this, healthy, like, okay, that's normal. There's nothing wrong with having these urges, versus literally taking your kid to a strip club, which is, I'm pretty sure, illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend illegal or criminal behavior. No.
And that kind of ties into what I was going to say, Ariel, is I think what's happening here is the people who are offended or disturbed by the the example I gave of the gay pride, right? In Australia, it's a pretty sexy parade. I think Pixie makes an excellent point that if I have an issue with that, I don't take my kids to it. If other parents want to take their kids to it, that's what can I do about that? But I think we also need to realize, and I think most of us sensible people who don't get all emotional and actually think about it and look into it, realize that yes, while they might be wearing sexy clothes at gay pride, it's not like they're walking along actually fucking and doing doggy in the streets. Like there's no sex. It's people celebrating their freedom now to be whatever sex and sexuality they are. And I don't think that hiding our kids from that necessarily, like Simos said, is a good thing.
Well,
It's part of the society they're in.
Hiding, definitely not. Right, allowing them to be semi-nude. Right, I don't agree with. Right, if you're going to walk down
The adults.
the adults, if you're going to walk down the street in a jockstrap, I think that's inappropriate at most times of the day. Like you said, a good point about it is, well, if you want to do it after dark when kids of that age are supposed to be, nothing wrong with a 13-year-old seeing someone wearing a pair of wings on their back, right, without a shirt, in a pair of tight jeans,
In a pair
or
of Speedos.
well, even Speedos. There you go. If you're on a beach, and just to point this out, right? Look, in the countries where it is particularly, where they have sexual problems, shall we say, of course, they have the objectification of 8-year-old girls at these pageants, for goodness sake. Now, if that isn't sexualizing a child in a much more extreme way than just letting a child of an 8-year-old who's just walking down the street as a parade goes by with lots of gay guys on the back of a van dancing, right? I mean, let's just be realistic here, right? Kids are going to learn about
sex. The drag queens in the libraries. I think these are knee-jerk reactions.
Provided it's not about sex, that's okay. As I say, I mean, all of us used to go to Panto, right? We used to see sexy women dressed up in sexy men's clothes, right? And we used to see old guys dressed up in dresses, okay? I'm sorry. We all understand it's just dressing up. That's all that is.
There's also two things. I think both sides are guilty of conflating, in my opinion. Again, because you know me, I don't like either side. I think one side conflates the term sexuality with sexual, right? Like if anything touches on like sexuality, it must inherently be something sexual, and I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think if you take that literally, you shoot heterosexuals in the foot too, because you can't. What about pregnant women? There's something inherently sexual about pregnant women because you know what it took to get there, so can't have them be teachers. It just gets ridiculous, right? But on the other side, they conflate a celebration with sexuality with a full public display of your kinks. And as someone who was very open with my child about her anatomy and not wanting her to be ashamed, she didn't learn from other kids. She learned from me because I didn't not answer her questions. But at the same time, I wasn't going into everybody's kinks and role plays and fetishes, and so I could understand people not wanting to see that. But again, like the presence isn't mandatory. The first time my kid asked if she could go to Pride, do you think I just said yes, or do you think I went and scoped it out and said, okay, what kind of activities do they have here? And if that's if a lip syncing drag queen's the craziest thing she's going to see, let's do it. Let's go. I'll go buy a bunch of glowy shit. Let's head out. But like, why was that not on me as the parent?
And tell me if this is me being too simplistic and if I'm missing some nuance or something. But the way I see it, and this is sort of the approach I take to a lot of these things, right, is I'm not taking my kid to no sex parade, no drag queen show, no nothing, right? But the minute my child says, I want to know about a drag queen show, or I want to go see what a drag queen show is, I'm probably going to take them. You know what I mean?
Well, scope it out first. Make
12,
sure you get the
13,
lip
of
singing.
course.
You make sure you get the lip
Absolutely.
singing drag queens and not the people on chains. You know, I mean,
If my 12-year-old says, all my friends are LGB, I'm not, but like I want to go and support, I want to see what Pride is about, I'm going to take them. And that's the approach I've taken with kids. When people say what's appropriate to teach what age kid, the kid will tell you what's appropriate. If they are asking the question, it's up to you as an adult to know how to appropriately answer the child. But the child always deserves the answer, in my opinion,
yeah.
if they can ask the question.
So,
Maybe
Sammy,
don't go into detail, but they always deserve an
No,
answer.
exactly. A 3-year-old gets a different answer than a 13-year-old,
yeah, so Sammy, it's something that you like almost touched on, but not quite. And I think this is the reason why there's people who have issues with this. They're afraid it's regardless of whether you're dealing with someone, just, splashing water about in drag, or whether you're dealing with someone who's, displaying like all their kinks, full display, whatever. In either case, which I mean, in either case, it's ridiculously ridiculous or like equally ridiculous, but they're afraid it's going to turn that they're afraid it's going to turn their kids gay or trans. And the thing is, there's no evidence to support that. It's completely based off of pseudoscience. And it's also like, for instance, that's like arguing that someone shoving something that you don't like in like at the end of the day, if you don't like something, or again, it could be like, say you try a food, it's like it's interesting, but it's not for me. But you don't say it's disgusting. Like I would never try that again.
Yeah.
And so say you have this mild reaction, it's like, interesting, but it's not for me. I think that would be, comparable to like if you just don't happen to, be gay and you go to a gay pride or whatever, and then say you were to find it absolutely disgusting, that would be more comparable to, being like homophobic, or, like that you're like uncomfortable around that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, I think that, like when you're dealing with where was I going with this? Right, that basically it like if you have this inherent attraction towards something, you're going to have it no matter what. If someone tells you don't eat this food because it's bad for you, but you just still like that food, like you're going to have to learn for yourself that it actually is bad for you, or maybe it isn't even bad for you. Like for instance, imagine all the people who say don't smoke cannabis, it's bad for you. But it never was, and it never will. I mean, I guess you could argue it could be if people, grow it in a way that's bad. But the point is that you have these perceptions that are spread about something, and at the end of the day, if you feel that something is helping you, or you feel that something is good for you, it doesn't matter that people tell you that it's bad, because you'll know. And likewise, if someone tells you that something's good and it's bad, and even if it's in yourself, it doesn't have to be this type of objective good or bad thing. It could just be it's good or bad for you. But yeah, it's ridiculous when you see people like, because by that logic, that's like saying, well, you shouldn't let your kids go to Hooters, otherwise they're going to start having premarital sex. It's like, that's a stupid argument.
So do you think that this lack of understanding is where they're getting the idea that there's grooming happening?
Basically, yeah, because
they think that
that's just
taking
trolling,
your
Sammy.
child... Yeah.
Sammy, that's just trolling.
I know heretics trolling.
No, it's not. It's not heretics. Heretics just jumping on it, the bandwagon.
None of the people that say that believe
that's trolling. They know in themselves that they're heterosexual and they had no choice in it, right? If they refuse to see it, right, that's because they are willingly being ignorant to their own feelings and intuitions.
I see.
Right, that's all I'm saying here. What I was saying earlier about character, right? If you know your character, okay, you know exactly how to treat people, how to talk to kids, how not to sexualize and objectify women, you know these things, right? That if you don't have this character for whatever reason, because you haven't been told by society, or when society tells you, you just ignore it because you have a higher power, right? Then yeah, you're going to have problems, right? You're going to shout when you get interrupted instead of going, hang on a minute, I shouldn't be shouting, right? Even if somebody is wrong and they're interrupting me, I just shouldn't be shouting back at them because that puts me on the same level, right? That's what character's about. How do we decide what is a good character, right? Well, we look around us, we see those that we like, those that we judge have good character, and we emulate their behavior. That's it. There's no objective standard, right? But it doesn't have to be something which like is so mysterious, because there are enough people around with good character. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I'm sorry. In some countries, it's harder than others, admittedly.
I'm going to chime in and say I have an objective standard, and that's based off of harm and pain. And
yeah, no, that's I'm sorry to interrupt you straight away. That is not what we're talking about.
Okay,
that doesn't make character.
And when
I think character.
Poor Graham keeps dropping out, so the poor bugger's probably struggling to keep up with the chat. You still got shitty connection.
No, I know. I've had troubles all day with my connection. I had troubles on Ariel's stream too. So yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. I restarted my phone and all, and I haven't restarted my laptop. That may be my next step.
It's probably overheating. Phones don't like StreamYard that much, do they?
Yeah.
Well, mine doesn't do too bad.
I'm just using that to feed the internet signal to my laptop. It's just acting as a hotspot.
So, there he goes again.
So that works then.
Damn.
I'm always on my phone. It doesn't do too bad.
Are you still asking the question of whether or not society, quote unquote, is grooming children in some way?
No, because I never had that position myself. I'm trying to understand how the people are in that position. What do they see that they think that's happening? Because they see the same things we see.
I
Somos is saying that. Oh, go on.
I disagree with you. I don't think they see the same things, because the thing is, like, you know, I mean, I don't know how many Republicans, or let's just say, you know, far-right evangelists, or whoever the group is that's mainly having like a large and loud objection to this idea that there's a bunch of kids regularly turning up at drag shows, and that the parents are bringing them there for some reason, and that, you know, that there's something sexual going on at libraries. But, you know, I don't know how many of them have actually ever been to a drag show. I don't know how many of you all have been to a drag show, but in my experience, drag shows are men
sexual
who are dressing up. Not well. Hold on. Let me finish here. Typically, they are dressed up as a specific celebrity, or they are just dressed up as female, and they're lip syncing music, and they might dance a little, and they're going around the room collecting tips, and that's it. Like it's you could say it's sexual because there's a certain gender that's dressing up like another gender, but there's no like you know, there's no one like humping the floor or thrusting a crotch in your face. But on the average, like if you just go to like I think it depends on where you are too. Like what if you're in New York City, maybe that happens.
Is that a lot of these are at strip clubs already? Like these drag shows are at strip clubs. So I've
only ever heard of drag shows happening at gay bars, like on certain nights.
Yeah,
like
okay, I was going to say
like a drag show at a certain like gay bar on a certain night, like Sunday nights or Thursday nights or whatever.
I would say it depends on the time, right? Like on average, it's what Halsey described. Occasionally they'll do like drag queen bingo or drag queen brunch or something like that. 99% of the time it's what Halsey describes. But there's that 1% of the time where they have this like illicit night, and it can be like in the dance moves, it can be in the songs they choose, but like it's very much advertised as the adults only night, and it's a night thing and not like a brunch or an afternoon or a bingo thing like the rest of the events. And so I would say like what they're imagining in my mind has always been purposely separated from the rest of the events that they hold.
I think what they're imagining too is something really like explicit, and also I think they're saying when they say there's some grooming going on, I think they think of two things. They think of someone's putting this idea in our children's head and pushing them towards this tendency to say, oh, I'm trans, or I'm whatever, something other than, you know, their gendered self. Hold on. I'm just trying to get to an end of a point here. Or they think grooming in terms of how we use it in like predatory sexual behavior, right? Where an adult is sort of paying attention to a child for a long amount of time in order to gain their trust, in order to spend time with them, and then eventually to sexually abuse them. Like, and I think that they're crossing the wires. They're saying, if this, then this. Like, if you're grooming someone, you're probably doing both. You're getting ready for them to be trans, and you're also going to molest them. Like, they think drag queens are child molesters. You know?
Go Hillary.
Hillary's. Yeah.
Okay. Where all this came from was in Dallas and Houston and a few other areas. There were events where, okay, first to start it off, transvestites were reading story time to very young children in libraries. Okay, not a huge problem, a little bit of pushback. Then there was something called drag shows, but really it was a striptease of men dressing up as women, and it was very provocative, and they were doing these with elementary school age children, and there were photos taken, and like a guy in a G-string and a little like 5 or 6 year old girl sticking a dollar bill in the side of his G-string. No, she wasn't sticking it in, she handed it to him, and he just took it with his hand. And that is when the huge backlash started of, well, if we're seeing this, how much worse is it actually that we don't see? And it was just a few isolated incidents, but it really blew up.
Which touches on what was going to be my point, which was they take these isolated like minority events, right, and they see that as like the common thing happening everywhere, this huge threat, instead of these isolated events that clearly needed to be addressed. And not just in that manner, around the same time, there was a school who, it didn't have anything to do with drag, it was just wrong. I think they took elementary school kids to a strip club and was like letting them dance on the poles and stuff. Like, and they said it was okay because nobody was there. It was supposed to be like their gym time or whatever. But like, things like that obviously need to be addressed and corrected. But I think they take incidents like that and they say, oh, society is grooming our kids, and it's this whole threat.
So,
plus, like,
just really quick, before I forget this, it also, so I thought you were alluding to this because it was also connected with this whole idea, like this basically self-identity scare that people are trying to create. But remember the whole what was it? The rumor that they were putting litter boxes in classrooms so that kids who identified as animals could use it. And it had nothing to do with it. It was because they were using the litter in order to barricade the doors in the event of a mass shooter, which is another thing that is one of these hot button issues.
Well, no, you know why they have the litter in those emergency kits for classrooms? It's so if they're stuck in there for long enough and the kids have to go to the bathroom, they use the bucket as a toilet and the litter as what they go in.
So really, see, we just had it for snow. We just had it for snow purposes. Like if the janitor ran out of salt or we didn't have enough salt, they would put it like by the cars in the parking lot so it didn't get stuck in the snow, or you could get out easier.
Typically it is it's great for absorbing oil and stuff, but no, like teachers recently received these emergency kits for if a school goes on lockdown and they are stuck in their classrooms for like several hours, then, and you know, this is like they had water in there, and I think some snacks and a bucket and a bag of cat litter.
So
you know.
I want to ask everyone's opinion on this, right? I have this pretty, I guess you could call it, controversial view on this, and I think Ox might agree with me. I think he might have even alluded to it earlier on. But I've always made a point of trying to ask, especially women, because bikinis and things. I suppose every now and then a man wears a Speedo, but I think he should be imprisoned for that crime against humanity. But this idea that you can wear a G-string bikini, just a little boob tube, out in public, and because of the situation, because you're at a beach, it's totally acceptable. And we act like men suddenly don't see it as exactly the same as if that woman was wearing a bra and a G-string. It's swimmers. Like, we act like there's some difference there. And I guess there is a difference. One's underwear. But I think that this is a stupid fault of society. When you look at tribes that really only use coverings for protection, to protect their bits, they don't have all of these sexual
like hang-ups
that we have in this society, because we repress ourselves, and we'll go to the beach and be just about nude, but then in society we're going to act all prudish, like.
Well, but that even took time, right? There was a time when women were being stopped at the beach so they could measure the hemlines and make sure they weren't too far up the legs, right?
Go back. And,
that's what I'm saying.
Like, swim nude. There was no swimmers.
Right. Well, okay, I guess there's that too. But I would say how much of that comes from the purity culture, though, right? How much of that comes from and the reason I think it's harder on women than it is on men, right? Like, men can go around shirtless as if women don't have lustful thoughts, right? But I think it's like a lasting effect, right? Like, it's a symptom from A, purity culture, but B, mixing with a patriarchal society. Because if you look at a lot of fundamentalist religions, and I'm not saying all religious people before anybody feels attacked, if you look at some very strict fundamentalist religions, right, it doesn't matter how modest a woman dresses if she's not modest in behavior, and vice versa. And so when a man slips up, it's not that the man slipped up, it's that the woman was immodest, and the woman caused him to stumble, right?
Caused him to lust.
I'll go
right. And I think it's like a combination of those two things.
I'd like to weigh in with my position real quick.
Well,
and
hang on, I'll just make this point, and then you can go, Graham. So I'm the oldest of 5 kids, and I'll tell you right now, seeing those saggy boobs, feeding all them kids, I've never been a boob man. I'm not against them. I'll have a suck on them, but I'm like, oh, boobs if I see boobs. But so I never understood this whole boobs thing with men, and I think that's maybe because I always had boobs in my face, and they usually had milk leaking out of them, or kids trying to suck on them. You know what I mean?
And the other thing I was going to say real quick was that it could also be like protective almost, right? Because if you look even just and I don't mean this to sound anything other than as animalistic as it's going to sound, because people are animals. Women are generally weaker than the other sex, right? So it more than not causing them to stumble, it's not wanting them to want to, maybe at some point. Maybe that had an influence somewhere.
You're hitting on the point that I was going to make, and that's I support a woman's right to wear whatever she wants at the beach, and a man should have the self-restraint not to sexually attack that woman. Where
Or
I have a problem, well, and you hit exactly my point, because I also go to comic conventions, and there's a certain point in me in that if that woman is going out in public dressed like that, she has to be signing off on the take a look at how I look. And for her to get upset over somebody just looking at how she looks. Now, if they start making comments, they're over the line. If they start, there's ways to go over the line, but just to look and even to lust, as long as they don't go into an offensive action, I don't see where that man or that woman, if they happen to be attracted to the scantily clad woman, I don't see where they're in the wrong to have that reaction and to take a look. Tagging out.
But do you see how I agree 100%, Graham? And what confuses me is it's like the individual has to be bigger than the society, and that's backwards. Like we have, as individuals, have to deal with the stupidity that our society thrusts upon us, like fashion shows and models and catwalks and that. No person here thinks any of that is reasonable in any way, shape, or form. It is just so fucking backwards. Yet that's at the foundation of modern society. And this idea about how you look, all of that's tied into this. If we weren't so hung up on how we looked, and we were all running around with boobs hanging out, everyone's going to have saggy boobs because that's what gravity does.
Okay.
Can
sorry, let me say a couple of things quick, and then straight over to you, Space. Sorry.
Simus's head's about to explode.
Yeah, look, this idea, right, that society isn't based on sexuality is just nonsense. I'm sorry. I agree with what you were saying. Yeah, I think women's bathing costumes these days are certainly when women are in their prime. Let's just say it that way. And even when they're not, sometimes, our borderline underwear, our borderline sexual underwear, at that, and that's okay though. But that's okay because, as you said, in times long ago, we would just be nude, and there was no big thing, because there was a time and a place to look at somebody sexually, and that generally wasn't it. Although, again, right, there is this standard by which we always walk around judging each other sexually, in terms of that is the modus operandi of how we relate as society, as men, women, men, women. That's how we relate. Women. Why do women wear red lipstick? Right. Well, obviously, right. It's to look more sexual for
Like a
themselves,
vagina.
for other people. Yeah, I mean, because when women are sexually aroused, their lips get redder, and their cheeks get redder, and so that makeup.
So
I
it's
look
not to
terrible
look
in
like a
red lipstick.
vagina.
That's a bad thought.
Like a vagina, no. It's to look like you're aroused and look more aroused.
That's a sad thought because I look terrible in red lipstick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Or I think I do. I never wear red.
Again, I'm sorry about that. I think this is one of the problems with having a society which looks badly at these things.
Do you think we're missing a very crucial thing, Simos?
Let me just finish up, which is to say, and kids are going to notice that. They always have noticed it. They always will notice it. When your mother puts her best lipstick on, goes out for a night with her father, right, with the father, kids notice that and they go, oh, what's going on there, right? And then that's then the wheels start turning. Oh, look, my parents, Well, how do babies get there? I don't, if you tell your kid it's a stork, are you doing it, are you really helping the situation? Probably not. So they're going to put two and two together, whichever way. So there is a sense, right, that we're trying to protect children from something that we're just in denial about, which is our own sexualities, right? And how that comes across. And it is very difficult. I agree. It's difficult, but this is where I go back to it's about character, right? If you go down the beach, okay, and you're going to sit there and you layer at every thong that goes by you, people will notice and they will treat you like a creep, right?
Mm.
But if you just expect it as a normal thing, and yeah, okay, if you happen to gaze at a woman's ass and it's particularly fruity to you, shall we say, all right, well, as long as you're not going to linger on it and go over and go, oh, hey, well done, darling, right, and all of
Yeah.
that, then there's no harm done. Yeah, that the reason they put this stuff
And
on is because they want to be looked at exactly as you say, right? But
and
that doesn't mean they want to be leered at.
so
Okay,
the
go ahead.
question I want to ask Simos is whether you agree that then perhaps the part of society that we should be worried about and we think we're worried about is actually such a small part, smaller than we think. The kids that we're mostly worried about, like protecting, so 0 to say 6, my 6-year-old, he's not going to look at a woman's ass in a G-string at the beach.
Well,
He's
he might
not.
see it, but he's not going to
Yeah,
understand
but he's not gonna.
he's
He's
not going
not
to get the
gonna
desire feelings unless
suddenly
he
go and
is
start
he is
touching
that
little
way.
girls. Like he's been
Yeah.
groomed somehow. And I think that's
Yeah.
the part that they're missing.
No, the point you made earlier was they know when they are. Children know when they are, and it's already too late by the time you catch them. Okay, because they've already expressed that side, right? I was very, very young when I noticed the opposite sex, all right, and had these weird feelings. Didn't know what they were,
So did
didn't
I.
know that it was sex, but I knew that something was going on and I wanted to know a bit more about it.
Yeah,
Okay. And I found out about
I
it.
remember that.
I found out about it because I asked girls. And of course, girls more advanced than boys generally emotionally at certain ages. And so they girls were quite happy to tell me because they were curious. Right? So there you go. That's how that works out.
And you hit on another point that I think is
Let's get Space
crucial.
Cadet in as well, by the way.
I'm jumping after me, Space. I think we need to. People are adverse to letting kids teach other kids. But I'll tell you what, most things I learnt as a kid about sex and all that stuff come from my peers. And I know it should come from the parents, but a child isn't as receptive to their parent. It depends on the relationship you've managed to build, but like age of consent and that, the idea that a 14-year-old should be able to play around with another 14-year-old, but not a 20-year-old. We need to let kids be kids again. Stop trying to force them to grow up. Let them play around and experiment like we used to do.
It's a tricky line, right? We need to empower women, right? That's the important part. Okay, for me, right? Once kids get past or into their teens and past puberty, women need to be empowered. Right?
I agree with you.
If they're not in conscious control and easily manipulated, then they should be made sure and made damn aware that it's not right to have have someone touching you without consent. Even with consent, I'm not even sure that should be a thing. Look, Space Cadet, you tried to get in, and I
my
stopped
apology.
you. So please go ahead.
I was just gonna relate a video that I saw recently of this woman who she was sitting next to at the beach another group of people, and she was loudly complaining to this other group of people about their teen daughter who was wearing a bikini. And I don't know if they said it wasn't a thong, but she was calling it a thong, probably just like something a little skimpy. And the reason she was complaining so loudly, and she had 2 children with her, and she was directly referencing her 4-year-old boy, saying that if her teen daughter didn't cover up, that her 4-year-old was going to want to rape her.
Dang.
Oh my God.
And the kid is looking at his mom and looking at the people and looking at his mom and wondering what's going on. Like, what are they talking about, you know? But the mom was like screaming and yelling, saying that he's gonna want to rape because of girls like you, because you should be covered up and blah blah blah. Basically, like putting all of the responsibility on the female, saying that you know she's obviously not going to raise her son to have any self-restraint whatsoever, any good judgment. He's just going to be like a walking boner on legs, you know, just going from woman to woman with zero self-restraint, as long as they're showing an ass cheek, you know.
And you know that
Protection.
mother just ensured her daughter is going to be promiscuous.
I mean, she basically just kind of like fed I mean, the kid probably didn't. I don't think she ensured that the daughter was going to be promiscuous. This teenager, you know, I think she was 13.
Sure. I'm being dramatic, but
right.
You tell your daughter don't dress like that, she's going to go and cover up, walk out the door, and take the clothes off again.
Right, or she'll like put her alternative clothes in her bag and change at school, right? I mean, that's what happens too. But you know, it's just this idea that this woman was basically introducing the whole idea of rape to her 4-year-old.
Yeah, it's the 4-year-old I'm worried about.
At the beach, loudly, like screaming, like she was having a serious like meltdown. And it was just like, wow, like, so what, you know, what other ideas about just regular kid life and teenagers does she have? Like, this is pretty toxic. Like, what? And do you see how it's like a parent sort of feeding into the situation, one that doesn't even exist? She's like creating a problem where there was none, you know?
Yeah.
She didn't like the baby.
But the problem is when you create
kid.
Right, but when you create a problem like that, it has lasting effects, right? Like when I said the idea that maybe modesty was a form of protection, it's because females have historically caught the blame, right? And so, I mean, and they're the weaker sex, so it's not like they're like as likely to physically be able to fend the other person off. And so it's not the idea that like I don't want to be looked at. It's the idea that I don't know, because I don't know you. I don't know if you can tell the difference between looking and touching, right? Like,
right.
Well, I mean, I've got to say, modesty is a sexual selection strategy by women. Right?
Well, and that's also like
that's one of the issues, right? Isn't it?
And
I'd like to
women
too.
Yeah. I'd like to share one of my observations, and I'm curious what people think about this difference between the genders, and it's booked in, and that's in women basically when they hit womanhood, an expectation that they're wearing makeup, that they're basically putting a kind of false face to the world that men don't. And I'm curious what people think about that difference and the impact on that, because it's almost like that undervalues a woman's sense of her own identity, where she can't just be herself. She has to do something in order to present herself to the world. I'm not a woman.
Before the women respond.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing that up because I'm curious about the input. Thank you, Pixie.
I'll let you go next, Pixie, but I know the normal responses are the average woman actually does it for herself. And I agree with that. No argument from me. The point I think Graham's making, and I've wondered this point myself before, is that while yes, it is for you to feel better about yourself, do you need to feel better about yourself because of society? Has it created this need in women, you know, to be more attractive to their mates and things? Or is it just purely animalistic and we're stuck with it?
I'm gonna answer this way. As a matter of fact, I didn't have any interest in makeup. My sister did, and so I like. So it's this weird thing. Like, she had insecurities. I had insecurities. She was very big on makeup. I rarely touch makeup. If I'm doing something formal or I have a big presentation, I'll probably put some makeup on. But like other than that, I don't wear makeup, right? And so, but I have my own insecurities about the way I look or about the way I dress or whatever. And so while I can see the argument that there is that like outside societal pressure to have this quote unquote fake face, this makeup or whatever, I would look at it less as a fake face and look at it more as like an enhancement. And I wouldn't consider it any different than the pressure to be like lifting weights or to have a six pack or to be thin or like I don't.
But
I mean, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different in that.
Well, let me give you an example on the panel.
It's very
ironic. You find a woman attractive, right? Just she's an attractive woman to you. Would you prefer that woman made up or natural?
Natural.
Simos.
Oh, I'm for made up personally.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, I like sluts, so that's my that's my thing. Sorry, I'm different to most men in that way.
Yeah,
I don't like the taste makeup.
You don't like the taste of makeup? What does that
I don't
mean?
like. No,
So
I don't like to taste makeup.
Yeah,
I'd prefer not
when
to
you're
taste
making out
makeup.
with a chick and all you can taste is like foundation and lipstick and yeah.
No, she said so. A woman wearing makeup makes a woman a slut, is what she said.
No. This is the way. No. Yeah, of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. I particularly like when a woman overdoes makeup because that is
the Jessica Rabbit look.
Look, the thing is, right, when young girls start wearing makeup, they want to appear older because they want to appeal to guys which are older, right? And then they get to a certain point. So I'm talking 14-year-old girls. They don't want to appeal to 14-year-old boys. They want to appeal to 17 and 18-year-old boys.
No, can I? That's coming from a guy. Okay, from like I said, coming from my perspective.
All the girls in the audience are thinking back to when they were 14.
No, I'm saying
4-year-old I need to kill because he's seeing my 15-year-old niece.
No, and I'm saying that's terrible, but I'm saying, assuming that that's the reason a girl's getting into makeup is for guys, or particularly for older guys. For example, even though I'm not very into makeup, Super Munchkin is. Do you know why she got into it? Because of theater and cosplay. Theater and cosplay is why she loves makeup, and she's always doing looks, theatrical looks, character looks, all kinds of things. But her interest in makeup has absolutely nothing to do with anything that has to do with the opposite sex.
I disagree. It's because she wants to look like an older woman.
Okay,
she wants to look like the 17-year-olds.
Actually, her first one was to make her look younger, and she is 17.
Right. And when did she start wearing makeup? When did she start?
The first time she really started playing with makeup, she was probably about 13, and she was making herself look like an 11-year-old boy for cosplay. So how that's sexual or has to do with her attracting boys, I'm not really sure, but I don't think it fits your theory.
How old was she when she had
boys
earrings?
like me, Pixie.
How old was she when she got her ears pierced?
I don't see why she'd be wearing makeup to make herself look like a boy.
How old was she when she got her ears pierced? The first time she got her ears pierced, she was... When was she hassling me about it? I want to say 6 or 7, maybe 8.
Yeah, they want to look like older girls.
It's because I had my ears pierced and she wanted to wear my earrings.
Yeah, because you're older.
That's why they.
No, it's because she wanted to be like mom, not because I was older.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you don't necessarily know that, Pixie. I mean, it's because you're older version of her that she's aspiring.
She wears my clothes now, but it's not because she wants to be 38. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, if she thought she was looking 38, she wouldn't wear it. That's for
She
sure.
would want to have a body to
That's what
fit
I'm
into your
saying.
clothes.
Just
She wants to have a
just because you
body
want
the
to
size
emulate
of
something, or
yours.
just because you like something, doesn't mean it's because you want to be that something. Just because she wants to steal half my closet doesn't mean she wants to be 38 or wants to look 38, right? Like,
That doesn't follow at all.
No, we do agree that there's always the exception to the
Doesn't
rule,
follow.
and I think we all agree that you and yours always are the exception to those rules,
Right,
Pixie.
yours are
Thank
perfect.
no,
God for
I'm not
you,
saying
though.
that. I'm just saying it's so
That's hilarious,
individualized.
Sam.
It's hard for no. I fully admitted my
Oh,
sister.
yeah.
My sister
No, I'm
started
not being
wearing
very.
makeup.
I'm not being defensive at all.
No, I fully admitted my sister started wearing makeup at the typical age and for the typical reasons, you
I
know,
gotta
the
get a
parties,
soda.
all of that. But I think it's like very individualized. It's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, if a woman does this, it means that, or if she's into this, it's because of that. Like, it's so individualized. It's hard for me to say that's why.
Yeah,
But
I
see,
mean,
I think you've always been such a deep thinker, Pixie. Always. You know, you're always considering all the options. And I don't know that the average kids do that. Sorry, go on, Ariel.
yeah, I mean, I honestly, I think that in a way, the inability to see this with in any context other than sexual is part of this. And again, not everyone's like this, but it's just a very socially inculcated belief that women are sex objects, and that's an idea that we really need to break, because at the end of the day, women are sexual and so are men, but this idea that like they're this idea of objectifying oneself, like obviously, yeah, that is part of it, but like in that regard, it's no different than how you could argue like, well, does a man like, is a man getting a truck because he actually likes that truck, or maybe he's just trying to compensate for something? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not really, but no, I mean, I think we all like to be objectified deep down. We may rebel against the idea on the surface, but when somebody comes up to me and says, "Oh, you're looking very handsome today," I don't go, "Oh, for fuck's sake." I go, "Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you," and I have a little flutter inside. Right?
Yeah.
That's human nature. I compliment my girlfriends
Yeah.
by telling them that they are beautiful, right? And that, or you look particularly beautiful today. I particularly like what you're wearing. I like XYZ, or any number of compliments.
I thought your response was usually, no thanks, I don't go for guys.
Which are physical, right? So I'm just saying, the idea that women don't like being objectified. No, not in the sense of that's all there is to it. But of course, if you didn't objectify a woman, she would definitely turn on you and start going, why don't you find me attractive?
So
the problem
yeah, I agree with that.
They want to be objectified
earlier
by certain men, but not others.
No, well, that's why I said earlier, it's not that the conflict isn't I don't want you to look. The conflict is I don't know you, and I don't know if you can tell the difference between looking and touching.
Ariel?
That's fair enough.
The other thing I was going to say is like this idea with clothing. And again, I mean, I don't think that 420 with Brojo actually does disagree.
I was going to say, and that's why I tend to sign off on the idea of at the beach, you can keep your distance.
Graham, I was talking.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Ariel. My bad. My apologies.
No worries. But basically, like, for instance, if you compliment someone's clothes, like, the inability for that compliment to actually be about that clothes and somehow you're actually referring to their body underneath the clothes, like, that's a really weird thing, because you can compliment someone's clothes and literally be complimenting, the style that they're wearing, and it has nothing to do with, how it looks on them, for instance. But again, that's not to say that there's anything wrong with saying that they look good in something, but it's also a different thing than saying that they're, oh, I really like your clothes.
And I think we have a lot of assumptions too. For instance, it's often assumed a guy's not commenting on your clothes because he gives a shit about your clothes. He wants something else.
Look, when I grew up,
about the makeup thing.
Also,
presupposition as
just
well.
real quick to finish up on that, it's kind of funny because the person that I compliment the most on their clothes is not even someone who, like, you know, would be sexually interested in me, and I'm not sexually interested in them. And so it's like, it's just funny that this idea of, you know, complimenting clothes is inherently something that's seen as sexual.
No,
Space?
I never claimed that it was. Of course, I think
Oh,
that's
no, I
But
know.
a bit of a
Primus,
straw man. But then it depends on
I
the clothes.
wasn't claiming that you were.
But it
Simon.
depends. Yeah, sure. But it depends on the clothes, doesn't it? If you're at the beach and if you go up to a woman in the thong and go, "I really like your bikini," what do you think you're saying?
Well, but see, that's the thing. Context is what determines it, and I think, like, my answer to makeup would be context as well. Like, there's no need to be wearing makeup when you're at home and just, you know, hanging out. But it's like, if you're going to go out to a nice party and take pictures, then yeah, you'll probably want to wear makeup. But it has less to do with trying to attract someone and more to do with looking nice.
Simon.
Right. So you don't see that there's a deep connection between those two things.
Not always.
I'm not saying always. I'm not saying always. If you feel like a little down, I know women that have felt down and they just go, "Do you know what? I fancy putting some makeup on just to make myself look good, so I feel good." Right? Well, no, that's just habitual. Sorry, that's just habitual. That's because that's what you've done in the past. You've got compliments when you've had makeup on about how good you look, and so therefore, when you now put it on, you automatically get the benefit of some of those compliments as a hangover.
Interesting.
I
I always
disagree
linked
with
it
that.
to the. I always linked
Same
it
way
to the
guys
old
do it.
idea of.
Same way
I
guys
always
do it.
linked it to the idea of put your face on, or fix your face. That old expression. I can't leave the house without my face on, or a lady doesn't leave the house without her face on, or go fix your face.
And-
like, I always thought it was like linked to that stuff.
And for me, it's like, it's the same as, you know, a freedom of choice thing. Put as much makeup on as you want. Dress how you know, look how you want to look. I don't care. But where I take issue is that this society has created this, that women need makeup, whether it's to make themselves feel better or to put their face on. Why isn't your face your face?
But
Because
look, you can't
society
blame
has
society.
made you. We have to.
Yeah, you can.
No.
I mean,
And-
well,
and
I,
the-
I,
Again, it's
the other thing
society that
the other thing I want to
makes
say,
you think
women
you
have been
need to look
primping
a
and
certain
preening
way.
hang on a minute. The other
forever.
thing I want to say quickly is men
Exactly.
do
In
exactly the
society.
same thing,
Exactly.
right?
It's part of the
We
mating.
have our techniques to make ourselves look more attractive to the opposite sex.
Okay.
We know
And
what
I
pair
don't
of,
agree
we
with
know
those
what
either.
trousers to wear. We know what size our bulge is. Okay, I'm just saying, right? We know what pants to
It's
wear.
easy to
that
figure
make
out
up,
what works.
right?
Maybe
so-
it's my
and we
autism,
do
but
this.
I
We
don't
do
get
this.
that at all.
Because
No, it's,
that's why some
Every
people wear
T-shirt I
Speedos.
own is a Metallica
You
T-shirt.
gotta let
That's
healthy
because-
I ain't
havers
dressing
But
up
you know
for
the
nobody.
style of T-shirt, right? Have you ever had a skinny T-shirt?
I think I've got some skinny T-shirts.
Right, and you
yeah.
know when you stick that skinny T-shirt on and you can see your chest muscles, you're like, well, yeah, all
No.
right, boy.
You mean I can see my man boobs and
Well,
my
now
big
maybe,
gut?
now maybe, but when you first started wearing them, you know damn well what I'm talking about.
so
You
I
know
do.
that you know
I
the
do.
ones with the high
But
sleeves.
but
The
this
high
is my
sleeves,
point.
the
I
tank
agree with
tops.
everything. But are
Right.
you not saying that that's a part of us being a societal creature?
Yes.
It is a result of society that we think we need to do this to
Yeah.
function. But
No, it's not to
and
function.
it's our society, but
Not to function.
because you go to a different society and these things don't exist. They look at these
Yeah.
concepts and go, "What the hell?"
No,
But
they have-
they still have their own, though.
Yeah. They have different
yeah.
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
but the idea is that, like, for
Yeah, they
instance,
do.
that there's ways to make yourself beautiful that aren't purely about your appearance. Like where you have like rituals where where it's understood within a spiritual context, and that's something where we would view that, oh well, you know, that's just ritual. But the thing is that in a sense, you could argue that putting on makeup is as well, in a sense. But the
I
thing
thought
that's
you were talking about just losing an Australian accent. That might improve
the
your.
thing that was going to
He's
wait,
American, bro.
Yeah.
No, I
What
was
are you-
talking about, somebody might lose their Australian accent. That might make them look smarter.
No, the chicks love an Australian accent.
But
Yeah.
so
I
here's
know
the
it was
funny
only
about
a
makeup.
joke because of that
So-
anime accent.
The
Ariel's trying to
American
say
drawl they
something.
don't like.
So what about people who wear like goth makeup? Are they trying to attract people?
Yes.
Like
Yeah, they're trying to
I
attract
think they're
guys.
trying to repel people.
They're trying to
But
attract
generally-
guys that are into that look, because that
Well,
look
You're
means
assuming.
that look
I
has
was
a load
wrong.
of. Hang on, that
Would
look
you like
has
to
a
know why I did it?
that look has a load of cultural significance, right? To do with
Mhm.
taste in music, taste in, shall we say, obsession about particular cult references, etc. There's
I was
many
just gonna say-
communication things which are deep between people that have that particular style.
Absolutely.
Exactly the same way
Do you
when I
know
was a kid.
The one
Well-
thing that I did not do it for
What?
was to attract anybody.
Oops,
It
sorry.
was
But
to
what I was gonna
repulse
say-
people.
Well, I was just gonna make a joke of
Yeah.
you're assuming that
Repulse
they're
some people.
attracting. Well, that you're assuming that they're trying to attract a man because the men wear makeup too.
They're definitely the guys that do that. Yep, they're trying to signal. Look, this is the basic human nature, and I get that some people want to rebel a bit. I'm not like that. I'm not like everybody else. I get that, right? But actually, no. It turns out that when you were 5 and 6, you were like everybody else. You were growing into your body. Just because you found ways to grow into it in a way that you're satisfied, doesn't mean that
Basically-
you're not influenced
Hang on.
exactly the same as the rest of us.
That answered that. I was gonna say, did Space leave before she got to say what she was gonna say? And then
Oh,
you
did she
highlighted
leave?
that comment.
Did you leave, Halsey? I thought she was still in the panel. I was about to say, everyone shut up and let Halsey speak.
Yeah.
I tried.
Don't blame me, Halsey. I'm hosting this boat.
I blame Simons.
Yeah. Fucking contrarian.
By all means, come in and tell me I'm wrong. I tried to give you some space.
No. Do you know? And this is what it's
No,
interesting.
you
and
should
I
have.
think
You should have kept your mouth shut and said, "Go ahead, Halsey. I'm sorry for hogging the space here."
Well, that's certainly objective.
But yeah, I mean, I just think it's super reductive to look at whether it's men or women, to look at something like, oh, the car that a man has, and automatically that must have something to do with trying to track. Because like, what happens, for instance, if you already are married, or even like, what happens if someone, given this is, it's not a major population, or I mean, it is a population, but it's not like a majority, but still, there are also people who have no sexual attraction. And so are you going to argue that them putting on makeup, or that them, getting a really nice car has this sort of sexual undertone? Because at the end of the day, I think you could maybe argue it's societal, but to say that it's inherently sexual is completely missing the
It's a
point.
displaced sexual undertone.
can we all agree possibly that it's never mind. Let me clarify my thoughts before I.
Yes, let me then agree with one of the comments that Halsey's made here. Yeah, I definitely agree. Sometimes it is corrective if you have skin blemishes, which are from particular problems, diseases, whatever. Then it can be a real boon to use makeup to cover those, because it doesn't make you feel like you stand out as being abnormal,
Yeah,
and that is
that's
a bad thing.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean mean that you're not still doing it in order to be attractive. I'm sorry. It just means that it has another purpose.
This is
as well.
my point. I agree with Simos, and this is the point. It's like a weird contradiction. So what did
But
Halsey
isn't there a
say?
difference between normal and attractive? I mean, if I want to feel normal, I don't necessarily want to feel attractive. And if I'm trying to feel attractive, I'm probably trying to stand out and not feel normal. I would think that those are two completely different, desires.
This this clarified it for me. So I think the objection that Ariel has, which I kind of have myself, is whilst I agree with you, Simos, that this is our nature, right? And especially, I know some people in this panel will say it's not society. You can't blame society, but I think it is very specifically linked to the society you're in. But to say that this is the case is saying you cannot have any other option. We are locked into that. I can't go and buy a truck unless it's because I want pussy.
Yeah,
that's where I disagree.
So let me just address that. Okay, so there are all sorts of post hoc rationalizations that we do, and some of those are exactly what you're talking about. But that doesn't mean, like Ariel's point about people that are asexual, right? No, they're doing it because they don't want to stand out in society. Exactly like Housey says, when you have a skin disease or something like that, all right, and you're just covering it because you don't want to stand out, because people stare, because people aren't nice in society. And that comes down to the character, exactly as we were talking about before. But nonetheless, I'm saying, right, yes, men who get to their midlife crisis, you get to 40 and go and buy a fast sports car, right, do it because they want attention. They want attention from the opposite sex like they're not getting and that they used to get when they were in the prime of their life. Okay, so I do think that those like fast toys, shall we say, or the big boys' toys, right, are done because they want recognition. Right now, is that necessarily sexual recognition? I think it is when it comes to the opposite sex, if that's what they're attracted to, or from the same sex, if that's what they're attracted to sexually, or it's just recognition within their peer group. Well, what does that mean? That means they have status in their peer group. Well, what does that mean? They become more attractive to the opposite sex in their peer group, right? So
let me
I'm sorry,
pose
but
this
all
as
of these
question,
threads
then.
are going to lead back to the idea of being more desirable for whatever, for not necessarily sexual reasons either, right? But it's desirable in a sexual way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go. I can
I
agree to
understand
status.
that.
Yeah,
And
I can agree
I guess
to status, but not sexual.
evolutionarily, I can't argue. It's all about procreation. Like everything is about sex, right? If we're going to take
in the
that point
general
of view,
sense, not
But
necessarily
what
in getting it, but
I
just
think
the availability.
the point I'm trying to make, right, is now that we've surpassed just our animal instincts and whatnot, and we are in societies that want to develop and progress, does it make more sense to keep generalizing and go with the mean or the average and ignore the peripherals? Or is a progressive society one that tries to embrace the periphery? So, for instance, the idea that people wear makeup if it's corrective, only because this society says you can't be different. Was I'm a freak. I think people with I can't pronounce it, but the condition where they have no hair, I love that.
Alopecia.
Alopecia.
It's called baldness.
Who
it's
wouldn't love to be baby smooth without having to shave or wax? But our society ostracizes them and puts them on the periphery. So we have no option but to try and fit into the mean.
Can we hear what
I think it causes problems we don't consider, right? Like, because you don't have to shave, right? You don't have to cut your hair. So you also don't have eyelashes.
Yeah. Bad example. I'm just trying to show that we keep talking about these exceptions to the rule. Well, we either need to decide we're going to ignore them, and Simos is right, and everyone's going to, just we're all the same, or we need to embrace the fact that we're not all the same.
Oh, we know which way I lean. I am very much in the gray.
But
The
yeah,
individual nuance, yeah.
Simos?
No,
Thoughts?
let Ariel go. I've spoken quite a
Oh, yeah,
bit.
so I was going to say, like, I think that in some regards there is, this truth to that, and also in the Freudian sense that sex is kind of behind everything, even when that's not what we're. So it's like you could view it within the subconscious sense, but I still think it's a bit reductive to say that whenever people are doing it, it's like, even if they say it's for one thing, that's actually for another, because I think and it's almost like this multi-layer understanding, because on one hand, you might want to, look nice when you're going out, and because it's not because even putting on makeup, it's not just people who you're trying to attract that are going to view you as looking nicer. It's everyone, and so within this context, yeah, you could argue that on some level, it's like, oh well, maybe you'll end up meeting someone and somehow maybe they wouldn't have looked at you if you hadn't. But I think that itself is almost like trying to be I don't even know if that'd be post hoc or like pre hoc. But the point that I'm trying to bring up though is, how is that any different than saying, okay, someone wants to make a lot of money. It must be because it's all about passing this down to their children. But what if someone literally doesn't even want to have children in their life, or even just say someone's greedy and they don't want to give any of the money to their children? Like, at the end of the day, yeah, in a lot of cases you could argue the reason why people amass wealth is so they can pass it down. But I think it's also really reductive to say that the reason that someone is amassing wealth is so that they can give it to their children.
Yeah, that might be the end reason, but that's almost certainly when they didn't have that money. That probably wasn't the reason, right? Okay, so I'm just saying that's another ad hoc
And
kind of
look at
reasoning.
all
And
the famous.
look, I'm
Sorry.
not trying to say that everything we do is about sex and that's it. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is the habits and the way we express ourselves come from that sense of social acceptance, right? That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. And yeah, we have many different ways that we express that. Some people express it by the antithesis, right? Like you're saying about goths, right? Well, okay, did we think that looks attractive? Well, probably not at some point. Goths just didn't think that they looked that attractive compared to the high school cheerleaders, shall we say, right? I don't know. Maybe that's the case, right? But then after a while, it got to be that actually people started fetishizing about that, and then the makeup changed and it became more sexual, right? And then actually it wasn't just the girls which weren't accepted that were becoming like goths. It was a load of people that were accepted but just wanted to identify with the counterculture. And exactly the same thing happened in the 60s with the hippies, I'm sorry to say. All right? It was drop out, don't do what society tells you. And then what happens in the 70s? Well, the hippie culture becomes commercialized. Right? There's a fucking surprise.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
people are doing it and jumping on the bandwagon, right? Well, flares are now the de rigueur thing if you want to go, if you're 14 and you want to go to a disco, right? So, I'm just saying, it's the way we always twist things in our societies to become the next generation is different from the last generation, but still does the same thing.
I mean, I'm a hypocrite, Simos. I'll admit it, because everything I do is trying to get sex. Everything.
Yeah,
I have no other purpose in this life.
Most of my life has been about chasing status, I have to say. Although I don't care about it. Now I'm past it. Now,
I disagree with you for the simple fact that you're a dad.
Well, there you go. There's that as well. But that kind of proves the point in some ways.
Well, also to answer Pope Sock's question, since Adam was created
kids too. Sorry, Ariel.
Oh yeah. To answer Pope Sock's question, since Adam was created perfect, did he have no need for deodorant? My answer to that would be, when he was in the garden, he had no realization that he smelled.
That's right. Once they realized it wasn't God's problem anymore.
Yeah, I found that bit of the story always a bit fucking weird. Right, the first thing they do is get a fig leaf and cover up. You know what I mean? Like
But
there's
no,
a
God
there's an
actually
Irish
made them.
well there's an
didn't he?
Irish comedian that said well, yeah, why that bit? Why that bit? What if it had been the nose? And they'd put a leaf on the nose. All the women would be going around with little G strings on their nose now, and we'd be going, I've seen a nose. I've seen a nose.
It's pretty good.
You prove my point about the society factor. It's the tribes. There's a tribe who refer to well, the rest of the world, because they didn't know the rest of the world existed until very recently, but they refer to the idea of America as the people who jump off buildings, right? And
Yeah,
you're probably
yeah.
thinking, what the fuck? But it's suicide. They learned suicide once they learned about Western civilization. They don't even have the concept in their tribe. No, like I don't know that no one's ever killed themselves in these tribes, but the idea of suicide's not a thing. And they think it is so fucking bizarre. And it's so foreign to us, I can't even fathom what that is like.
Yeah, there was something
Well,
to do
I
with
share the sentiment. I can't imagine anybody wanting to kill themselves. It's foreign to me, the whole idea.
Well, there's something to do with the size of the tribe, though. I think that's a large amount to do with a lot of extra social habits that we pick up, which we just wouldn't have in tribes which are like 250 or less.
Also, if you think about it, this idea, like they don't have this idea of killing oneself. What about a society that doesn't even have an idea of death? Because that's basically what the Garden of Eden is describing.
Yeah, in some metaphorical sense,
whole...
maybe.
that was short-lived a little bit, right?
Were they meat eaters or not?
Yeah, didn't last long. But wasn't that the whole point? Was to live forever without death?
Well, the point is, you can't live without God. That's the point. Being attached to Him.
But also meant to be without death.
Well, that's the carrot, yeah.
Life is fellowship with God equals life. That's the story.
I liked where Simos was going more.
Oh, thank you.
I do agree. Well, I do agree that the smaller societies don't face a lot of the same pressures, right? Like a lot of these excess pressures that we put on ourselves in a more Western society, they don't have these things. But they also have like a different perspective, a different mindset, right? Like their whole mindset is different, and they feel very connected to each other in a way that I don't think the society I live in necessarily does. Like there was this tribe where these doctors went there after this tragic, I can't remember what happened. It was some natural disaster, and some people were like really depressed, and some other people needed, some medicine or whatever, and they're trying to help these people, and these people like absolutely refused. They refused to go talk to these people. At one point, they got like one elder to go in and sit there and talk. And this guy was like, well, what do you want from us? And they're like, we want you to come talk to us. We can help you process this, and we can this. And he just kind of like, he laughed at them because the concept of that is so foreign to them. He's like, look, if you want to make somebody feel better, you come together as a community, you take them out in the sunshine, you do things together, you celebrate them, and you do some more stuff together. I don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, why are you trying to help me in a way that messes me up? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah. I think Grace Jones put it quite well, which is we've become slaves to the rhythm. I know that's an old phrase from the 90s, but nonetheless, I think it's true.
So how does one break free of that?
One doesn't, unfortunately, because one is involved in capitalism in such a way that one cannot repudiate the necessity of it. I mean, not if you want children and etc., etc. Then you have to have a job. If you want a house, because you've got to have a house, you've got to pay for your heating, you've got to pay for da-da-da. So you've got to get involved in the rhythm.
Peace and respect, Thunder Dwarf, and everyone else for that matter.
Thank you, Richard. You too.
What
I'm just
if a
saying.
person were able to survive,
Mhm.
you know, and only had themselves as a responsibility? I think it's very plausible.
Peace and
Yes, it
respect,
is.
Richard.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, if you don't wish to partake in society, you can try and draw away from it as much as you can. I mean, you're
How
still
Victorian of Frojo.
you're
That's
still a
basically.
human. You're
I mean,
still a
that's
human, and you still will have to engage in at least some kind of social behavior.
And it seems Simus's point was if you try adding to that, like a wife and kids, and then, the broader this scope of what you're talking about, then it's more difficult. Maybe just, or maybe it's easier. I don't know.
Well, it's more
So,
difficult. Yeah. Go ahead,
I mean,
Ariel.
yeah, I mean, like for instance, given not totally because I still have like my immediate family, but for the most part, I kind of have been forced to withdraw from society because I've gotten COVID twice, and both times it's really disabled me. And basically, like people around me are sick all the time, and I don't know what they're sick with, and it's kind of just a risk that I really can't take anymore. And so, it's like
Sure.
it's honestly really odd, but at the same time, like like you're saying, even within those cases where people aren't reliant on other people, or where you're not reliant on this direct interaction, you still need this interaction in one form or another.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I mean, I've kind of led a single life. I haven't got kids. I adopted, but I didn't have kids in the traditional sense, and I don't pay for a partner. So I've got
it,
about as far away from it as you can.
it also kind of makes you wonder, like
But I've made sacrifices to do that.
So, like, in another context, like, can people even find this companionship? Obviously a non-sexual type, but, like, can you find this friendship with animals? And I think there are a lot of people who have, like, people make fun of the idea of the crazy cat lady, but at the end of the day, like, what really is wrong with that so long as you're able to take care of those cats?
Yeah, no, it's a price that you pay. It's a price. I guarantee you. Like if Sammy and I were to sit down, he would say, "Oh, I envy you, Simons, because you get to do X, Y, Z." And but I would go exactly the same. Oh, I envy you because you have these kids which are going to grow older. And yeah, things might be tough at particular points, but at the end of the day, you've passed your genes on. Well, I'm envious, right? Something I haven't done. So I mean, I'm just saying there are pros and cons to both. And when I talk to,
I will never have your intellect, Simos.
I'll never have your understanding of. I'll never have your understanding. Full stop. I mean, that's the basic thing because you've
That
had
just
the
goes
experience
without saying,
of
doesn't it? Yeah.
of growing up. Of having to provide and be responsible of something that I've never had to do necessarily. Only in a very limited way, right? The guy I adopted was already a teenager, and so it was easy.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I've ended up that parent that I used to look at as a young person and go, I don't understand how they do it, how they have the strength. And I'm now in that situation like times two. And people look at me and go, you're so tough and so brave. And it's like, I ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
I'm literally just waking up and existing.
You're surviving. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Just doing the best I can every day. But that's it. I don't. Right? Some days I get up and I go, do you know what? Today I'm going to give it all a miss.
I don't think you're being completely forthcoming there, Mr. Sammy Jenkins, because I think you have asked yourself the question if you're a good parent.
Well, and I think it's more than that. I think
yes.
And
you'd be surprised at my answer.
Well, I think sometimes the act of getting up and existing and doing the best you can is highly overlooked. Because I get what you're saying. Like, it's this thing you've always done, and it's one foot in front of the other, and you keep going. I get that you're saying that. But I think that we forget that that's a learned and built resilience. because nobody is denying that it's easier to not do that, that it's easier to curl up in a ball in your bed and hide, and that there are people who lack the coping skills or the support system to do otherwise. So I think you demonstrated a bunch of humility there, and you should still be giving yourself some props, but that is my personal opinion.
So,
Sammy,
and I think we all should. But I see my failings. See, I see the times when I could have gone and seen the kids, and I chose not to, and I was selfish. You know.
wait, it's perfectly understandable being a human being that sometimes you need to just stay in bed on a day off and just have a break and have some quiet time to yourself. That's totally understandable. And I can predict what your answer was. You said I might be surprised. No, I wouldn't be
No,
surprised
you.
because
Yeah,
anyone
I know.
who would ask themselves that question is also being critical and would come up with all the negative things or things they lacked, they neglected doing, as you did. But my point in even having asked it or suggested you have probably already considered the question is that bad parents don't consider the question.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. That's a
so
good point.
I have this really interesting thought that kind of connects to this, and so this was a realization I had last night after talking with Wahid. But basically, so I mean, for anyone, I'll try to explain it for people who don't know Hebrew. Basically, so it says "Ihya asher ihya." It's the thing that gets translated as like "I am that I am," I was that I was, or I will be that I will be. Kind of this idea that like all these states. But the thing that kind of was standing out to me is how close these two roots are. So one is Haya and one is Chaya, and you know they sound and are spelled so similar. Like here, let me use my cursor to show. So here,
What is the difference?
so yeah, so the difference. So ihya means like I will be, but ihya means I will live. And it just something that really stood out to me is that basically that the name of Eve in Hebrew Chava is so it's spelled Chet Vav He, and the name Yehovah or Yehovah is spelled Yud He Vav He. So basically, like if you change the He to a Chet, it means Yechaveh, like I will live as I will live. And I mean, this Ihya Asher Ihya would be I will live as I will live. And it just kind of brings to me almost this idea that people, within the way that, and I would personally tie this to the whole paradigm of the divine feminine, but basically that within the current paradigm, we're existing, but then this idea of like, and again, I think that it's so obscure that it's kind of really hard to say, like, if this is something that'll ever materially happen or if it's something that people have to achieve for themselves. But this idea that when there's this shift in paradigm, that it will no longer be like existing, but will be living, if that makes any sense. And it's kind of how, because I can personally say that, like, in some of my lowest points, I didn't feel like I was living. I felt like I was existing. I didn't cease to exist. I was there, but I wasn't actually feeling alive.
And you know, the most powerful advice that I can give to anyone, and the thing that I have found has been the most powerful outlet for me, is crying. If you feel the urge to come across you, because shit's just full on, fucking cry. It feels amazing afterwards. It's like, fuck, that was a good release. It's the people who fight that shit and bottle it down. You're gonna end up all sorts of fucked up.
Pardon my French, but crying is like shitting out your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Feels really good when you're doing it.
Yep. and directly afterwards too.
But you still don't want someone watching.
No, God, no. I'll admit I do it, but no. People always say to me, if you're having those moments, reach out. It's like, no, they're the moments I want to be alone, actually.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing anyone can say to you in your experience that it doesn't feel almost not this extreme, but I don't know the words to use, but it's almost insulting or like really, what can you possibly do or say? Like, anything you do is just going to be platitudes. So better to say nothing in those instances, in my opinion.
You could be brave enough to cry with them.
Some people, I was gonna say, some people don't want to. They don't want to say anything. They just want to go down with you, right? Like you're not alone, and you can say it out loud somewhere. And I won't try to fix it for you.
I've heard it said like this: empathy is saying how sorry you feel for someone while they cry. But understanding is crying, crawling down to where they are, wherever they are, and joining them, and being strong enough and brave enough to join them and cry with them.
Yeah. But why are we so...
Because we're scared of each other, and we're scared of life, and we're scared of living, and we're scared of dying, and we're scared of...
stuff.
Because it's vulnerable.
We're scared of the deep stuff, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
makes
vulnerable.
Us vulnerable.
Because
that deep stuff reminds us how human we are.
This is why what I now believe cured me of PTSD, and I'm able to cry with others. Because I know it won't destroy me.
Yeah, I as usual, have a slightly different view on these things. But
what a surprise!
Yeah, sorry. I don't. I obviously look if someone comes to me, they're crying. I'm empathetic, and I've long realised that the more you say, the worse things get. So it's best not to say too much.
Simos.
Just put your arms out, give them a big hug, give them the human contact, which is what we really, are yearning for in those moments, because there's nothing you can say. And of course, this is my experience with women that's telling me this. Guys, like a firm handshake will do.
Boys, you see me crying, pretend you didn't see it. Act like it's not happening. That's
firm handshake and ignore it.
Yep.
Yeah. You still want the touch. You still want the physical touch. It's just not in that I'm going to make everything go all right, kind of like I'm your daddy kind of way. But nonetheless, I'm not. I do snuggles. Yes, I'm very good boyfriend. Right. If my girlfriend comes in and she's had a hard day, I don't go, let's fuck. I go, do you want snuggles? 9 times out of 10, then they obviously know. But anyway, I'm just saying.
Point.
But I don't start that way. I start with snuggles. Yeah. And if they don't want it, they don't want it. That's fine as well. I'm all for consent. Enthusiastic consent is my motto. Anyway,
ongoing enthusiastic consent.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway,
unless
just to say that,
but
nonetheless,
do what you want.
Nonetheless, I just as a little tip to guys, don't cry in front of the woman that you love. I know it sounds like a good idea, but it probably isn't.
I'd love to hear your theory on this.
Say you're sad, by all means. Say something's upset you, by all means. Just not the balls of tears, because they'll feel like a mother, and that takes away some of the dynamic of the relationship.
That's not true.
I feel.
I wouldn't
depends on the situation.
It's my experience.
Yeah, I would say it depends on the situation, but at that same aspect, like, I don't know, like, I would feel, I think men try to fix everything, and they think women want that, but we don't. Like, if I'm upset, either leave me alone or let me vent, but don't mother me, don't try to fix it, don't anything.
It's not true that women don't want men to fix things.
And so why would I do that to somebody else?
No. The first thing I
Don't say
said,
a lot of
Pixie.
women don't like that. They don't want you to fix it.
Women
They
want
just want
to
to
be
vent.
heard.
No, Pixie. The first thing I said was, the less said, the better. Right? I've long learned that you don't fix a woman's problems when she doesn't want it fixed. Right? If she actually comes to you and goes, "Can you sort this out?" That's another thing altogether. But if someone's coming to me for emotional support, I'm not going to try and get in and say, "Well, what is the problem now? Let's look at this logically." Right? Because clearly that's a ridiculous thing.
Okay,
You
so
know,
if I can
on
separate
the
that
other
scenario,
end of
then
it,
I'm back
well,
on.
hang on.
I'm kind of back on.
Yeah.
Kind
This
of back
might
on the same
answer
page.
it for you
Okay.
as well. If you look at the other side of that,
But you can't
Simos,
do it you
I've
can't do it to a woman. That's the difference. Yeah.
yeah, and I hope this is rare, and most people never have to be in this situation. But I've been in a few situations now where, and she's my ex now, but we probably have more to do with each other now than when we were actually together. But if I didn't cry in those moments, I would have been a fucking monster. Sometimes, like, I think it's important to cry. So
Yeah.
the day
Yeah.
we got our son's diagnosis, and the way the doctor delivered it, and left us to Google it ourselves and stuff, I was okay. But once his mother broke down and I saw her pain, I then lost it. So we're standing in this hospital just blubbering,
Right. Okay.
Um,
Let me tell you about an experience that I had crying, because that may give you some insight as to why I have the way that I do, or think the
The
way
first
I do.
time or the second time it happened?
The second time, actually. Yeah. The first time I actually I felt really upset about something. I can't even remember what it was, and I literally just cried in front of my girlfriend at the time, and was just very upset. And she cuddled me and and tried to fix things for me, she felt she could, and I didn't want that exactly. But things after that weren't quite the same. They just weren't quite the same. There wasn't this sense of infallibility, incapable of not sorting things. Not that things were to be sorted, but it was just a feeling then that things weren't the same anymore between us.
can I say that was a failing of hers, though, Simon?
Maybe,
not
yes.
yours.
Yes, yeah, maybe.
I
The second
agree.
time, let me just say the second time when I can remember it, when my mother passed away, and there was a lot of tears, but I felt it was a different type of tears. It was a kind of a stoic tears, right? The tears were flowing. I felt very emotional, but there wasn't this sense that I had to have this, like, what's the word? Leaning on somebody else as an emotional support, right?
Well, those are
Because that
tears,
wasn't.
those are tears you always know or expect to cry one day. There's something different about that.
I mean,
Well,
I would
died quite
say
young,
don't.
so.
And well,
I would say be careful who you
wow.
trust to be vulnerable in front of,
Yeah.
because
Maybe.
I think maybe if she didn't try to fix it, right? If she just let you feel it and she just tried to make you smile, and the situation, and you just went about your days, like, maybe it would have felt like not the way it felt after, right?
Maybe.
With her trying to fix it and
Yeah.
everything.
Maybe.
So, can I suggest maybe a reason for the difference, Simons?
Yeah,
Because
please do.
I've experienced a similar thing. So, and now any funeral I go to, fucking mess, mate. I've gone to people I didn't know them. I
That's
was
why I
there to
don't go to
support
funerals.
friends, and I'm bawling my fucking eyes out, and people are looking at me like, you don't even know this person. But it's the social aspect of it. When I've been at funerals of loved ones, I didn't have that. I need reassurance. I need someone to come and tell me it's okay, because we're all fucking bawling our eyes out. We're all lost together. It's
that's better.
much more social than the other experience you described.
Yeah.
You're alone in that suffering. You needed something, and there was no one else there.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe.
a bitch, heartless.
I don't know.
Bitch.
I don't know.
I just
Odin's
don't know why that would
saying he's
cause
had a
somebody to.
Odin's saying he has a similar
Yeah.
experience. But go ahead, Tom.
Yeah.
That's what I was responding to. Like, it's so weird to me that would cause somebody to lose respect for someone. Like, that's a foreign concept to me. Because, like, to me, like, there are I agree with Sammy. There are certain situations where, like, if you don't cry, if you don't have that emotional reaction, like, I'm second guessing whether or not you're a psychopath, right? Like, I'm like, like, so.
Yeah,
I mean, there are certain situations. There are certain situations where, like, it would cost you in my respect.
Yeah.
More like
I agree
I don't know.
with Simos and Odin, and I don't blame you for never doing it again. But I really want to point out in your case, Odin, like the point I was making, any woman who would treat you differently for crying at the death of a loved one is a low human and not worth much.
I think this is
Yeah.
indicative of the kind of women that Odin or Simos attract or something. Because I mean, I just want to bring.
No, that could
I'm
be,
just
yeah.
saying. Because
Yeah,
I'm just going to bring up myself. I'm very sensitive, very kind-hearted. You know, I'm like a, pussycat, a pushover. I'm like, like as far as the relationship, I'm not. I'm not the boss of any relationship that I'm in. It's like I'm just,
You're not
hey,
Jill.
just whatever. I mean, so I don't even think I'm gonna be in a relationship where if I show some tears, I mean, that's just gonna be part of what she's used to. So, what do you guys think about that?
If a person in a relationship with you, be they a friend, a lover, what have you, is dependent upon you for some kind of stability, and you fail in that, let's say you got fired and they were financially dependent upon you, well then you have destroyed a certain view they had of you as that provider. And I don't care what the topic is, it's the same all over.
Yeah. And those women, Odin, your mum, while she is correct, they exist, they're toxic women. Then they're not the kind of woman you want to be in a relationship with. Who, you're not a man, you're not a real man because you cried. What
I think
the
that's
fuck?
too much of a
How about I'm a
generalization.
I think
human? I'm a
it sounds
human
to
being.
me like it sounds to me like you guys are describing the women who demand that
I'm
they
not
have
generalizing
6
anything.
foot. Not you.
No, not you. I'm
No, we're
responding
talking
to
about
Irene.
women that think less of a man
I was
because
just
he
say.
cried.
I was gonna say.
That's not much of a
You
woman,
seem
if
like
you
you're
ask me.
describing. You seem like like that type of woman. The woman who would lose respect for a man who shows any sort of vulnerability seems like the same kind of woman who thinks she needs like a 6 foot tall guy who makes 6 figures and all of this. Like,
She better not fucking let me down ever. I'll tell you that.
The thing is, like, that doesn't, like, that's not like an all women thing. There are plenty of women out there who are happy to have the memories of building things up with you. And you know what? If you happen to not be able to provide because you're in between jobs, it doesn't break her view of you as a provider because she decides that based on what you're doing after. What are your actions now? Are you looking, right?
What does that tell you?
Yeah, I agree with you.
How many men want to do the same thing? How many men want to do the same thing? How many Jills run around talking about how many Jills run around talking about how you need to get a woman young because you can train them into the wife you want them to be and they're more pliable than older women and blah 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 blah. How many men run around talking about that stuff?
Well, I mean, what you mentioned there, I mean, I would agree with.
So they don't want to change those girls?
No, I'm saying I think it's just a fact that if you got a girl young, that you might be able to shape her into more of the partner you'd like. That's
actively why they seek them young. Do they not have a desire to change their partner? Since you're making this women who want to change men, does that not show that men want to do the same thing?
No, some men,
because I made a point that's true about a hypothetical person I don't even know. Why are you jumping on me?
She's not jumping on you. She's just pointing out.
See, well, first, Irenic, you spoke over half the sentences that she made because you didn't have the patience within yourself nor the self-control to respect her as a person enough to let her finish a sentence.
Well, that's your opinion, Richard. I don't.
No,
I
that's
don't
what you
share it.
did.
Well, I don't share that opinion.
Okay,
of
you
what
may
I
have done
did.
it for different reasons, but you definitely did it.
I overtalked her, but it wasn't for any of the motivations you were describing.
I don't
And
know that
I don't
there's
think
really
anyone had it.
any motivations that.
I mean, I don't think even Pixie was. I mean, I was, she was mostly had made her point, and I was trying to just interject that. So I'm sorry.
But would anyone here disagree that?
Yep.
Well, let's. Yeah, of course you would. You fucking contrarian. Let's now let me go into a
So
trope or whatever you want to call it. Right? Don't judge me till I'm finished. Let's say the ideal man. Right? It's a tough man, hardworking, protects those weaker than him. Right? Emotionally stable. Right?
Tick.
I don't think anyone of us here seeing that man at a point, whether it be at the birth of his child, the death of his mother, that man moved to tears. I can't see that as repulsive. I see that as attractive as a human being.
Absolutely.
I don't understand these women, any woman or man who doesn't comprehend. Like Pixie said, I would start questioning whether they're a fucking psychopath.
Well, you might be right. Like I said, yeah, I agree with what Pixie said.
I would say that your statement. Sorry.
Go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
I would say that your statement there, Sammy, means you've never been really like in a dysfunctional way dependent on someone.
Yeah. No. I unfortunately I've never been dependent on anyone, and to a fault.
Well, that's not really true, but okay.
I'm sure I have the things I do depend on, but I mean,
no, I'm saying go back to your first years on this planet.
Oh yeah, your parents. I mean, relationship wise.
Okay. I don't know.
I've
I got
always
my
had
heart
very
broke back.
dysfunctional relationships where I was always the one not as committed and not I was the fuckwit. I'll just say that.
Getting back to what we were talking about earlier, like I was gonna say to Simus, man, when I grew up, we didn't have all these issues with this dumb political correctness and not talk. I mean, everybody knew everybody knew the boundaries, but you could whistle at a lady, she'd be like flattered and, no big deal. I mean, nobody was doing anything over the line that was like, I mean, broadly speaking, right? I mean, and still,
not really.
well, this is my experience in America.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think
and
women
that's
still
changed though. Now
people did whistle at women, and I do remember people doing it in the streets, but women didn't like it, and they complained about it, but nobody took any notice.
I'm just saying, if you were at work, you could say, you could compliment a woman on what she was wearing, back in my day.
Well,
You can still do that. Yeah, you have to do it in a respectful way, though. You can't do it as a leery, creepy old man.
I disagree.
Sorry.
I disagree. If you're in a professional thing today, you better not even comment on a woman's garb.
Well, I disagree. I do it.
Well, you're fucking an idiot if you're in America.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah, maybe.
He's not in America.
Firstly, I'm not. But secondly, I do it when it's genuine. I don't do it for a sexual reason. All right? Right? There may be some overtones, but I don't do it.
Why would you subject yourself to a charge against you?
Because I'm not going to get charged because I do it in a respectful way.
No, that's what. No, what? Are you serious?
Yes,
you're not going to get charged because you're special.
Actually, I do it all the time too.
It's not
It
because I'm
happens in the
special.
office all the time. There's a very big difference between saying, "Hey, I like your scarf. That's a nice scarf," and that scarf really highlights your assets. You know, like
Yeah.
one is okay
Oh,
and one
nice
is
tits,
not.
darling.
Yeah, like one is okay and one is not, and it happens in the office all the time, every day, multiple times a day.
Plus,
It's not a big
there's
deal.
the other adage as well. Like,
You guys,
if you know, it's
you
not
guys are
creepy.
ignorant of what goes
It's
on.
no, you're ignorant, right? Because it's not creepy if a woman is
Look,
you know, feels. I haven't finished talking. Right? It's not
go ahead.
creepy if the woman feels that it's a genuine compliment, and she feels pleased by
Nobody's
that
arguing about
compliment.
that. That wasn't my point.
Well,
But if you're in a corporate
no,
situation
you're
today,
missing my
Simon,
point. You're missing my point now.
my point is you're an idiot if you're going to compliment or anything because you are going to
No,
subject yourself to a charge.
no,
Whether you
Okay,
think you're going to
you
do
know what
one
you're
or
cracks
missing
not,
my
me
you
up?
point.
will be
You know
subjecting
what cracks
yourself
me
Hang
up?
to
on,
the charge. So
hang
you
on,
cannot
Pixie.
deny that. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I can deny that. What I'm telling you is you
Well,
are in the bottom. You are in the bottom 60% of men. You will get a charge because it comes across as creepy when you do it. I'm not. Right? I'm in the
it's
top
not about
20%.
who's creepy
I
or
haven't
not.
Travis is
finished
right.
talking.
It's
I
about
haven't finished
no, but you
talking.
got to
I
address what I
have not
said.
finished
Address what I
talking.
said then.
I have
Because I'm
not
talking about
finished
just the mere
talking.
fact of
I
complimenting someone
haven't
puts you
finished
in a
I will
talking.
address
position
what
of
you
being
said in a moment.
subject
I still
to
haven't
a
finished
charge
talking.
being made against you.
Still
That's
haven't finished
incontrovertible,
talking.
dumbass.
I still haven't finished talking.
But the floor is yours. Go ahead.
I still haven't finished talking. It was always my flaw. Nobody heard a fuck of what you said because it was all bollocks. Right? You're in the low category. When you come up to a woman, it sounds like you're being creepy. When I come up to a woman, it just sounds like I'm being charming. There's a big fucking difference.
And how is it that you
And
think
not
you're being
only that,
charming
not
doesn't
only that,
subject
but I
yourself
think
to a woman, even as charming as you are, not, having ulterior motives and call and foul on your ass down at human resources?
Well,
Because
Tom,
you,
answer
maybe
that. Answer that.
Hold on.
I
think
can
it's
answer
really
it, yeah,
funny that
without
you
you
said,
shouting.
I
I can.
think it's really funny that you said that I'm out of touch in the corporate world when I work in an office and you don't. It happens every day because it happens every day.
Who are you talking to?
You.
I didn't say anything about you in your work or anywhere.
You said you guys are just out of touch. You don't know what's happening. Well, funny because I
Are
work
you a
in an
guy?
office in
Are
a
you a
corporate
guy?
world.
Are you a guy,
I
Pixie?
think
Simos and I were the
wasn't
two people
talking
that were
about-
talking before you said that. So if you decided to go plural, who else were you speaking about?
No, well, plural guys is who I was mentioning, not gals. Okay?
There wasn't plural guys speaking.
well,
there was Simos
I
and
have an
me.
answer
I
to this.
spoke. My sentence included the word guys, and that was to the guys I was addressing, not the gals. Okay.
So my response would be ironic. Is there's a little bit of nuance, but maybe it's different in America. And I think that's the thing. I don't know what your laws are like over there, but if over here, right, as a boss, because I'm the boss, I'm going to be very careful about giving out compliments to my staff, just because of that whole authority disparity thing bullshit, but I can't think of a single staff that I wouldn't say, "Oh, you've changed your hair. That looks nice." And even if they took issue with that in Australia, a judge would laugh at them and say, "You're going to try and say that was sexual assault? Get out of my court." I don't know what it's like.
It's similar here, and you're dead right about the power dynamics. Understand the power dynamics is 100% it. Because when I hired women, I didn't make any comment about their physical appearance, not at all. Just not even going to mess with it. It's not worth it. But it can be exploited, and there's always dudes trying to leverage their power down, and always women trying to find a victim slot. So it's just about being aware and preventing the bad actors from coming in. Really.
I mean, in the city of Phoenix, they would actually, in the training you went through, Sammy, to address this. I mean, they address this subject, and they tell you basically just
don't
stay
do it.
away from that area.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they almost open the door to these things because how natural is it? Like you just say, I mean, it's hard to even not notice and just respond. Like, oh, cute.
Yeah.
I mean,
See,
you shouldn't say,
the
you can't say
idea,
cute haircut because,
and,
I don't know,
and you do actually have a good point there. And I think we've missed a little bit there. In the corporate setting, the idea is when you're at work, it shouldn't be fraternizing
nothing,
and giving out
yeah,
flattery
no
and shit.
man-woman stuff.
After work,
Jeez.
you know, that's
Right.
when it's out of the corporation.
When I
No
started
one
at
can
work,
sue anyone.
when I started at work, I
corporate
had
atmosphere because I think that depends on the corporate atmosphere, right? Like some places are like that, and some places are all about no, please do take time out to go converse. As a matter of fact, we're starting a thing called the kudos board and all kinds of other random shit. I think it depends on your corporate environment. I'll give them that, absolutely.
Do you work at Google or something?
when I started work, I used to have secretaries drag me into the bogs to have their way, and they used to talk about me. So then another one would, and then Christmas dinners. Oh my God, the way there on the coach, oh my God, the way back was taken.
I just reached across
Yeah.
the Atlantic and gave you a quick high
I
five.
felt very objectified. Let me just say that during those teen years, those late teen years.
Poor Simos.
Yeah, I loved it, of course.
The abuse. A guy
I fucking loved it.
See, like
Thanks
if
for
I
taking one
think
for
there
the team,
is,
Simus.
for me again, like there's always nuance, and it's you. I kind of agree with Simos at the same time. Like with the say, for instance, I could either take Bond's approach and say no compliments whatsoever, right? But I can also take the approach that, say, someone who works in the office with me comes in with a new hairdo. If I do not mention that hairdo, I'm kind of a prick at that point. Like, I've at least got to go, oh, you've changed your hair. Even if that's all I say, there is ways to still give compliments if you're worried that much.
Yeah, I agree.
Just be smart about it.
Yeah, you can't be going up, going, oh yeah, I can see your bra. That looks nice. I mean, that's over the limit, right? Saying, oh, I noticed something today, X, Y, Z, or the one I like a lot because it's kind of generic. Is oh, you look very smart today. And as simple as that. Simple as that. That'll do just as much as a 4.
Yeah. And see, like in a court of law, a judge is going to say, okay, he said you look very smart. Is this a regular thing? Like, is he always coming in every day and commenting on you and only you and no one else?
Right.
Like, that's the nuance again.
It's all the women.
The goal is not
I want to cast
be
your
in
net as
court
wide
at
as possible.
When I met Pixie and what's your husband's name? Was it? Never mind. Pixie and her husband.
I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, okay. I just realized I shouldn't either. I said they made a cute couple, but neither one of them thought I was a swinger.
Wow.
You told them later?
Well, were they right or not?
No, we were in physical presence of each other, sitting down for pizza.
So you're a watcher?
Oh, you wait till we get on the spaceship, Ironic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be high-fiving Richard while we're hitting 2,000-year-old women. They're gonna be teaching us a thing, aren't they, Richard?
That's what I'm waiting on. Yep.
Can't wait till we're all great friends. Just took on new meaning.
Actually, it always held that meaning.
Can't wait until we're all in an Eiffel Tower.
Look, I've had managers who complimented me and managers who didn't compliment me, and I didn't really care. I just didn't like the ones who stared at my chest when in all the meetings. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Maybe I've never had. Reading Odine's comment here made me realize maybe I'm just that autistic. Like, I don't come across as flirting. I don't know how to flirt. I never flirt. I don't
Yeah,
even know when
you
people
say
are
that,
flirting
right.
with me.
That's one of the signs that you flirt too much. By the way, I don't
Is it?
know. Yeah, it is. It is. Because like I don't know I'm doing it. It's that ingrained in my habit now
Exactly.
that I
It's just
sometimes
part
I
of
don't
being
even
into
know.
it.
Sometimes or all the time.
Sometimes.
I never know. I never
Well,
know
no.
I'm doing it.
Well, the reason I say sometimes is because sometimes I attract some people, and I don't mean to, and they go, "But yeah, but you were flirting," and I go, "Oh, was I?
didn't mean to
I didn't.
turn
Oh,
you
I
on.
didn't know that. Didn't know
You
that."
And you
don't
That
But
realize
notice
you're
if
happens
probably
she's not
to
guilty a
me.
little
attractive.
bit. Yeah.
and then
No, that
sometimes
happens
it's
to me too. I'm like, I just thought I was being friendly. My bad.
yeah, yeah.
I'm sure
I'm
sometimes you're being
naturally
on
friendly.
purpose, though. Right, Simus?
Um.
Sometimes you'll purposely flirt, though, right?
Oh yeah, for
Uh,
sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty cool with that. Like
so
sometimes.
that's what you humans call flirting, Odin. Right.
Which one of those you flirt with?
I
Oh,
just,
yeah. Well, William flirts with everyone.
I,
You know.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
true.
blatant.
I don't think that's actually
He's my
flirting
bitch.
because I don't think you guys are serious about it. You know, I think you guys are just kidding around. So that's not actual flirting. But here's how you know if you're a
I
flirt.
would platonically marry the guy.
It might
Yeah.
be like a
Just no
weird form
homo
of
stuff.
dominance
Pixie,
challenging.
what do you think of Let's Farm's last comment?
I didn't
A
read
friend
it.
of mine, a girl had a white shirt with very small print on it said, "Stop staring at my tits." Yeah, she got me with it. Yeah.
That's kind
So
of asking for it, though.
it
Yeah.
is.
I mean, like, if you're
Right?
trying
That's
to
the
That's the
whole
read it,
point
point.
of those t-shirts.
it's like that shirt that says like in tiny little print, like if you can read this, you're standing too close. But I'm like, I only got this fucking close because I wanted to know what it said, you asshole.
Oh, you're just victim
Yeah.
blaming is what it is, Pixie.
I know. Well, that gets back to what Simus was saying. I mean, if you covered your tits up, maybe they wouldn't stare at you.
Yeah, well, there's
I
that
didn't
as well.
say they couldn't stare. I said they couldn't touch. I said I didn't like the people. I like. It's not like I went and filed a complaint against any of the managers who decided that
No, but you developed
my
Yeah,
that
an
my
I
chest
attitude
was
that
the
they were
on my
appropriate place
intrigued,
to
right?
focus. I just didn't care for them.
on my Samuel like this on my speedos. I'm a grower written on it.
My chest was covered at work, thank you, so they had no excuse.
Sorry, budgie
I
smugglers. Yeah.
I truly hope those exist, and that wasn't just a story.
It does remind me of some joke about a tattoo on a penis that
I
you know
almost drowned a
covers
girl
it.
with my budgie smugglers once.
Oh, is this I was in the West Indies watching a cricket match, and I was in the toilet, and as we all just do, we did a little peeky over, and the a little tall, dark gentleman next to me had the same tattoo on his cock as I did, Wendy. And I said, "Look, sorry, I have to admit I had a look, but I noticed we both got the same cock tattoo. Like, it's not the same Wendy, is it?" And the big dark fella turned to me and laughed, and he goes, "Oh, when I'm hard, it says, 'Welcome to the West Indies and have a nice day.'"
Right, that's right. Thank you, Sammy. You did a good job on
Was
that.
that the one?
I'm glad you said that because I would have never been able to tell it like that. Wendy.
"Welcome to the West Indies and have a nice day." It's like a foot long.
I don't know. Maybe women like something that long, but I couldn't imagine that. If I was a woman, I'd be even close. I would be like, stay away from me.
Okay, and it officially went too far.
Yeah, I just said mine's a grower, and we got to this.
It's all your fault, Simos.
Oh, gee.
Take the wrinkles out.
Anyway.
Anyway, was that racist to imply black
Anywho.
people have a large penis? That's what this stream's about, remember?
Yeah. Well, that
Am I on the
reminds
right
me.
or the left?
Reminds me of
Exactly,
another
or
joke,
not?
right? So the black guy, or the white guy, says, "I've been looking around, God, and everybody else has got much bigger penis than me. I don't understand why. Mine's only like 6 inches, and everybody else has got." And he asked the Asian guy. The Asian guy goes, "Yeah, got average 7, yeah." Black guy, "Yeah, average 8, yeah." So I think, can you do something about it? And he goes, "Yeah, all right." God goes, "Yeah, all right then." And he gives him a card, and he gives him a ticket. On the ticket, it says white privilege.
Okay.
I've seen that recently on YouTube somewhere.
The Asian one must be kind of new, because I know the reason. Speaking of the less loose argument that saying something like that is inherently racist, is because like phallic sizes were seen as linked to one's manlyhood and testosterone, and so they would use it to promote ideas. Like, it wasn't just that the black man was large. He was large because it symbolized that he was had too much testosterone, right? Like, he was overly masculine, and he posed a threat, like he would rape your women. And during World War II, we tended to feminize our enemies.
Some people would claim that was more animal-like.
We would use more effeminate. We would describe them as having smaller than average penises and things like that in order to like effeminize them.
Right.
So
All right. Well, I'm listening for keyboards. Right. Nobody's allowed to Google. I want everyone to guess
Greeks.
What country has the largest penis?
Oh, right. Okay.
Simon
Italians.
Greeks.
No. I
Italians?
thought you were going to go somewhere else, right? Because
Gotta be Australia.
the reason the Greeks the Greek statues and the Roman statues all have small penises is because they thought it was a sign of intelligence. Yeah.
It's probably the Eskimos for some reason.
Big schlong meant you were an oaf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Biggest schlong. I don't know. Biggest
So where
schlong.
did you say flow state?
The Eskimos. I feel like all that whale blubber is probably beneficial somehow.
Hillary's?
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking maybe it is Australia.
It is not.
No.
Pixie? It's not.
I don't know.
We're pretty far down the list.
I wouldn't even be able to venture.
Oh, you are?
Well,
I mean,
you're bringing it up.
given the porno.
Ecuador. All right.
Ecuador at the top of the list, and it's in centimeters, so I'm gonna have to do some conversion.
It must be the gravity. It must
Damn
be gravity is
Americans.
heavier at the equator.
I'm suspicious of the integrity of their polling methods.
Exactly. Yeah. I want to know the size of their sample.
Because the Earth spins and is not a perfect sphere. Actually, the widest part of the Earth with the least gravity is at the equator, bro.
So
yeah,
you're
but
saying
the centrifugal force at the equator is greatest, so
They're
it's pulling that wanker right out towards outer space. That's my theory.
I see it.
So,
I peer review and approve that theory.
I still haven't figured out why the oceans still stick to the planet. You know, why they don't just.
Go on then. What's the average? Come on,
so,
let's have it.
But this will make us all feel good, because these are averages. Remember, so the highest average penis size is Ecuador at 6.9 inches. So
really? Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, average and 7's pretty decent. We then go to Cameroon. A whole centimeter shorter. Wow. So, third of an inch shorter. Then Bolivia.
A millimeter longer, 101.
Basically the same size as Cameroon, just a few millimeters shorter. Then Sudan, Haiti.
Holy shit, man.
Senegal.
I wonder those dark
Gambia.
guys
There we go.
Cuba.
That's it. Yeah.
Finally, some white people. The Netherlands.
Yeah, boy.
Yay, go Denmark.
Not very long, but it sure is skinny.
Netherlands is Holland, not Denmark. But okay.
Well, whatever, close enough.
So Australia's
Typical American.
way down the list, but hey, at least we're above Switzerland.
Would you like to discuss
Switzerland.
ironic? Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Brojo's asking.
No, and I'm just looking for
Mine's only
America.
3 inches, but some women like that wide.
I'm just happy we beat the States by a whole centimeter.
Oh, look, guys, the average vagina is like 4 inches long.
Brojo asks, "Who the fuck is doing these studies?" Let me say, Brojo, it was Doubting Thomas's sister.
Well, if you scroll up, Geo Sam was weighing in.
Brojo.
He says it's definitely China. He knows from experience.
So I
Here you
noticed
go.
that no one
Hello.
no one asked what the States is specifically, but I'll look it up for you.
I think it's about 2.5.
Hello, miss. Is your husband home?
Oh, America.
We're taking
Average
a survey.
5.3 inches.
That's
Well, we
lame.
got more bullets, so
That makes them smarter.
That's
And I
why
can see
you're compensating.
So I can see
Does
when
that
they're
make
going
them
around
smarter?
taking the poll, they make sure the wife sticks
According
around
to the ancient
double check
Greeks.
the husband's answer.
According to the ancient Greeks, and what did they never fucking do for the world, eh?
Ironic.
That's all right. Use a 5.3. Australia's 5.6.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not asking
Well,
about the
we're down
UK
the bottom.
deliberately for a reason, okay? However, look, all I did want to say another interesting fact as well, that a factoid that I heard was done in a study, which was girth measurements. Right? Girth measurements can be predicted by the size of the shoulders. That is not the actual muscle, but the bone structure. So,
Oh dear, Simos.
is it 4.2?
You're like, yeah, you're quite a ways under the States. Let's
Oh, really?
see what that converts to. Oh, you know centimeters. Average 13 centimeters.
Oh,
Let's see what that is in inches.
That's all
we all
right.
have the best Navy for centuries. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
I wonder who the chat thinks on the panel has
Well,
the
One of
rank
the
as
things
big
we
as the
have is
smallest.
diversity, of course.
It's
5.1
those British-
inches.
I
Oh
feel
my
much
God.
better.
That's what I was gonna say. It's those British colonial bloodlines dragging our averages down.
I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky.
So
what about the Welsh?
ironic.
Where's
What is it?
Wales?
Scottish and Irish
You want to
back
know
up to the
Wales?
Let me try and scrabble for some correlation here.
Okay. Let's see. Where's Wales? Wales.
You don't want to be
Finds it.
comparing yourself to Wales, really.
It's a good point.
We'll see.
Well, maybe they don't have penises. They don't
Yeah,
seem
they're
to be
not
on
on
the
the
list.
on the list. They're not even on the list. Okay, there we
No.
are.
They couldn't
This is
find a
just a
man with
marsh
a
full of
So,
vaginas.
which means they're less than 10 centimeters
Well,
Just
no,
saying.
not strictly speaking.
because that's
They're
the bottom of the list.
They were probably measuring the women. So
But they shoot a long ways.
The
Just
hose may
saying.
be short, but the pump's real strong. Yeah.
It's like a pressure washer.
Holy shit! That's 3.9 inches.
Which part of Asia? Sorry.
Cambodia and
Oh,
yeah.
Myanmar and the Philippines.
What about Japan?
they are kind of known to have
What
little
about
ones.
Japan?
Myanmar doesn't surprise me. They're like chronically malnourished.
They're known to have little ones.
The Brit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, said some of my Indian girlfriends.
So, Ironic, you asked, I think, a
Actually-
genuine question, but maybe not, about why the water doesn't fly off the Earth at the equator.
Oh, well, I think gravity
Um,
holds it in, or the Earth's gravity, but it was just kind of a joke about flat. I mean,
You didn't want the numbers on that? I would give you the numbers if you want.
But yeah, tell
Curious
me.
about
You
them.
know, like why they? Yeah. Why
You want to
Okay.
know Japan?
At sea level on this Earth, in a vacuum, an item will fall at 9.8 meters per second.
81 meters per second, but yeah.
I was rounding. That's true.
Okay.
I didn't write all of the decimal point, all the fractions. Okay. However, the curvature in millimeters per meter is 0.0008 or 8/10,000ths of a meter of curvature of the Earth. Okay. And then your rotation and speed doesn't really add into it, but you can plainly see just from those two numbers, things fall a lot faster than the curvature. Does that already make sense?
You mean towards the center of the?
And then your outward centrifugal force is a fraction, a very, very, very small fraction of that. In fact, it's like less than 0.6. Okay?
So the world's not turning very fast in relation to
No, it's really fat. It's bigger than you.
Okay.
It's bigger around than you can imagine, and that's
Can
why
we
people
all-
find that believable.
Can we all see this dude? There we go.
Why is he smiling
Robert
in every
Eskin.
shot?
Dude, that would be an absolute pain in the ass. It would be pointless. Women wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Could you imagine that? This massive thing swinging between your legs everywhere you go. You couldn't run. You couldn't work properly. Bro Joe wants the pictures. His name's Robert Esquivel. Bro Joe.
That'd be a freaking.
I'll send you the
curse,
nude
dude.
ones after. Yeah. It's
Well,
gotta
Is
be
that dude?
uncomfortable.
Did he seek out a career in porn?
If he didn't, that's a
I mean,
waste.
I'd
Yeah,
have more
you missed
respect
his-
for. I'd have some respect for him if he didn't. But,
I think House is
whatever.
right. He'd probably pass out if he got a full erection. Yeah.
That's actually a thing with blokes like that. The closer to the equator and ethnicity
Exactly.
is, the bigger the penis.
Exactly. That's right.
So whoever was asking before, Japan and the United States, 2 millimeters difference, so nothing. You're essentially the same.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think
One
2
more
millimeters
reason
is
I'm glad I'm not
make a
average.
difference. I don't think 2 millimeters is going to make the difference. A couple of centimeters, maybe, but not 2 millimeters.
So here's something interesting. It just shows my complete lack of knowledge of the female anatomy. The average vagina is only 4 to 5 inches deep. I guess that's not an issue for you Americans. But so what happens when you
Wait a
put
minute.
a 9-inch penis in there? Like
A whole lot of
saying,
stuff.
It
Okay,
expands.
first of
How
all,
is it going?
first of all, that's in a relaxed position measurement.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing.
Oh, okay, because they stretch and
They're not inflexible.
Actually, depending on the position, you can actually shorten the length of that canal as well. But I will say, yes, if the guy is too big, it fucking hurts.
Well, I don't want the length
Probably
shorter.
get
I want
closer to
the.
you probably get closer to the cervix than you realize.
That's it, yeah.
If
I've
not,
bumped it.
reach it.
Some girls don't like any pressure on it, but some do.
Some love it.
Yeah.
And
So
aside from its
really,
flexibility,
we should be meeting a potential partner and like discussing genital size and
I wish.
depth
Yeah.
and
Well,
sort
Yeah.
of, yes.
I don't
just
think it
letting you
needs.
know. I've got
Don't think-
9
don't think
inches down here.
Don't think it
Um,
needs discussing. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I can see why a
Not
woman
not
might,
when you
might
see me in me speedos, anyway.
I can see why a woman might insist on being on top, though, to protect herself.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I went out with a woman once who'd she'd had an abortion when she was 17, I think, and she got an infection, and they had to cut out quite a lot of her insides, so to speak, and it left her with a very short vagina, indeed, like maybe 3 inches or something like that. And it was, I had to be extremely accommodating, shall we say,
Yeah.
to make sure that I didn't go too far to not hurt her. Very sad, really, but
Where's Jill, when you need him? See what God does when you break his commandments?
Oh, well, how does God answer this one? My ex's best friend has 4 children, just 4. She did have them in quick succession, and 2 of them were twins. But her body just, and literally her organs started falling out. And the solution to that is they sew this organ to that organ, and they sew that organ to that organ.
Wow.
Yeah.
So much for the hourglass figure, huh?
Yeah, it's
That
true.
sounds like intelligent design right there.
There you go.
And just for the young guys out there, you don't want to hit a cervix. It's like hitting a piece of gristle. It's hard like a bone.
You're muted already.
Don't tell me.
For all those who haven't reached the depth, those depths.
Yeah, as I say, some girls like it being touched and some don't.
And I'll admit, just because my country's higher up on the list doesn't mean I individually am.
Yeah. Anyway,
You're better off keeping expectations.
Besides which,
low,
I believe that the pleasure point, shall we call it, is not that far in. Anyway,
Right.
So you don't need a massive cock to satisfy a woman. You just need to know where to rub it, so to speak.
And a fair amount of curvature.
Yeah, and an angle, and knowing the right angle, I guess. And if all else fails,
And Graham comes in for the 10th time.
then there are other opportunities as well. You don't necessarily have to make a woman come with penetration.
Yeah, Bon got it exactly right.
And here we are, males discussing with females, and there's one in the chat. But isn't it true that most females only can orgasm through clitoral stimulation? The ones that can do it through penetration are quite lucky.
How are you guys still talking about sex?
Well, it's easy.
Because we're men.
We're males.
I was going to
easy,
say,
dude.
haven't you been around men? They can talk about sex for hours and not sound like they know
I
what they're
admit
talking
it. It's
about,
all
too.
I think about.
Yeah,
not
men can usually talk about sex for hours.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
Yeah, talk about it for hours, but 3-stroke Joe in bed.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is why my advice to young men coming in to their sexual careers is wait till the end. Just make it all about her, and then take 3 minutes at the end. Everyone's happy. If you go at the start, only you're happy.
Yeah, unless you're angry with her, in which case.
Or you're a prick and don't give a shit. In which case, have at it.
Not everything is a race that you have to win. You don't have to finish first on everything.
Oh, dear Lord. Do you see what Doubting Thomas said? Do not listen to that. Never listen to that.
Well, I think Jimmy Carr made the joke and said something like, my girlfriend came to me and said, "Do you suffer from premature ejaculation?" I said, "No."
Yeah, I'm not the one that suffers.
There's no suffering involved. I had a girl try to trick me into getting her pregnant. Right? Wouldn't let me put a condom on. So we're doing stuff, and when I'm down there, I'm not silly. I slip the condom on and going at it, and when we're finished, she goes, "So, honey, just in case something happens and we have a baby, what do you want to call it?" And as I pulled the condom off, I tied a knot in it and flicked it out the window. I said, "The little bastard gets out of that, we'll call the prick Houdini." Usually directly or indirectly via clitoral stimulation, but if very aroused, it can happen other ways. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Also, isn't there? I think also there's like the potential for like mental.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is true.
And I've met girls who, whether it was, I didn't sort of go into the details, but whether they were naturally like that or whether they've become like it by using vibrators, even the clitoral stimulation, like normal, tongue, fingers wouldn't do it. It has to be really high speed vibration, or they don't get anything.
I was gonna ask, do all the guys in here go down on their women they're with?
Only a few of them.
I mean, okay, so you're particular about who you. I mean, they have to be clean and smell good or something.
Very, very particular, yeah.
Well, okay, I've never had a problem with any woman I've been with. I mean, I guess, that's a sort of a standard that they have to pass, I guess, automatically. But,
I know what you're asking me, I think. I'll eat their asshole, so of course I'll go down them.
I mean, to me, that's like, I'll just eat out a woman until she, orgasms or whatever, and then I'll climb on and get my business done, and we're all good. That's a successful formula, I think.
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, I've got nothing to contribute.
Well, I wanted to make a joke about Ariel.
Word of advice from the female perspective, like oral should be.
What?
Word of advice from the female perspective: the oral should be after the penetration, not prior, because if you penetrate after the oral, you are introducing way more bacteria up into the vagina than there needs to be, and that actually causes problems for her later.
Ariel mentioned about the mental orgasm, and I was just going to say that reminded me of a Jewish porn I saw once. The guy was, I'm trying to remember how it went. The woman was laying there saying, "Tell me again about all the properties you own," and so the guy's listing
this is Jewish porn.
It was a joke on the Family Guy.
Oh my gosh.
So there's no real fundamentalists here to ask. I guess the closest we've got to you, Ironic. Are you okay with I wish we had a fundamentalist here to ask, but I'll ask you. How do you feel about sex education in schools?
Okay.
Are you okay with it, or are you against it? Or?
I've
Well,
offered to demonstrate.
personally, I'm not really a pro public school kind of guy, or state school. I'm not for
Okay,
state schools.
that's fair enough.
So I'd rather everybody educated their own kids and taught them how they want.
And what happens with
in the
people
family?
who don't know jack shit about anything?
Well, they might learn.
Because I was going to say, who teaches the
Maybe
parents,
they
though?
just need to be taught not to put their thing in anybody until they get married.
See,
I'm sorry, that's too complicated.
We've
for
tried
many
that.
Americans.
Been there, done that. Doesn't work.
But well, hey, what
So,
works is
do
when
you-
you get
like,
a lady
would you be
pregnant, then
adverse
that's
to-
what the shotgun wedding's about.
Like, can you see the
And then you
logic,
enforce
though,
marriage in the
in
society, so you don't get to bail
teaching
out. So it all
girls
goes
who are
together.
approaching, mid to late teens? You don't think that if they haven't got basic knowledge by then, that they should be taught things like what Pixie just told us? I'm 40, and I've never thought about that.
I'm not a.
I'm a bloke, so I'm not going to be as considerate of that stuff.
I'm
but
a real free speech
that
person.
simple idea of in introducing bacteria, like, I think people think there's something dodgy going on teaching kids this stuff. But I tell you, I remember sex education. No one was sitting there getting off. Everyone was sitting there awkward, going, "I wish this could hurry up and end."
Yeah, I remember it. I remember, it was like whatever 2 weeks, and we'd have to do like whatever, like an hour after school or something. Yeah, it was like, and we all knew, like, at least me, we all knew what all the parts looked like by then, and everything. So, I don't know, it was weird. Right?
Yeah.
But there's probably more thing. I don't know. You see. What the public school refuses to do is teach any ethics about it.
But see, that's the crossing the line bit that people have the issue with. It's like, you don't tell my kids what ethics they have, because they might not agree with your ethics, especially if you're really fundamental.
And then you complain about people that don't know the difference between complimenting and touching or whatever, like Pixie was saying, or you get like, to me, it's incredible. It's incredible that men grow up today. All men in our society should, by the time they reach, certainly 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, they should know never to touch a woman except if the permission is, obvious.
See,
that's
it.
This is the thing, we teach
them. But I don't think we can blame the school for it, because first of all,
a lot of people are to blame for that
First
problem.
of all, despite popular belief with this whole, the left agendas being pushed in schools and all this stuff and all, despite that, I cannot tell you how many worth the wait flyers or posters come home with her. How many times I got flyers in her backpack to send her to Bible study after school.
Who's got that vibrator going?
By the time she graduates high school, just using the Bible in her literature classes, by the time she graduates high school, even if she was never exposed to a church, anything like that, right? By the time my kid graduates high school, she will have read almost 2/3 of the Bible, right? And so this idea that, like, these ideas are absent in public education.
This is arbitrary across the country,
because those ideas are not only not absent, they never went away.
It all depends on what state you're in or where city.
So, in Australia, right? Best you had high school, nothing, no religious. Like, you could do religious studies, but there's no school prayer. There's no, no religious stuff. In primary school, at least the school I went to, and I think most schools in Australia do this, or used to, we had scripture, which one day a week for about an hour, whatever denomination you were, you went to that scripture. So Catholics went to the Catholic one, and they had a Catholic. I was a Jehovah's Witness, so I just went to non-scripture.
Okay.
Until eventually there was enough of us, we had our own little scripture.
Okay.
But yeah, we just got to draw and color in and play. So, and eventually, heaps of kids stopped going to scripture and started going to non-scripture once they found out that
So
it was fun.
you didn't have any Bible groups or kids that would like, they like here they like meet at the pole and they'll pray in the morning before school or something, like 10 minutes before
No.
bow or
So
something.
when I was at school, and that was quite some time ago, we had we did the Lord's Prayer, and we raised the flag,
Okay,
and we
so
did the national anthem. But that got taken out of schools because obviously there's other religious kids there who don't want to pray to that Lord.
or non-religious that don't want to do anything like
And
that.
the non-religious like me, yeah, everyone would stand up and do this to the flag, and I wasn't even allowed to do that. I had to stay seated, and everyone like would look at me because I was so different. So I understand why they sort of took all that shit out. But
Yeah, I don't understand. I think they should just force the kids to sit there through it. And, there's all kinds of shit you got to sit and that you don't like to sit in school. That should just be one of them. And then you're socialized just like every other kid, and you're not made any different, nothing like
that's
that.
how we were taught. We were like, you've got to live in this world. So
I don't think the way we did it was too bad, right? Because people, like I said, people say that it's been taken out of school, and it's not. What has happened is we've said it can't be forced, and it can't be like faculty led, right? If that kid wants to pray or they want to start a Bible club, that's fine. They get to do that, right? But it's something that's student led, and it's something that's not mandatory, and I think that was a perfectly fine thing to do.
Do you think a elementary school should be able to have a trans club that hosts, that the school hosts, like any other, like the
I
Christian
don't
club or
think
something?
that had anything to do with what I said or the topic being discussed. So you
I
can.
think it was just a question.
But
Just
it was a question, and I think it might have ramifications, but you didn't want to answer it.
I mean,
Ariel, I think you've got something to say.
Yeah, I mean, why shouldn't it be allowed?
Well, my question is why would a grade schooler even like? I don't understand why they would be have that concept or be motivated to do so. I mean, maybe if you said junior high, it'd be a more realistic conversation, but.
Can I tell you about the school where my son goes? So this lady I was talking about, God, I hope she never watches this. She wouldn't care. She's Aussie. She's like me. The lady with all the bits falling out. So her daughter just started high school, but back in primary school, she had a boyfriend. They're still together. Who's a girl? Well, is a boy. Identifies as a boy. And these kids, it's so normal to them. Like, it's not even a thing. You know what I mean? We see it as so extreme, and the kids are all weird and twisted. No, they're actually really well adjusted. They're just really accepting, and like you say you're a boy, whatever. If tomorrow you're a girl, you're a girl. They don't give a shit. We're the ones that make such a deal out of this stuff. And like, you can't force me to call you a girl. Like, to me, it all comes down to human decency.
Yeah. So why, if you're decent, are you going to ask somebody to refer to you as something that you're not?
No, that's your opinion that they're not. In their mind, they are. And they're asking you to respect that fact. Well, it's a nonsensical question then.
No.
Why would a person who thinks they're a woman...
It's rude to be asked to be called a man when you're a woman, or be called a woman when you're a man.
If you
that's insulting a person's
someone else
sensitivities, it seems to me, of reality.
To simply ask you to accept their existence
Except
is
they're
rude,
no, that's
then let
no,
it be
no.
rude, my
I
friend.
think
Because
when you acknowledge that
I
they're a
think
woman
that's
or that they're a man,
messed
you're
up.
acknowledging their existence.
Whether I
Very
agree
much.
or not on the whole thing, like,
Well, how is my
and
how is my insisting that they identify, let's say, as a man if they're a man or a woman? How is that not recognizing them
because
as a
that's
person?
Irenic's
No,
definitions.
how is that
That's
not
Irenic's logic.
how is that not recognizing them that they're a person? That's my question.
Because
I'm
you're
certainly
ignoring.
what?
You're not ignoring. Yeah. Well, that's like, okay, then I'm going to call you a woman, Irenic. At least I'm acknowledging you're a person, right?
Well, you're free to do
By
what
your
you
logic,
want. You're free to do what you want, but everybody knows I'm not a woman, so like you'd look like a fool, I guess.
do they?
I think so, yeah.
I'm not
Most
No,
convinced.
people
no.
would. I think
I
most
mean, you
people would look at
definitely
me
have some
and
extremely
say
feminine traits.
that's a man, as
So you
opposed to
could
a
well
woman.
be a
Dude, I've
woman.
seen chicks with a
Hey,
much
Yeah.
I'm not
manlier
saying
mustache than you,
I'm
dude.
not saying I haven't been
That's a
running
weak
a
mustache.
sophisticated
Dudette.
scheme to fool everyone for the last 8 years.
My
It's true.
nan has a better mustache than that.
Well, I mean, you did admit that, you're generally a pussy in a relationship, right?
I know. Look, I admit, like I take after
Okay,
my
so there we
mom.
go. So you can
My
easily
dad is like
understand why we're going to now call you a woman,
my
right?
my dad is like a hairy, muscular, big Viking-looking guy with a beard and
It's like
everything. And
those
yeah, I'm like,
people.
Okay, so you
Those
understand
Having
why
right.
sex
we're
with
going to
a
call you a
man's
woman from now
diaper
on then.
doesn't make me more of a man.
no, that why does the fact that there's differences between men lead to that conclusion, Simon?
Why? Because you just explained why.
It's the
Right? You are not
logic.
the
We're just
definition.
using the same
You
logic.
are not the definition of a man.
No, I'm saying everybody. I mean, generally, people know what the difference between a man and a woman. So I'm,
See
Yeah, but
what,
you're not a
maybe.
man,
like
though,
this
are
whole
you?
thing about
Okay.
lack of nuance.
You're just not a
People
man.
But I like I do have to say I
generally.
like
So
Ariel's beard.
fuck all the
That's a no
peripherals.
question that
If
Ariel's a man. Look at that.
if you
Look at
don't
that.
fit,
You
if you
know that
don't fit
no.
into Irenic's mold of masculine,
And not
right?
even to
You're
bring
not a
Richard
man.
into this.
But by his own admission, he doesn't fit that description. So I'm
Also,
sensing a little bit of
I'm gonna hit my vape
confusion.
and let you guys discuss this.
yeah, you probably needed it, but no, I mean, I am going to push back on one idea because at the end of the day, what do you mean by a real man? Because at the end of the day, there's plenty of trans men who are capable of growing a beard like this.
No, I'm talking about people who are born with a penis or born with a vagina. That's what I'm talking about.
So you're talking about male or female?
Men and women. Yeah, I think
No,
they're
men
about
and
the
women
same.
are social concepts.
Okay, well,
I mean, like for instance, if you're male, you'll always be male, and if you're female, you'll always be female. But that has less to do with your role in society. For instance, if you're a boy, are you not a man? And if you're a girl, are you not a woman?
right.
These things are
That's true. Right. That's what we recognize. They're not a boy is not a man until he grows up. That's what we, same with a girl, as opposed to a woman. We recognize
Well, then
that.
your definition's incorrect.
No, that's just what everybody's grown up
No,
with.
you just
At
said
least
a
in
man.
in
A man
the
has a
place
penis.
the place I grew up. This was
Well,
all
that's-
just
keywords-
well understood.
Keywords were
That's-
that.
And then we understood that some men liked other men, instead of liking women. That was not a big, I mean, it was like, wow, that's but it's we know what it was. Well, it wasn't calling something it was that it wasn't.
The key words there were he equated always with in his experience when he grew up, right?
Well, I'm
Like
talking
those
about the
things.
America I grew up in. Yeah, that's my experience.
Yes, Graham, you would not recognize teen boys nowadays. And Irenic would be horrified and ashamed how
Well, no, because he's now a woman, he might know teen
oh,
boys. He might know a few. Just saying.
Well, are you getting on me for identifying as a man, Simon?
No, I'm identifying. I'm getting on you. It's denying other people's
It seems like
choice.
you're not respecting my identifying as
Yeah,
a
but that's
man
'cause
by
you made-
constantly
Obviously.
reminding everyone that I'm a woman. So fuck off.
Well, no, if you don't want to call people who identify as a woman,
I'm a man, everyone. Thank you.
Right?
Respect for your identity isn't required.
How
Is that
rude
okay?
to expect me to call you something that I know you're not. Fuck, that's
Hey,
rude.
either follow your principles, Sammy, or don't.
Also, I don't think
I
we can.
do.
I don't
I
think we-
absolutely do.
This
If
is
you
an
were
internal
following
critique of
yours,
your
why
view.
would you why would you
what's that
even
then?
be upset about it?
Also, like, it's important to know that, like, yeah, people can have these opinions, but at the end of the day, these opinions influence policies. And, like, right now, like, I saw this one thread. There's this trans woman who, her whole family has basically, like, shunned her, except for her grandmother. But now she can't visit her grandmother because her grandmother lives in Tennessee, and they recently passed a law that is vague enough that it could potentially criminalize trans people basically existing in public with like, you know, dressed as how they identify. And so, like, yeah, you know, it's all theoretical until it's not.
I'd really like to see the text of that law because existing in public doesn't seem like it would be.
No, it's an anti-cross dressing law. So basically, you have to not wear the clothes of the. And again, what does it even mean to wear? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
So, can I be the cop that gets to inspect your genitals?
Yeah.
How do they police
That's a real
that
job.
shit?
That's
If
a
they
real
call
job.
their skirt a robe or a kilt, do they get out of it?
Interesting.
Ooh,
If it's tartan.
Yeah, you know, look at Patton
Also,
and
do they arrest the
Custer.
women that wear trousers?
Well, I would hope so.
No jeans on women's, only skirts and dresses.
Yeah. But no, they used to, you know, male children would wear dresses. So
Yeah, true.
yeah, how do you decide what's male and what's female clothing? You
I
know,
think
if I
that
have a
is-
little extra flare on mine, is that a female clothing? If it's too basic and solid color, is that a male clothing?
Didn't the word boy used to refer to like any child, girl, or like male or female?
I don't know.
What word? Sorry.
Boy.
I think
Did you
you'd be
say
referring
koi?
to specific
So-
cultures.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, in
girl.
cultures, got you.
The word girl meant all children, and boy meant servant.
Okay.
And we eventually morphed them to girl meaning female and boy meaning male. But forever and a day, all children were girls.
Oh, okay. So I was back. Boy is servant, and children were girls. Okay.
I
don't believe
love
you,
the
I don't
idea
believe
that
you,
Irenic
Sammy.
was a little girl. Of course you don't.
I'm not.
You
I'm not
don't
sure
know how to
that's.
Google.
I'm not sure that's right, though. To be honest, I would doubt that.
Yeah, I'm with Simus on this one.
Really?
Only because there's a like a 11th century text, which is in French, of course, which says basically, give me a boy before the age of 7, and I can make him a knight.
Holy
But
crap! Wait.
a man after the age of 7 can never be a knight.
Well, but think about that. Give me a servant, and I'll make him a knight. Also, I looked this up. Girl comes from Low German "gor," meaning child.
Okay, well there you go. Okay.
Originally meant child or young person, regardless of gender, around 1250, 1300.
Interesting.
So.
Okay, yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
I know there's no might, Simos.
You might be right. Well, no, I mean, talking
I've
about
known
English.
that for years.
I think by
Because
English, it probably
when I was
isn't.
in primary
but,
school, our principal used to always say, when I was a little girl, and we'd all go, "Oh, when you're a little girl," and he explained that.
Right, but you're not. That's irrelevant.
That's German, though. You said, right?
But
Low
that's
German.
irrelevant.
Yes,
that's irrelevant to the point because it's irrelevant because everybody in Germany, and when they were calling all the boys and girls girls, would still distinguish, I'm sure, between a boy and a girl, or a female and a male little one.
But
They'd
notice how
be,
you just said
Actually,
female and
no.
boy.
it'd be like toy
So,
line and like
No,
what's a
I think that's
what's a
cultural too.
Yeah.
It's just and
Um,
it depends on how you use your language.
Well,
It's just like
no,
Yeah,
we
in
everybody
German.
recognizes the
like in
little ones with
English
the
we
penises
separate
and the little
sheep
ones with
and
the
no,
No.
like
It's very
in
obvious.
like in English
Jesus
we
Christ.
separate the idea of a sheep from the idea of a goat. But if you go to China and like you're teaching them English and you show them a sheep and you say what is this, they will say sheep. And if you show them a goat and you say what is this, they will say sheep because they do not differentiate, right?
Yeah,
So
in
it's also cultural.
so contrarian Simos,
Yes.
can we just clarify here that yes, Ariel is too thorough, and he always goes back to the fucking roots because he can speak Hebrew, prick.
Well, I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair, this isn't connected to Semitics,
This is
but
German. I
am
know.
Yeah, and it was specifically Low German
but-
because it's different in High
but-
German. In High German, you're a Kind, which is a neuter noun until you're
But-
5, and then you're a
But
Mädchen
see, I didn't
or a
look
Jung
that up.
after that.
Or a what?
I looked
Or a
up
what? Yeah.
in English.
No, I missed
I
it.
looked up specifically in English, and you'll see there that when the word started out in English, it wasn't about being female at all. Girl was originally
Okay.
gender neutral,
Yeah.
Okay.
and it was GYRLE, girl.
Yeah.
G-Y.
There's some alternative spellings. It was
LE.
also GERLE and GIRLE, but Middle English, meaning young person of any gender of uncertain origin, probably Old English, from Proto-Germanic Gurwilaj, or Gurwilaz, or a diminutive form of Proto-Germanic Gorwijaz, or Gorwijaz, compared to North Frisian Gor. Low German Gor, or Gore, child of any gender, German Gore, young child, dialectical Norwegian Gore, dialectical Swedish Gure, and so Proto-Indo-European Gur or Ger, meaning short. So it basically refers to someone's height and that they haven't yet grown.
What's the origins of boy?
Servant. I'll find it for you.
But from what? Is it Germany?
Yeah, so it's Proto-Germanic from boyo, and it means servant, commoner, knave, or boy. So that idea of give me a boy and I'll turn him into a knight, it's saying a servant or a serf. Basically,
Yeah.
you're going
Or a boy.
But a servant, yeah.
Why?
I mean,
hold
King
on.
Henry was one of those, so it can't be a serf necessarily.
So
but
if you
a servant, I can go with, yeah.
It's
If the
where
definition-
the calling your slave boy, that racial term slur boy comes from.
Okay, but it sounded like that original word, the German word, was referring to and then there was like 4 equal things it could list, and one of them was boy, one of them was servant. So, but then Sammy, if that's the case, how come you say, well, that derives from the word servant,
Because
not boy,
I don't
and not
speak
not
German,
and not
right?
boy,
So
and
I don't
not
look
boy.
up German roots. I go, where did it start in English? And it comes from Middle English, right?
Yeah.
Boy, B-O-I or B-O-Y-E. Meaning...
Just for the record, I have accepted
Meaning
that,
servant.
Sammy. I have accepted that, Sammy. Thank you so much for the correction.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Simon.
Okay, I just
The
wanted.
Germanic
I was just
words
asking a
for
question,
boy,
Sammy.
namely East Frisian boy. I have no idea what Frisian means, but
Frisian, yeah. That's where the English language mostly came from. It's a
Stands
place.
for pecker.
No, it's a place just below Zeeland in Holland, just below Holland, almost Belgium.
Frisian.
And we get words like breeze from it. Is a Frisian word directly, I think. So a lot of weather words come from Frisian, whereas we get a lot of German words get used for things like I don't know, like mutton and not mutton, like low cow and the name of the animals. Obviously German, yes. Later on usage though. That's much later. Well, maybe it isn't actually. I don't know. Kindergarten.
Oh, so they were called Friesland.
Friesland is the place that it comes from. Yeah, Frisian is the language.
Or Frisia. Frisia or Friesland.
Okay.
They couldn't choose, obviously.
Well,
has fewer than 400,000 speakers left of that dialect. It's dying out.
So English is a mix of many languages, right? Obviously, French for our government and law, Latin for our biology, Greek for science, but it has Anglo for and Saxon for stories and our verbs, or not our verbs, like our simple
what about
nouns
Flemish?
or whatever.
What's Flemish? What's that really? Is that a territory or something?
Yeah, well, it's a language.
That's when you've eaten too much cheese and your throat gets kind of.
It's like Denmark.
I was spelling that with an F, Richard. Sorry.
Yeah. So, and then a lot of farm words are the low words in English, as
like
it were.
Udders?
No, cow and this kind of thing. Cow and sheep.
Where does the word udder
we have two names for all of the meat because of it, right? We have the table name and we have the animal name. The animal names tend to be the Anglo-Saxon, and the table names tend to be French.
So you're talking about pig and pork, or this kind of
thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Cow and beef.
Cow and beef, or sheep and mutton.
So the table names are more French derived or more commonly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, are we talking about like the name for the meats versus the name for the animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to head off in about 30 minutes or so because I'm going to hang out with a friend for a bit. But if y'all are still going, I might be back on.
No worries.
The interesting thing, as far as just to tell you this about it quickly, is the place names. So we if it has a by on the end of it, right? Then that's the place name that's the Norse name for farm. Whereas if it has ham on the end of it, that's the Saxon name for farm.
Interesting.
So Grimsby is a farm town, and then West Ham is a place in London which is used to be a farmland.
A friend of mine got a picture of two street signs at a T intersection pointing at towns somewhere in Germany that read ham sandwich.
That's nice.
Which is also is the Anglo name for a farm, I think. One is Saxon. Saxon is ham, which is Anglo, and
okay. So any name like this might be made up, but like Littlesby, now you're talking.
Well, that's going to be. Well, that's going to be somewhere in northeast England, yeah.
And then, but a Nottingham or whatever is
Nottingham, yeah, obviously big Saxon settlement.
Interesting.
And there's a few others as well, right? Like Londinium was the original name because it was named by the Romans.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, and London is the shortening of it. So Don tends to be a Roman name, although St. Albans, St. Albans is also Roman. There are a lot of exceptions.
Apparently, and I don't know how universal this is, but I think it's fairly universal that apparently to non-English speakers, English is the hardest language to learn.
Yeah.
Because of all the stupid things that we do, like steak, and through.
The hodgepodge of...
we break I before E except after C, except in all these examples. There's no rule for, you're just going to have to memorize them.
So this is interesting. Apparently, Bolly and Boy share a common root because it's saying Bolly is derived from Icelandic Bolfi, which means a rogue, a crook, a bandit, or a knave. And one of the words for boy, Dutch boef is a rogue or a knave, And then it's interesting. It's almost this idea of like a band of brothers or a band of like
Well,
like thick as thieves.
That's what history would know young men as, of a certain age, I think.
Knave sounds very
But it doesn't.
familiar in terms of like early English.
But that's not describing a little toddler.
What they call Middle English.
I wouldn't think. Anyway.
No, a knave is a position. Knave is a position.
No, it's referring to the other ball F or whatever it was.
It's like when you said servant, right? What went through my mind is he was probably using it as squire.
Oh.
You should know this, Simos.
But isn't squire a position?
Squire is a male position, yeah. Apprentice
wasn't
to a knight.
Originally the K pronounced in knave and knife and all that?
Like Knave and
the K, I don't think we had a K.
Yeah.
I think K is like a J. It's a recent addition in terms of the letter. I'm not sure.
Simus, can you explain the F symbol and the S? Like in
Well, F just used to be S. There was no S.
But
I think there was an S actually. Thinking about it now, because there are some names with S in it.
Plus, there's words with both, like a double S. I've seen where it has a one of the F,
yeah.
but it has an F sound and an S.
So apparently, ironic the way it worked in like Middle English, late Middle English. I know this because of the 1537 Matthews I read. They thought it intelligent to write in a fanciful way and be fancy on purpose. So, like, if you had the same word twice in a singular paragraph, they would spell it differently.
Yeah.
If you had an S occur, the first time it occurs in a word, it would be the F-looking S. And then the second time, or at the end of the word, it would be what we think of as an S. And they also had an A with two bridges and a second left backbone. That meant and.
Commonly accepted rules for you when you used them, or was it always like just everyone understood it was up to? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were commonly accepted rules. Yeah. Again, and if you wanted to leave a letter out because you maybe like lost room at the end of a sentence, if you wanted to leave some letters out of words, you could put a chevron over top of the preceding letter, and that indicated a letter was missing.
Nice. Okay.
You have to remember.
It's a beautiful thing when we can both be correct, and we are. So
are we?
There was no K.
Yeah.
But it was a C N, and it was pronounced Knave. Yeah.
Knave,
so I knew there was the Knave, but there's no K.
Okay.
And you know what really annoys me that the Americans do? Not all of this.
Well, yeah.
Sounds like you're trying to catch you in a trick.
Sounds like a long list.
Look at what's on the screen. No, looking at what's on the screen there.
Yeah.
You say the past tense of dragging someone is I drug them.
Right.
I drug them along.
Be dragged.
It's like, you sorry? Yeah, it should be
dragged.
We do the same thing with sneaked. We don't say sneaked.
With what?
We say I snuck.
Put that back up again for a second.
Because
that's a really interesting example, because it's got freeze, frozen, frozen.
Yeah,
those are all
squozen.
Yeah, those are all. Whereas all of the Q's, they're Latin derivatives, and all of the freeze, frozen, frozen are Frisian, and goose and geese are Saxon. It's 3 different languages that they come from.
Okay, so I've been taking pictures of stuff for people, and 2 of them are here simultaneously. Pixie, I have back doors for number 56 East San Francisco Street, and Sammy, I have pictures of First Chronicles 6, 1 through 53.
Nice.
I think I've been awake for 2 days, Richard. You're gonna have to remind me.
The begat that turns out to be sentences.
Oh, thank you.
So I'll be emailing that to you. Pixie, if you wanted to give me your email address, that would make it easy to send this.
Anyway, that's why there's so many odd.
Private chat.
So
Yeah.
that's why there are so many
And
odd
s-
rules in English. Is because it's basically it's at least 3 or 4 founding languages. The Frisian is the main one, but yeah, there's at least 3 or 4 languages which all come together. And in fact, there used to be hundreds of languages just in England alone. You go up north, and they have a completely different counting system.
So isn't Frisian like isn't Frisian like Belgium?
Belgium, yeah, just below Zeeland. It's just below Holland.
it says Dutch.
Although it wasn't Belgium at the time, of course. Right?
Yeah, I think it was like, was it Helvetica or something?
Yeah, probably. Don't really know. I mean, I would imagine they were Franks, but I don't really know. German. But again, you like, as I say, there's like the north of England was dominated by the Vikings. Then the east of England was dominated by the Saxons. The Angles had Kent, and then we had the Celts in Cornwall, Wales, and then we had the Romans, obviously, with their Latin. So that was the first thing, and then in 1066 the French invaded. So we had the Norman tongue.
I was always told the three hardest languages.
And that's all before English started. I mean, English didn't actually get going probably till, I mean, Chaucer, really, isn't it? So
I was always told the three hardest languages to learn as a foreign language are Farsi, English, and Mandarin.
Yeah, and it depends on like into English as opposed to being English. And apparently the hardest is Cantonese. But to everyone else, English is the hardest. But our Lord and Savior Google is telling me Friesland was essentially it's in the northwest of the Netherlands. So it's in
northwest.
Yeah. West of the province of Groningen, northwest of the Drenthe, and over just north of Flevoland.
Yeah. I don't know about that, to be honest.
I don't know about any of that.
I thought it was just below Zeeland. So if you look up where Zeeland is,
I'll just share this.
Dutch province of Zeeland. Yeah, so that's the southwest. Oh, you might be right, actually. Yeah, you might be right.
It's not me. It's Lord Google. I have no fucking clue where Friesland is. That's why I hope Google doesn't lie to me.
I'm gonna be doing a side job. I got 200, and Richard still owes me.
Whoa.
No, I think I'm right still. I think I am right. I was pretty sure when I looked it up
talking about
the first time.
Yeah, you owe him $200, Richard?
I don't think so, no.
I mean, he's catched up at the moment, so, I wouldn't be surprised if he's handing loans out. Goodies. Oh. Maybe no one knows about that. I might shut up now. So, apparently, Manx is a fascinating language.
No, you're right. West Frisian Islands. You're absolutely right again.
It is? Yep.
Yeah, there it is. West Frisian Islands. That actually makes more sense because, of course, yeah. Anyway, we won't go into that. But
see, isn't it fascinating? There's so much about our own world we just have no clue. And it's not complicated shit. It's just shit you never learn.
Yeah, no, I mean I did though. This is why I'm annoyed, because like I looked at a map once and went, oh right, there's where Friesland used to be. And it's like, no, that's no, the map was wrong. Obviously, I mean, yeah, I might still be right, but maybe
Well,
those are
the
just
way
Frisian
you're-
islands, and the rest
way-
of Frisia is down below. But I don't know.
The way you were describing it, I thought it was Wallandia, I think it's called. Walloons. That's
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Wallandia.
yeah.
in Denmark.
No, don't know. I don't know. I'm going to look it up now. Friesland.
You're saying you don't trust me?
It's not that I don't trust you.
Wallandia.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Friesland. Yeah.
That's
It's
good.
quite
I like
bad.
you checking me, because then you get to affirm me. I like being affirmed. That's correct.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. I because it means I've learned something.
Oh, so Wallandia is basically just Belgium.
Yeah.
Not quite to Brussels, but nearly all the way down to Luxembourg. Wallandia. What did they speak in Wallandia?
Walloon.
Really?
I think it's like a form of Flemish.
Anyway, enough of that. I'm going to shoot off, I think, because it's 3:00 here.
Have a
Thank
good
you
night,
so
Simon.
much.
Always good to see
Thank you. Yeah, and you, Richard. Thank you. Lovely to meet you, Ariel.
You as well.
You might not. Thank you very much indeed for your content, and always Hillary, brilliant. Thunder Dwarf. I don't know why, but Thunder Dwarf it is. I'll always love you as Pixie. And
It is Pixie. That's the name that got started in a circle, and they changed it, and I never remembered to change my names after they did things. But later days, Simos.
yeah,
Thank
just
William
take
for that one, Simos.
Say again.
That was William. You can thank William for that.
Yeah.
Thunder Dwarf.
Fucking William. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no.
Yep, you started to talk and then muted yourself.
Oh, I muted myself. Sorry. Thank you, Pixie, for the great conversation and the information. Okay, thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, Simos. Good to see you.
Wait, so Sammy, what time is it for you?
2 p.m.
Oh.
10 past.
Not
So
bad.
yeah,
Not
you're
bad.
getting all late in your evenings now.
What?
Are you getting late in your evenings now?
No, it's only 8 for me right now.
Oh. Simos is getting old. God knows how we got onto all that bullshit. Penis sizes and God, we went right down a rabbit hole.
I was really tempted to see how tough you guys were and how adult you could be, and ask Thunder Dwarf if she wanted some objective opinions about male anatomy with males she would never actually be engaging with. But
Dixie?
that'd be kind of rough for some guys.
She must be AFK.
Possibly so.
Silence is inferred consent.
Yes. almost
But-
ongoing enthusiastic consent.
That's right.
Wait, do you date only mutes? Because I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, it could be even more. We could make it more interesting, and we could just start, and she'll come back to the conversation and
Yeah, it'd be good.
and not know what the hell's going on.
So, what specifically were you wanting to cover, Richard?
You want to compare penis sizes, right?
No.
I'm down.
I mean,
I'm not
okay.
ashamed.
So here's the thing: being asexual and just not concerned with these things, I have nothing to want to manipulate someone with. So I'm willing to just tell the truth. Where never in my life was I willing to do that. Because now I don't care.
Okay.
So I've run across women who had misunderstandings about men and vice versa, and had some pretty I think informative conversations about it, because I no longer have an agenda, no dog in the hunt, if you will.
Yeah. And I'm just brutally honest, so I'm a good person to be honest.
Right
So
on.
I have no filter. And you know, I always have theories about what the fuck's wrong with me and where it comes from, but I wonder.
Wait, why is something wrong with you? What do you mean?
I wonder if the sheer torment and torture.
Your microphone's cutting in and out, boss.
Oh, let me turn the fan off. It's probably the wind blowing in my... Is that any better?
We'll see in a minute. Give it a shot.
Okay. So I wonder if the torment that I had to experience of being in this weird religion and not being able to do Christmas with all the other kids and all that shit, and then
yeah.
The chance of knocking on their door one day, witnessing, like, fuck.
Of course.
After experiencing that embarrassment as a child, it's like my embarrassment was destroyed. I have none. You can say what you want about me. Like, there's nothing I'm ashamed of. I don't care. I honestly have an inability to give a fuck what people think about me, almost to my detriment, And I wonder if that stems from the bullshit in my childhood.
I think that there's some amount of confidence level, unless it absolutely destroys you. I mean, if you're unprepared and nobody talks to you about it, performing any kind of public speaking can be very empowering if it's handled properly by those instructing you on how to do public speaking. For instance, I grew up singing in choir, so now I have just no embarrassment about singing in public, or giving a speech in public, standing up in front of 300 to 300 strangers and saying things. It's just not a problem.
Yeah, that's a great point. And as you probably all know, the JWs, it's all about public speaking. It's all we do.
So it seems like you're a natural consequent of just having the confidence to do it because it didn't destroy you, which actually means that they did a fairly decent job of teaching you how.
I don't know if this is related, but it seems like anyone that's engaging in this community like for years and just like the kind of debate and discussion should be well prepared for any kind of, getting on a stage and talking. But that's just my opinion.
And I like to say it's Australian, but I've noticed that it's not just Australian. This idea that men rib each other as a way of showing affection. And so if you're getting upset, you're missing the whole ball game. Like, they're not making fun of you.
There is both. You have to know what.
Of course, they're making fun of you, But it's
Well-
our weird way of showing love. It's like little boys pulling a girl's hair because he likes her.
Right. I mean, you always want to
Rather than just saying,
You're
"I
gonna
like
give
you."
your buddy. You're always gonna give your buddy a jab, when you can, right?
And if you can't laugh at yourself,
I need to make something clear right here. Irenic, every time I ever insulted you, it's not because I like you.
There we go.
I thought you'd like that.
I'm going to use that. If I may.
Oh yeah, it's.
I would say what's to like, But
I just made it up, so it's not copyright or anything.
Yeah, something.
fundamentally, I'm against copyright laws. What do you think, Richard?
I'm sorry, there's too much food.
Fundamentally, he's against copyright laws.
Oh,
Comment.
well, I think that you've never had a piece of work that you were proud of and you thought people might copy.
No, it
Okay.
just has to do with the fact that I'm all for, everybody owning their own ideas and keeping them to themselves if they want to own them. But once an idea is out there, it's hard to. I don't see how you can really claim. I mean, everybody can recognize it as, that was Richard's idea. He's the first guy,
Well,
but to claim ownership of it or something like nobody else can build a wheel that's like yours or something
Okay,
because of the
well,
law. Go
I
ahead.
think we did. Well, I think we did that on intellectual property for the reasons of being able to claim it for a certain amount of time for a profit.
It's about the money. It's like you can make it if you want to rent it, but you need to give Richard a portion of that money.
Speaking of
Because
which,
he-
if anyone
he come
wants
up
to
with it.
start, if anyone wants to start producing any of the 15 inventions that I have in my mind, that are yet to be invented, if you have that kind of money you want to invest, and I would give you the idea for just 5%.
And if anyone would like to invent a time machine and go back in time and invent my inventions that have now been invented, that would be very much appreciated.
Right.
And they
I
can
need
have
to
all
remember-
that for just 1%, because they're
is
going to have to
funny.
invest a lot in a time machine.
Yeah, but you have to
Richard.
you have to realize that once time travel becomes a thing, if it ever does, then you're going to have
It
the
always
time
was.
police. Well, yeah, but then you're going to have the time police who get sick on you if you try to steal patents from other periods in time.
All the people trying to go back and kill baby Hitler.
Boy, imagine
See-
the federal agency required to police all that crap, huh?
The thing to do here, Sammy, is make a placard out of a nearly indestructible material, right? Have engraved on that your offer, and then put it on a large landmark that would be hard to destroy. As soon as you're done putting it there and attaching it firmly, the time travelers should show up.
Like
I'm still the graffiti
Stephen
artist
Hawking's party.
that show up.
You know how no one turned up to Stephen Hawking's time
Yeah.
traveler's party? It's not because there was no time travel. It's because he's fucking lame.
That's it.
No
Boring
one wanted
dude,
to
man.
go.
Have you ever
Yeah.
heard him talk? I mean, he sounds like a robot.
And
No
so
one got
unless
that
you're
joke.
smart-
Seriously?
We all got it.
I did.
He's not doing any talking now.
Well, dead men tell no tales. That's true.
No, he's actually very witty and very charming.
Yeah. I really think it's a shame such a brilliant mind wasted on things that don't exist.
No one appreciated that like I did.
Well, more than that, I actually think I'm telling the truth about that. I think that's an actual thing.
I know. Maybe that's why I enjoyed it so much. I knew you mean it.
Yeah.
So, because he didn't touch string theory or anything like that, did he? He was more about black holes and I'm trying to think what he was about.
Yeah, he did a Hawking radiation.
Space time.
Was he a Big Bang guy?
Every effect that we've seen that we have interpreted as a black hole is repeatable at all scales in a laboratory using electromagnetic discharges, causing for instance, toroids.
Well, until I found out about Sean Carroll, Michio Kaku was my favorite physicist. Before I found out about Sean Carroll, Michio Kaku was my favorite physicist.
I like his personality, and I think he's brilliant. But I think that he should have all caps in his title, theoretical.
Mm-hmm.
That should be in all caps.
Could I ask you guys a question?
So, sure.
How would you describe, or define, I guess maybe, what is mathematics? You know, this thing that allows all these physicists to do their thing, or anybody, I guess.
Let me go first because I'm the dumbest.
Where does it come from? Is it a human thing? Is it what?
Yeah, you need to get Graham in here for this shit.
Well, my humble opinion, Ironic, because that's all. I'm a dumbass. I think mathematics is a tool or a language almost that we use to describe fundamental states of being.
That's pretty good for a dumbass. That was really good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I've been practicing.
Yeah, good job.
Not being a dumbass.
I see it as a language. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
The only thing I want to add to Sammy's definition is that it's descriptive and not prescriptive.
Prescriptive, yeah. So the idea, Irenic, like the concept that a thing and you take another thing, we have to then invent this word idea of two, but the fact that there is two things is fundamental. Like if you take a thing and another thing, there's two things. So we need a way to describe that. And that's where mathematics begins. And from there, somehow the motherfuckers work out what black holes are and different dimensions of existence and all this, all from numbers.
Because
you're muted already.
It's symbols. It's language.
It seems like the first thing that people would encounter when they're just looking around and they have to deal with is some way to count. Because you'd be like, yeah, I mean, it just like, I don't know, you got these fingers, maybe that's where it starts.
Even animals, animals have this really basic grasp of what you could call a type of maths, in that the more sentient ones like monkeys and that can, even dogs, birds, can recognize fewer, more, and most. And all animals and all those examples will always go for the most. So somewhere in their little brain, they've done a form of maths. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because it can be as little as one thing different. One pole has one pole has two, one pole has three.
It's one black bird
and
I was listening to about. It was like incredible the skills these animals have. Some of them.
Why has it got to be a blackbird?
It was the raven.
Man, you can't let the black just receive the praise. You gotta.
Or the crows. Ravens are smarter than crows. They can even mimic speech. You don't even have to split their tongues to get them to. But even a crow, they say, like, as far as like analogies or using tools or like, like using like picking up a stick and bending it and using it as a tool, things like that. They say even a crow is like about as smart as a 7-year-old.
Crows will take prey or nuts and things right up into the sky and drop them to crack them open.
Okay, I'm talking about where these, I think, what would you call them? Not crows, but ravens or something. Anyways, they would, like, they could be watching, if they were watching a building, like, let's say it had corn in it, let's say. But, like, every hour, a person would enter it and they wouldn't leave, So, like, however many times long or whatever the intervals are, right? Now, and then over time, some would come, some would go, whatever. But they would never enter that building, which they had free entry if there was nobody in there, until they could count. In other words, they could count. They
how many
kept
people
they
were
knew
still in
how
the
many were
building?
in there.
A form of bird counting, yeah.
Not
But see,
only that,
and this is
not
why.
only that, they can
But you
remember
can't
your
call it
faces.
maths, right? In our terms of maths, because they don't have the symbols. They have this raw concept in their head. We've then gone and created maths to put that concept into a language we can
we
describe.
have that enough too, can't we? I mean,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. That is the beginning of where our maths came from. We went, okay, I've got this concept. We need to be able to use it and
we have a
describe it.
That we do have a framework somehow.
And that's the thing. Our framework is subjective, but it's based off of the subjective reality that, even though like 1 and 2 are subjective realities, there is this sort of quality of oneness to a single thing and a quality of two-ness to two things. But it's like it's just so obscure. It's like it almost gets into the mystical, this idea of like God looking onto his creation and seeing himself reflected in it.
Okay, well, I'm a panentheist, so I mean,
so am I.
So seeing as we're a panel of heathens, sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat. I wanted to ask, and it's gone. Carry on.
So repeat the things you guys just said, and he'll remember what he was thinking.
Something about God looking into the world and seeing its reflection in the world.
No, so it was just whatever we said directly before that.
Ironic?
No, he was after.
No, Ironic was talking before I was.
Oh, was he?
Ironic, if you recall what you said, if you'd repeat it, that would probably do it.
You're
muted. He just doesn't know it.
No, it's fine. I was saying I don't remember, and I'd share if I knew.
You couldn't remember.
I could remember. Look, I've been hitting this vape pen all night.
Thank you. Fuck, somehow you still brought it back to me, Ironic. Oh yeah, show us your machine, man. Ariel, that's a beast of a bong. I don't know what you'd call it, but
a recycler, or actually, no, it's not. This isn't a recycler. This is just like a dab rig. But yeah, I've been hitting this all night, and it doesn't affect my memory like that. It actually helps me. It's kind of interesting. But then again, I also have a lot of chronic pain, so it could be that.
Is that a sativa?
I mean, I all types. So I do think I did just do a sativa.
This is an indica here. Anyway, no excuses. I'm not. It's not an excuse, really.
So my question was about someone mentioned Michio Kaku before, and once upon a time he was my favorite physicist as well. Now I can barely watch him. He's like, he just seems like this cog in the machine. He's an empty puppet, just on a script now. It don't feel like there's much of his own original thought in anything that he says. He's just like the other dude. Tyson. What's
Yeah,
his name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I can kind of like how they're communicators. Is that what you mean? Like
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I used to think.
oh, just real quick because I gotta get going, my friends. Here, I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, no.
I might
Peace.
just stay on the stream and I'll mute myself because I don't know how long I'll be here. But if y'all are still going, I'll be back. All right, take care.
Yeah, they've both become politicians. Neil deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson.
So you agree?
Yeah, definitely.
Irene, what do you think about?
Well, my
those?
thought was sort of like among like the world of physicists or whatever. It seems like, or notable ones. I mean, it's like anything. If you sort of, I don't know, you sort of get boxed in, to how far you can. Like, I think it stifles your imagination and where you want to go, being part of the group or something, and that's restrictive. And because I don't understand why there shouldn't be all kinds of different, credible
Theories.
and like thinking where thinking people go, and because it seems limited somehow.
And if you do that, and I speak from experience, the standard thinking people who are more broadly accepted will call you bad funny names.
Yes. This has been like my whole thing, the last couple of weeks.
And it's common to everything, religion, whatever. So like,
yes, it is.
But it's like we understand, and most people accept in things like science and what we can know, right? We know fundamentally you can't know anything for sure. So we go with the best available. Everyone knows and agrees with that, right? But
I do.
We act and we raise our children and we teach the kids in the schools as though that is the way and the truth
and the light.
There's really no other option. And it's something as simple as starting off your lesson with, now kids, some scientists, even if you want to say most scientists say, and even if you don't go into the details of the other options, acknowledge them, say there's also this theory and this theory.
I'm gonna say you guys had some shitty science teachers.
I'm
Probably.
not talking about high school, right?
Not to mention,
college. I'm talking about all the way. All the way through.
Like, what I got out of science through almost, I mean, I guess I had one or two bad science teachers, but looking at science as a whole and my experience with science as a whole, all the way through school, I would say the biggest thing I learned was we can discover something that but we never fully discover it, right? Like, it's going to change, it's mutable, it needs to be changed. Here, learn this and see if you can go change something, right? Like, it was never like this is the answer.
So you are correct, because we mentioning Michio Kaku and all that, but I was being broader. I'm saying history, science, like across the board, we act as though our best available information is gospel, is the reality.
Oh yeah.
We
okay,
just by the way our language, like, we don't bother to have the provisos and things. It's just, black holes, blah 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 blah. Like, what about the mention that we have never directly measured one, so we only measure the effects of something that we've perceived as a black hole, but there are people out there who have a very different idea of what a black hole is.
Why is a black hole any more interesting than a tree?
Because we can see a tree and measure a tree and quantify a tree at this point in our existence.
Think about it. Isn't
black
it
holes are still
that
so
something
mysterious.
Like a tree exists?
Also, trees never eat galaxies.
That's what I was going to say. Trees don't eat galaxies and consume light.
Yeah. And physics doesn't break down
the
in
fact that anything exists. Go ahead. Sorry.
Physics doesn't start breaking down once it crosses the surface of a tree. Like, there's so many things about a black hole that we just don't get.
A tree never
It's the
changes the
mystery.
fundamental aspects of reality, dude.
Exactly.
It would be interesting if black holes do objectively exist, which is something I think we can't right now know. But I do know that everything that they are presently claiming is likely, or they are persuaded is a black hole, can be caused by other effects.
Yeah. Especially now, like how fast science is moving. I'm just about weekly, if not daily, watching a video that says, science is questioning what it thought. This could change everything. Like
that happens all the time, and we should hope it does.
Richard, is that a matter then of them needing to discover a way to eliminate, like somehow apply a process of elimination to, I guess, you were, because you were saying we still don't know about these black holes. In other words, there's other ways that, or things that could cause these effects that they think are black holes, something like that. Right?
I want to say something even more fundamental than that. The colloquial usage definition of the word fact is not the same as the scientific definition of the word fact. And people should be informed what the scientific definition is, that it's what we think right now to be true.
Okay, so a scientific fact, is that what we appeals to the time? It's a
yes.
time-sensitive thing. Okay.
Yes.
And, okay.
Hey, Graham, jump back in.
Okay, whereas in colloquial use, we don't expect facts to change. Is that basically the difference?
That's correct. And when a scientist says this is a fact, like they say, you can hear endless clips of Richard Dawkins saying something like, evolution is a fact. You'll never hear him say it's a truth.
Okay, right.
Not one. You cannot find him saying that.
And I think maybe this is just me being a dumbass again, but I find that quite dishonest.
If he's
it depends.
If he's playing on people's ignorance knowingly.
I don't think he is. I don't think it's ill-intended. He's being factually correct. Okay? He's and I use the word fact colloquially. He's being accurate.
Okay, but see,
but Sammy, I know. I mean, but it's not a scientist's fault if a non-scientist confuses Popular Science magazine with Nature magazine.
In other words, he's not. It's not his fault if his audience is dumb.
I get it. I guess I have pretty high standards, but if your job is a science communicator, it's kind of your fucking job to make your dumbass audience understand. Or like, what is your purpose?
No, because it's not that hard to qualify, just like Richard just did. I'm speaking colloquially. I'm speaking colloquially here.
Yep.
Or I'm speaking scientifically here. This could change.
You hit the nail on the head, and that was all my point is why won't they do that? That's the dishonest part.
Because he's a bit of a show-off.
Yeah.
And why?
And I also disagree with. I agree that all the parts that make up the theory of evolution are facts, right? But to say evolution is a fact is a misuse of the word fact.
That's too broad of a word to use. I mean, everyone, like, what is evolution? What kind of... You can't define that except very broadly to use it as a word, because every evolutionist is going to have...
that's why a person should say... You should be more defined in your question. You should say something more like, what is the neo-synthetic, semi-Darwinistic theory of evolution? And then that would be answerable.
But see, Richard, I don't even think he means that specific. I think he's going down the Kent Hovind route of like other types of evolution that have nothing to do with
I can
the
find this.
evolution of life. Like you've got, cosmic evolution and
Chemical evolution,
chemical
abiogenesis. Yeah,
evolution.
I've heard the list. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Kent says that
then
star evolution.
they're
star
colloquial uses of the word evolution. They're not the process of natural evolution.
I know Hillary said something and
Sorry,
got ran
Hillary.
over.
Yeah.
I was just saying that I've heard Kent say that about stellar evolution and stars giving birth to non-stars, and yeah, he just says really crazy stuff. It's all semantics and word games. It's
Well,
just
his
like
audience eats it up, you know.
yeah, they do.
Why is evolution as a concept hard to define? I don't understand. Like, it's just it's an amalgamation of traits, right?
So-
And certain traits are passed on because they survived. It
Private
doesn't.
chat.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't even. It doesn't have to. You don't have to go further than that. It doesn't have to be advantageous. It doesn't have to be disadvantageous. These things just survived, and so they were passed on. And these different traits that have survived and have passed on have led to like a compilation, a piling of different results.
It's even more basic than that. It is the distribution of allele frequencies changing over time. That's all that the definition is. Yeah.
You got to play that video in private chat, Sammy, please.
Now, personally, the theory I have, not theory, the ideas I've adopted on these ancient religious texts describing directed panspermia actually has a lot of explanatory power in the gaps in the fossil record, which gaps are not in the genetic record.
Welcome back, Graham.
Thank you. Hopefully my system will hold for a while.
I think you've come into the chat like 12 times now.
I've just had connection issues the whole evening. It's like
you've been so patient.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call me patient. That's a step too far, Richard. But I do my best.
Well, it's the impression I'm under that you have to live with. It's still my opinion. It's going to be hard to argue me out of it.
Okay, well, I'll try not to argue out of a higher opinion of me than I think you should have. So.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. That's how it works.
I missed your question, Richard. My phone rang. Would you mind posing it again, or just putting it concisely? Or?
I'm also semi-Sammy in that I don't know what I asked.
That's good. Makes me feel better when other people fail at being a human.
Or succeed at
be
being
human,
a human.
Be human perfectly. How's that?
There you go.
See, I'm getting it, Graham. What we've been talking about for 7 hours straight.
I still can't believe we did that, man. That we talked all through your night.
Oh, but I can't believe how quickly it went. I swear it felt like half an hour, and the sun was up.
That's a sign of a great conversation when that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, we kept going there, and I kept saying, it's like, Sammy, I'm going to blow your mind here. And then he goes, you've been right every time.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know what the outline of the conversation generally was.
Oh, Richard, so much self-reflection. Oh, my God.
Did you discover any latent religiosity?
You bastard. You're as bad as Will. I swear. Let's just say my position's becoming softer every day. That hard atheist, there's no hard anymore.
All right.
One of the ones that we talked about was the whole evolution thing, where I gave him my unique spin on the whole, creation versus random chance, and said both of them are wrong. It's all based off of choice. It's based off of
Yeah.
what each individual animal chooses. Do they go left and get eaten by the tiger? Do they go right and get to reproduce? If they choose right, their genes continue. Left, well, the tiger's genes are going to continue because the tiger gets some food. And sort of
And
that.
and within that, do you include mating ritual and selection uh, through choice there?
Absolutely.
Because if a person doesn't, they don't have a complete theory.
Yep, no, absolutely do that. It's choice the whole way.
Yep.
Yep. And see, this is
So if you put consciousness into it and it becomes choices at some level of awareness, exactly how is just the environment controlling it? It's not.
thank you. Yeah. See now, whilst I'm not going to jump up and down and go, "Oh, I'm a theist now,"
No.
I don't even necessarily hold that opinion. But the the fact that it's possible says to me I can't honestly choose one over the other without more work.
Yeah. I mean, literally, if you want to get to the simplest part where the animal is controlling the environment instead of vice versa, you go all the way back to pheromones and chemicals that are sexual cues. As soon as you get there, there's some level of awareness where it's not just the physical environment surroundings that are causing the breeding selection. And from that point on, it's all, you could say, at some level, you could say intelligently controlled.
By
But still the
creatures
environment is a,
themselves.
yeah, by the creatures themselves. But the environment is a negation. It's a controlling factor in that it can say that something can't survive, but it's not
Yeah,
causing
the
what
example
replicates.
Graham gave was we we can get all the way from single cell all the way up to these hundreds and thousands or millions of species of creatures, and then
Sure.
a fucking asteroid hits.
Yep.
No one got a choice in that. That's
Yep.
when the environment steps in and goes, "My turn."
No, my turn. Yeah,
Yeah.
if
And then
the species
the choices start
cannot
again.
change quick enough to survive, then it's an extinct species.
Now, my view of evolution used to be not that there was any driving force, which was another failing of our language. It implies there's a drive or, something pushing evolution, but there's just our silly language makes it sound like that. The idea was that through a process of natural selection, through, like Graham said, the one goes left and gets eaten, or the one that can run faster outruns, so it gets to reproduce, combined with genetic mutations. So
Sure.
a combination of natural selection and genetic mutations, and basically you just let that go. And
Well,
what
that's true to
happens,
some
happens.
extent.
If
Yeah.
you just start the same process with the same creatures in the same planet, in the same environment, we wouldn't end up with the same animals again.
You shouldn't.
But that was such a simplistic view. That ignored all of the things that you just discussed, that Graham just discussed.
Well, good
all
on
I
you
could
guys.
see was this, just this random natural bunch of mutations and random natural selection that was really only pushed by environmental forces.
Right.
Not once
Well,
in
and I
that
think a
whole
lot of people
process
try to
did
make
I
it-
actually figure that there was a decision being made anywhere by anything.
I think a lot of people try to make it sound like it's an advantageous thing too, right? Like evolution is like advantageous. You naturally evolve for things that are advantageous to your species, but that's not necessarily the case. If that was true, we wouldn't have genetic deformities, right? Like it doesn't have to be advantageous. It's just a trait that survives.
Post hoc thing that we look back and say, we actually just trying to make the individual fit its environment. It's barely a species thing. It's just that's an unintended result of the way creatures are. We have to be species, you know.
Because if you don't live, if you can't survive in that environment, then you're dead.
Well, and also remember what the definition of species is simply a body of creatures that can reproduce with each other.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And you have interesting things like ring species. I want to say they're wrens. And they go all across like the Arctic Circle. But because there's this gap in between like North America and Europe, they can interbreed all the way around, but the ones in Europe can't interbreed with North America. And it makes interesting for a definition of species because while it has continuous interbreeding, the two ends can't interbreed. And there's all sorts of odd stuff like that when you try to like break species down.
Yeah, and we lost him again. He'll be back. But more specifically, it's not just that. It's just not creatures in a group that can reproduce. They have to be able to reproduce fertile offspring.
Yes.
Because like we have tigers and lions can have ligers, but those ligers can't have babies.
Yeah.
When you dropped out, Graham, I just added the they need to be able to reproduce, but they also need to be able to have fertile offspring.
Exactly.
Because there are creatures that can reproduce,
That's the point. That's the pleasure of being a grandparent. You know your kid. You know your kids were able to reproduce.
Grandparenting, God's gift for you not killing your own children.
It's like, okay, you didn't kill them, so now you can have some that you can hand back when you've had enough.
There you go.
I'm so lucky. My kid is just great.
And now you can buy those toys that make a lot of noise because you can have fun with it for a few hours with them, and then you don't have to hear that toy again for months.
That's right.
See, no, Super Munchkin is just fantastic, and maybe I'm lucky that way, but she's always just been fantastic.
Nope. No such thing as luck, my friend. You are a fucking amazing parent, and she is absolutely blessed as an atheist can be blessed that she has a mother and a father that she does.
But
also
you
gave her the tools.
She's a little mouthy,
yes,
but she's
the
amazing.
student may surpass the master, but the master gave the student their tools.
Amen.
Never forget that.
No, she's a little mouthy, but
As
she's
a
amazing.
master, you hope the student surpasses you. That means you've done your job.
You should.
Exactly. And if your daughter wasn't a bit mouthy, I think you would be extremely disappointed.
I'd question whether she was really mine. Are you kidding?
Exactly.
Were you there for the birth?
Changeling.
I'd have to question whether they got switched. I'd be like, where's...
Yeah.
You're like, did we check the bracelet? Are we sure we checked the bracelet?
So, can I go like way into the...
Oh, please do.
What? So, one of the things that me and Graham was discussing, and it's kind of been a thing that I've been looking at. Will sim a little bit with Will, but he's kind of going down a slightly different path. But I'm really digging this idea of the divine masculine and divine feminine, and how it appears in religions, and how it was quashed from religion. But also the analogy that it has with us humans. So
I think
the
it was only
Jewish
quashed
take,
in
right?
Western religion, actually.
Exactly. Christianity specifically, because it's such a patriarchal thing. You know, women need to be silent. How dare a woman be divine? That's just
Well, that actually came later
pish
too,
posh.
didn't it? I mean, if you look at the early church documents,
The early
there were
Gnostics,
not only female leaders,
absolutely.
but we didn't. When Rome took the census, wasn't it Sister Phoebe who delivered documents? I mean, like there were quite a few female leaders. There were also, like, back then they would depict like an authority figure with, like, holding up their hand with two fingers held up. And didn't they find like
Yes.
artwork where women were standing in that position, and then they went back and like scratched out the sign of authority, the fingers? So wouldn't that be later in Christianity? Like, it wouldn't be an original Christian idea, would it?
Well, one of the things that I try to specify is much of what we know as Christianity is post-Constantine. And that's when they basically, it's like I refer to it as the blender.
Wait till we hear he's back.
The argument I would make against
grand.
regular Christianity silencing females is that... Is he back? He's backstage.
Yep.
Okay, back again. No, I refer to it as the blender that was Nicaea that output a smoothie version of Christianity for the entire Roman Empire to consume. That would be the same across the whole empire. And that ended up being different than the original little sects of Christianity that popped up in different places. And you saw the
Can
loss
we give it a
of...
modern... Sorry, you go.
I was going to say, you lose the loss of
breath.
female role in the church that directly corresponds with the rise of the bishop and the apostolic tradition and the rise of the orthodoxy. Because the orthodoxy is going to be designed to fit the overall church as opposed to the needs of the individual. And that was part of like the original Christianity, was this sort of like more of a house church situation where each one could have a little bit of variation. But once you had orthodoxy, we all got to be the same, drink the same smoothie. Tagging out.
Well, I'm decreeing right now in this panel of heathens that post-Constantine Christianity is now going to be referred to as vanilla Christianity.
I like that.
It essentially is. You know, the objections or...
Everyone will have vanilla. The chocolate people and the strawberry people will have vanilla.
It's about the
and
same.
Like
that's
it.
pretty much what happened.
Why can't it be mint chocolate? It tastes like toothpaste.
Because
pretend the chips are hellfire and brimstone.
Where is that steak with where's steak and wood? We have ways of handling this.
Yeah, you're to be burned at the stake, you witch. Where Paul
in Christianity,
talks about,
come on.
Where Paul talks about females not testifying, not talking about the word, but staying silent, I believe is directly in reference to end times, when the army goes forward and the army is all male. And since people still on the earth have refused the ascension and are in the second half when that is declared, then it makes sense that you don't allow a female to preach about God. You also don't allow someone who's not an apostle or not the Christ to preach about God.
Another explanation I heard for that verse, Richard, was it was a later addition that got added to the letters after the fact in order to bring it more into line with the church orthodoxy and have it look like Paul was endorsing the orthodoxy.
That can be true.
I like doing the opposite of what I normally do and using my logic only. Man, that sounds right to me and feels right. I couldn't understand why Paul said this thing. It doesn't fit. doesn't fit the whole message. It doesn't fit Paul's message.
Right.
It doesn't fit this idea it's being put in after that. Fuck,
Yeah,
that
I
makes
can
a
only
lot of
find
sense to me.
one situation where that does make sense.
Yeah, but it kind of makes sense that you had some scribe 100 years after Paul that sat there and said, we need to get better endorsements for the bishops, so I'm going to add this little part.
That's plausible.
But so, and you'll correct me where I'm wrong, Graham, because you know a lot more about this than I do. But it's the old Jewish idea that the divine on the onset of humans, the feminine separated itself from the divine to be with the humans, and the Jews consider humanity the feminine aspect of the divine. It's why we are social and relationship oriented creatures, like the divine female, and that the divine male, if you want to call it that, because they're both part of the one thing, but he's on the external, running the mechanics of everything, and she's here running this show. Does that make sense? Am I sort of on the right track, Graham? Probably butchered the crap out of it, but you probably didn't catch what I said.
Well,
I caught a bunch of it. Where Ariel and I are kind of gravitating towards is the idea that the divine feminine basically is the world, and it's like basically like the earth, and the divine male is almost like a seed that then orders the earth and gives shape to it, and that's how the two work back to back.
Wisdom. Yeah, I'll tell you what
It's
it wasn't.
like knowledge versus wisdom is sort of the concept we're working with. Yeah.
I'll tell you what it wasn't, Sammy. It wasn't that the ancient Jews thought that God was both male and female as one being. It wasn't that. And it wasn't a trinity at the opening statement.
Gay men, brother.
Gay men.
But so yeah, and the other thing that Ariel's sort of onto is in the Hebrew, and I'm going to have to defer to you here, Graham. How we get now I'm completely blanking on the names. How he gets the name of the divine feminine out of the name of God, like it's one letter difference or something.
Asherah?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
No is the Hebrew word for Eve.
Okay.
Hava.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the Shekinah.
The Shekinah.
Shekinah.
I'm falling asleep.
Can you explain that a bit, Graham? Or?
It's the Shekinah. Yeah, it's
which
the
means
idea.
God, right? But
it does mean God, but it's one of those where they have both male references to God and female references to God. And instead of saying that God is both male and female, it's probably almost more accurate to say it's almost gender free, and the genders emerge from it, which almost looks the same as male, female, and splitting, but it's sort of like almost a precursor. This is sort of like Tao kind of thing, where the Tao gives rise.
Dang! Right in the middle of a sentence.
Damn.
Where the Tao gives rise to all of the universe, but the Tao is not the universe itself, but all truth instead. How did I do?
Fuck yeah. I think he nailed it. I think Richard literally nailed the rest of your sentence then, Graham.
Okay, I'm back. Let me try it without headphones and see how this goes.
we got to as the Tao is, and that's where you dropped out. Or the Tao says, and Richard posited, is the no? How you say it, Richard?
That the universe is an emergent property of the Tao, but the Tao is not the universe itself. The Tao is all truth.
Actually, I would say
Is that where you're going,
the
Grant?
Tao is beyond truth.
There you go.
The Tao is beyond description, and description emerges from the Tao.
Okay, I did okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's sort of like I said, it's like yin and yang is male and female emerging from the Tao.
And how do you feel, Graham, about the idea that Christianity turned the female into the Holy Spirit?
Oh, definitely. As I've said to you and also to Ariel, I always had the sense of the Holy Spirit being female because it's the only way it would make sense in order to balance things gender wise. If you got two male elements, you needed a female element for at least balance between the two. And
Yeah.
I think that's another one that you saw changing about the time we're talking about where the emphasis on the female became removed. And it was like
Yeah.
all in one thing in Christianity where you removed. It's like because one of the original setups is you had male and female teams going and preaching,
Yeah.
and by the end you had the church hierarchy that's sitting in between God and the rest of the people, and it's a lot like the original message of Jesus was going to hook up people directly to God. You don't have to go through the temple anymore. And that was one of the big reasons why the temple flipped the lid, because that cuts into their profit margin.
Yeah. And that's why the Catholic Church hates that idea that the church is within you.
Well, it's one of those things. There's three basically pillars for authority in Christianity. You have the Bible, you have the apostolic tradition that's told through that one, and then you have the people's interpretation. And it's easy to reconcile any of the two. It's when you got the third one in there that you get problems. It's tough to fit all three into the same system.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it always tends to evolve to the Bible, and the bishops and the church leaders end up having the bigger say, and the people end up losing out.
Hey, Graham, I wanted to say before your internet dies again, thank you for being serious.
Oh, you're welcome. You can recognize it's like I have fun being kind of a jokester, but I am capable of being serious.
Not what I meant you've obviously done some study.
Oh, Richard, you have no idea.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that one. It's nice. It's nice when somebody can recognize that there's some substance behind some of the ideas.
And while we're sucking each other's dicks, not only is Graham like so versed in these ancient religions and philosophy, but he does maths. Like the hard maths, the real stuff.
Yeah, it's like I was telling Sammy earlier about my my math apprenticeship with Dr. Hilton, who he was Alan Turing's best friend, and they did the code breaking back in World War II. And I walked into his office having no idea who he was, and we just hit it off, and he just taught me math, and I just learned from him, and he was just one of the top world class mathematicians at the time. It was a gift that he gave me. It's like I had no reason to expect that, and he was a teacher, and I was somebody who could learn, and so we clicked.
I just want to point out, like, it's such a rare thing to find a brain that operates highly in all those different areas. most people are gifted with one. Like maths, I can do addition, subtraction, and maybe a few multiplications, and that's the end of me. But there's not a concept that I can't fathom. You know, philosophy, it's fine. Like I can do it in my sleep, but maths, no.
Where I fail is languages, because in a lot of ways, math is almost my primary language. And I'm good at English because it's just what I've done my whole life. But when I start getting into more of the foreign languages, I'm out of my depths. The stuff that like Richard and Ariel can do, they're so far beyond me.
But how you were telling me, we were talking about something, and I think it might have been the paper you were working on, but it somehow used mathematics. Was it your paper?
I was going to say
What is? Give me the gist of your paper again. I'll see if that's what I'm thinking.
well, it's where I did my awareness stuff, where it's like when I went in to see Dr. Hilton, I explained it, and I was basically dealing with the, foundations of math, set theory, because what he was teaching was category theory, which was a different foundation for math. And I was dealing with, Gödel's incompleteness theorems and the Turing, church Turing, that sort of stuff. And it was a huge gift that he just happened to be Turing's best friend. And I knew about Turing and stuff. And that was where the basis was. It was basically, I looked at awareness as almost like the quantum of consciousness and built from there.
With maths. Are you
Yeah.
hearing this, people? Like, I don't even know how you could do that.
I don't know how either. I just did it. And some of it is, I was cribbing off of some other people's. Like after I completed it, I saw, Charles Sanders Peirce in the 1800s did it. Spencer Brown in the 60s and 70s did it. And there was Dr. Kaufman. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't Stewart. I forget his first name, but he did it in like the 90s before me as well. And it's like, again, it's nice that we all took different approaches and we can see each other, how we did it. But it wasn't like that was original entirely.
So my question to you, Odin, would be, can you do maths though? Because what I found mathematicians describe is that when you see a mathematical equation that describes a really deep concept and just puts it all together in this nice, neat package, they talk about it like with awe and how beautiful it is. It's like this artistic thing that someone who doesn't understand maths as such a foreign thing, but I kind of get what they're trying to get at.
The way I would describe that is, it's like a proof like that is like a crystal of ideas. And it's just structured it's almost like a piece of art where it's like structured in such a logical flow. And you can get a proof and it's like, that's just there.
Yeah. And that's why I think the only people who don't find maths to be interesting are those who can't do it. We can't have that appreciation.
Well,
I can understand you describing it to me, but
one of the worst things is people get any appreciation of math beat out of them in math class.
Oh, shit, yeah. I sure did. I think by year 8, I was done. I was like, what is this garbage? There was no like trying to figure out how my brain was able to understand it. I had to do it this way, and my brain couldn't do it that way, and so I just couldn't do it. And I kind of got left behind. And then years later, someone invented the YouTubes, and I see all these videos that in China they teach the kids one way, in India they learn maths a whole different way. Like, I was like, are you telling me there was other ways I could have done it? Why aren't kids given that option? And I think Pixie sort of touched on this before. A good teacher would, help kids to do that, find the way that their brain wants to learn.
Our education system, unfortunately, was set up using a lot of things, including eugenics and the idea of like factory training, but I don't know that it was set up in a manner to be conducive to learning.
Yeah, no. It's our schools try to teach our kids facts. They don't do anything towards teaching our kids how to learn. And so someone that's even slightly neurodivergent like me, I used to sleep most of my school days. I put my head on my desk and would sleep. I'd come to the test and I'd ace it, but I couldn't. I just couldn't do the work.
It doesn't reward knowledge and understanding. It rewards temporary memorization.
I was going to say,
unfortunate.
Yeah, you hit a memory on me there, Sammy. As I remember, sophomore year in my advanced algebra class, the teacher learned to stop bugging me when it looked like I was sleeping because I'd just get up and answer the question in the front of the class and then go back and put my head down and sleep again.
Yeah.
And, we talked about that a little bit on the call, and the difference between learning and teaching. And teaching is inherently indoctrination because you have to parse the subject down. You have to decide what's the most important, what's the order to teach it.
And that's why I think that's another failing of our societies. We undervalue teachers. And because of the people who don't like the system and don't trust the system, or don't, want to use public schools, they homeschool, whatever. They just don't see the need. They'll say, like you'll say, so you think teachers are paid their value? And they'll say things like, oh, absolutely. They're probably overpaid. So backwards. And it's because of this idea that they're just people pushing facts on kids that the kids have to remember, that's what we're perpetuating. We're not focusing on the value of teaching.
Well, we also don't give teachers
about the teacher.
Well, we also don't give teachers enough creative room, right? Like we bind them pretty hard, and on top of that, we give them large class sizes, right? So, I mean, with their workload and the number of kids in the classroom and the number of classes they teach throughout a day, do they have time? Do they even have time to cater to everyone, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a lot of ways, I was really lucky, but not everyone is.
My mom was a high school science teacher, and she spent as much time at home working off the clock. In fact, I think more time at home working off the clock than she got paid for.
So
That sounds
I
about right,
think
Richard.
we did well, right, as a species, a human species, where it was you did your dad's work, and if you're a girl, you just learned how to be a woman, and have kids, and that was pretty much it for all times, until modern times when we thought, no, we need education, it's important, and what's the best thing we can do? Well, give everyone a little bit of everything, which is it's a progression. So yeah, great. But now I think we need to realize that that's not working, and it should be, what does this kid shine in? Let him do that. You know what I mean? Help him to grow in that, rather than half his time spent in subjects that he can't do, he has no interest in, he's not gonna use.
Well, and before we decide that, right? Like, I think, okay, I said weird side note in the chat earlier, but it comes into play in this conversation. One of the things about Montessori that I appreciate, which is not only a school but a type of teaching system, right, is that what they do is they have more than one teacher in a classroom, but they also have mixed age groups. And the reason
there's
they
no
have
years.
these mixed, right, the reason they have mixed age groups serves a very important purpose, right? And it helps kids more naturally find their niches, but also because the younger kids learn better from the older kids than they do from the adults. And the older kids are understanding and learning better and cementing their knowledge by helping teach the younger kids. But it also highlights like this collaborative effect, right? Like, oh, if I don't know, I know who's really good at it, and I know who's really good at showing me how I need to do it, right? And so it creates a conducive learning environment that makes sure needs are being met, but it also relieves some of the pressure from the teacher themselves, because while they're overseeing this and while they're spending individual time with each student, they get to do this because it's such a collaborative setting.
Hey, Graham, imagine if we had a school like that catered to our strengths and let us work at our pace. And if that's breakneck speed, then you work at breakneck speed.
There actually, Sammy, there is a school system like that.
Well, that's what we're just talking about.
You have what's called, and there you have what's called weekly. They had what's called like weekly contracts, right? So you had things that you had to get throughout the week, and you had these like little stations. And so like you could wipe everything out in 2 days, like really buckle down and wipe everything out, and then just have like free time for 3 days, right? Like as long as you did what you were supposed to do, like it was really great.
Yeah. I was gonna
say, I like with. Oh, you go, Graham. You go, Graham.
And then he couldn't go.
We might have lost him.
In the Appalachian Mountains, where there's lots of little deflective hills, and my dad's fear of the Cold War and the Russians bombing America, the United States, I mean, there were no advanced courses. There was no way to excel. And the rating system, the bell curve there, was designed where the C student became the A student. And it was absolutely horrible and punishing and boring as hell. And I spent most of my time rolling my eyes thinking, we just went over that. We just went over that.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to comment on Montessori is it's a fabulous education system. One of the problems that I've seen a lot of people who go through that have is in a competitive world. They're great at cooperation,
of course,
but they're not really great in more of that rough and tumble kind of workplace.
Yeah.
The one education system, the education system that I saw is fabulous is the Geneva School, which is based off of anthroposophy,
which was Rudolf Steiner, and it's designed to be integrated with a athletics,
Oh,
artwork.
Steiner schools.
Yes.
Well, so in
Okay,
Australia, that's what
so
we've got.
I should
Steiner
have
schools.
I should have prefaced that with I don't actually have experience with people who have gone all the way through the Montessori school system, because here where I'm at, it only goes through second grade, and that's recent, right? So like the kids that I know and that I see a difference in are kids who started Montessori about age 2.5 to 3, and then went through second grade, and then they went into like public school or private school. And so that, I guess they would get the competitiveness from
Well,
the other schools.
Oh yeah, no,
The
no.
good
They
thing
had the
about the
great
Steiner
foundation for
schools,
learning, and then went on to that one. No, that's a good balance there. I'm used to
yeah,
either the 1 through 12, or a more common one is
yeah.
basically 1 through 8, and then they go to a regular high school.
And the only
Oh,
thing,
yeah,
when I looked
okay.
into it for my kids, the only thing I found wrong with it is that, and it's the reason we didn't go with it, is the cost. It is not accessible unless you have money.
Agreed.
Or sponsored, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's a shame, like, because the concept is fantastic. If we could embrace that in our public schools, like even just something heading towards that, even.
Well, one of
The
the
kids are
biggest,
strength focused.
one of the fastest ways you want to change that is if we somehow could turn teaching into a spectator sport, because that's where the big money is for jobs, is getting people to pay to watch you
Yeah,
do stuff.
yeah.
I don't
Or they
know, but I
need to
know that
be
there are certain
actors. We need
places.
our teachers to be actors.
There are
We
certain
love our
places where
actors too.
there are
Sorry.
certain places where you can get paid to sit in and audit classes. That used to be like my dream job. I would be
Yeah.
like, yes,
But
I will just keep taking semesters and semesters and semesters full of courses. You pay me to do that. I am perfectly okay with this.
well,
Like, you go through the class, you
on
take the exams, everything.
see, on the one hand, I'm all for auditing and entities being held to account, right? But at the same time, I think that having someone sit there judging you is counterproductive to this idea of we're supposed to be trying to give.
No,
We
you're
want
not.
to give
You're
them
not taking.
teachers a bit of.
You're
Sorry,
not
go on.
taking the class with the sole purpose of judging them. I shouldn't have said auditing it that way. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you get a particularly hateful person, they'll rant and rave about you, but you're also like, it's just like, they usually throw you into like something that's, I can't explain it, but it's just like, how was the material, how was the pace of the course, how was the delivery, is the teacher available? It's not like I'm judging you and attacking you.
And is it more auditing the process, not the teacher?
Yeah. Like, would this be better? Was this good as a lecture? Would this be better as a seminar? Did this not function as a seminar? Did this, like, just things like that.
Oh, in that case, I think that's a fantastic idea, and especially if they're working in tandem with the teacher who knows the course and is teaching the course, not just the students. Because I'm sure you're going to have students saying, "Yeah, well, if the class was like an hour shorter, that would be really helpful."
Yeah, no, it's not like, you're not a student. Like, it's just your job. It's like a.
No.
Yeah.
Who do they audit? Who are they asking the questions to?
It's usually like Well, I don't know. I guess
So
it depends
you're
on the area.
saying they sit and do the class,
Yeah,
and
they go
then
through the
they
classes.
answer the questions
Yeah.
themselves as
Yeah.
though they were a student. I understand now.
Yes.
Forgive my slow brain. At least I get there in the end.
I used to think that sounded like the perfect job. I still kind of do, actually.
I was going to say, I'm surprised you're not saying like book editor, Pixie, because you sound like the type that would love to get paid to read books.
Oh, I love to read. Oh, I do. I have bookshelves in my office right now. Just like I do love to read. I like to write too. I don't know why.
Pixie is such the theater queen. I wanted a different word because I thought that sounded a little bit nasty, but I'm actually trying to, say it positively.
We always refer to ourselves as the theater kids, so it's okay.
Oh, there you go. Pretty close. That she actually, her internal monologue will adopt different characters according to the situation, Graham. How fascinating is that? I only have the one voice in my head. It's mine.
I was going to say, that sounds like a writer to me, because that's one of the things.
Sometimes it's my voice, but when it's my voice, it's often either very like narrative, or it's like a referee. But other than that, it's usually like in other voices and other personalities. Yeah.
So do you think that's how you see yourself in this existence?
How I see what?
The narrator? You're the narrator.
No, I think I have this idea that I'm not the sum of my bad parts or my good parts, but I'm something in between. And I think that maybe my voice is fighting for something in between in my inner narration. I'm not really sure. But I think it's all, like, I'm under no illusions. Like, it's all bits and pieces of me. I think it's just different personalities and different voices, because like it's like it evokes, it's almost like symbolism. It evokes certain images and connotations.
But that's a different concept to me. I can't say I've heard that where you are not the sum of your parts, but you are somewhere in between.
No, I'm not the sum of, like, I'm not my bad, like, okay, like, I guess, like, have you ever heard that phrase, like, your first thought is what society taught you and your second thought is who you are? Have you ever heard that saying? I'm not saying I agree with it, but have you ever heard that? No, okay.
No, I don't think I have. It's interesting.
So it's like okay. So you know how they say like the angel on your shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder?
Yep.
Okay, and then you're in between, right? You're like navigating the in between, right? And so it's kind of like that, but the angel and the devil can morph, and so can I a little bit. It's weird. I'm weird. Don't ask.
No, it makes perfect sense. I find it quite fascinating, and I'm sad Graham wasn't there to hear it, actually.
And sometimes it sounds like some of you.
I heard most of it. I was going to say, I have a different approach to my writing than what Pixie does, because what I try to do is I try to intentionally write in different voices. It's like I'll intentionally try to write in a female voice and try to sound like a woman. Or try
when I write, I do. Yes.
And I'll try to, and a lot of times I'll sit there and I'll take a piece that I've written and intentionally try to rewrite it in a different voice to try to change it up. And a lot of that's writing exercises and figuring out how to express myself better. I'm sure Pixie can understand what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. I sometimes do the same thing. But I was just trying to describe why my inner monologue has so many voices. I don't know. But yeah, it's like that. It's like writing it out in a book, figuring it all out. But it plays out in my head too. That's also my inner monologue.
Now, out of curiosity, do you end up writing a bunch of stuff and then going back and taking pieces of it that sound in a similar voice and then leaving the other parts behind to get a consistent narrative out of it?
Yes, I even have a habit of like specifically like when I'm writing poetry, I'll write like 5 pieces that I'm just not quite happy with. It just doesn't seem, they never seem finished, right? You know what I mean? Like even when it's finished, it doesn't seem finished. You have a hard time putting it down. But like I'll write 4 or 5, and it's not that it doesn't seem finished and I'm having a hard time putting it down. It's like clearly not finished. And then I find myself like taking bits and pieces from each of them and stitching them together into a new piece.
Nope, I've done that a bunch of times. One of my rules for something being finished is if it's bothering me, I'll work it to where I can push it as far as I can, and I'll basically set it aside for 6 months and come back after 6 months, and I'll have fresh enough eyes that I'll be able to see something new in order to adjust it a little bit more. Just sharing one of my techniques.
I might have to do that because there are times like I will force myself into a writer's block because I'm like, I know it's not done, but I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, one of my biggest challenges early on, because I'm old, I just turned 60, but for the longest time, it's like I could see in my head how the page should look, but I couldn't get the words. They were like kind of fuzzy, and I couldn't get the words on the page. And once I started to be able to do that, I knew I had hit a better level. And just to share one of my tests is one of my friends. He does science fiction book sales, and I think it was Mike Resnick he was talking to, and he referred to him as the cringe test. And that is when you can go back and read your own writing without cringing. Tag.
Well, Graham, your voice doesn't sound a day over 57.
I appreciate that one. I just sit there and say, it's like, I'm old. I got to see the Beatles play live on television. I remember
Wow.
Martin Luther King when he was still alive. Moon landing. Yeah, I'm ancient. I remember back when they used to deliver TV, you know.
Graham, you had the Beatles, like Martin Luther King. You weren't too far off, like the moon landings and stuff. That would have been pretty fresh in history. I have drag queens in libraries and that's about it, really. The drag queens in libraries.
I was going to say that's one of my questions when you're talking about the problems in Austin is I was wondering how established the gay community is there, because I'm in Orlando and I know we're one of the most gay cities in America. But when I moved down here in the 90s, there was already a well-established gay community, and I've always had gay friends in there. And they have, there was Parliament House, which was a bar / hotel complex for the gay people. And I used, I went in there and basically chaperoned as, I'm the official guest straight guy. And I could go in there and, again, the gay drag shows, people should watch Tu Wong Fu before they denounce drag shows.
I don't want drag shows in public where kids can see them.
Oh no, the same thing. Again, it's all self-contained complex, and it's not an
do whatever you want to do.
And then the thing is,
consenting adults.
But drag for entertainment's fine, right? I mean, the way we've always used it in movies and the way musicians use it, like it's fine to expose kids to all that.
That's not drag.
Just as long as it's as long as they're not reading a storybook.
You're confusing what drag is now by saying that's what
actors
do. Yes.
No, being in drag is being in the opposite gender's clothing. You don't think that men dressing as women for theater purposes is drag? Because it is.
I think there's even more to it.
Unless you're
not only
playing the role of Tootsie.
No, that is drag.
Do we want to?
When a man is playing a woman, it is drag. Just like when Robin Williams played Mrs. Doubtfire,
See what I mean? You just
he was
proved my
in
point.
drag.
You're confusing what drag is, okay? Because
No, I'm not. You are.
No.
If a man dresses
You
as
are
a woman,
limiting
he
the word
is.
drag. You are limiting the word
Hang
drag
on.
to one type of
Look,
drag, and that's
Rennie.
your
And
problem.
I'll show you how easily.
Yeah.
You know, advertise a drag show event. You know, you're not going to get people, you know, actors showing up there. Sorry.
So,
You
when
would
a
argue
man
that every one
dresses
of
as
them
a
is an
woman,
actor, wouldn't you?
right? When
Or
a man
are you
dresses
arguing
as a
that they're women,
woman,
or are you arguing that they're acting?
it's pretty simple. When a man dresses as a woman, he is dressed in drag. That's what it means. Yeah, now, ironic might be referring specifically to drag shows, which is not the same as a person
Everybody
in
knows the
drag.
difference between somebody dressing up in drag and then an actor like dressing up for a role that happened. Maybe he's playing a woman, and yes, that would be understood similarly.
It's still
like you wouldn't be
called
able
in
to tell the
drag,
difference, but no, but there's obviously a social difference of what's going on there. I mean,
I'm just wondering, Irenic, how many people do you know that are men that perform publicly in drag?
Me personally, none. And I'm queer as fuck. I should know a few.
Well, it just so happens you don't. I mean, I'm sure you're not selecting to not know them. But Irenic, I was going to say I can.
Wait. What do you mean I don't know?
I was talking to Sammy. Not every conversation always is concerning only you.
I thought you asked me a question, didn't you?
I did, and Sammy answered as well. Then I spoke to Sammy, if that's all right.
Okay, I thought you addressed something about me.
I did, and I had a follow-up statement. I've seen men. I can show you videos on YouTube that do public performances in drag, and I've never heard any of them say anything besides, I'm straight. This is a character I perform for fun.
Mrs. Brown's Boys. Anyone know that show?
Oh, what's the comedian? The guy that does, he based his character off the old auntie.
Off an old lady.
The cool auntie or whatever. But he's just like a straight guy that's just like his character, his comedy character. That's all considered in drag.
Freaking hilarious. Dame Edna Everidge. I met him. He only lives about half an hour drive from where I live. I've met his wife, his kids, and Dame Edna. That his entire career has been, and he will say, in drag. But he doesn't do drag shows. He doesn't dance around and be all sexy. He's an old lady, his character, but it's still drag.
I was going to say for myself, I know probably about 3 or 4 people who do drag. And it's like the one time I didn't know it was, I was paying my Sprint bill. And one of the black gentlemen who was there, they had one of their speakers playing. And it was I Will Survive. And I was asking if that was, the old one or somebody done a remake and sampled it. And he laughed at me and he goes, no, this is the original. This was my drag routine. And he went into some of his dance steps. And, I'm an old white guy. I sat there and laughed at him. He goes,
what? Oh, you broke up.
He broke up. It's like he gets 10 to 15 seconds.
Well, when I was married to a flight attendant, I mean, this is kind of associated with the gay community that I'm related. These aspects of people that I know that are into that stuff. But so I'm, and I'm, I have nothing against anybody. Any person I meet, I respect them and everything. I just have issue. I have things about what should be public and what shouldn't be, as far as what children can witness out on the street. I think we should have society should establish standards. What's what should be behind doors, not for children.
I think, right, and I don't
wanted
think
to
it should
sign
be
off on that,
about
ironic,
drag.
and that was one of my points about in Orlando. It's an old established homosexual community, and they're concerned about the wrong things being in front of children too.
Yeah, they're one of the biggest advocates that I've seen. At least part of the voices that are advocating for keep that shit where it's supposed to be, kind of like, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I think the problems are like these new upstarts where they don't know how to handle being in public, and
or the
they're not
freedom.
used
They
to
think-
being
they
accepted
think-
in public, so
They
they want to
think-
be in your face.
They think being in public means you can be whatever you want to be in public with no, no reaction, no pushback or something.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, mate. I had a point, but
I was going to say, I don't think I finished my story, but he went into his drag routine, and I sat there and said, this was my senior prom. And I went my sloppy white man steps, and we then fist bumped and said, and laughed and had a good time.
so would everyone agree with this then? Maybe this could be something we can all have consensus on.
Oh.
Whether it's drag, whether it's gay pride, whether it's religion, right? No society, no adult should have the ability to expose a child to anything that's not directly authorized or including the parents. So
well, the communities, I would leave it to the communities to establish those standards, not individuals. I don't want one individual.
Yes, but individuals
complaining
make
about these
communities.
Groups. But I don't want one individual's opinion stopping society from making rules that are best for the kids as the community decides.
So I think we all agree on that.
Right, but to a point, but like
we'll go with whatever the society deems is the law. That's we do agree with that.
No, society is.
But what I'm saying is like you can't argue parent rights, but only if those parents do things my way. I mean, are you saying that a parent who disagrees with you should be charged with child abuse? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying everyone, regardless of their personal views, would have to follow the societal regulations that are established by the society.
So you think the parent who disagrees with you should be regulated by laws?
No, I'm saying, well, what I'm saying is society is obviously going to be regulated by laws.
Ironic will go with the society, even if it goes against his opinion.
I'm for society establishing rules to protect children, and I would be for that, including not allowing public displays of the trans things, like that we're talking, we have sexual innuendo added to it. Okay. So, in that case, people might someone in that community might disagree.
With sexual innuendos added to it. Thank you.
But if they go ahead and violate the ordinance, they would be subject to the penalty, of course.
But you added with sexual innuendo, and that's a big difference. So thank you.
Well, it's not a big difference because everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, that's where the argument lies. Ironic is fundamentally we agree. We agree on everything. What we disagree, where you guys are disagreeing, right, which is the nuance, which is where debate should lie, is what is sexual. So, you are having the discussion that not just any man dressed in female clothes, in your opinion, is drag. Drag to you is the sexualization part. That's what you're against, and that's we're all agreeing.
Like
so we shouldn't really argue.
I'm talking something like a gay pride parade or something.
Well, see again though, nuance, because are you talking about like the crazy gay pride parades in New York or San Francisco?
Australia.
See like that I see pictures from? Or are you talking about the Gay Pride Parade here, where the craziest thing you're going to see is a guy in drag lip singing? You can't pray the gay away, or something like that.
Yeah, whatever. We shouldn't be promoting homosexuality in society. I don't think we should, accept homosexuals and recognize they have every right that every other American does. But I'm not for society promoting that kind of stuff where children can be, influenced. That's my opinion.
So
were you influenced by the people in drag on TV to go dress in drag?
Is that relevant to this discussion?
Did Goldilocks and the Three Bears make you want to be a hoodlum breaking into houses? Well, I mean, what influences children?
Okay. I'm not interested in responding to that.
Mostly they're influenced by things they find respectable.
I'm just going to weigh in.
Most kids will defer to mum and dad.
Yeah, exactly.
My kids, anyway, if they don't know, they'll look at me. What does dad say? And that's how it fucking should be.
I know. That's where I go if I have a question, right to Sammy.
Yep. Daddy Sammy. I have all the answers. They're usually nonsense, but they're still an answer.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
I was going to say, my preference is to allow the parents the most freedom as possible, but you have to stop them from abusing their own children.
Yeah.
Well, but then you have to establish what constitutes abuse carefully.
Exactly. Do you think that's the discussion.
Like, I agree that I don't think a child should be taken to a sexualized drag show. However, do I have a problem with a child being exposed to like a lip syncing person performing in drag? No. Do I have a problem with them coming across like a performer in drag? No, I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with a character dressed up as Big Bird either.
Yeah.
So I don't see the difference between that and somebody in drag at a parade. Like, I don't see the difference between that and somebody in drag at Pride performing like the same kind of act.
Yeah,
I see it as you both exist on the same goddamn spectrum. Just you especially, specifically the two of you are at very extreme ends more than each other. But you both agree that children should be protected from sexualization and that parents should have most control unless they're harming the child.
And we might just disagree on what entails and all that. Maybe,
Exactly. Yeah. And that's where I think society needs to start. It's like, okay, we all want to protect the kids. So does that mean some people are going to have to sacrifice having their sexy time parades in the street? Yes, it might. Because they're part of a society.
That's what always been the case, though. It's never been different than that, what society allows in their streets.
I'd like to offer a question and a choice between two different bad influences on children. We've been talking about the sexual component. One of the things that my wife and I decided is at least sex is a natural part of life. When it comes to movies like Rambo, that's not necessarily something they're ever going to do. So why should you expose children to that sort of level of violence and killing as children?
Gay
those
men
tend to be acceptable to people.
You ever notice
more
the labels
acceptable than sex is. Tagging on.
See the labels on those movies? They do come with warnings.
But the thing is, now if you go and look into the people who decide what ratings movies get, right? It's just people like me and you, Irene. You could go and volunteer
Dude,
for it yourself.
But I
Um,
think,
what it
I
comes
mean,
down
look, the whole
to
thing is BS.
is
I mean,
that
I'm not for any censorship.
a,
You know, I'm
a
just
whole
for
bunch of people
informed
getting
consent.
mowed down with guns, right, will get a PG, but boobs
Look,
instantly it's
look.
R-rated.
I
That's the
think look,
point Graham's making.
all we
well,
gotta do
I
is
think
this
that
is
I
where
think.
parents decide what the
Hold
kids
on.
watch. That's what you know.
Okay,
Easy peasy.
I was gonna say it depends on the parents because I don't
No,
I
it just
I
depends
hold on,
on
I'm
if
not
you let
done.
them
I'm
do
not
it.
you would you just oh
Go ahead.
anyway. I was gonna say it's I don't even remember that part of the point anymore. But B, I would say it's what a society gets like desensitized to, because if you think like the thing is like we say they're not gonna be Rambo in their life, and well that's probably very true of like modern society, right? We did go through like a very long period of time of glorifying war and our war efforts and and things like that. So in that aspect, I think like war and the glorification of war and valor and honor and death and like I think
I
these
mean,
things have
that's
been
almost
so ingrained
inseparable
and
from
so
Hollywood.
normalized that we're probably more desensitized to that than we are to the idea of breaking the purity culture. Um, and I think that scene is like at least historically like seen as a more corrupting force on the youth.
Well, it just creates.
There's no honorable justification for that where there could be
So-
for violence.
Well, she's right. I mean,
I want to throw something into the mix and see what everyone thinks. So, my 6-year-old and even my 2-year-old, actually, to this point in their whole existence, the only issues I had between sex and violence is I've needed to teach them not to hit people and not to hurt people. Sex is not, it's not the big issue.
Oh, that's where I was going with that. Thank you. Yeah, the thing where I was saying it depends on your
On the parents.
the reason it depends on you as a parent is because I've never like I've always been pretty open with my kid about that stuff, right? Like it's not an obsessive topic. Like we didn't delve into it in detail or anything. But like I've always answered her honestly. She always knew the proper name for all of her anatomy. She never had any weird little nicknames for anything because I didn't want her to like
Do you think it'd be
feel
okay for a mother to
ashamed.
like? Do you think it'd be okay for a mom, let's say, to demonstrate
You're about to say something terrible, aren't you?
how to use a toy?
Yep. I knew it.
Okay, first of all, that's ridiculous. By the time you don't
Hang
have
on.
to,
Can I
because all you
answer?
have to do is demonstrate how to use a tampon. But you didn't think that far, did you? Anyway,
No.
Go
Pretty
ahead.
much what Pixie said.
A toy is
Just
different than a
like in
tampon.
school, right? In sex ed, the girls get a banana and get taught how to put a condom on it.
Jeez,
Their
shut up.
dad didn't have to pull it. Their dad didn't have to pull his cock out
Did they
and get
really
him to
use
put a
bananas?
franger on it.
They didn't use bananas in my
Oh, I
school.
don't know. I was in the boys one.
Well, I mean, I didn't.
It's just what the girls come and told us. I can't really remember.
Okay.
You know, the boys get separated. The girls go and get taught. You know.
Oh, we
Which
had
isn't that
co-ed.
funny? We didn't really. I don't remember talking about condoms and things. I don't even know what we talked about. But the girls were taught to put
Yeah, I don't know.
condoms
We
on
had
a
co-ed,
boy.
and there's a lot of laughing.
I
going on,
wasn't.
as I recall.
I never was. We were a very like abstinence only, scare the hell out of you with STDs kind of a school system. We didn't
Oh,
do
that's
any of
lovely.
that stuff. They mentioned condoms, but there was like no demonstrations or anything, right?
Yeah,
there was
nobody
none of that.
demonstrated 'em. Me too. Yeah.
Mm-mm. But yeah, but you know, as far as toys go, I mean, for a girl, we have a period, okay? We have to use tampons. These things become pretty self-evident. I'm just saying we don't necessarily need a teacher.
And see, like, to answer Irenic's question, there's more questions. How old is this child? Did the child ask the mother, or is the mother just wanting to teach the child? There's so
Well,
many,
that's
contexts
what I
there.
mean, we were kind of talking about the parents' duties here, right? So I
Oh,
was, if
ironic.
that's all I was talking about. Yeah.
If
So if a
you
mom
if
had an
you
interest,
sat if you sat at my kitchen table for some of the discussions that happened between me, my 15, 16-year-old, and their
yeah, well,
mother,
you should be
you'd
having
be
those.
horrified.
I don't think I would be, but I mean, that's an
I
age.
mean,
I
like
mean,
anal
if
bleaching.
you're not,
My son asked about anal bleaching.
well,
The mother was like, "What is that?" She didn't even know it existed.
to me, if they're
She
asking,
learned something.
you should try to be ahead of your kids on what they're facing
Exactly.
if you want to be protecting them
Exactly.
or
You can't
involved
necessarily.
parent.
That's the problem.
No,
Because here's the thing
you
that
can't.
happens.
You
You
can
do the
try.
best you can.
Especially,
You do the best.
hold on. Let me give you an example. Especially these days, because there was a point where, and this is when I realized, this is the moment I realized I had to be as open and honest as I could be with my kid, even if it made me uncomfortable.
You mean you weren't
Because
ever? Was there a point you weren't that?
Well, there was a point where I was trying to sugarcoat it, and she could tell that I wasn't giving her all the information. I'll put it that way. She's a smart kid. Anyway, she had heard in passing. I don't remember. I think we were walking down the mall or something like that.
Oh, no.
She had heard some teenagers. No, she had heard a couple of teenagers talking, and we get back in the car, and she keeps saying, "Mom, what's a blowjob?" And I'm like, you're not quite old enough for that talk yet,
Did
we'll
you
get
laugh?
there.
That was your first reaction to laugh or no?
Oh.
Like or giggle?
No,
I mean,
a little bit, but I
your
couldn't.
face? Right. Okay.
I hit a smirk,
Hey,
but I was
Pixie.
like, you're not quite old enough for that conversation. And she said,
You know what?
asking me, and she kept asking me, and she kept asking me, and then finally she said,
"What is it,
Mom? If you don't tell me, I'm gonna
I'm
Google
gonna
it."
scream it.
And I said,
no.
hold on. I said, you can't Google it because I have parental controls. And she said, hold on. She said,
Not at school.
you do. Hold on. She said, you do, but my friends don't. And you don't know which ones. And I'm not telling.
So
So
I have to
in
tell
the
you
face
something.
of that, do I tell her or do I let her Google
Now,
it?
Well,
parent
I would,
to
just
parent,
because she's
right?
asking, I would tell her.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I mean.
But do you know your disadvantage, Pixie? But you're just lucky you got such a smart kid and she's turned out so good. Is you've only got the one, and the first one is a practice run, man. You didn't get a practice run. Like your kid is the practice run. So every new experience,
but
you only get that, and then it's done. I've had it like 3 or 4 times. By the 4th one, man, you got that shit down.
No, I just got one kid.
But I want to go back to what Sammy was started with the 2 of them and the 2 boys. The mom and dad or whatever, 2 boys sitting at the table talking about bleaching anuses or whatever. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. If your kids have questions, that should be the thing. That's how you deal with it, and you always be open and honest. But you don't have to bring it up, but let them bring it up. But always make sure they know they can bring up anything to mom and dad.
But what happens when they? But what happens when they get the parent? When they don't get that parent? When they get the parent who either doesn't want to talk or doesn't think they should know, and then they go find out from other sources.
Well, and I think Irenic would agree that that's where society should be able to step up. But from his opinion, and I think everyone's opinion, society's failing because we can't agree on shit. So society isn't there to step up.
The breakdown of the family has caused just tragedies throughout society. If you ask me, that's the biggest problem. No dads in the house. Just it's an epidemic of an issue. Socially,
I could agree with that, but I think it goes a step back further. I think the whole marriage thing was part of the problem. We should be living in little villages. Get married if you want, whatever, monogamy, whatever. I don't give a shit. That's not the point. It takes a village to raise a child, not just a mum and a dad. It takes uncles and aunts and other kids.
Well, more than
That's
that,
what's
but
missing.
more
We
than that,
don't
it
have
takes
that anymore.
Well, I agree
more
with
than
you.
that. It takes other well-adjusted kids,
Well,
because the truth of the matter is, there
course.
comes a time
If-
in every minor's life where the peers become a much greater influence than the parents,
Here-
as it should be. This is the group of people they're going to have to navigate the rest of their lives with,
So,
right?
Sammy,
But there comes a time when their peers have more influence than their parents, and if they're not with other well-adjusted peers, then things can go not great.
So, Sammy, do you agree with this? That the best society that we've maybe been able to see if it works at all, but would work is multi-generational families, and then a community built up of such, like I'm talking about where you got multi-generations in one home or one
Yep.
compound or whatever, so you got, and constantly, right, you got the old dying off, you got babies coming, and everyone in between kind of living together, and it's very economical. It really helps where everybody gets trained, everybody knows how to behave from the littlest guy, because grandma's down there with the stick on the porch.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that it has to be.
So my answer would be, on the surface, I agree 100% with that idea. The only nuance I would add to that is I have a very different accepted definition of family. I don't give a shit if it's 2 mums, 2 dads, 6 mums, 4 dads.
Well, and the kind of thing I'm
so
talking about, that hardly, all just the man woman thing disappears because there's so many people in the house. I mean,
exactly.
This is what, there's no like a person.
Exactly.
Yeah, they know mom and dad, but who knows? There's all
Yeah.
cousins.
Every
older,
human on the
everybody's
planet
around.
has a mum and a dad. There's no way out of that. Well, they might,
So
as
in the
in,
house or the
but
community.
in that environment, that every little kid is being treated like from any adult like that, like their mom, because everybody looks out for everybody, right? So it might be anybody feeding that kid or picking them up and helping them, like in their growing up life, right? So I
So
don't know.
have you heard the way
Pretty well-adjusted
Serb,
kids, I think.
how the way Serb and his family and his community live? You have heard about that?
Well, I've heard. I've known Serb.
It sounds very.
This would be.
I don't want to get it wrong, but it sounds similar.
Yeah,
so
would be with this idea. Mm-hmm.
So
and then you get the smart older dudes that kind of make sure nobody's getting out of line, and it's a community thing. It's not just one dude saying this is the law.
The sad thing
Sammy,
is
you and I kind of had
that already existed. Pixie knows that already existed among the Indigenous Americans. It existed here with the Indigenous Australians.
Thing. It's a natural way.
And Westerners come in and ruin it with all their.
Well, you and I had a conversation. You and I had a conversation one time about how a lot of the ideas that the natives had that were discarded are like coming back around, right? Like the controlled burning in the forest to prevent forest fires, things like that. Things they thought that the natives were silly for doing, and they're discovering they probably weren't. Well, I think we talked about this also. One of the native concepts that has started to come like back around, I think, is like the natives always had this idea, like, why would you separate your young from your old? Why would you do that? Like, that's terrible. The old need the young, and the young need the old. Like, why would you separate them? And it makes sense because their elders is who took care of their young while they were out, taking care of the fields, hunting, doing what the able-bodied people did, right? And so you see in certain places, I think in the US and maybe in Australia, but in certain places they're starting to, like, instead of having like daycare for kids and elders separated, they're starting to like combine them, or taking the daycare kids to regular visits to nursing homes. Right.
No, they're in the aged care.
Yeah. Yeah,
they
do
the
it together.
Same building, there's old people and little kids. And I tell you what, the life expectancy, the quality of life of the older people has gone up. And these kids
are smarter.
Fucking thriving. Yeah.
Yeah, because they learn. They learn from the older ones, and they provide vitality to the older ones. And so, like, why would you ever separate those two groups, right? And it's an idea that's starting to come back around, and I appreciate that.
Before I get dumped again, I'd like to share my concept about what I see as the issue, and that's the switch from cooperation in society in various forms to a competition. And competition drives efficiency and is essential to more of a capitalist system, but it's essentially pitted individuals against each other. And if you look at it, you can see, some of the issues as parents versus children, the employer versus employee, employees against each other. The rise of divorce, you can sit there and say both the man and the woman are out to get as much out of the marriage as they can, and they're not interested in helping the other one get something out of the marriage. And I just see it in various ways that we've gone away from cooperation and too competitive, tagging out on that.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know how unrelated this is, but whatever, like, you just put this into my head. This idea of schools, I don't know about the diagnosing part, but apparently that's a thing in the States. But parents will often find out their kid's been on meds for months and the parents weren't even aware of it. And all these other things.
That's gotta be a state. That's gotta be a state thing, because like the teachers here and wait, hold on. How many states have I lived in? In at least 3 of the states I've lived in, because I'm old enough to remember those, like, very specifically. So at least 3 of the states I've lived in, I had to have a note signed by my mom, or my mom had to call and prove she was my mom. Hold on. To even get a Tylenol, right? Yeah. They couldn't give you anything unless it had been prescribed by a doctor and you had a note from your parent, right? Like nothing.
Yeah.
A teacher would lose their job if they tried to give you an aspirin.
Oh shit, yeah, and it's still that way in Australia. Now, and I think this is part of the problem that the right see. They see this extreme side of the left, and they think that's all it is. But as you're like, I'm surprised at your surprise. You're an American, so it's obviously not as rampant as I assumed. If this is news to you, but there are states in the United States where laws have been passed so that the school doctor can diagnose. There's age limits, so it's not the little kids and that. But if a child goes to their school counselor and says, "I feel like a girl, but my parents don't agree," the school will support them without the parents'
Okay,
knowledge.
I'm assuming
it's all through health
about...
professionals. Health professionals are used all the way, but the parents are kept out of the loop.
Right, I'm assuming you're talking about California or someplace like that, because I can tell you I've lived in Democratic states, like not even Republican states, straight Democratic states.
But remember, you're talking about when you went to school.
No, I'm talking about now. No, I'm talking about right now. I still have a teenager in school, and I have.
I imagine it would only be.
And I have nieces and nephews that are teenagers, and I have a sister who's a teacher who's taught in multiple states. So, but like, is in most states, I'm not saying that's only in California, but I'm saying like in most states, as far as I'm aware, even the Democratic ones that I've lived in, the most they could do is give you and your parents a referral to like counseling. Like suggest counseling, but they can't make you do anything. And they can give the child like verbal counseling. That's it. You can't go beyond that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm
I
not saying
guess,
it's not a problem. I'm just saying, like, it's not.
yeah, yeah.
I don't think it's as
It's not
widespread.
rampant. It's not countrywide or anything. Yeah, like I was picturing. But the latest one I seen wasn't anything to do with trans or anything. Or actually, I think the child was having gender confusion or whatnot. But what the school did was diagnose and then prescribe medication for depression. And it wasn't until the kid, 3 months after being on them, said to the parents, just like randomly, "Oh, I'm out of meds." And the dad was like, "What meds?" And it's yeah.
You're not able to do that. You're not able to do
protect.
that here because your child wouldn't have been able to get it filled without you. Even if they got a prescription from some doctor, they couldn't have filled it without you. And the doctors here don't stock medicine like that. That's ridiculous. Hold on one second.
Are you sure you didn't get that from some fundamental Christian site?
Hold on. Like that
no,
like, how do they even fill the prescription without a parent knowing? That doesn't make any sense unless they're 18, in which case they're an adult and there's HIPAA laws, but then that would make them not a minor. If they're a minor, even if they got prescribed this, how did they pick it up from a pharmacy? This doesn't make any sense to me. It took me a year and a half. It took me a year and a half to convince them my kid could pick up a recurring prescription.
That's what legislation does. But you also have states that still think children marrying adults is okay. Like, you know.
Yeah, but no.
Are you that surprised?
With parental consent. That's what I'm saying. With parental consent. So even if
but
they're
it's
getting
still
the prescription, how are they picking it up?
Regardless.
It's fucked up, but you need parental consent. That's the key thing. These things.
I agree. I'm on you. Like, I agree with you guys. If I ever found out the school did that shit to my kids, I'd probably burn it down or something like stupid and over the top, because I would just feel so betrayed and like, just tell me. You tell me my kid's got depression. I'm not going to fucking hold treatment from my own child. That was the dad's whole thing. He's like, I don't even have an issue. They just kept me out of the loop.
And on that front,
they're abusing a law that was brought in, I think, around. I can't remember the reasoning behind it. You go, Graham. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to try and find it.
Yeah, because
are they trying to use the logic that it could be inferred that the child came from a non-tolerant or abusive home or something, and therefore telling the parents to bring danger to the child? That's a reason.
Yes.
I was going to throw this one at Pixie, because this is one that I don't have a good resolution for, and I can understand the parents who get frustrated, like the way Sammy is. And that's in the case where you got to have the parent signing off on the ad on a Tylenol, but these parents in the same school district, they kind of don't feel it's right that they can't even be informed of, say, their 14-year-old daughter having an abortion, and they think they should.
That's what I'm saying. That those things don't really. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've never lived in a place where this has been a problem for me or my siblings or my kid or my nieces or my nephews. And so while I'm not saying it's not a problem, and I'm not saying that these things don't need to be addressed quickly and severely, I don't think it's the widespread.
For you, it's just a news story.
Thing.
I wasn't saying it was widespread.
It's just a news story. That would be a tragedy, and that is awful, and a lot of people should be held accountable in that situation. I just don't think that this is like a regular occurrence.
It's more of the parents don't understand why the inconsistent laws exist. It's like if they have to sign off on the Tylenol, they're basically saying the least they should have, not they should even be able to stop the daughter from having the abortion, but at least know
Well,
And
hold on.
Damn.
And it
it's
sounds
okay.
like
We can get where he was going. At least knew that it was happening, right? And I 100% agree with
and
that. I am appalled and astounded by the idea that they wouldn't,
So
right? But
but
why
he's
do these
I
conflicting laws
found one.
exist?
but he's
Hold
citing
on.
actual state laws though.
Hold on one second. Why do
Pixie.
these conflicting laws exist? And that's because nuance. Because
Yeah.
nothing is ever black and white. And
Yeah.
so if you instead of relying on precedent and arguing case matter and judging something case by case, if you start trying to pile on laws to address this nuance and that nuance and this nuance and that nuance, all you've really done, unfortunately, is create conflicting laws that give people advantages and loopholes when they're trying to take advantage of the system.
I see what you're saying, but one thing I would point to is the two different levels, because there's legal and illegal and right and wrong. And those two don't necessarily coincide. There's plenty of things that are legal, that are illegal, but are wrong. And there's often
I'm not
things like,
disagreeing with you. I was speaking to the accountability of the actions that they took, not necessarily to the morality of the actions. I absolutely find that abhorrent. That was my morality thing. I find it abhorrent. Why do we have these conflicting laws? Because legally speaking, we're trying to address too many nuances specifically, and
So
unfortunately, that leaves room for people to take advantage of it with loopholes.
and
Well,
what
And
I'm
escape
trying to say
your
is,
accountability.
opinion. Oh,
and I was just trying to
sorry.
point to, a lot of times you end up with those convoluted things where you go from like Dred Scott to Brown, you end up trying to deal with racism and slavery, and when you're trying to build it off of this scaffolding of precedent, you end up not having a good thing until you can basically get like an amendment or something to basically cut through the BS and say, all of that, that Rube Goldberg stuff we need to toss out, and here's the new start. Just going to
Well,
tag
even
on
then,
that.
good luck though. Even then, good luck though, because then you're still
So
open to all kinds of change. I mean, look at the reinterpretation of the 14th Amendment, right? So, I mean, good luck with even that.
also,
It
does it
wait,
change anyone's? Oh, sorry, go, Ariel.
yeah, I was just going to say, I think that it's also important to keep in mind there's a reason for medical privacy, even from parents, within certain contexts. Because, so like for instance, if if you get a Tylenol, unless you happen to be part of some sort of cult that is against medicine, there's not going to be an issue. But something like an abortion, there's an entire half of the country where, maybe not entire half, but there's there is a segment of the population in honestly every country that if they found that if people found out that their daughter had an abortion, it could end very badly for the daughter.
Agree 100%, Ariel.
I'm
It's a question of how you balance
See,
parental responsibility for that child, for
so
financial and everything else, because they're
well,
responsible for what that child does. How do you balance that out versus the child's
well,
level? It's
but
like
I
you have
want to
right.
competing rights.
hold on,
That's
hold
if
on,
you
hold
hang
on,
on.
do, and
Pixie.
that's why you have to
Pixie.
rely on concepts, right? When you go to
But
law
hold on,
school,
Pixie.
you don't learn a bunch of laws. You
But
you
Pixie.
learn a bunch of concepts for a reason.
But I wanted to address this idea of precedent, because what I thought he was mentioning, because you were appealing to the hodgepodge of precedent, and that's it's ambiguous, I guess, way to do law, right, for any particular case. Now, but he brought up the
No, it's
fact,
not
excuse
actually.
me, well, let me make my point. But by bringing up the fact that it seems like by bringing up an amendment, if you get an amendment passed in a certain specific, you actually eliminate the problem of precedent now, because presumably this new amendment has wiped out the need for, or has just taken a large section of precedent just off the table now, because there's an amendment that this is
No,
spells it
actually,
out.
it
That's
doesn't. It
now,
it
but
actually
I'm going to ask the gentleman, am I misunderstanding what his point was?
No, you
well,
have it
Well,
pretty good. It's
if
sort
you're
of
gonna
like
address me, you don't get to escape my response. And
I was trying to clarify my
and
point to him. Let me just clarify real quick, Pixie, and then you can definitely take over. Yes, you're
thank you.
saying that, and I see it along the lines of like the state of Alabama It was in the 2000s that they finally took the state laws governing the sale and keeping of slaves off the state law books. Now, those were never enforced for well over, 100 years, but they were still there. And I always joked, it's like, yeah, Alabama's looking at it that amendment against slavery, sort of like the Prohibition Amendment. Sometime the rest of the country's going to repeal it, and then we'll be ready to handle the slaves again. Dear Lord, what the hell's going through their minds?
So, I want to throw a little.
Wait, hold. Can I?
want to clarify.
Pixie gets a chance to respond here. I was clarifying.
What I said, I didn't intend to say whatever it is you heard, because that was not my intention. What I'm saying is, when you're relying on precedent, what you're doing is you're taking similar cases, not just similar cases arguing the same point, but with similar circumstances, right? You want the circumstances to be as close as possible because you want the logic of the nuance to match, right? When you start putting things in law, when you start solidifying it, my argument was not that it didn't answer or make things congruent. My argument was that it also, when you start making it law, it also establishes loopholes that give people opportunities to escape accountability. And the reason I said an amendment, and the reason I said an amendment was not always a fail-safe answer was because we have amendments like the 14th Amendment that undergo vast reinterpretations that change the entire intent and meaning of the amendment itself.
But that's what precedent does. But that starts with the foundation of the amendment, of course, like every law. All I was addressing was the former or prior precedent. And that's no longer applicable after the new amendment that would address those issues and clear them up. That's what my point is.
Yes
and then,
no.
Of course, going forward, there's going to be new precedent set.
It doesn't though, because you can change. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't though, because while you're relying on the same type of logic from the same sort of situation, you're trying to match details as much as possible when you're researching your case. And the reason you're doing that is because the slightest change.
All we're talking about is what the law is.
Hold on. The reason that happens, I know. The reason that happens is because the slightest change in a situation can change the logic applied to the situation. So yes, while a law is more rigid and while precedent is more fluid, it's exactly the rigidity that can sometimes allow loopholes for the escape of accountability.
So, would it change anything for you, Pixie, if I was able to tell you? Now, I know the depression one was a thing too, but I've been able to find a whole bunch. There was a boy and a girl, different cases, where the school vaccinated them without the parents' knowledge and against the parents'
and
wishes.
Those parents should get a huge fucking settlement because that's ridiculous. I'm not saying that any of these things are okay, nor did I ever say they were.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you did, and that's why I wanted to give you that opportunity to clarify, because I knew that was your case. I'll present this here.
Hey, Sammy, I'd feel the same way if somebody forced my kids to watch a trans show.
Yep, and as a parent,
that's a
like I support. I know, but I support your right as a parent. You know, a school should be saying, "Hey, we're going to put a trans show on." Yeah, in my day, kids had to have permission slips for anything, even when people come to the school. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You still had a permission slip.
No, while I support Irenic's position in saying absolutely not, I support the right of another parent to say, sure, my 17-year-old can watch that drag show. Why not?
Yeah.
I agree with Pixie 100% here. I wanted to share one of the things that was very eye-opening to me was when my father, who was going through law school at night after he got his he was already a doctor, but he decided to go back for a law degree. He was explaining to me how the Supreme Court comes to their decisions. And in essence, I had always thought they weighed the merits of the case. He explained to me, no, they pretty much understand what the outcome they want and how they want the law governed. And then they look to find precedences that will allow them to come to that decision. And it was like, so it's basically a rigged system at the Supreme Court. And he goes, yeah.
Are you telling me lawyers aren't honest, Graham?
No, and a lot gets done behind the scenes by all their.
I clutch my pearls.
What do you call them? They're you know, the judges, their legal aides.
So,
they're underlings, you know.
Supreme judges. People. Oh,
no, I'm talking about each of those courts.
Underneath,
you know, they have a whole staff, and all their staff is all about what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's to find the justification for why they're going to rule the way that they decided they want to rule. It's not sort of sort there and logically come to what they think is the right decision. It's no, we know the right decision. Just how do we support it? And that's, you know, that was an eye opener to me. Tag.
Americans on the panel, which I think is all of you actually. Where's Jefferson then? What state's that?
Jefferson is in Virginia. Thomas Jefferson.
So,
are you sure there's not more than one? Oh, that Jefferson specifically.
And also Kenner, a mum from Kenner. So if that narrows it down.
Montana? What?
No, Kenner is the suburb, and
Kenner. Okay, Kenner.
And Jefferson's the.
Well, is Jefferson a city or a town?
You're talking the school. Okay, no, I don't know about the school.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what state it is. Okay, let's see. Jefferson Parish.
Oh, that's
Louisiana. School. If it's parish, you're Louisiana. Louisiana is the only state with parishes.
Okay. LA.
Yeah, that's
Louisiana.
That's the abbreviation for the state. LA.
My silly Australian brain just went, you know, the LA.
LA
Los
is
Angeles.
Los Angeles, but that's the city.
Yeah.
LA is a state.
So there you go. Stay the hell out of Louisiana if you want to have a say over what happens to your kids at school. But let's have a watch.
A mom from Kenner may soon be squaring up in court against Jefferson Parish Public Schools for what happened at East Jefferson High on Wednesday. Jennifer Ravane says her 16-year-old son received the COVID-19 vaccine without her consent when an Auctioner mobile vaccination clinic rolled in and allowed him to sign the consent form himself underage. An attorney for Ravane called the situation a nightmare and claims other underage students got the shot too. Writing to Eyewitness News, quote, the egregious and reckless actions.
Yeah. Okay, different example to what we're talking about. I know.
The school, I was going to say that's not just the school's fault. That's also whatever medical people pulled up in that fucking mobile unit.
Well, hold on.
There's levels of fucked up there.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I remember something about people over a certain age being able to opt to get the vaccine without parents' permission.
But since I was going to say, since the company said it was a nightmare, I'm willing to bet Louisiana wasn't one of them.
See, this is where maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned, but I have this real, or maybe it's my black and white autism here, but I don't understand how we can say you can't even fucking vote. You can't drink alcohol. You can't sign any legal contract at all. But we're going to let you sign this one.
Wait. Some high schoolers can vote. Some high schoolers can vote.
That statement's right. It constitutes a battery upon that child.
I was 18 when I graduated.
Yeah, but the other thing you can do
if they change all the other laws and make a 16-year-old an adult, then fine.
I said 18.
Go for it.
18.
No. You were saying 16-year-olds can vote in this place. Well,
no, I said.
I'm just saying you've got to go across the board. You can't say, we're going to let you do this adult thing, but not that adult thing. This one you can do.
In America, you can vote. The other big thing you can do is go die for your country.
Right.
You can do that at 18. You still can't drink, but you can die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to lower the age to 16. Who is some state?
What do you mean for going into military service with parent consent? It's been 16 forever.
Yeah, that's true.
So here I found it. So what is this? At least in California. Oh, what?
Oh, I thought you might have. I thought you had something to share.
Yeah.
No, you're all good.
As
in, I thought you had a screen to share.
You're gonna continue on hit play, right?
Wait, hold on. Here, I'll pull it
Yeah,
off.
I'll let Ariel make his point first.
So here, one second. Present, share screen. Let's see. Here. COVID vaccine for minor without parental consent.
Most states.
Well, hold on.
Who are emancipated? Sorry.
Yeah, but there's here minors age wait, where's this? Wait, here, as in the minors age 12 to 14 could consent to vaccination without parental approval with support and facilitation from their clinicians and other minors. Let's see. Here. Before age 14 years, minors are generally thought to lack the. Okay. Most state laws in the U.S. presume that minors lack medical decision-making capacity and therefore require parental consent for most healthcare decisions, including vaccination. There are exceptions to this requirement for stigmatizing or sensitive interventions. So that's why it was probably, included, because there was this like backlash against the vaccine. And there were a lot of parents who didn't want their kids to get it, and the kids did want to get it. And so it kind of goes down to this matter of, does the parent have the right to, to deny their, it kind of like, given it's a different context, but in a sense, it is kind of similar to this idea of, can a Jehovah's Witness parent deny their child given
blood transfusion?
Yeah, it's a different context, but it is like on a lower scale. But so here it says minors can consent to immunizations for sexually transmitted infections such as HPV and hepatitis B without parental permission. In 5 states, minors are allowed to consent to any medical intervention, including vaccines, although few states allow minors of any age to consent to such services. Several states mirror existing research on capacity consent, granting minors autonomy at or around 14 years. Court intervention may also grant a mature minor adolescents who, after clinical evaluation, are deemed to possess competence to consent or refuse treatment, broad authority over their medical decisions. Some sensitive health services currently accessible to minors may present greater risk and less benefit than the COVID-19 vaccine. Given the risks and ongoing devastation of the pandemic, as well as the high benefit of vaccination for individual and public health, existing laws authorizing minors to consent to vaccines should be expanded to include COVID-19 vaccination and adopted nationally. So that's the argument that this paper is making, and it's pulling on these examples.
So I guess the hard and fast answer is, if I'm going to stick to my principles, well, if I live in that society and that society has made those laws, I might hate it and detest it, but it's the law. How can you really? I think while scenarios like this exist, we're never going to get consensus as a society. It's too gray. It's too tough. Like, while I agree with everything about it, the whole concept of it, the parent in me just says, what the fuck? Like, yeah, 16, but like, what's to stop it becoming 14? Now, all of a sudden, I don't even have a say in my 14-year-old's life. Where does it, does it stay at 16?
I'd like to weigh in real quick here, Sammy, before I die again.
Yeah, please.
And that's where, for me, I see it as competing rights. And you have the right of the child, and you have the right of the parent. And it's a question of the parent has financial responsibility. If the child wrecks the car, they're responsible. And I believe in, emancipation, where if the situation is so bad, the child needs to have control over their own life. But it's this middle ground that I don't understand. It's like if the child feels that strongly about the COVID, get emancipated and take responsibility for all your finances and everything else, since you think you're in control of your life. I support them 100% there, but it's this picking and choosing that I'm uncomfortable signing off on, tagging to see if that makes sense to other people.
Yeah, it does. It's why I can't get a clear idea in my head on it, because it is sort of all over the shop. I guess maybe it's because I don't have the issue. Like, to me, I would never have my child in a position where they thought that I would go against what they wanted. So it's not an issue. If I didn't want my child vaccinated, but my 16-year-old said, "No, Dad, I want to get vaccinated," I don't see that I own my child. I'm just maybe at best a mentor, but he is his own human being.
Are we
And if I
talking about the
respect
current?
that,
Are we talking about the current gene therapy?
yeah,
experiment?
no, this getting vaccinated, letting 16-year-olds decide if they get vaccinated. I think it only becomes an issue when the parents don't have the relationship with the child. There's no.
Well, I think some of it boils down to, does the parent see it as the child harming themselves by that decision? Like, should the parent be allowed to be forced to sit back and say, I'm going to lay on the train tracks with the train coming. No, you can't pull me off because you think that train's going to hurt me. I don't think so. I should be able to. And I'm sympathetic to both sides. I'm just saying I don't know how to resolve that issue for sure.
Yeah.
Other than you're either liberated and the parents have no say at all and you got no claim on any of them, or you need to go along with the parents and they have final say until you're old enough. And I see those as the two options, and I don't know how else to do it. Tagging again.
Yeah, I can't even add to that. That's pretty much, I think, where I'm at with it. Does anyone else have any?
Not to mention, there is no vaccine that doesn't come without somebody dying. If we're talking about a vaccine that's going out. I mean, it might just be odd cases of reaction, allergic or something, whatever, but it happens. So.
Yeah, I'm going to sign off on ironic. The equation of harm that you always figure in the medical field of the vaccine is the course of the disease is what effect the disease is going to have in everybody who gets the disease and has symptoms. Let me finish the alternative here. The alternative is you're giving the vaccine and the side effects of the vaccine are going to be inflicted against the whole population. So which one, if it's going to have more of a negative effect? If it's low side effects, you're far better off with the vaccine.
That's a false dichotomy, though, because you're ignoring the long-term effects that we don't know about from a disease.
Well, Ariel, how can you factor in unknown effects?
Right.
You can only factor in what you do know, because you can always sit there and say this disease has, and you can speculate and say we don't know the effects of a hangnail. So I'm going to sit, I'm just using that as an extreme example. But you can always sit there and speculate what you don't know, and it's hard, and it's fine for an individual to make that call. Right. I support the individual 100%. It's trying to take that and extend it all of society. Tag.
Yeah,
You know, that is
sorry,
risky.
go, Ariel.
I just think it's ignoring the fact that, like, because it seems like you're implying that there's all these side effects that we don't know about from the vaccine, which is an unknown, and then you have all the side effects from COVID that aren't the initial effects, and somehow that being an unknown means that we can't consider it.
No, I wasn't speaking about any unknowns in my equation there. I was speaking what's been known for vaccines and what I was taught as a child was that you base it off of the damage is going to be done by the disease, and you know what you know of the effects of the disease when you do your trials for vaccines. And again, they don't do double blinds. It's not really tested. There's no legal reliability, but they do have some sort of results, and they do know some of the side effects, and you can extrapolate those across the whole population. That's all.
And you bring up a
just to interrupt for a little
current
second.
Vaccine though that wasn't tested properly. Go ahead.
Just so Titan's asking what's happening. So obviously you didn't know about this either, Titan. Pixie was just as shocked. It seems all the Americans weren't aware of this. This is a year old. This video.
Wait, this story I knew about. Well, not specifically this, but I knew that
you knew.
I knew that there were minors that were able to get vaccinated without parental permission.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Where?
So
wait,
why are non-biologists talking about biology?
What state is that legal in? Are you saying that's legal in a certain state?
Some, yeah.
It's actually legal. Okay, wow.
And to answer that question, Titan, the reason non-biologists are talking about biology is because if people could only talk about things they specialized in, no one would be able to talk.
I can't imagine any state that be approving vaccinating kids without their parents' permission, unless they already passed a former law that allows 16 and above, and that's a little different. That's just like considering them an adult or something in that case.
I was going to say, here's one that shocked me the first time I heard about it, and that's that 16-year-old strippers are perfectly legal.
Oh wow! Are you serious? Like a cam girl or something?
What the?
No, not a cam girl. Stripper in a bar.
Oh well.
And the rationale, and that was upheld by the courts. And the rationale on that was you have a right to work state, which means a 16-year-old can go out and get a job.
Okay.
That job is as a dancer. Now, they can't handle any alcohol in the bar. Nobody can touch them. You can't take pictures of them because they're underage. But there's nothing in the law that would prevent them from taking off their clothes in a bar. And I want to say it was Connecticut, and it went to the Supreme Court, and they basically said, we don't like it, but there's nothing in the law that we can say it can't happen.
Imagine an emancipated minor, right? And I could earn a living here. Hello. Right.
And that's what they said is, how can you stop her from having that job? It's a legitimate job, and
Right.
I don't like the decision, but I can't find a way to say it's illegal.
Yeah.
Of Auctioner and East Jefferson High School went well beyond any legal and moral bounds and at a minimum constitute a battery upon the minor child. The attorney says he's exploring every avenue to hold Auctioner and the district accountable. As outlined by the Louisiana Department of Health, a parent's signature is required for anyone under 18 who wants the shot. Auctioner Health System apologized for the misstep at East Jeff and says it's revising its school vaccination program, writing, quote, "We have procedures in place to ensure that all policies are followed. However, in this instance, this did not occur. We have taken immediate action to review our on-site vaccination policies and to ensure that these policies will be strictly enforced moving forward." Jefferson Parish Public Schools did not respond to multiple requests to answer questions or comment, but may soon have to answer to Ravain's attorney. Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
Here you go. Okay, so it's a parental rights discussion, not a discussion about the vaccine itself. Yeah, right.
And that could be
We did get in the weeds a little bit, but that was the main point of the discussion was society stepping in against parental rights and where parental rights should stop and the child's rights begin. But it's not religious enough, apparently. We're losing Richard and Mac.
Good night.
They're powered by religious discussions, see?
I'm powered by chocolate ice cream.
I can support either power.
I'm powered by sheer will. And maybe a bowl of Wheat Bix every now and then.
I was going to say, I got a certain amount of ornery and stubborn going for me.
I'm going to take a cigarette break, however long it takes. I'll be right back.
So, Richard, are you still with us, or have we lost you?
I'll listen on YouTube while I'm downstairs having this smoke.
Cool.
Okay.
I got to get my phone back up here.
Well, in that case, Bond, I'll give you a little charge up. How's that? I'll give you a little charge up. How's that? Here we go. This is for Richard when he returns. Where does the God's love end and the parents' love begin? Is that religious enough?
That's a good one. And if I was, I would give the answer of God's love never ends. I don't know about the parents' love.
Yeah, you would hope it began at the child's birth, or maybe 9 months roughly before that.
Oh, I hope that.
Oh, that was weird. But yeah, there's no hate like God's love.
I assume you're talking about the Christian God.
Yes.
Or maybe Yahweh.
Yeah.
It's a shame Richard's disappeared because I'm sure he would have plenty of things he'd love to pick your brain about, Ariel. Parents do the best they can given what they have to deal with.
But that doesn't necessarily mean they do good enough, though.
Oh, no. But I think that's kind of the best someone can is all you can really expect from them. It may not be enough, I agree. But can someone do more than their best? You can't enforce policy on the public that goes against the Constitution.
But how do you know whether it's against the Constitution? That's the problem. It's got to go up to the Supreme Court to get decided. And as far as doing your best, Sammy, you can always improve your best over time. You have a best you can do any given day. But, in theory, the best you do a year from now
should never stay your best.
Your best a year from now should be better than your best today.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 45% pregnancies are unwanted or unplanned. Oh, that's a lot of people that probably are not ready to be parents and probably should not be parents by default position. Damn, how? See, and I know There's probably going to be pushback, and I welcome it. But my knee-jerk emotional response is, how the hell in 2023 are 50% of people that get pregnant don't want to be or didn't mean to be? Do we not understand contraceptives?
Prevention. Yeah.
Is this just an American thing, Halsey? Is this the
Earth
result
girls are
of
easy.
abstinence and purity culture? Is this where it goes?
I have a different explanation that you're not going to want to hear, Sammy.
Oh, I want to hear all explanations.
Earth girls
You
are
dropped
easy.
out. I thought you were having a really long pause for effect.
Yeah. A whole drop my signal pause. No, it's a matter of, in America, when you have if a teenager has a child, she starts getting a check from the government in order to buy food for that child, in order to support that child, for medical care for that child, and for her. It's basically that child is a huge ongoing paycheck for underprivileged, again, not black, poor women. And that is often the easiest way for them to get some money. It's like I told you the story about my black African American professor, college history professor friend, who, we were talking about some of the race issues, and he asked me what a welfare queen was, and I looked him straight in the eye and I said, it's a single white mother with 3 kids, one by each different father, hoping.
Well, boy, you got tired of that quick, Mr. I want all opinions. Hey, peace and respect to you all, and good night, and thanks for adding to my experience.
Good night, Richard. Thanks for coming.
Bye, Richard. Now, I was going to say, hoping one of them comes through with a paycheck that much for child support. And he said that's right. And it's like, that's just not a sustainable system to run a society off of. I'm not saying I know what the better one is, but that doesn't work well. Tagging.
Because you dropped out, my brain forgot the first bit, so you might have to say it again, Grant.
It's basically, it's a single white woman. Most people think it's the typical welfare queen is going to be
the
black.
Government paying the money and that, yeah.
Exactly, and it's if you're underage, every child to a poor family gets food money, gets free health, Medicaid health care for the kid. It's basically, a government subsidy as soon as you have the kid. So while the father may not have wanted to have the kid, there's a good chance a lot of those mothers did. I'm tagging on that.
Yeah. I agree with, obviously, new mothers. In Australia, we have this thing called family tax benefit, right? Every person, no matter how much money you make, if you have a child, you get family tax benefit, right? Which is a weekly or fortnightly amount. You can also opt to take it in a payment. And on top of that, there was a period where I believe it was to try and boost our population. The government said $5,000 a kid straight up, plus all the family tax stuff. And it obviously didn't have a big enough effect, and it went up to $7,000. It then went up to $10,000 a child. And all that happened was a whole fuckload of teen pregnancies, which the government probably don't give a shit about. They just wanted to boost the population. They got what they wanted. They probably don't care where the babies come from. But it seemed so thoughtless and just, we need population. Throw money at it. No real planning or forethought. and now we've got this huge population of single mothers with several kids, and these mothers are all like under 20 with 3 and 4 kids. It's disgusting. Not disgusting that they have kids, it's disgusting that the government did that to them.
It's just
But I
a
think
bad
that's
situation.
Yeah. She has free medical care and free apartment.
And that's one of those where I can understand everybody's motivation in there. You understand why the government wants to do it. You understand why the mother does it. You feel for the kids, but you sit there and look at the whole system and say, surely a better option could have happened. Tagging.
Yeah. I think that we have a lot of parts of our society that need pretty radical change, but it's the nature of the beast that you can't have drastic changes. It has to be gradual, and that often makes it unfeasible.
Well, sometimes, at least I'm coming from the American standpoint, you have to have radical changes. Like I said, I remember Martin Luther King and the civil rights stuff. A lot of that was pretty radical here.
Hey, I think I'm going to hop out for now. I might be back in a bit if y'all are still going, but I'm just need to take a break. Talk to y'all in a bit.
No worries, Ariel.
Have a good one, Ariel.
Bye.
Talk to you soon. Well, that idea has been thrown around, though, Dean, because before then and after then, so still now, our population growth is purely by immigration. We have that same, for want of a better word, phenomenon, that's a decent word, of the more educated people are and the better their lives are, the less children they have and the later they have children. So people aren't wanting to pump out 10 kids at 20 years old. It's like most people are waiting till in their 30s to have their first child, which historically is like unheard of. I'm going to ask that biologist next question involving non-political scientists, Reagan era misinfo still on YouTube in 2023. Is that a reference to the immigrants thing versus natural population? I don't have a stance on the real motives of the government or what actually happened, but the facts that I can say, which is all I have said, is that Australia's population growth is only due to our immigration, or mainly due to our immigration. And I guess the government saw that as an issue. I don't see that as an issue.
The reason why that becomes an issue, Sammy, is how do you take care of your aging, graying population? You need people working to pay for them and take care of them.
It has to do with the
absolutely.
GDP and growth and keeping everybody alive, thriving.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that, but I mean, what does it matter if the people aren't born there?
Oh well, that's the thing. With global population shrinkage is the issue, and that America's pretty well set because we have Canada, Mexico, and stuff. We can draw from certain countries, like mostly from the South, but not like China is in big trouble population wise, and they don't have where are they going to get people? So that's the issue. Like Australia is the same. I mean, it's an island, and you know, but I'm sure you have some, drawing power from the East Asia there. I would think, but I don't know.
Well, you would think so. The thing is, their government won't let them out. I'm friends with people in the Philippines and Indonesia, and
They want to
they've all
come, you
said to
mean,
me
and they
how
won't.
abso-fucking-lutely, but they can't get
Can't get
passports
permission. Okay.
from their
That
government.
doesn't
Our
mean. Oh,
government will let them in.
well, that's the
Yeah,
Well,
from
you
their own
can't.
governments.
Well, of course because
Nothing you can do about
their
it.
government doesn't want to lose people. Right? I mean, they don't want to lose them either, and they're more of a strict government.
China's the same. All of that Southeast Asia, all the same. It's like this pandemic that's happening. People can't get visas and passports, even
I mean,
holiday ones,
you could almost claim.
because they get holiday visas but just don't come back.
I would almost feel like claiming whatever, so just take a trip to Australia, right? I mean, they let you travel, of course, right? It's just
No, there's like my friends were trying to get holiday visas.
and they won't
They
even let
can't
you leave the island to go somewhere like that. They won't let you go to Australia.
No,
Well, maybe you
they
might have
can
to.
they can easily get visas to other places in
That's what they
Southeast
have to
Asia.
do.
So they can go to
That's what they have to do.
Thailand, and
then can't they from Thailand get there or something like? Yeah, I mean,
I think there's like ways around
it
it,
seems to
yeah.
me
But
that
see, that's when Australia turns around and goes, no, you can't do the dodgy. If you want to come in,
right.
we want you to come from your country, so we know your country hasn't, like, you're not on the run or something.
Right. I
So
mean, okay, right. This is what criminals do, what you just did, kind of thing, right?
yeah.
One of the things I wanted to throw into the ring as far as taking care of the old people coming up here is automation is going to definitely replace a lot of workers that don't exist. Tagging.
That might be good in nursing home situations. It won't have, maybe don't program the machines to kill these old people for getting on your nerves.
I was going to say, take the old
Well,
people their food trays so that they don't get on your nerves is what I'm thinking. At least spare the
that's
humans
where I
that.
thought
Yes,
you were
I mean,
going, but that went real dark real fast.
well, I mean,
Old people.
maybe I
Poor
have a
old
fear of
people.
nursing homes as I
Do
get
it to
older.
small children, not old people. Fuck.
I want to say, here's one that flipped my mind that I heard about China, where you can now basically eat human meat in China legally, where they're allowing you to sell off your body after you die as food. And it's
Oh,
just a
wow.
matter of you get the payment up front and then they get your body when you die. And it's like, oh my God, that's sick. Tagging.
Who's eating that shit?
Hey, I mean,
Hungry people, I
maybe you
suppose.
shouldn't knock it until you try it.
I was going to say, I think there's a
Apparently, we
lot of
taste like pork.
I think there's a lot of elites and rich people who would pay a lot for a human steak, sick as they are.
Oh my, yeah, like you can see Clarice.
Isn't there
Sibling
a
with prion
cannibal
disease
tribe?
isn't risky enough as it is.
Yeah. Wasn't there a
There is
cannibal,
a cannibal tribe,
referred
but
to us as long pigs?
I don't know, maybe.
People are just long pigs.
If you're a cannibal, you're at a high risk for a prion disease.
Yeah.
And on a side note, interesting, a lot of the cannibal societies actually have some prion disease resistance built in their genetics. Go figure.
Whoa.
After how many generations of suffering from the dementia and the shaking and the they still is it resistant like to the dementia part or to the shaking or to all of it?
Well, there's more than that. The condition where one day you just stop being able to go to sleep and you never sleep again and then you die, that's a prion disease.
Why don't you come on in?
So is locked in syndrome, isn't it? Like the human statue one? No, that's a different one. That's when your system starts attacking your own system and it turns your muscles into bones.
Isn't it scary? Such a powerful thing, our brain, but when it goes wrong, it can go horribly wrong.
So where's your hubby at tonight, Sammy?
I don't know, actually. I think he...
I
know he had a 7-hour stream before mine, so he's probably gone to sleep.
I haven't checked the happy chat lately. I thought Midnight would come in. Or Geo. Geo said, listen to what Geo said. Listen to this comment. You maybe missed it. Let me see. I gotta scroll.
We've all probably eaten human flesh and don't even know it.
I was going to guess
how?
an impossible.
Give us an example of how.
Impossible Whopper would be my guess.
So this was Geo's comment. You guys agree with this? I don't agree with this, but he said you can't legislate the public's behavior with policy. Is that true? It seems like you can. If you want to, if you're the government that wants to, go ahead.
Well, I mean, you can attempt to legislate people's behavior, but it doesn't actually legislate them. It just gives you a reason to punish them when they don't follow your legislation.
No, but I think through legislation, you can certainly control the public's behavior. That they're public.
Isn't that the idea of laws?
You can influence the public's
I think
behavior.
So, Sammy. I think that's obvious.
You can influence the public's behavior. You can't.
Influence is legislating the public's behavior.
But you can't like control their behavior, right? Like
yes,
nobody has to give a fuck. No, because nobody has to give a fuck about the law. I'm just saying, if legislation controlled behavior, murder wouldn't exist, rape wouldn't exist.
Yeah. No,
these
that's
things
not true.
still exist despite legislation because it doesn't control human behavior. It influences society.
Your statement is going too far. Sorry. Because it does control it to a large extent. That there are some anomalies that doesn't
really you don't go out and kill people because you think the vast majority of people don't want to go out and kill people because the law says so. You think that's what it is? I
think for the people who would consider killing someone, that is a good that is something they don't.
Oh well, obviously the law doesn't control them, does it?
I'm saying it does. In the case of people, like I'm talking about the group of people who would, come to actually would desire to kill somebody. I think at that point, the law, the fear of the penalties keeps most of those from not happening. That's what my guess would be. I'm not, I don't have any stats.
Well, then most people fucking suck.
No,
because most people you have
don't
laws
murder.
To give you morals.
No, most people don't even want to murder somebody else. So that's why there's so few murders. And then there's fewer still because of the laws, right? That, people don't want to, they would kill except for the law. But, then there's others that
but
fuck the law. I'm going to kill that bastard.
There's a difference between a deterrent and a control, and is all I'm saying.
Well, that's why, see, to me, that's like ridiculous because if you deter something, you have controlled it. That's what I mean. What are we talking about?
No, if you deter something, you hinder it, right? Like you hinder the process. Like
out of the 50, out of
the 50 murderers, 40 of them might decide.
Not controlling?
No, hold on. Because although you have given some murderers pause, you have not prevented murder. Therefore, it is not
That
a
wasn't. That's
control.
not
It
the
is a
claim.
deterrent.
No. I think you're. No, I don't agree with you. Anyways, I think it. We'll just have to agree to disagree here.
And I'm going to pull my Graham thing and agree with you both, because to me you're both speaking different languages. It's like
Yeah.
I agree with Irenic in that if you pass a law about a behavior, you are legislating that behavior. And I'm going to agree with Pixie, where the only thing you can control is yourself. The best you can do to anybody else is influence them. And again, at least for myself, I have trouble even controlling myself at
I'm just
times.
appealing to the fact that when a
That's
law
why
is
I said you
passed,
can
it does in
attempt to
fact control
legislate.
the population publicly. It
I'm
just does
not
because
saying
people
it's not
change their behavior, and that's
I'm not saying
controlling
it's not
it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's not legislation. I'm saying
I'm not saying everybody
legislation.
doesn't have a choice to do it or not.
I'm saying legislation is an attempt to control, but it is at best an
It's not-
influence and cannot control.
No, see, that's
I was.
no. It's not.
Let me
It's more
cite.
than an
So,
attempt because it
let me
does
do something fun.
control. That's I don't
Graham,
see how
I'm going to let
you're not
Graham guess my opinion on this matter. He got in before me. But what do you think my position on this is, Graham?
I was going to say, I think you're probably kind of close to me, and the big emphasis is the one I didn't bring up about Irenic's point, which is what that legislation does is it's not going to control the people, but the fact that you can now basically shoot them if they don't obey is going to give them pause, and it's definitely going to influence them to try to alter their behavior. Tagging to see how I did for you, Sammy.
And
yes,
I had an
so
emphasis.
I think
My
you hit the
emphasis
nail
was
on
on
the
public
head.
behavior, right? That means out in public where you're visible. It controls your behavior if the authorities are around to watch. It just does.
I think there's like a nuance or a little bit of semantics happening, not intentionally, but I'm the same. I agree with Irenic that it's a form of control. All laws are designed with controlling a behavior in mind. We say murder is illegal because we want to control
But
people
no law is going to
murdering,
change
right?
the moral
But
position of any individual. I wouldn't say.
yes, so you agree with Pixie that whilst they're designed to control us, I can say I don't care what you do to me.
They
I'm
have
going to
no
murder
power
someone.
over
So
the
your law
individuals.
has
Laws have no powers over individuals' morality, moral views.
That's all I meant. When I said you can't legislate somebody's behavior, I'm not saying that you can't legislate whether somebody's behavior is acceptable or not by society standards. I'm just saying, like, they don't have to care about, like, they don't have to care about your legislation. You can mean for it to be a control, and that's fine, but the best you can hope for is a deep and big influence, because you can't control behavior.
But my argument is
You
that
can
you can
deter it.
control society, how it behaves, by the different legislations. That's just obvious.
I'm going to throw
like I said, I think
another
you can
problem
influence
into
and
the
deter,
mix
but I
for you
don't
both.
think you can control. And if you could control,
No,
you
I'm
wouldn't
saying,
have
my
revolutions
argument
and
isn't you
uprisings and civil rights movements and all
But
kinds
I've
of other
already
things.
said, I've already said you can't I agree. You can't legislate, someone to think right, or, so.
Yeah, you can't legislate thought. You can sit there and penalize behavior. And I'm going to fall back on what my father expressed to me as a kid, and that is there is only one thing that you have to do in life, and that's die. Everything else is voluntary.
Or
They can't
up in the air.
Yeah, well, and it's basically everything else you do either helps or either extends or shortens your life, or makes it better and or worse for yourself and others. And I shortened my father's one to basically life is a suicide mission. Nobody gets out of this alive.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I shortened my father's life.
No. He would probably say that from his grave, but I wouldn't claim that.
So I saw a comment in the chat, and I want to know what you guys think of it, because I have a a very gray stance, obviously. So somebody in the chat said, hold on, crap, I gotta find it again. They said, law is a killer of freedom. Discuss.
Well, yeah, I think in like fundamentally that's true.
Now that you agree, can I rustle you up again? And I noticed when he first said it, but I don't know enough about laws and stuff to know what the hell I'm talking about. But I'm clever enough to notice that he said policy. And I think that he's trying to make the point specifically. Laws are one thing, but policy.
Well, he's going with the enforcement.
He's saying, okay, what all I think he means is laws don't mean anything unless there's an authority that's gonna come and shoot you if you don't do it.
Oh, I meant the law is the killer of freedom comment, but
in that it seems like obviously law is a restriction of some
you don't
kind.
You don't think law can support freedom in any way? You think it in itself by nature, law is a restriction of freedom, like a killer of freedom.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying it's fundamentally a law would be it would curtail your freedom. It seems like that's would just be automatic. That's
would it or would it always?
I'm saying fundamentally. I don't see how it could be otherwise.
What if that law said that? What if the law said, you have the right to bear arms, or the law said you have the right to freedom of speech?
Okay,
in what way is that law inherently curtailing
Imagine
rights?
there's no law. Okay, so Pixie, imagine I have no law. Nothing restricts me. I'm free to do everything I want. Comes into my head. Now, how is any law going to add to that? But how, it can't do anything but restrict something. That's all I'm saying.
It can prevent your rights from being stripped by another person who has no right to take your. Yes, it can.
Because
the freedom of speech, or from an entity. I should say from an entity.
If I'm free, I already have that. That's what I'm saying.
But I should say affirming, not granting. So how is a law affirming your right inherently a law that is a killer of freedom?
I want to take a swing at that after Irenic.
Go ahead. I think it'd be better if you comment. I'll comment after me.
And that is the idea that every single right that you give to an individual comes with a concomitant responsibility to everybody else in society to respect that right. It's like freedom of speech only works as long as everybody else respects that freedom of speech. And in that way, in that way, when you extend a right to a person, everybody else has to respect it, which is why you can only have a limited number of rights. Otherwise, you're basically hamstringing and straitjacketing everybody.
Well, it's the idea that my rights end where yours begin. But what I'm asking is, in the affirmation of that, right? In what way does simply affirming that by law make that law inherently a killer of freedom simply because it's a law? Is law itself inherently a killer of freedom?
Because you're not free to disrespect that right is what I'm going to say. And there are some rights that can't exist at the same time. And a big example is freedom of speech and freedom from being offended.
And is this all? Well, we've never had total freedom of speech ever. But I won't go there. But on top of that, on top of that, is that just executive law? Like, is that just con law and admin law? Or does this go down to contract law, right? Like, does this go all the way down to common law? Are all laws inherently there because they are a killer of freedom? Is that what law is?
By killer of freedom, you mean a restriction on your ability?
I don't know. I'm not the one. It was just an interesting comment I saw. And I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Well,
know.
first of all, my comment has to do with the fundamental base. I'm talking about if you're free. Okay, I'm not talking about in society or whatever. I mean, it just you can see that somebody that's free. Now that you're going to introduce a law, it's going to restrict because the freedom I'm assuming is the freedom to do whatever he wants. Okay, now that's opposed to any law. Now you're going to introduce.
So what if the only law was affirming that you can do whatever the fuck you want?
I don't need it. Why do I need such a law? Then it's just redundant.
Because a law is something that states what's expected of society, right? Like almost like a mission statement.
Well,
if that's your
not in
mission
this case
statement, great. But
necessarily. No,
how
I'm not
how is a
assuming that.
law by itself, just the idea of a law, like why is it automatically a killer of freedom? Not a restriction of, not a balancing of, not a consideration of, not an affirmation of, a killer of freedom. How is that?
I was taking the word a simile or whatever, or whatever. It was a metaphor, right? Metaphorical use of the word killer.
But that's what I'm saying. Killer is, it's not, that's what I'm saying. Think about it like a child. You're not saying you're rearing them. You're not saying you're steering them. You're not saying you're guarding them. You're not saying you're disciplining them. You're not saying you're punishing them. You're saying you're killing them. That's a thing.
Right.
So
no,
is a law a killer of freedom?
Yes, in the sense that if you're going to choke, if you're going to restrict freedom, then and if restricting freedom in any sense can lead to its demise, then yes.
Can lead to. Well, I can kick you in the face and lead to your demise. It doesn't mean it'll happen. Does that mean I killed you?
Yes, I mean if
I kick you in the face and you walk away fine, it means I killed you.
No,
because it could result in your death.
No, I'm just saying if you kicked me and no matter how long it took, if it was the result of your kick and I died, then you would have killed me with your kick.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I kicked you in the face and walked away, and 2 weeks later you were fine, no traces of it, nothing ever happened. But the act of me kicking you in the face could have led to your death if I kicked you wrong, whatever, right? So does that make me a killer?
No.
If I kick you in the face?
No, only the fact that you killed somebody by your action, I would say denotes you as a killer. That's all.
So is a law inherently a killer of freedom?
Well, I explained in the sense that, I don't know, something that takes a long time, right, to have its effect, can be a killer, right? Now, you're not really saying it's an instantaneous killer, You're saying it can lead, if something can lead to death, then I'm saying in that narrow limited sense, it can be said to be a killer. That's all I was saying. So
you smoke cigarettes? Are you committing?
You're being nitpicky about your.
No, I'm just exploring
I'll be like,
an
okay,
idea.
I'll be technical and say, yeah.
I'm not trying to be nitpicky. I'm trying to explore it thoroughly through all roads possible. So,
fine.
You're a smoker. Cigarettes have the possibility to kill. Are you slowly committing suicide?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you could say that, yeah.
I was going to say,
as long as we understand in the sense we're talking about, like minutes every day, maybe I'm cutting off my life.
I'm going to sit here, and my first question is, what does it actually mean to kill freedom? Because I need to know what that is before I can answer that one. Because to a certain extent, it's like if somebody has the right to bear, freedom. Let's say freedom of speech. That basically kills everybody else's right to not be offended at that free speech.
Well,
and that's what I'm saying. It's like if you're sitting there and setting up a right, you're inherently, in a sense, killing another right.
You're limiting someone else's
killing
right
a freedom.
To muzzle
yeah,
you.
Exactly. If you have the right to bear arms, you're killing the right of somebody else to take that away. And that's sort of, I see that balancing going there. Does that make sense to you, Pixie?
It does. That makes sense. I guess, but then in that aspect, it wouldn't be law as a killer of freedom existences, because freedom, your freedom kills somebody else's in one aspect or another, and their freedom kills yours in one aspect or another.
Well,
Yes.
the word "kill" is being used metaphorically. I think I mean, or however you're using it. Just you got to say what you
Welcome to
mean
my
when you.
Indeed,
welcome
but
to my
then I
recent
would
world, Dixie.
say that perspective would bring it down to existence, not law itself. Law would just be a projection of it.
I would say law
Amen,
is a
sister.
level over chaos because you're talking about basically, anarchy, where everybody can do what they
Exactly.
want. So I can kill you and there's no consequence. You can kill me, no consequence.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, here's what I'm saying is that's your state of absolute freedom. Everybody's free to do what they want, but they have to suffer the consequences of people doing what they want. And what law does is it sets up this higher level, basically a filter
It
or a
places a
screen that
superstructure
restricts. Yeah,
over it.
it's restricting into allowed structures. And some of this I'm cribbing off of Robert Nozick, Anarchy,
And
State, and Utopia, with a sort of sense of minarchism, where you
and
need.
introducing standard punishment, right?
Well, it's the idea of the only proper functions of a government is basically protection of the citizens' rights from outside threat and arbitration of final arbiter of disputes
Among
between
internal
citizens so they don't basically violate
kill.
each other's rights. And other than that, those government can do things like water, fire, stuff like that, but that's not an inherent necessary function of government. That's sort of my base core political sense. Tag it.
And that can happen easily through just a mutual agreement among a certain geographic area, right? Things
Well,
like fire,
actually, Nozick
police.
develops it wonderfully from basically that state of anarchy in the sense of if everybody can do what they want, then two people are staring at each other until one of them falls asleep. Then the other one kills them and takes their stuff.
Right.
So you end up having groups together where, hey, the two of us can agree, I'm not going to steal from you. You're not going to steal from me. We can both sleep at times,
A
and we can
non-aggression
both
pact.
beat up somebody else and take their stuff. So you
Do you know
end
what?
up with basically gangs and
Gangs, right?
protection organizations, and the largest one basically becomes the de facto government.
Right, they wear the blue.
Yeah.
Think about this, right? Go back to the onset of humankind, and Graham, you just described it.
Yeah, no, that's why I use Nozick as my basic one, his minarchy. And, there's some twists it has to do, but that's basically a solid core to start for as to why government should exist and how you
Yeah.
shouldn't let it grow too big. You want the people to do as much as possible for themselves.
So-
If you can get the people to do it, I mean, it still amazes me that it took something like the fucking Magna Carta to establish something as ridiculous as, and there shall also be a standard width of dyed cloth. Like, you people couldn't figure your shit out? Never mind.
So I kind of have this view.
One of the problems with the Magna Carta is it really didn't do anything for the people. It was just an agreement amongst the nobility and only dealt with them. Tag.
Right, but I mean, the reason I picked the standard width of dyed cloth, right, is people couldn't figure out that in trade there should be some continuity. Like, why did we need a document for this? That still floors me.
Well, they came up with methods. They'd have these
Greetings,
rods,
brother.
with marks and stuff. The banking system,
I'm not talking about compensation. I said there shall also be a standard width of dyed cloth. In the goods being offered, there should be continuity. It floors me that it took a document to establish that.
Well, part of it, just to explain that, is the whole idea of law. And the idea of law is objective and explicit. And I always take the rule of things don't tend to be written down unless there was a problem with it not being done before. And my best example of that is back when smoking was still allowed in businesses. And I'm going through a buffet line, and they have several signs that says, no smoking in line. And it's like, Oh my God. That means that they've had problems with people smoking and dropping ash into the food before. It's like, dear Lord.
Like, I know, like, don't people have enough sense not to be a cigarette hanging from their lip while they're dragging their food through their oh my God.
So would you all agree then, or I guess not agree, because I don't know that that's my position, but it's a question I've been wondering for a while now during this discussion, is if smaller possible governments is ideal, would it not then follow that as less laws is also
Yeah,
favorable?
I think so. As long as there's that like what he mentioned was and Graham mentioned was as long as there's this sort of non-aggression pact that's agreed to, among everyone, and then let's do business, because I was going to say, like, the way I kind of answer, like, to me, some of these the way I answer a lot of these kind of questions is I kind of picture this fundamental idea. Okay, seems to me, if we're going to talk about society, the smallest is going to be just me and my neighbor. Okay, so I picture this line between him and I, and this, on my side is me and my property, right? And then on his and his property, and then it's really easy, because we've agreed that I'm not going to touch him. I'm not, I'm not going to hurt him. Right? I'm not going to come to blows. I like Michael Malice. What he says. Once a guy hits you in the face, you can't trust that fucker ever. I mean, what kind of guy is that will hit you in the face, over a disagreement, I'm just saying,
So
without any warrant,
Oh,
I'm gonna say yes and no. Yes, assuming the laws are reasonable, but no, because sometimes those few laws can be like batshit crazy, ridiculous, authoritarian.
Okay,
all
well,
kinds
this
of
is what
other
I'm
things.
saying. Okay, so but come back to just it's you and your neighbor. Now, what law is your neighbor he can't just make a law and then you have to obey it. Yeah, I mean, like, he doesn't have no authority. Like, this is mutual agreement, and he has his shit, you have yours. And so that's like, yeah, it means there's going to be dangers in society that you're going to maybe have to be aware of, because people are going to be more free to do
What do
what
you
they want
mean?
to with their property, because you
What do
don't
you,
really
wait?
have the right to tell them what to do with their property. Just
What do
like,
you mean? What law do you need? You don't need a law because you have an agreement with your neighbor. But let's say your neighbor is like some ex-military guy armed to the teeth with PTSD, and he doesn't agree with you or any of your shit. How are you gonna stop him when he bulldozes over your ass and takes your stuff?
well,
You don't
okay, so
need the law because
no,
you have an
no,
agreement.
no,
So
no,
that
no.
agreement may as well be the law at that point.
Well, this is what okay, Pixie, we're assuming people are going to abide by the non-aggression thing in this. That's a kind of a hypothetical, how,
Yeah,
this is how I
I
answer the
fully get
question.
what you're saying, Ironic. I had the exact same question myself through this discussion. Is we all agree on these fundamental things. Like, Ironic, I don't care what you want to believe on your side of your fence, mate.
Right,
I'll
exactly.
even talk to you over the fence. We'll have a ciggy. I'll get you a beer. Like,
Whatever we do, we agree. We can agree to do whatever we want to do or not do. That's the point.
so why is society struggling so much?
Because
I'll
people
bring up
they want I want your property. That's why.
Perhaps it protects the haves from the have-nots.
I'm going to answer with competing uses that are not compatible. Because here's a situation that actually happened to me where there's a group of kids that like to play basketball all hours of the night and day.
Yeah,
Sometimes they're out there pounding the basketball
right
at 2 a.m.
Right. That's really not neighborly.
But if it's their property, aren't they
Right.
allowed to use their property as they see fit? Even though their use of their property is disrupting my use of my property. Now, if all of a sudden, let's say, I'm doing something here, like I'm playing super loud music during the day, and they're on night shift, which is why they're playing basketball. Now they can't sleep because I'm listening to my music. And that's where
This is why.
some sort of noise regulation where there's a time where I can control it here and they know when they can
No,
play there.
I like the idea better that everybody just has to suck it up. If you don't like it, find out another place that is more suitable. But
The
you get a
problem
right
is,
to do it. And I already said this is going to end up with unsafe conditions, maybe in a certain sense, or uncomfortable living arrangements because people will be free to do what they want to on their shit, But but you shouldn't be allowed to let smoke blow over into your neighbors. Yeah, like I shouldn't have to breathe your shit, like something like that. That's more physical. Go ahead.
So my response to that would be, in the scenario that me and Irenic were describing, those people with the basketball have failed. They've failed to be part of the society we've agreed on. Like, if Irenic come to me and said, dude, it's 4 a.m., you've been fucking, like, can you just knock it off for a couple hours, let me get some sleep? Like, am I not required as part of that society to go?
Society can work that way,
but
though.
what I'm saying, I get that, Sammy, but what I'm saying is at that point, the agreement may as well be law. Otherwise, what else are they failing?
No, because look, if somebody was playing basketball in my neighborhood at 2 a.m., there'd be more than me complaining about it. And that's what would be there'd be like the public shame kind of thing. Like, dude, hey, knock it off, hey? Or I'm going to come over there and I'll make some bouncing, okay?
Right.
How about that?
But why?
You know
why
what I
do you
mean?
get to
And
enforce
that's just
it?
a
Why
threat
do you
of
get to enforce
it? Because these fools are obviously violating the societal norm. So that gives you the right to go over there and smack them on the head once if they're gonna stop.
Societal norm. In that case, the enforceable societal norm or the enforceable societal agreement is law. There's
Is
no
a
difference
kind of
between that and
law.
law.
I get it.
Right.
And Pixie just went exactly where I was saying is that's where the society, all of them get together and say, within our community, these are the rules that we're all going to live together, and we're basing those rules off of majority vote, compromise between each other, but you basically set one set of laws that are objective, that everybody knows what it is for the whole community. And at that point, everybody can decide, you know what, that's a deal breaker for me. I've got to find a different community.
Or the fools can say, hey, I guess we'll construct a little building and we'll do our bouncing in there where it don't bother everybody else. I mean, there's different routes.
Where you
ways
can call
around
it.
it.
You can call. I'm just saying you can call it agreement all day long, but the truth is, where you have an agreement that sets a societal standard, it's a law.
I agree. The difference is, right, and I know it's petty, but it's the ideal, is it's self-imposed.
Right.
I'm
I mean, there's a
choosing
difference
to
being
go with this
codified.
law. If I don't want it, I go to the next little community that has something suits me more. And I know that was the whole idea with the experiment of the United States.
And look, it seems to me, you can choose. It seems to me in this system, you can choose to live neighborly or without neighbors. But if you're going to live with neighbors, then that comes with a certain sense of, being part of making the neighborhood.
Here's where I see the
livable.
transition happening is your first option should always be, if I'm having a problem with that guy, the two of us should sit there and talk about it, because I'm not going to assume right away that he knows he's causing me a problem.
Absolutely.
Unless I tell him. So the first step is there. Now, if he becomes the a-hole, and there's a whole bunch of a-holes that aren't willing to go along and are being a problem for everybody,
then you might have to move, right?
Well, that's that's why I'm saying
else.
That's when you need to take it to the community and say, hey, everybody, are we going to live like that, or are we going to live like this? Let's all decide.
And
Yeah, Sammy,
I really like
that goes back to
I
my
really like
community
your
thing.
answer,
Living in a multi, generational homes in community, and then you have elders drawn from that, 200 or 500 families, right? And then you
Yeah,
got a problem. Everybody knows everybody. So there's no getting
yeah,
around, everybody knows if it's the problem kid who's always getting into trouble.
yeah.
And
I
or if it's
really
the guy
like
that
that.
just got busted innocent. Everybody knows that kind of shit. And so you can apply all that stuff because the elders have that wisdom that they draw from, and they can make these good decisions that the community respects, right?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and I
You hit on the
really
other
like
key point
your
about the elders have the respect, and it's the respect that caused the enforcement. That I see as key
Yes.
ironic.
yes,
Exactly.
and
It's the kind of shame, guilt society that this is the kind
yeah,
of thing
I,
that
I
is.
liked where you were going when you said, which took me by surprise, and I didn't actually see a solution. I saw it as a problem. Like, okay, so what happens when someone? Why can't they bounce their ball? Your solution of why couldn't the society get together and they say, let's build these boys a building soundproof so they can play basketball all night long?
But hey, in
You know?
what I'm talking about, there would be no basketball bouncing, because what would happen is, everybody, these multi-generational families I'm talking about, they have a name, and that name has a reputation, and that reputation of that name, if you mess with that within that family, you cause shame to this family out there, bro. That's it. We don't, right? So
I
that's a
don't know.
key thing. So
Shame is what is
you do
shameful
not
is
bring shame
different to
upon
this.
your family. In other words, that's a
What
key
what's
thing.
what's defined as bringing shame to a family is
What?
different between
Anything
different people. So,
doing,
and
like going
nerdy,
outside and
sorry, just
dribbling the
because you
ball at 2 in the
highlighted
morning, for one.
because you highlighted nerdy's comment, of course you can make it of a different size. You just also have to change your prices to accommodate.
So what has I was going to pose this question to you, Pixie, but it's quickly slipping from my brain. No, never mind. It'll come back
Well,
to me
you're
as soon as
making a
someone
big
starts
assumption
talking.
there, Sammy.
Oh, yes. So what do you think our Western society is lacking that indigenous tribes seem to be able to instill in their youth, that there wasn't a massive amount of punishment and stuff. Like, respect was almost inbuilt.
Well, I think it was more than just respect, right? I think it's it's partly respect, it's partly community, but I think it's also like I think you have to look at the way of life as a whole, right? I mean, there's so many studies, there's so many aspects. Like I could probably name big aspects, I can probably name social aspects, but there's so many small aspects that we probably don't even consider that play a lot into that. For example, there have been studies that show that being in nature or being exposed to nature is really, really beneficial to one's mental health. Surprisingly, particularly in women. Even if it's just sitting outside, even if it's gardening, even if it's just going for a walk or a hike, there's something about being in nature that is really, really good for one's mental health. And so you would have to incorporate like their entire way of life, right? Like not just the being together, not just the community based, but also their beliefs and their ties to the natural world around them, right? Like you would have to take all of this into consideration, and I just don't know that I can at this moment.
And like I said earlier, society is in a position where we couldn't just suddenly turn around and tomorrow become tribes, little communities. So
It could be done slowly.
yeah, it would have to be
If enough
done
people want to
slowly.
be. Hey, Sammy, could you please stop disrespecting my president?
Well, when he becomes your president, I shall stop.
He is the
disrespecting
legitimate president of the United States, dude.
you. All right, just let me full screen him once, and then I'll get rid of him because he's such a beautiful creature.
I'm just kidding. I mean, look at that look at that little button there, man. That's like what?
I know, it's so little that like YouTube doesn't even pick it up as nudity.
What's impressive are the folds and wrinkles of the skin.
I mean, what's impressive is you got Stormy Daniels to be messing with that thing.
Yeah. Well, enough money. You can get anyone.
Thank you, Sammy.
I find it impressive any of you looked at that and used the word impressive to describe it. Congratulations.
It's subjective. He's impressively horrid. Is that better?
I mean, you can be impressed by the smallness of a thing, can't you?
Yeah. Wasn't there a discussion recently about how does one be good at being evil or something along those lines? It was like, well, kind of by default, if you're evil, you're not good. You can be evil.
I don't know. We got a woman in here. She's the expert.
It's because the question is grammatically incorrect. It's not how do you be evil good. It's how do you be evil well.
Well.
Yeah. And I was going to say my answer as to what's lost in Western society a lot is a sense of responsibility and pride in one's own accomplishments. I see that missing a lot.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. My dad told me one of the most powerful things he got when he actually finally got help for his depression was they got him to just start writing the things that he can do. So whatever it is. So he was a welder, and he is good at maths, and he was ambidextrous, and he just, and he was a plasterer, he was a boilermaker by trade. And that's just sort of the jobby type things. But then there's the things about you as a person and that. And he said once he got to about the third page, it hit him, the whole point of the exercise. And he said his depression was never as bad again, just from that little exercise of self-realization. And that did tie into what you said somehow, Pixie and Graham, but I can't remember how.
I would say it goes
you
in
say
there where
about self-respect and
pride and accomplishments.
Yes.
And that's where your father got there. And by the time he got to page 3, he's sitting there and looking at the list and saying, you know what? Anybody who gets to page 3 with all of this, they can't be that as awful as I was thinking myself as being. And that's probably why I put a bottom level on his depression at that point, where when he starts feeling that bad, he can remember that list, and those facts point him towards, nope, that feeling isn't based on that one. I can shake this off a little bit. At least that's my thought.
Yeah. No, that rings very true. And he's a little joke for us.
I'm gonna bid you guys good night. Later days.
Good night, Pixie.
And I wanted to apologize, Pixie, for my autistic meltdown earlier. I'm very sorry.
No, and I want to apologize because I can come across and it is, believe me, it is unintentional because I too have a lot of character flaws, right? But one thing I do realize about myself is that I have a tendency to come across very flippant, or I can lack tact. And so, although I did not intend any harm, I can't say that I'm like shocked that you would read it. Does that make sense?
It does, and some of that's coming from I'm older and I was, socialized in a much more colorblind early Sesame Street era, and that pushes me out of place somewhat in today's world, and that grading can cause the sorts of problems we have. And again, I own my share in it, and I want to apologize, and I'll try to do better with you in the future. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I happen to think the rest of the night went wonderful, and I have no ill thoughts of you. So
None here either. You have a wonderful night.
you too.
Bye, Pixie. Love you. So tell me, was old Sesame Street like racist or?
Well,
I think
here's
it's
the way
yeah.
here's the way I explain it. I'm the OG Sesame Street generation. I watched the first episode the first time it aired back in the day. And that first episode, when they finally released it on DVD, it came with the sticker of not intended for children. And pretty much everybody is shocked when I say that until I explain what the plot of the first episode was, which was there was this
Gordon.
there
I
exactly there was a
remember.
little blonde girl gets lost from her mother, and she's wandering Sesame Street, and she meets Oscar and Big Bird, Mr. Hooper, and finally Gordon takes her into his apartment, fixes her a sandwich, and calls her mother and makes sure she's safe. And what the lesson back in the 69 was supposed to be was people are the same regardless of their color, and you just
Yeah.
have to be colorblind at looking for them. But that message delivered in 2001 when the DVDs came out is you can't tell a little girl it's okay to go into a strange man's apartment by yourself. And and that's why it had to come with that sticker. And that's what I point to as the change in sensibility between how I was socialized and, how people, 30 years later were getting socialized. And being autistic, I had to develop coping mechanisms that worked back then, but they've kind of fallen apart with me with critical theory and a lot of the changes in society over the last decade or so. So tagging on that one to let other people weigh in.
So, Odine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I just needed to hear that beautiful exotic voice. Thank you. We can carry on now. No, I'm kidding. Do you have any opinions on anything you've heard so far?
What was just talked about?
Yeah. I don't know how early you were here, but Irenic basically described Serbs' community as the ideal community. Minus, the weird bits like if you don't have a baby, you're not a woman and all that. But just the general living together like a little village, it's like a big, massive extended family rather than how we live now, segregated in our little houses.
I guess it could. I guess it could work. It depends on the society. Most Western countries are focused on hyper individualism. So I don't think people with that particular mindset or who have those proclivities would be able to properly live together in a societal makeup like that.
In your personal opinion, do you have an opinion on the amount of people that you think would agree with this sort of sentiment as opposed to not? I know that's really tricky in the States. I could probably answer that for Australia, though.
I can't really give a number, but I think rural people would probably be more prone to be more comfortable or equipped to live in that type of societal setup.
I gotta run and get some cigarettes. I'll be back, I guess, if you're still
No
there.
worries. I'll probably still be down. If anyone else is still awake and wants to listen to me talk shit. See, that we've started doing it with one little aspect of our society, where we now have not only aged care places where little kids go in and interact with the oldies, but we actually have preschools in aged care homes. So these kids are always interacting with these elders, and the benefits for both have just, they're undeniable, basically. If such the extremes of our society, it's almost like that they're dependent on this idea. Would it really be that bigger?
I think it comes down to the society and what it values. If you're a society that values wisdom, and I think that setup would be more prevalent. However, if it's a society that doesn't value wisdom, then it wouldn't really work because the elderly people tend to be more patient and more willing to teach, especially younger children. And so, it will have um, consistently more influence over those children. And so, if the parents of those children don't value the wisdom that those elderly people have to offer their children, then it would not work.
So the society needs to start training the children of now this value of wisdom. It sounds like would be the answer to get a society towards that. And then you need to let the old generations die off, basically, that old thinking.
I think we need to just sit and figure out what's useful from what's not, and apply it the best way possible. Because if it's a situation where that's beneficial within a society that has a lot more tightly knit families, like for example, when you marry someone, you're not marrying the individual, you're basically marrying the family. Right? In a society like that, that could actually, be a really good way to raise a family. So I think when they say it takes a village to raise a child, the village has to be, it needs to be filled with families that are, it needs to be made up of families that associate with each other on a consistent basis, as in they have a consistent relationship. That is not the case here in the US.
And I agree. I think it's a tough one in the US, but would you not agree with countries like Australia, where our population is hemorrhaging, and we're basically only getting any population continuation, not even real growth, because of immigration. So we're going to have an aging population. Would you think that this sort of idea would also be a solution for that in a society?
I mean, maybe. Again, it just depends on what they find to be valuable. Because take for example, a country like Canada, um, they are fine with multiculturalism, right? For the most part, anyways. And so, even if the main population is getting older, right, but the citizens aren't reproducing enough, then have making it a little bit easier for immigrants to come in would make sense to them. However, if that's not the case, then the incentivization of paying people to make more babies would most likely be the next answer.
Yeah, okay. Graham, do you have anything you wanted to?
Yeah, I'm actually still here and hooked up, so I can comment. Um,
Well,
to me, a lot of what the setup that Irenic was discussing is a trade-off of cooperation over competition, because it's the competition that tends to emphasize the individual, and by competition, you're also producing a more economically vibrant and diverse society. The trade-off, though, and it's one of the things you're talking about with the elderly and the kids, is in that efficiency, you're going to want to be paying teachers to teach the kids because that's like seen as the most efficient way to do it. But if you have where, you're retired, you could basically have the retired population work together to educate the kids instead. And you're doing a lot to cut down on societal expenses where a lot of the money that was getting to pay the school system and to pay support for the senior citizens that was being billed separately, you're now combining that into one function that's, again, from my standpoint, a benefit to both the kids and the seniors and a savings on society because of the cost. But from a competitive society standpoint, they're not going to value that sort of difference. I'm going to tag to see if that makes sense for you guys.
yeah. Batman, do you want to refresh? See if that helps your mic. Your mic was really crackly before. Um,
Oh yeah,
oh, that's better.
I don't know. I don't know why it was crackly a while ago. I think maybe it's because I was laying down. Um,
Ah, gotcha.
I mean,
Yeah.
I I don't. I think it just depends. Like I think you can have a society grounded in competition, but still have um, familiar, like family-based communities. Um, however, I think the way how I view elderly people is um, more so putting their experience to good use, their experience and patience to good use. So for the most part, I do agree with Graham's assessment. The only thing I disagree with is the competition breeding um, hyper individualization. I think those two things um, manifested separately. It's kind of like um, I remember a couple of years back, a lot of people said that the reason why hyper individualization exists in a lot of Western countries is because of capitalism. and I don't intuitively, I don't get that impression. But everything else to me is on point. I think.
No, it's like for me, the tide of capitalism comes in the sense of the competition standpoint.
Yeah.
And the idea that if you're competing for a contract, the guy who wins it gets the contract, the other guy gets diddly squat. And that sort of barrier is, that drive to get there is going to produce more effects if you're successful. And I see that as a lot of the reasons why people don't stay at companies so long anymore. People don't know their neighbors. It's why should I invest in them when I should be going out getting my career going, when I could be making money? And they're a potential threat to me as competition, at you and your neighbor as competition, as opposed to the guy you're supposed to be getting along with. And I see it's a balance. You can't be 100% competitive or 100% cooperative, and it's a question of where society's going to lean. And the more you lean cooperative, the less you give up from that dog eat dog, get the last dollar out of everything.
Do
But
you
both have their
think that?
costs. Tag.
Do you think that that ties into our apparent lack of appreciation for the elderly? Like, because me as a 40-year-old, right? I look at older people like 70s and 80s, but even someone like you, Graham, you're 20 years above me, but I respect you as like an elder. And so the older you are, I just figure you're just like me, but you've got shitloads more life experience, therefore more to offer than anyone else. Why have we forgotten this? Except for on the individual level, like, people like myself and yourselves probably realize this stuff, but how does someone stick their parents in a home and forget about them and go on and worry about their career and even focus on their kids and that? It's like, did you forget that you are that kid to your parents? Like, is this what you want your kids to do to you? How do they get that cognitive ignorance?
I
Because
can
they're not
only
generally
give
not
that.
bad people that do this. Sorry, go on.
I mean, so I guess I'm of two worlds, where I was born and raised in a tight knit community where families are, um, other families are pretty close, right? Um,
Yep.
and half of my life I was raised in basically the opposite. Now, to me, I think a lot of it comes back down to value, and I guess my generation being jaded somewhat, in that we don't necessarily find the wisdom that a lot of elderly people have as being useful, mainly
Yeah.
because of what we see now as a result of their decisions. Right?
Yeah.
I think our expectations were very high, and so we don't appreciate, um, what they have done for us.
Yeah.
Um, and so because of that, we don't value them, right? Gen X, to me, um, are the folks who basically created, you know, a generation of millennials who are ill prepared, um, and not necessarily ready to
Can I say it
to
for you?
grow. Go ahead.
So I'm going to be all get off my lawn here. So
That's my
what
job,
I'm
Sammy. I'm the
thinking
older one.
Right?
is all right. We'll tell them to get off our lawn, Graham. Bloody rascals.
Okay, go. I'll do it after you do, Sam.
Is it sounds to me like we have a generation of selfish young people who are more too caught up in themselves and how the world is taking their rights away, or how what the world's affecting them, to see past their nose at the value in things. They're hyper focused on the negative.
Yeah, we're selfish
Tag,
assholes.
tag.
Yeah. Let me paint how the retirement crowd can look to at least some of the younger generation, where you have these older people who they are not right about anything. Everything out of their mouths is stuff I don't like and I don't agree with. I'm sitting there and viewing them as the source of all my problems as to why I can't get a job, why I can't get anywhere. But you know what? They have a lot of money. So if I could
Yeah.
figure out some way to knock them off and get that money, which it's kind of doomy because they kind of screwed me over. They don't listen to me anyway. So let's figure out how we can all get together and basically get some laws enacted to say, you know what, if you're over like 60, let's get rid of you and let's split up all the money instead. And these people will never realize that essentially they're turning on the old people the same way Nazi Germany turned on the Jews, where the Jews
That
had the money and we could get rid of the Jews and we can all live well for a while. And the Jews are really the source of our problems. But again, I'm describing a generation, and if you can see, I'm not inaccurately describing how the older generation can look to them, am I? Tagging out.
yeah. Um, there are cultures that see this concept of aged care and putting your parents into an institution as bad as what the Nazis did. You know what I mean? Like it's quite a bizarre thing to think about for more than 2 minutes. Go on, Batman.
I think here's here's my problem. Here's my problem with with there are two older generations. You have boomers and Gen Xers, right? Um, Gen Xers to me are the ones who basically raised up a shitty society, one grounded in entitlement and selfishness, because they were that way, right?
What age group
Um,
is that?
um, Gen Xers typically start from like in your 40s to like 50s at this point.
I hear about 65 starts Gen X.
I think. Oh yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong, but typically if you're Gen X, you'll at least be 20 years older than millennials, which are like I guess people who were born in the 80s or whatever.
Just for clarification, Gen X born 1965 to 1980. They are
1980.
43 to 58.
Okay.
And I must be a millennial because I'm 82, but I'm just inside it.
Yeah. So you would. So you're technically a millennial.
Yep.
Um. So, I, I think to some extent, um, um, millennials are more educated and have more access to information, um, and a lot of information from the past. The only problem with Gen Xers that I see being a millennial is that a lot of them are not necessarily trying to get into positions of power to be able to make decisions that would benefit us, right? Most of the people who actually have the power to make decisions are extremely old and have no idea how our society is currently set up. Some of them do not know how to use smartphones. They don't know how to use the internet or anything like that, really. And so they'll try to make laws on those things that they have no idea about, right? And so, most of them aren't even, um, for example, capable of really understanding, what the current economic circumstances are, because they
Yeah.
have a very static look at how economics work. And so what keeps happening is that elderly people who are in power keep making, from at least from the millennials' point of view, um, they just keep making the same mistakes over and not like doing anything to further, right? I guess that's for the boomers, and the Gen Xers are the ones who basically made it even worse because they had all of the opportunity to basically set up a system that would work and allow things to be better for millennials, but they didn't. All pretty much all they did was reap the benefits of what boomers basically implemented and put in place: cheap college, cheap housing. A lot of them had a little bit more freedom, a little bit more benefits, stuff like that. Like the local production jobs. Like a lot of that stuff is no longer available or accessible to a lot of millennials. So millennials are mad and they basically blame mainly Gen Xers at this point.
With
Some boomers.
yeah, okay. So see, so I always struggled with it because my siblings span generations. So my older brother is Gen Xer, and let's just say he is definitely a Gen Xer. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into it, Christ. But I'm the child of boomers, and I'm a millennial. And then my younger brothers and sisters are Gen Y. Because Gen Y is below me, isn't it?
You don't have a Gen Y. Millennials would be Gen Y. You got Gen Z,
I'm
which
Gen
is
Y.
Millennial is Gen Y. Gen Z is 97 to 2012.
Okay, so and what's before Z? Y. So it just goes X, Y, Z, does it?
Well, actually, it goes boom. It goes Silent Generation, Boomers, Gen X, Millennials, Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha.
Alpha. Oh God.
They're saying that's the first generation after 2000, entirely after 2000. And it's like, for me, I don't know exactly where I fit because technically, by birth, I'm at the tail end of the baby boom. But I kind of meandered my way after high school, and it took me 10 years from high school to my college graduation, which then put me into Gen X for the for who I was basically entering the workforce with. So I'm kind of slip sliding in there. And what I remember is my father places most of the blame for the slide because a lot of the complaints Batman had, I had against the elders of my time. And that just tends to be a universal sort of thing where those old people, they're out of touch. They don't know what's going on. You know, my generation, they listen to freaking radio plays rather than watching TV and stuff. And, you know, my father blamed it all on basically the greatest generation, silent generation, that went off to World War II. And when they came home, they didn't want to raise kids. They just wanted to forget about the horrors of war, return to normalcy, have kids, raise a family. And that's why you had a bunch of baby boomers who were poorly raised and very self entitled. And then you had that cascade of, you know, your millennials are the children of the baby boom. So you had entitled, you know, you had poorly raised, entitled baby boomers who didn't have a clue of how to raise even kids even half as well as they were. So you had basically a deteriorating cascade of
God,
every
Graham,
generation getting worse. Tagging what?
you keep doing this. You just fucking nailed it, man. You like, I think about my family, and that is kind of how it went. My nan had a fucking better grasp on shit and had her head on straight for a 98-year-old woman than my mother ever has her entire life. Like, it is almost like mum did amazingly, and she's a very loving, kind lady, like, not faulting her, but she had no fucking clue how to be a parent. And I could never understand, how did you have such a good parent, but you didn't pick that up? Now what you just sort of said there helps me make sense of that. And you also pointed out another phenomenon that I don't know if it's really that known, but I've always had the exact same problem as you, where I didn't know where I belonged. Yes, I can technically tell you where I'm placed, but because it's right at the beginning of one, I relate to both generations. And yet I can see how where both generations don't connect, but I'm like this weird stuck in the middle thing, doesn't belong at either end.
I mean, so I think it's interesting in the sense that, again, right, like it largely comes back down to a society and whether or not it values wisdom, right? Because if the society values wisdom, then the people who have the most wisdom, the elderly people, would be wise enough to step aside and not comment or make laws on things that they don't understand, right? And so, and the younger people, they would go to the elderly people, right, to get knowledge and a very in-depth understanding of aspects of society back in their day, right, when they were building society, um, you know, and get their opinion. Because history kind of have ways of somewhat repeating itself,
Oh,
just because of human nature.
yeah, and not even somewhat, Odin. Like, it's guaranteed, like 100% humans are gonna be humans over and over again. And then the value that elderly people have is just pure life experience. And whether it's on the back of a horse or sitting on the lounge with an iPhone, a young girl's heart is still a young girl's heart and gets broken the same way. And that wisdom, it transcends time and societies. Like, that's the human experience. That's what I think I've been trying to make the point, that that's the value they have. And I'm sure you both agree with me.
I do. I was going to sit here and draw a distinction between knowledge and wisdom, because knowledge is like smarts and facts, and it's not the same thing as that lived experience, that knowing what had worked because you went through it and it worked. And it's like knowledge is knowing like new options and what might work. And to me, it's a question of, if you're looking for that knowledge of the new stuff, you're not going to find that in the old people, and you shouldn't be expecting to. You should be expecting them to know the tried and true ways, and to be able to try to hopefully translate some of what they've learned and apply it to some of the new information that the young people have. And it seems too often it's a, we don't like your decisions, we don't like what you're saying, and that's a, I see a disconnect there, and I don't know quite how to bridge that. If they don't want to hear what they don't want to hear, it doesn't seem like they value wisdom. Pagan.
Yeah, and that was Batman's point. It all
Yeah,
comes
that's my
down to
point.
what we value. And I guess it brings me as back round. I guess there's no answer. I'm realizing
I mean,
my
there is an
original
answer.
question. Yeah, you're right. But is, how do we get that value back? Do we need to? Is an even more pertinent question. I think that should come first. I suppose.
I mean, I mean, I think again, it just comes back down to what the society values, right? If you need, if you value it, then you'll do whatever you can to facilitate it, right? If you don't, then you're not really gonna care, and so you're gonna be stuck in this perpetual cycle of
Which,
each generation making another generation that's even more and more disconnected and disgruntled at each other.
yeah. But do you, you've sort of answered the question with the question, because the question is, I realize it's about what they value, and they obviously don't value it. The question is, how do we get them to value, and should we even?
I think it has to be one of those things where,
Per society, is that what you're sort of getting at?
I mean, let's just say, okay, let's just focus on a society that doesn't value that wisdom anymore, right? Well, let's just use the US for example, right? That's clearly not valued. And so at least by millennials, right? Um, and so it's one of those situations where someone has to make the move. Now, the issue that you have is that in terms of power, one has to, one group has to be willing to um, to relinquish the power and allow one generation, the younger generation, to make decisions for themselves. I think that I think that's a really I think with that level of respect and trust, I think eventually younger people um, will go to them for wisdom when it comes to just even running the government, right?
So,
I think
per,
it's it's kind of like the way how some companies are, right? Like they'll like they'll they'll run into situations where they might not know how to address something, and so they'll call former executives, or the old heads as some people will call them, right? And present a situation and ask for their advice, get some wisdom on it, right? Because you see, it's it's like Graham said, it's not knowledge and wisdom is not the same thing.
yeah,
Wisdom is more focused on application, right?
yeah,
And so
that was. what I was going to say. To me, knowledge is the facts of the situation, and the wisdom is what you do with those facts, how you best utilize them.
Yes.
And what's worked? I was going to say what's worked best in the past. Here, I'd
Yeah.
like to do a flip spin and describe how the younger generation looks to the older generation with the power. Because from the older generation standpoint, we had our complaints about the people who were a generation or two above us and how shitty they left the world for us. And we kind of look at it as we tried. We had a bad situation, we tried, and we're just hearing complaints about how awful it is. But we don't hear what we should have done different. We just hear we failed. And these people, they don't even know as little as we did. They don't have a clue about how really bad the situation is, despite how they're complaining. And why should we hand power over to them? Because all they're doing is complaining, and it looks like they're just going to screw it up even worse than it currently is. So aren't we better off just keeping, the guns away from the kids until we die and they inherit it from us? I'm going to tag because I'm kind of overemphasizing, but sort of seeing how the generations look at each other. Tag.
Yeah.
So I think you make a good
Okay.
point, but the issue that we have here is that one, older generation is not you guys, not you specifically, but the older generation, they don't care about the data that is available to them, right? In order to make decisions, because if that was the case, right, and if they care about making, maintaining a better lifestyle for the younger generation, right, they would access that data, right?
And
And
my question is, what is it that they're not doing, especially in the past, that you think they should have done? And you're talking in generalities because most of them access as much data as they possibly find to try to make that buck. Because that's what the people in charge are doing, is they want more bucks. And they go to big quant and all that one in order to make more bucks. So it's like I'm trying to figure out what the actual complaint is that didn't happen that people think should have, because in general I can explain what happened with basically follow the money and people are trying to make the most money possible. So I'm kind of curious, what is it that you wanted to have happen instead of what did happen?
I think so. The reason why I'm speaking in general terms, and not necessarily focusing on just one aspect of society, is because the things that millennials are experiencing is not just one aspect of society. Like, yes, I can present to you economic reason and justification, right? Or I can um, you know uh, uh, come up with legal reasons and governmental reasons, stuff like that, like, and culture reasons, right? And so it's a broad. There's a lot of things to take into consideration, and so that's why I'm addressing it as such. It's deliberate on my part. It's not. It's not. Um, it's to make the conversation a little bit more um, simplified, so to speak, right? And so, forgive me if I'm kind of speaking in generalities, but I'm doing it for a reason, right? Because at the end of the day, right, we don't see a ton of millennials in power to make any significant decisions about how the society could be run, right? And so I think whether that's in the financial sector, whether that's in government, or even law enforcement, right? The only a matter of fact, the situation where you'll probably find a lot more millennials is in the army, right? And probably maybe the police force, right? But millennials or just younger people in general are basically being used as fodder and as just workers.
And
So
that's, I'm just saying,
they
that's a
don't want to
function
be
of
seen as that.
age. But that's
I
a
mean,
function
sure,
of age. Everybody who's 40, that's going to be your peak in the military. Those are going to be your military leaders. If you're below that, you're going to be cannon fodder. You're going to be grist for the mill. And from an older generation, it's like, why are you vetching about what everybody else faced? It's like my father, he had to support himself from age 12 during the Depression. He was doing paper routes, hustling pool, doing whatever he could for a dime or a quarter. And I'm seeing a bunch of, Gen Zs and all, where they don't even show up for their job. I go to a McDonald's and it's 9 o'clock at night, and I go in and I'm told I can't go into the lobby. And I'm looking at the door and it says, "You guys closed the lobby at 11." Oh, well, not enough people showed up, so we have to shut the lobby. It's like, what the hell? You don't even getting enough people to show up to run your business? And these are the people who are complaining about how awful the world is, that they don't have enough money, they don't have enough going where. Show up for freaking work. Tagging out there, just trying to express some frustration on the other end.
I mean,
My
sure, but
frustration goes a bit further with the fact that these companies, and it's the same here in Australia, right? Go to the drive-through, look through the window, and see if you can spot an adult. You won't. These McDonald's and that, they are literally run overnight by children because they're the cheapest.
for me, right, I think this comes back down to I mean, sure, right? Most millennial people, realistically, they have no choice but to work. A matter of fact, um, they for a while we were working way more hours than any other generation on average, right? But the dollar that we get, it doesn't stretch as much as the previous generation, right? So that's one of the complaints that you'll find, right? Like if I'm making $100,000, right, I should be able to buy a house, right? If I'm making 100 grand a year, I should be able to purchase a house, right?
Why?
Not a mansion.
Why? Why should you be able to? Is my question. I remember when a house was under $10,000.
Why
You
do
know,
you
it's,
think? Why do you think people should not be able to afford housing?
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be able to. You're putting out there and saying at this fixed amount of salary should be able to buy a house. And you're making an arbitrary claim. And that's what I sit there and say is why? What's the and I'm a reasonable person. When somebody says something, I want to know the reason why. And that's why I ask, what are the complaints about the older generation? Is if I don't hear what I did that was wrong, if I don't hear what right might have looked at, what takeaway can I get other than you're pissed, you don't like what happened, but you don't have a clue of why it happened or what would have fixed it or really even how to fix it going forward. You just want to complain. Is that an unfair takeaway if somebody's not telling me what happened or what I needed to do different?
Okay, so I guess for the sake of this conversation, let's get into details if that's what you're experiencing. Clearly, a general explanation is not gonna necessarily help the situation. So let's take for example college education, right? As you know, that the college is extremely expensive, And we have had a whole generation that was basically being told that in order to be successful, you have to go to college, which means you have to incur a ton of debt, right? And so this generation listened, right? Got into debt in order to pay for college, right? But in terms of the amount of money and the jobs being available for them to take advantage of those college degrees and to pay off their debt, right? To be able to purchase a house and raise a family and all of that good stuff, right? They're not, they don't really have access to that because of the inflation caused by the decisions that the previous generations have made, basically made our dollar cost less, so we can't afford as much. And because we can't afford as much, we can't achieve the same thing that you guys had the opportunity to achieve.
Okay, let's address.
Can I have a go before we move on too much further? So this isn't necessarily my opinion, but just in the sake of the conversation and in the spirit of your question, maybe this is the sort of thing that might have added to it too. But I don't know how similar things are in the States. So in Australia, we had this situation where, same as you know, my parents bought their house for 17,000 Australian dollars. Probably it's like under 10 grand US, like you said, Graham. Um, my dad could work a job and support the family. My mum never had to work. We never had much. We were always pretty poor, but we got by. You know, we never wanted for anything. But that generation, right, had free university in Australia, and we had it right up until, I have no grasp of time, so I'm going to say like 5 or 10 years ago. It's probably longer. But the generation who benefited from the free university and then became the politicians that are now running the country turned around and systematically over the 10 years, we now pay as much for a university tuition. We're actually one of the highest costs comparatively in the world. So that kind of pisses off the generation that are the children of those that go, hang on, you're like making the laws and shit, benefiting off a university degree that you got for free, and now you're going to turn around and make me go into hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt. Forget ever owning a home, because I'll be paying this degree off and hope I can use it. Again, I'm not in that situation. But maybe that might shed some light on, I don't know, something. What do you think, Graham?
No, I definitely feel you there, Sammy. And a lot of it has to do with, I'm going to kind of track with America and some of my experience where my father, who had supported himself, he was in college and he was working at a gas station, an overnight gas station all night so he could study while he was working because there was a lot of downtime. And he decided that he enlisted in the Korean War in order to get the GI Bill because he was sick of doing that one and saw an opportunity to get college paid for free in exchange for, putting himself in the line of fire. Now, he ended up getting his med degree in the 50s and all that one. What happened in America is things were fairly stable. They talked about people going to college. It blew up in prices and everything once the student loan program got in. And basically, from an economic standpoint, the price of college started rising up to the amount you would earn for the rest of your life would be eaten up by the college degree. That's the economic stability attractor point. And the first crisis was people were running up huge student debts and then declaring bankruptcy. And the government sat there and said, we can't let this keep happening. And I want to say this was sometime in the 80s or 90s, where they sat there and said, you can't have your student debts forgiven. Those are basically fixed, debts that you can never get rid of.
Yeah, late
And
70s, 80s, early 90s.
yeah. And what happened is another problem is one of the things I recommend, people need to figure out how they're going to what that degree is good for, because people think just a college degree is a college degree is a college degree.
Yeah.
And if you get your college degree in English, you're in a whole different job market than somebody who gets a college degree in, say, engineering. And too many people say, I got my college degree, I want to have my huge job. What do you mean nobody wants to hire me with this college degree? And it's like all of a sudden, because they chose a degree that's not very employable, it's somehow
Arts degree. So,
arts degree, women's study, English,
sociology. I'm kidding.
yeah, Middle English. There's all sorts
Oh,
of all sorts of useless degrees in there. And again, they're not useless if you can figure out a way to market it and make money off of it. But too many people, it's like I ran this up. The worst period, in my opinion, for America for waste of college education was post the 2008 financial meltdown, because so many people lost their jobs. They all got this relief money and went back and got re-educated for jobs that they then still couldn't get money for. And it's like all of a sudden you flush trillions of dollars into the education system that it's not realizing in productive capability in society. And to me, I don't know what to do about that problem, where you had a bunch of individuals choosing to go down paths that their choices didn't make them productive or employable very well. And now they're complaining that they're not productive or employable. Tag in to see what what your thoughts are on my description of how the student education crisis goes. Tag.
So you are on the money. Um,
he
so
does
there's a
that a
few,
bit.
yeah, but there's a few other things that took place within that time period. Like take for example, in the 90s, um, they basically started to export jobs, um, certain types of jobs to China. Um, Also in the 70s, going on into the 80s, they started to phase out trade out of schools, and making it easily available for a lot of people. I guess the idea, to me, that's insane, considering trade is one of the best ways to build wealth. Um, Um, but yeah, manufacturing jobs and trade based schooling disappeared. And so you have basically whole generations growing up, right? Basically wanting to do certain things, but being told that in order for them to do it, you have to go to college. But here's this, like, take for example, if I want to become a professional sculptor, right? As in, when I say professional, I mean the type of guys, the type of masons who can design these intricate buildings with these really nice, cool designs, right? That's really a trade. But going to college to understand the intricacies and to get certain types of knowledge is necessary to an extent to be able to do certain types of jobs or to perform certain types of to create certain types of designs, right? And so you have people wanting to do or have the capacity to do certain types of jobs, but again, the trades that were available to them that would allow them to put those degrees necessary to good use is gone. Like take for example, I work in the IT industry, and simply having a degree in computer science, it'll get you an entry level job, right? But if you really want something that pays, you have to specialize, right? And you have to get certified, right? And so now they have a bunch of certification programs that allow people to specialize, right? And so people who work in the IT industry, right, they're thriving right now, mainly because there's a mechanism in place that allows for them to learn specific skills within an industry, right, and to be able to use it to make money. See where I'm going, Graham? So I think I think what you're saying is right on the money, but that trade part and the labor manufacturing aspect of it, right? Because those two things disappeared, right, and basically got exported. You have um, people who are going to college, right, getting college degrees, who do not have the proclivity to take advantage of those degrees. Like anyone can go to college and graduate, right? But do you, you know, but are you of the proclivities to really pursue that career? And
What do you,
unfortunately, a
just
lot of
curious, what do you mean by proclivity there? Because it seems like the word that I
so
would be using is opportunity.
so when I say proclivity, I guess you can use it interchangeably with a certain level of competence, right? Like you can be for example um uh a computer programmer, right? Um, and you can learn basic computer programming by yourself, right? And you can go to college and you can learn that. But to but there are people who are so good at that particular thing, right? They're able to write whole operating systems by themselves because they have a certain level of focus, interest, and I guess to some extent natural talent, right? To be able to do that.
Just to be fair, I don't see
Yeah.
anybody doing a modern OS by themselves. I can't
No,
picture a
there's no
team
need.
of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's no need for that anymore. I'm just saying, like, you know, there's no need for that anymore. I'm just using it as a loose example, basically.
yeah, I remember the day where it's like Bill Gates, he sold a pig in the poke with DOS to, released a pig in the poke and then had to go buy DOS from somebody. Yeah.
So,
No. Here's let me address some of what you're saying there because
sure.
again, I don't know if you know a lot of like the history as to why some of that stuff happened. Because it's like I got my economics degree in 91. I grew up in Northeast Ohio with Akron with the rubber industries. And Northeast Ohio Cleveland peaked in the mid 60s. Akron had about another 10 years in it. But what happened was all of that up until that point in time, for almost 100 years there, you could get a high school degree, if even. You could be a high school dropout. And as long as you were willing to be a decent dude, show up to work and work in a factory, you could support yourself, your wife, and your kids, buy a house.
True.
Once you hit the 70s, the 60s and 70s, you started seeing, first off was the flight to the Sun Belt, where we lost rubber factories because the people in Tennessee and down south, they were willing to work for half the money. And the corporations, and Detroit had the same problem with the car manufacturings. They sit there and say the biggest expense is labor. We can cut that labor cost in half by moving the factory. Next step is to move it overseas, where we're going from paying the equivalent of, say, $40 an hour, and we're now paying $5 an hour. And all we have to do instead is just ship it back. And some of this was like the Walmartification of America, where people were happy to pay 30% less at Walmart.
Can I add something? Just
Sure.
real quick. So again, you're right on the money, but one of the other reasons was cars, better cars were being made in Japan, for example, that was cheaper, more reliable, and more fuel efficient.
That last one was the big one that caught Detroit sleeping, because up until the 70s, an Arm & Hammer and Occidental Petroleum decided to break the monopolistic price that the U.S. was willing to pay for oil, and the price of oil all of a sudden skyrocketed and the oil crisis happened. That was when it didn't matter. That was the muscle car era. And if you had a car that got 10 miles to the gallon, who cared? It flew down the road. But in Japan and everywhere else, they didn't have those same criteria. Toyota was much more efficient. Honda was much more efficient. Europe was much more efficient. And when the price of oil skyrocketed, Detroit was caught with their pants down trying to peddle these, gas guzzlers in that time period. And it took them a bunch of years to catch up. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, but what part of what I'm saying is the companies, in following an inherent profit motive, and again, they bought politicians that lowered tariffs and basically undermined America. The politicians sold out the working class.
Yeah, I agree, but I'll just say this. Look into the history of the SUV. The United States government actually passed laws that changed the standard for how cars um, were being made to compete with Japan, right? But the car manufacturers, they didn't want to basically go back to the drawing board and reinvest, right? Because the government's telling you, hey, you need to fit these regulations, and the companies were like, well, you're not giving me any money to do this. Why should I have to spend my money? And the government told them no. Oh, and then the compromise was, okay, but can we excuse me, but can we make these other set of vehicles, right, that would be under these niche conditions with the current standards that we're using? And the government said yes. And what happened is that they focused most of their manufacturing on on SUVs, and they sent the car manufacturing overseas. And this is why in the 80s, the late 70s, early 80s, and 90s, you saw so many commercials focused on SUVs.
No, 100% right. They were playing around with the concept of average fleet miles per gallon, where you could factor in the different ones. And the biggest reason why they kept the SUVs over here is it costs more to ship an SUV from overseas. And they could justify paying those people a little more over here.
Exactly. But they didn't care because guess what the data shows, right? The data shows that one, yes, it is more expensive to produce. SUVs on average are way less safer, right? They actually less safer for pedestrians and the driver. Like a lot of people think that just because you're in a bigger vehicle, like an SUV, you're actually safer. technically you're not, because when you crash, because the body is more rigid, right? There's nothing there. The shock is not being absorbed, and so now most of that force, it once the collision takes place, is basically going to like thrust you forward even more, right?
I'll
Causing
sign off.
more
I will
damage.
sign off on that for those cheap, horrible Detroit SUVs and sit there and say your typical Volvo SUV or Mercedes SUV is actually a fairly safe vehicle.
No, I know that those are made with different standards. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Can
You
I
can say,
ask your? Sorry, finish. Sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead, Sammy.
Oh, I wanted to ask your guys' opinion on this scheme that we have in Australia. So I believe it's up to 100 grand, right? And this HEX debt or adult education, but specifically for a degree, so university degree, every Australian citizen can access a loan of up to 100 grand, right? And this is how the paying it back works. Your compulsory repayments are calculated based on your income, not the size of your debt. So, if you don't earn much, you don't pay much. If you do not earn above the threshold, you will not have to make a repayment on your debt. If you're working, you must advise your employer if you have a health debt. Your employer will use the pay-as-you-go withholding system to withhold amounts from your pay throughout the year. These are used to cover your compulsory repayment amount when it is calculated by the ATO. So, essentially, what happens is you pay it back, but it doesn't actually come out of your wages, right? The government will actually take it out of your tax. So, but honor your tax. So it basically, you're in Australia, your employer has to put your tax aside for you, right? You don't have to pay your own tax. But rather than paying all that tax, the government says take a chunk and pay their loan. But only once they start making, and I think it's 60, oh no, they dropped it, right? That's the threshold. So you've got to earn above 48 grand before they'll even start touching it. And then from the 48 grand, it's a sliding scale. So you only just earn that, you're not going to pay back bugger all. It does mean some people may have this debt for life and die with it. It's not something that gets passed to your children. So if you die with this debt, it disappears. That's pretty much, I think, the gist of it. And I'm just interested on your thoughts. If you think it's a good idea, or if you see something drastically wrong in it, or
Are you looking at it for a good idea for an individual or for the country?
I'm going to say the individual, because that's probably where it counts to the individual anyway.
I would say for the individual, it's probably a heck of a good deal as long as they don't do what I would anticipate, which is lowering the compulsory repayment threshold as time goes on, because not enough money is coming back in. What you described there,
you're smart, man.
What you
Because that
described
happened in Australia already. You picked it. It was 60 odd grand when I worked for this dodgy degree company. They were apparently legit, but their degrees probably weren't worth shit. And we were signing people up to this, and poorer people, like not intelligent people, we didn't care about whether they got a degree or were stuck with this massive debt for something they'll never even go to the first lesson. It was all about sell, sell, sell.
Again,
This
now
is
now you're
sorry,
talking about the source of the 2008 meltdown, which they were basically just giving homes to people who couldn't afford it for no money down, huge interest payments in order to get basically the home sold and the bank loan on the books, because what they were using was a horrible financial loophole, which was if you bundle a bunch of loans slash bonds together, you all of a sudden get an upgrade in the diversified bond you're offering. So they could take a bunch of, say, F quality loans, high risk stuff, bundle those together and say, get a C rating. Now, if you get a bunch of C rating bonds and you bundle all of those together, now you can get a B and bundle those together. And they basically did that till you had these high rated bonds that had no value whatsoever. And that was when everything started melting down. Now, the biggest problem in my book is the amount of the TARP bailout. That would have more than covered the cost of every loan home that went bad. They could have taken that money, bought all of those homes, and handed it to the people who had bought it.
Exactly.
However, what the TARP money went to was what Warren Buffett calls, weapons of mass financial destruction, i.e., derivatives, which are basically side bets entirely unregulated, where I'm gonna, I have this deadbeat who has a bad loan. I don't think he's gonna pay it, so I'm gonna bet against him paying it, and now I have another asset. And you know what? I'm gonna bet against this asset, and they just basically put all these stupid side bets with no financial basis for it. And that's when the whole thing went down. And I forget the last time I checked. The last time I checked, it's like the total value of all the derivatives was approximately 4 times the net value of the Earth.
What?
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
paper money. It's monopoly money. Am I mistaking anything here, Batman?
No, nope. And what makes it even worse was that a lot of state governments cut deals. State governments and banks cut deals with property management companies that bought up all of those homes that had liens on them, and basically for like literally pennies. And so you had millions of people basically like homeless and in a shit ton of debt. And right now, one of the main reasons why housing is so expensive is because, one, if you're a large company and you have a bunch of homes, whether it's for sale or rent, you can write those off on your taxes. So you can, if that allows you to afford to hold on to them for as long as possible, to get the price that you want. So as a result, you literally have houses that really shouldn't be worth the amount that they're worth right now. They probably should be worth at least 2 times less than what they're really actually worth.
Well, in my opinion, you're not factoring in just how awful and weak the US dollar is, because
Yes.
they've been basically printing money hand over fist since the Obama administration. Quantitative easing was basically just run the printing presses night and day.
Yeah,
And,
you're right. You're right.
so it's like they're trying to get some sort of actual real asset value for the monopoly money. And that's why it's going for so much. It's one of the few things that they can actually pump money into that's going to be worth something when the US dollar loses reserve currency, currency status, default world currency status. to, the new, yuan / Saudi Arabia thing they're setting up. So
in honor of being transparent, I've only got 2 financial years. I can go and look at some others because I'm interested now, but it actually appears that it's going up, not down. So 2021, 22 was 47,000 was the minimum threshold, and then the next year it was up to 48,361. So,
may I comment on that?
Yeah, please.
So here's
Yeah, I
here's
was
my
interested
problem
in
with
your
this.
opinion.
So I think it's one of those situations where government is trying to do a balancing act for people complaining about something, right? Instead of addressing the issues directly, right? This money should realistically.
That doesn't sound like a government at all, Odin.
Yeah, this money should be focused on going towards people who want to start businesses or who want to expand their business, right? That's the way how I look at it. College should be affordable, but people should be able to work to pay for their college, right? This whole idea, not that I'm 100% against it, considering how expensive it is for a college education, right? But I don't believe in this whole 4-year free college education bullshit. 2 years, right? But I think people should pay and earn the shit that they have, right? That's one of the major problems that I personally, and let me just say this to Graham. Personally, I think millennials should rip power away from boomers who are in power. I
the
think that
problem
if you
is,
should,
how do you do that when they have control of the stock, when they own the assets? You're basically, you can't steal it from them.
I would, you know what? I think I would love to sit with you and go into a few examples as to how that can happen. It would, it would, it would cause the system to
A
basically
dystopia?
somewhat. It would cause the markets to crash and whole other industries to basically go to shit temporarily, in my opinion.
Well, they're taking the world economy over a cliff that I identified in my as you might have figured, my official degree is economics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have some idea of how the economy works, but what I identified back, I graduated in '91 with a BA in economics, and I decided to go open, get married and open my comic store and live a life rather than go to get a master's degree or stuff because I didn't want to teach. But back then, it's like when they were teaching me supply side economics, I basically, I was going there and I asked my teacher, it's like, after I analyzed this, like, there's not a mechanism in here that gets wages to increase. It works for raising profits, but there's no guarantee that once that higher profit happens, the stockholders just don't keep it. And I said, it seems like a better name for it would be tinkle down economics, where I make more profit and then I tinkle down on my employees for it. And he laughed at me. He goes, "You nailed it. You got it exactly right. There is no mechanism that would actually raise wages, just raise profits." The other one that I went to one of my teachers on, and this was either 90 or 91, is I sat there and identified and told him what I called at the time was the Marxian inflection point. I was going to say I go with Werner Vinge now with the singularity as a better, sexier name. But what I sat there and said, it was based off the concept of mutual trade and infinitely increasing productivity. And it's the idea, if you take that to the limit, you end up with one person who's so productive they can supply the needs for the entire planet. However, everybody else on the planet starves to death because they can't give him anything he needs to get the trade out of him. Now, well before you reach that point, you're going to hit an inflection point where enough people are hurting hard enough that, you know, they're going to basically force that Marx, like I said, where Marx and Rand is like, that's where that transition is going to happen. And the whole system is going to collapse because of this dependence on stock prices basically being derivative of increasing profit over time. And, you know, I laid that out for the teacher, and he gave me this huge smile. And he sat there and said, "You are 100% right. We will never live to see that day, though."
Uh-huh.
So,
yeah, that will.
yeah,
That
you go,
will.
Batman.
So I take your point wholeheartedly, believe it or not, right? And
Can you poke a flaw in my analysis? I think it's pretty solid.
no, I think it's pretty solid. I think it's one of those situations where um so when it comes to I think the way how you have to approach these things is that you have to look at the aggregate, the people aspect of it, right? What what works for the people? What puts more money in their pockets? How can you convince them that this particular method of, let's say, them um, earning their pay, right, is going to put more money in their pockets while allowing them to get more time to do the shit that they want to do, right? And it comes back around. It comes back around to presenting newer ideas that would be able to
We lost
operate.
Graham. I'm still listening. I still love you, Batman.
Graham
He's
dipped
had
on me.
connection issues all night. Well,
Yeah.
I'll take the opportunity. I just wanted to clarify because I don't know if I was clear. So I just want to make sure you understand it so I can get a proper opinion off you. So these loans, right? These thresholds that exist, they're not. All they are is you don't have to start paying back until you hit this limit.
Yeah.
Which is a means of like you're going to be studying. We're not going to be expecting you to make 100 grand. Like, you know, you're pretty much going to be on shit money for the next couple of years. So don't worry about the loan. You
But
know,
what
once
percentage
you
of
go
people?
over this threshold,
The question you should
then
ask
you will
yourself.
start paying. Is what percentage of people go over that
Exactly.
48,000?
Exactly. And that's the problem, right? That I saw like immediately. Once you put it up and I started reading it in my head, I'm like, okay, this is a problem, and this is going to have
So,
people in perpetual debt.
well, let's address that in a second. That's a good point. I just want to check the rest of it. So the thresholds is just when you start. The percentage is the percentage according to what you're earning. It comes instead of out of your wage. The government sacrifices the tax and takes a portion of what would have been your tax to pay back your debt. So you technically never lose any money out of your hand, right? You might get a smaller tax return because you've paid less tax. Um, but it's essentially an interest-free loan that if you ever fall back below the threshold, you stop paying it again. You also don't obviously need to worry or remember about it because it's all up to your employer to take care of. So, is there any other issues that you see other than that 48,000 that you stated?
I mean,
And Ariel, if
realistically,
you want to jump in.
you're still losing money because the tax return that you would get, right, it would be higher. Now it's less. So you're still losing money regardless.
Well, if it's not, if they're
Bang.
getting
Okay.
the loan interest free, aren't they inherently making money because they're paying back? Say they get $1,000 this year, you're paying back $1,000 next year at deflated, net present value. You're making your net present value.
Yeah, I'm going to hop out because this is too much math for my head.
Oh,
sorry,
you're right.
Ariel.
We're about to
No
stop
worries.
the
I'll
math
talk to
now
you later.
anyway. Okay, bye.
Later.
So now, where does the issue come in with the people earning above or below the 48,000? Does the problem kick into the individual, or is it a problem for the society paying for this stuff? Because if it's say above the average low earning, like if there's a lot of people below that, it's going to cost, like they're never going to pay this shit back. That's going to cost taxpayers.
Yeah, where I see it happening,
seeing?
where I see it happening is you're going to end up having increased tax dollars to pay the interest to service that existing debt.
Exactly.
Okay, hang on. Say it again for me, Graham.
Well, what's going to happen is you're basically taking out a loan on the world market. You're going to have to pay that loan back on the world market with interest. You're letting these people borrow at zero interest. So it's basically you need to pay that interest rate plus what plus the net present value there. The government does.
Yeah.
They have to pay that money as part of their budget to keep servicing, to keep that debt on the government's books. And that amount of interest rate can't go to other projects. It can't go to roads. It can't go to anything like that. The government needs to come up with that money. The way they have to come up with that money is tax the taxpayer.
Or so they can print more.
But are we like not giving education the value that it deserves? Like,
well, how do you determine? And this is one of the ones I was bringing up with Batman here is how do you determine what value it has? One of the things that I had suggested is what should be happening in school is basically companies sponsoring scholarships for the employees they want to work for them to get through school. Like somebody in the chat had mentioned about, the military. They'll pay, a doctor going to med school if they put in 6 years as a doctor in the military or so. And it's like basically if the company wants a certain engineer, you basically say, hey, we'll put you through school, but you come work for us. The problem is the current capitalist competitive thing in business is you don't try to develop your employees. You try to exploit them for the most you possibly can until they manage to build up enough job skills to get the fuck out of your company and get a better job at a higher rate with a better company that's now going to exploit them until they get another job and then jump again. There's nothing in the way of company loyalty. It's basically it's employee-employer exploiting each other until they can jump on. And the idea of designating, a college education for an employee, that can't work under the current system. I don't know how you can't, what is feasible under this current just hyper exploitative system. Any thoughts, Batman?
Again, you are right on the money. I'll even add, right, and let's be frank here. My understanding of economics is me picking up and economics for a dumbass book, right? And of course, speaking to other people like you who actually have degrees and who actually have jobs within um, this particular sector, right? And it would act. I think it would. It's even worse. I think it will actually lower wages, right? Listen, I'm still of the mindset that people people should earn what they want, right? If you want to go to college, right? If your parents cannot afford it, you should work your ass off and you go and pay for it, right? Now, I'm not saying the responsibility of government should disappear, right? I think that the government needs to find a way to make schooling more affordable outside of putting people in more debt, right? I think that's the only way that problem could be addressed. Or what they could do, for example, what I've been, saying for quite some time now, is bring back trades, right? Like, I'm sorry, you like your chances, your chances of starting your own business, purchasing a house, right, and having even more money in your retirement is higher when you're a tradesman or a technician, because the amount of debt that you have coming out of your schooling is significantly lower, right? And your experience by the time a college grad has his master's is going to be even more within your field, right? Which means you
But
can.
I was going to say the trades do still exist in America. You
No,
still
they
have
do.
plumbers and electricians and construction workers and all that one, and those are actually some of the best jobs you can get there because they're tough to automate, and you need to be physically present, and those are two criteria for a continued paycheck in the upcoming economy.
Yeah, and like, if it's very lucrative, and it allows people to be able to afford certain things, um but certain things they wouldn't be able to otherwise, right, if they went to college. Because to me, I think Graham makes a good point. When you have a skill, right, you should not. A company shouldn't. It should be a symbiotic relationship when you work with a company. It shouldn't be an exploitative one, right? And so if you put people in a situation to where the company is going to have to pay for this person's training, if my purpose as a company is to make as much money as possible without with spending the least amount of money, right? And if you need a job, regardless of you know uh, uh, like in this field, right? And I'm paying for your training. You best damn know that it's going to be within your contract to work with me, work for my company for a certain amount of years, right? And you're going to take whatever payment that I'm giving you, right?
Okay, let's take your field in particular. Let's say I have an IT company. Why should I put an American through college when I can just sit here and rifle through H-1B visa applications and pick somebody who's going to do the job for about 30% of what it would cost me to put that dude through school?
Yeah, I mean, so it's funny. It's funny because I think so. There's two aspects of that. Believe it or not, there's an interesting aspect that some people don't consider, and why a lot of businesses don't even take that route. It's only like really profitable businesses that take advantage of that. It's because of the sponsoring aspect of it. When a company decides to sponsor a worker, the sponsoring um, basically some of it goes into accommodations, for example, in ensuring that this person is going to have the same amount of the same lifestyle as a regular citizen, right? And also, that only applies for high skilled workers. Not even it,
Boom.
You know
the
as
other
well as
part of it.
I do that they buy up shanty houses and stick a
That's
bunch of
true.
them into the same thing.
Absolutely,
That's
absolutely.
true.
Happens here in Australia.
Yeah.
But
Here,
I know a
let me
little bit about
introduce
this.
this concept. Let me introduce this concept because this is where I'm coming from. As a society, we have to get our essential needs finished: water, food, housing, all that sort of thing. You need human beings to do it. It's a question of how can we get people to do the necessary jobs, get them enough pay to keep living, and figure out what to do with the rest of the people who aren't necessary for that, and figure out something that's useful for them. And as much as I like the ideas you're saying, Batman, what you're basically is it seems like you're assuming that once that person gets the degree, they can get a job with that degree. And that's a disconnect that I see. It's been a good decade plus, and one of the worst ones there, and this one I don't know if you're aware of, but starting about 20 years ago, lawyers started getting outsourced. There are a lot of lawyers who have trouble making more than about $30,000 or $40,000 a year now because they found out they could outsource legal work, especially lower level, associate level legal work, to India, because India is a Commonwealth country under British Commonwealth law, and the lawyers there are their skills translate to the American legal firm. And I found out in the early 2000s that pretty much every major legal firm in the country had at least some work getting outsourced to India. And that shocked me then. And I already had known that engineering was getting outsourced. And one of my favorite ones, again, from the IT field, I don't know if you heard this story, was the company that they fired the 3 year in a row employee of the year because they basically did a log on his computer, and he's supposed to be a code writer, and they found out that he essentially spent his whole day watching cat videos.
Yep. And it gets better.
And what he had done, yeah, I was just going to finish, because what he had done was he had basically outsourced all of his IT work to, the Far East,
China.
Singapore, China, and it was coming back flawlessly coded. It was like perfect coding coming back there. And, he was profiting the difference there. And when I heard about that story, it's like, man, why'd they fire him as opposed to promoting him, putting him in management? Because he obviously knows how to, hire people and make a profit off of them. Gonna tag there.
And it gets better. He wasn't just doing it at his job. He had several jobs, and he didn't work at any of them.
Oh, I didn't know that was. I didn't know that was more than one. I thought that was just one.
Yeah.
Great.
But and at the main place that he worked though, he was getting commendations. Oh, I think you mentioned employee of the year, because of how flawless the work was, and just the sheer difference in costs. He was just raking it in. But I wanted to ask before we get too off the track. So how does this track to what you were saying and thinking, Batman? The median personal income in Australia a couple years ago, so it's probably a couple hundred here or there, is 52, and that threshold was 48. So is that what you would want ideally to be around, to have your threshold around the median? Like obviously they're getting people below the median, which is already not ideal. But yeah, what do you think?
Okay, so if they made this decision based on the median, I think it's a poor decision. Because again, I think that they should look at, I think,
Poor for the government,
yes,
good for the individual.
good for the individual. Because, well, I guess it depends, right? Like if it's a situation where the government isn't going to basically like take all take something, it's like, what's the word I'm looking for again? Um, like if you can't pay your debts and they come and take
Oh,
your shit, like
Foreclose?
yeah, like if they can't do
bankruptcy.
no, um,
Oh, when they take
if they
your
can't
shit.
like if they can't put liens if they can't put liens on your property, right? Because you have nothing to, because obviously this is not being loaned against anything that you own, right? Then the people who are below that threshold, which I'm assuming is a lot, right? I don't think the average person is making that amount of money. I think you have the typical situation where there's a lot of people who make a lot of money,
a
and
lot
there's
more.
a lot more poor people, right? And so I think poorer people who cannot afford it, right, will basically exploit it, right?
Yeah.
And so the people who actually need it, right, eventually are not going to be able to take advantage of it because they'll realize eventually that they can't afford it. Because the people are going to cry about their taxes going up, especially the richer folks. And guess who has the power to influence the government more? The richer folks. So they'll just say, hey, we'll lobby to get rid of this program, right? Because it's no longer beneficial for them. Just real quick to the other point that Graham was making. I'm not of the idea that just because you have a degree, you're entitled for a job, um, to a job, or you're entitled to a certain amount of pay. I'm certainly not saying that. What I'm saying is that it comes back down to having options for people, like viable options, right? People who, there are too many people who are dumbasses going to college, getting degrees that cannot take advantage of those degrees. It's a blunt way of putting it, but that's clearly the case, right? If you're intelligent enough to go to college and be successful and 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 gain, you know, get a 4.0 or something like that, right? You will you will intuitively understand what you need to do and do the things you need to do, whether it's internships or whatever, in order to get into that field that you want. Intuitively, you will understand that, right? Whatever licensing or certifications, you'll make sure you get that stuff done and out of the way, right? But people have been sold. Young people in my particular generation have been sold a false idea that all you have to do is go to college, right? Whether, by whichever means, and you will you'll basically be guaranteed to get a job that's going to be able to pay you enough to purchase a home and and start a family and raise a family and stuff like that. It's bullshit, and people fell for it. So my idea is that people should have options. The people who realistically, right, will not be able to take advantage of college degrees because it's not it's really not in their skill set, so to speak.
You
Does
opened a
that make sense?
door there that, yeah, it does. But one of my problems is you opened a door there that you're saying give people the options, but implicitly you're basically saying give only those people who can take advantage of those options an option. And you're going to come down hard with a metric that says, we're determining that this group, they're not going to be capable of taking advantage for the college degree. So we're going to basically not allow them to go to college unless they basically work their ass off and pay for it. The government will step up for the other people, but not them. Am I missing sort of what you're saying?
Yes, kinda.
Because
So
let me
with
stay where I'm at, because this is my problem. Any amount of money spent on a college degree that person cannot monetize, one, that's money wasted other than their personal enrichment. And two, that's time wasted they could have spent building towards an actual career rather than putting themselves a bunch of years behind on a career path. Tagging out at that.
And I know
yeah,
this is going to like trigger some people, probably no one that's here right now, so who cares? But um, do you know the money that my country makes from overseas students? Why the fuck would we want to be paying our usually people that don't even bother to complete the courses, getting into like $100,000 debt per person when there's international students like lining up to get into Australia's universities and they get charged through the nose?
yeah. I mean, here's the interesting part, right? Because I get what I understand why Graham gets the impression and why you're saying what you're saying, right? So there's two parts to this. Um, when I say options, I mean um, people understanding where they fall on the totem pole when it comes to competence and um, competence, capacity, and damn, what's the other word I'm looking for? I guess to some extent, affordability,
I
right?
have to ask a question here. Have you
Okay.
actually met human beings? Because you're sort of saying that they're able to accurately evaluate themselves on this scale. And I haven't met too many of human beings who are able to do that.
You know, so one of the things I actually advocate for in schools is to have some kind of program that would allow teachers to basically figure out what students are good at, right? Like if a student is good at drawing, right, but he's analytical, okay, maybe we should focus on um, getting him into more technical drawing based jobs or architecture based stuff. Like you'll educate him
Agreed.
within within those purviews, right?
Are
And
you implying that career guidance counselors in high schools are pointless? That's what
they're
I'm
fucking
hearing.
yeah, they're fucking useless. They're only there to fucking peddle this college bullshit to get people in debt.
Yep.
I don't
But
know. When I was in college, my two
I'm not.
guidance counselors were kind of hot, so they were at least decorative.
Fair enough. I I think that's something that we should do because right going taking that into consideration, this is where the trade part would come in, right? A student should be able to look at what they're good at, right? Look at the path that the multiple paths and opportunities they can take, right, to where they can make the most money while doing what they love. And I think if they have that particular option available to them, whether it's a trade, a technical job, or college is necessary, right, they should be able to pick it and work towards it, right? Now, I'm not saying that. Let's say I decide to become a technician, right, an electrical technician, right? That doesn't necessarily mean I can't go to college and get a degree in electrical engineering, right, and further my career, right? But I have to be able to be able to do that to where I'm of the where I'll be able to afford it. I'll be able to take advantage of it, and it won't be that big of a financial burden, on me, right? So that's how I'm looking at it, right? I know I keep repeating myself, but I think people should earn the shit that they want. It doesn't necessarily just because you start off being just a shitty, little artist or whatever, right? Like maybe you want to get into some kind of fine art, right? And that requires a college degree, right?
Why?
But okay, huh?
I'm specifically here's one of the problems I have with what you're saying is
Why
they should
why
be
what
able.
specifically?
Well, one, why do you need a college degree for fine art? Because I can do fine art sculpture right now, and I
Well,
have an economics degree. I don't have an art degree. I could get people to buy my work. To
well,
me, that's all you need to do to be a professional artist. Produce something that somebody can buy.
it's kind of like a trade school where when you go to a trade school, you learn about the stuff within that field, right? And they teach you how to use the actual tools that will be available to you. They give you mental tools that you can use to basically be able to do the job and fulfill your duty. So that's the perspective that I'm looking at. So the college and the trade school, right? The college is just another trade school, so to speak, right? It's
I
just more expensive because certain jobs, right, require um, um, further educating. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, where I'm coming from is there's certain jobs you need certificates, and basically it's like if you're a doctor, a lawyer, electrician, a lot of the trades, you need to get their certification. There are other ones where, again, artist, don't think so. And again, I'll use comic book artist here, where you could go to the Savannah School of Art or the Kubert School of Art, and you could spend your years there. And you may never end up with a job because you don't have the talent. Yet there's some dude who he can just draw the F out of it with a pen. And he never went to school, but he can walk in and get a job right away. And I guess you're echoing this idea of in order to have a job, you must have a certification for that job, as opposed to, and where I have a flag is that idea you should be paid what you want. And I'm coming from the standpoint of nobody is ever paid what they're worth. You're paid slightly less than what your company can get out of you. And
So, okay,
it's
sorry.
the if I want $1 million for my pay, there's no guarantee I can get that.
I,
It'd be
I
nice if
really
I could.
want. Sorry, when you're finished. I didn't mean to
I'm
interrupt.
done. I'm done. No, I'm done. I needed to cut
Um,
off. Thanks, Sammy.
but that's okay. Just a interesting little tidbit. So, turns out by pure serendipitous luck, I actually pay myself the average median wage of Australia. So even when I'm my own boss, I'm still rorting myself.
That's funny.
I'm not paying myself a good wage. But I don't want all my company's money to disappear paying my wage. Like my company's still my company, so whatever it profits is still my profit in the end. But I thought that was really fascinating. That just by sheer chance, just arbitrarily, picked an amount that look how much I lose in tax. I go from 1835 and actually receive 1344. The government gets $500 a week of my cash
I
to
mean,
pay for fuckers' degrees, apparently.
yeah, I mean, so I don't see anything inherently like I don't see anything necessarily wrong with that, right? Again, to me, a lot of this comes back down to proper application, right? I don't think anything is wrong with a country investing in
in its people.
educating and giving people opportunities. You need that in order for you to just even have an economy properly,
Yeah.
right? So I don't think anything is inherently wrong with that, but I'm sorry, man, but you have to find ways to apply that money properly, more efficiently,
Yeah.
to where when you spend it, right, you know that, you know, okay, it's gonna be some of it is gonna is gonna come back, right? Like it has to be done in that way, right? And I'm I don't know what's the best way to do that. I am not an economist. I do not know finances when it comes to how
I
governments
know
handle
one.
money, but but
Yeah,
I don't know the efficient
I was
ways
going
to
to
do
say,
that.
and that's why I'm asking the questions I do. Is the I want people to make the most money possible, but you need to have society keep functioning. And it's like
Yeah,
if you had sat there and said they can, it's not that they can make as much money as they want, they can make as much money as anybody's willing to pay them. I'd have signed off without a second thought.
Do you
yeah.
know
I
the
mean, that's my
issue I've
mindset.
found?
The
I
way
think
how I
that
the way how I look at it, right? If listen, if people are gonna pay you what they think, it's how much you value yourself and how much they think you are worth, right? And you have to find a way to convince people to pay you what you are worth, right? And
You'll
so,
never get that. It's one of those things. You're going to get
no.
less than you're worth by just a little bit.
I
Yeah.
mean,
And
go ahead.
you finish that, man. Oh, well, to give you an example, as a small to medium business owner, so the way I invest in my staff and company and things like that is I think I've mentioned before, you probably know that in Australia we have a national um, award for each industry, right? So in my industry it's called the SHADS Award because it's social, community, housing, and disability services. SHADS. Um, so all of those things, you work in any of those industries, you're under this award, right? And it starts at level 1, pay point 1, and each level has about 3 pay points and goes to the next level. Most companies that do what I do will start their staff at level 1, pay point 3, so the top of the bottom level. I don't know anyone that's ever got paid the first 2 levels, but technically we can bring staff in on that. I usually bring mine in on level 2, 1, right? It doesn't really benefit me in as much as getting new staff or attracting anything because new staff don't know that my old staff get that. The benefit for me paying that is the loyalty of my staff. And then the other thing that I do to answer what you were sort of saying about how you manage to convince people, I do it by at even cost to myself sometimes sticking to my principles, and it's my principles that attract my clients and staff and things like that because when I'm meeting a new client or I'm interviewing a staff and they ask the questions, you know, um, I have all this to offer that other people don't, but I also will. I remember what it was like to be in their position. You know, I was there just before I bought my own company. So I'm not that far removed that if they ring me and they'll usually be all panicked, you know, they've got a sick kid or something, need time off. I'm like, it's your fucking kid. Have all the time you want. I'll replace your shifts. I'll fix
May I
it up.
ask you
We'll
a
do whatever
question?
you need. And if they say I can't afford the time off, I'll say let's sit down and I'll you know, we'll borrow shifts from someone else. They can do your shifts. We'll work it out. You know, I've even done company loans for staff. Um, just little things that don't really cost me anything. Like, yeah, I pay my staff an extra $1 an hour.
I
Is
have a
me
question for you.
scrounging that dollar really worth more than the loyalty that I get? Yep, go for it.
Does your company solely exist to make you money?
No.
So that is the difference between you and a lot of business
And
owners.
that's absolutely, and that was kind of my point about the principles. They don't exist in business because I find they generally cost me monetarily. They cost me, but
Yes.
I get other values. You know, most of my staff are long-term staff. We're in this industry, like it's weekly turnover, but all my staff, they've not only stayed, but they've gone permanent or full time even, which, you know, is so hard to get in this industry, and it's what you want because you don't want to be having to constantly source new staff. So
I mean, sure, it just comes to me, right? So to be fair, right, I did get a lot of schooling in business management. And even though I absolutely hated it, it was never my interest at all. I was always interested in technology and art. Hence me working in, you know, my current field, you know, doing tech support, like actual physical technical support, and doing graphic design and doing my writing, right? But I did learn a lot of things, um, not necessarily just about the structural aspects of, you know, running a business and stuff like that, right? Um, but my teacher, despite me thinking him as being an asshole, um, he made a lot of things clear to me. Where you have people who have individuals who just want to make money, right? You have someone who just wants to provide a service, and you have someone who literally just wants to what's what I'm looking for?
um,
What do you call it again? To basically exploit, right? And companies, typically successful companies, are made and structured to exploit, right? And the reason why a lot of them are set up that way is because they are engines to make money. And the only way you can make the most money is to exploit. That's the general theory. Some people would disagree, right? But that's the general
no.
understanding of it, right?
And you know, I
No,
just spot on, and I live in this weird balance of um, just getting by, not making huge profit because of the principles that I stick to, but those principles keep the business coming. So it's I could easily had the time and effort. I could grow my business, but with all the shit in my life at the moment, I'm just happy for it to just. It's good. It's making enough money to cover the bills and pay my wage, whether I work or not, and I generally don't. So I can't really ask for much more than that at the moment. But I will definitely pick your brain, Batman, because I have no business background. I have no business knowledge. I put it down to sheer willpower and the fact that I worked for 12 months unpaid in my business to get this thing going whilst having another job. But otherwise,
don't
it's come
sell
down
short
to
you're a
word of
decent
mouth.
don't sell short you're a decent human being, Sammy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
going a long ways.
yeah.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
try.
don't sell yourself short, because again, right, it's not as complicated as don't make it any more complicated than it needs to be. You know, what I always tell people who are entrepreneurs, is that if you're having issues running your business in a more structured way, fucking take business classes, take business management classes, right? I'm not telling you you don't need to get a whole degree, you don't need to do a whole
Yeah,
bunch of years in
just
school.
like a diploma.
Yeah,
Heck, contact the SBA, the Small Business
yeah,
Association, and at least
yeah,
sit through one of their seminars. Dear
yeah,
Lord.
Yeah.
yeah. Like
Now
just
that
go
I could
learn the
do.
shit, right? Because at the end of the day, right, regardless of your intention for having your business, right, and what your business is supposed to be doing, right, you cannot run it without proper structure. Now, it
Yeah.
seems to me
No.
intuitively, right, you're doing a pretty decent job because it's stable. Your employees aren't complaining. They don't want to unionize or anything like that, right? And the cold facts is that in order to make more money, you're going to have to invest more money and even more time sometimes. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
You're going to have to lose. A lot of businesses, most businesses fail. That's reality, right? So, take that into consideration. And I absolutely love that you appreciate your business and what it's giving you right now, right?
Uh,
If you
do
see
you
an opportunity,
think?
go ahead.
Sorry. No. Never mind. Carry on. I forgot what I was going to say.
Like, if you see an opportunity for growth, take it, right?
I
Properly.
would say, as long as it feels morally right for him, because that's
Yes.
a hurdle that,
Yeah.
that Sammy wants to clear at least. Other
Yeah.
businesses, no.
Yeah. I was gonna say, assess it. Make sure it aligns with the culture that you have in your business. If it's gonna subvert that, you don't want to take advantage of that opportunity. Really not, right? And again, it's just one of those situations where I have a lot of deep respect for small business owners, regardless of their intentions, because it is not easy to run a business. It is not easy to start a business, especially in the
Especially
United States,
nowadays,
right?
because of all the big businesses pushing the little businesses out of existence.
Oh, yeah, not only that, right? Like in the US, you don't have any national health insurance, right? So,
There's
so it's
Obamacare. Come on. There's Obamacare.
please. That is
There are
not gonna
people
do
who would
shit.
push back on that. Come on. You know that.
See, listen to this, guys. So not only do we have the universal health, um, but we have this thing called the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, right? And everyone with a disability can get funding of different amounts. So there are people out there with plans of $500,000 a year to get supports for their disability in whatever form that takes, from everything from personal care, showering and cleaning, to accessing the community, to whether they live in your property. Um, and everything in between. So we have healthcare and the disability insurance scheme, and you guys have nothing.
Yeah, that's why it's way harder for a lot of Americans to, well, not just even start businesses, but, you know, successfully really run one and be able to afford one, right? Because for, you know, not having health insurance fucking sucks in the US, right? Like
Dude,
it really sucks
it's one of those
financially.
bizarre facts, and I don't know if you have a fact like this, but no matter how long I've known this, on how often I think about it, every time I think about that fact, my mind gets blown a little bit. Like, I don't understand it. Like, the freest country in the world, you know, the most progressive, almighty, powerful America, and it's like, you
Graham, you
don't
want to
have
tell them
healthcare?
about the
What?
Iron Triangle?
What, the Iron I was gonna explain it more with the healthcare of there's a reason why everybody in the world comes to America for the most advanced healthcare possible, because that's what America's known for. If you have the money to throw at it, you can get healthcare here you can't get anywhere else. It's
Capitalism, baby.
if you want standard healthcare. Now I'm going to have to bow out here because I'm exhausted. But I wanted to throw one of the ideas at Batman that I came back with back in my economic days of how to retool the economy very, very simply with one fell swoop, and that you pass a law that says every business must be at least 51% employee owned.
Want to be
And if
assassinated.
that would basically prevent any outsourcing to other countries. Every employee, when you start in there, you start accumulating stock for your retirement in that company. The company's run on a market one, so it has to run efficiently. And when you retire or leave the company, you get bought out by that company for stock, which then goes to other employees.
What if
I
I
felt
told you? What if I was to tell you that I actually proposed that idea in a previous conversation with someone who also has a degree in economics?
I'd sit there and say, God damn, thankfully somebody else had the same damn decent idea. That's what I would say. Good job.
Don't spread that idea, though. You'll get assassinated.
Well, that's why I'm not running for president. I came up with the idea that would fix the economy. I didn't say it was politically, implementable.
Yeah, yeah. I get it.
At least since you thought of it, you can understand the attraction and how that would basically it would spoil down a lot of the gross increase in stock prices, but you still allow, capitalization because you got 49% you can play with in the market. But,
Job applications would go through the roof.
and one of the reasons I base off it is I'm in Florida and the supermarket chain Publix down here, that's the way their whole company is set up. It's entirely employee owned. And if you work there, you get stock every week as part of your paycheck. And the stores are clean, the employees are nice, they're motivated. It shows.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said earlier, you have to present something better to the people to where they'll they'll want to do it and make more money.
Yeah.
As an employee, if I'm working, listen, Apple is $1 trillion company. Imagine that setup at Apple, and imagine imagine being paid through that working at Apple.
Apple is pretty exploitative, though.
I
Yeah.
know, but I'm just looking at it. I'm just dreaming based on its worth. And Graham, I appreciate your wisdom. You know, Dinosaurs do give wisdom, people. Um, I do not think they are useless. I just think that the ones who are in power are just they just want to hold on to it. Really, we just gotta wait until they die,
Yeah.
I guess,
The problem
or take
is
it from
And,
them.
for me, it's the slime balls that have the power. When they die, you're going to have other slime balls have the power. Just the slime balls from a different
oh,
generation.
different set.
Yeah,
Yep.
And
yeah.
for
Ours
me,
would probably be worse.
the goal is to sit here and get it away from slime balls and get it closer to decent people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. No,
Um,
no, it
Graham
was
for
definitely a
president.
good conversation here, Batman, because yeah, it's nice to actually, get a little cross generational. Hey, yeah, this totally sucks, and wish something could be done about it.
that's why I wanted to bring you over, Graham, because talking to you all those hours was just making me think of Serb, Batman, Will. Um, it was and as you've noticed now, years have met and had a good conversation. This is the sort of shit we talk about all the time. But it's good to have an economist now. I can ask money questions
Oh, I'm a good
as
business
well as
advisor.
mathematics. You're a bit of an all-rounder, aren't you?
Oh, that was the joke I always had before I was diagnosed with autism. I sat there and said, "Yeah, I'm autistic on the spectrum, probably somewhere around polymath."
I wonder if all autistic people joke that they're autistic before they get diagnosed.
Oh, you did the same thing, Sammy?
Absolutely. But I
That's some
didn't for
really
one
good
second think,
self-awareness.
yeah, it's bizarre.
I was going to say, just on the autism front, one of the bizarre reactions I had is after I was diagnosed, I was telling one of the people who worked at a store, and he looks at me and he goes, "I'm sorry." I was like, "What the hell?" I didn't say that out loud, but it was like, "Why?" I'm happy because, you know, now I got some ADA protection, people, at least I have a label that people can stop asking. It doesn't change who I am. It's just a different label. It's not like I
That,
told you like I had cancer or something where I understand
yeah.
I'm sorry back, but I'm
It's like, do
autistic.
they not understand that you've been this way your whole life? It's just now you actually know what the fuck's going on in your brain. You have an explanation for it. That's all my diagnosis was. It was kind of a figured
Exactly. And
sort of a reaction.
like I said, how does I'm sorry come out? And it's like it's my counselor explained to it. It's a neurotypical reaction to they don't know what to say. And this is one of those standard sort of responses they thought was safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's pretty on
Funny, isn't
point.
it?
Yeah, that's a big thing my counselor's for is to helping me figure out how to get along with the more neurotypical and try to figure out how, as she puts it, it's like, why do they keep doing that? Because they're
Why
not as psychologically healthy as you. They keep doing all these other stuff instead.
Well,
And it's like,
they should pay attention to us. My reaction to that would be and my natural reaction, as you know, Graham, would be to ask a question. I'd be like, "Oh, and how did you take that?" And then if they were like, "I'm fucked up, man," then I know what the hell I'm dealing with. And if they're like, "I'm not bothered," then I know what the fuck I'm dealing with. But it's like, how do people not try and figure out what they're dealing with before they start dealing with it? No wonder they don't know what the fuck to do
Ignorance
because they
is
don't even know
bliss.
what's going on.
Ignorance is bliss for a lot of for a lot of, I guess, neurotypical people. Um,
I was going to say, here's one of the painful lessons that I've learned is, especially among the neurotypical, many of them would vastly prefer a comfortable lie over a painful truth.
Hmm.
And they don't recognize that if you buy into the lie, it's going to cost you more in the long run than how much pain that truth would cost in the short run.
Yes.
Well,
And can I
people.
say, my anxiety diagnosis was far more important to me than the autism, because the anxiety is crippling. Autism, you're a bit of a weirdo. I've never cared what people think, so it's not an issue to me. But the anxiety, it fucking controls you. You know, it was a big thing for me to be able to finally go, that's what that is. Like, but I didn't think I was anxious, and it's like that's not how anxiety works.
Yeah.
It was yeah, a really powerful thing for me to finally realize what anxiety was, and that's what I was suffering.
And that's the best thing is once you're aware of it, now you can at least start addressing it and trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tag out here, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, and Sammy. And I'm glad I finally got the thing to stay on for a little while longer towards the end here.
Okay.
Always
pleasure,
welcome, Graham.
Absolutely a pleasure, Batman. And I look forward to we're very much on the same page as far as our view of the world, at least. It's and our differences are always entertaining because it helps us see some of the different perspectives. So
And
thank
how
you so
fun
much.
was it, Graham, to watch him do what I was doing, to go, you've definitely hit the nail on the head, Graham. Or I can't disagree with anything you've said there. It's like, that's what he was doing to me all night last night, that man. All right.
Be careful. William will be jealous.
I'm just me. What can I say? Thanks for letting me hang, guys. Talk to you
Best
later.
thing you can do. See you, mate.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Can I say, Gio, from one neurodivergent to another, I think you do have some sort of neurodivergency. But I wouldn't try and know which one. But I know there's something up with you, Gio. You're an oddball. See, I can. It's like a radar. It's like a gaydar. Because I'm crazy, I can sort of sense other crazies.
Oh,
I can't believe I just said that, Gio. I know Gio's laughing. And he's probably sitting there thinking, you're all fucking crazy. I'm the only sane one.
I think everyone has some level of crazy with them.
Yeah, man. I don't believe, to me, the whole world, everything exists on spectrums. It's all about spectrums, and where we lie on those things. The days of thinking you were this or this should be gone, We know that that's just not how anything works.
Yeah, and
I love the self-affirmations in the chat. I'm just a goofball. And then he's like, I'm normal for sure. You're in my chat, people, so
yeah, you
must
can't
be
be normal.
something wrong with you. So you did business but hated it, eh? I don't blame you. It's quite boring, isn't it? If you're not into it.
It wasn't necessarily that I found it boring. It was just more so I just had other interests, and those other interests were just more important to me.
Well,
so in primary school back in the day, um, going all the way up to high school, if you had a certain grade average, right, they'll put you in certain classes, right, and uh, and it continues into high school. Now at JA, a lot of high schools have trades, but they also have business classes. trade.
Oh, trades. Yeah,
So
sorry.
you can do homemade, you can do IT, you can do a bunch of like different
Woodwork,
woodwork.
metalwork.
Yeah, right. And typically, what you'll do is that they'll test you. You'll take a class in each one of them. I don't remember what grade you do it, but you take a class in each, see if you like it, see if you're good at it, right? And then eventually they'll test you on it, right? And if you do well on the test, right, they place you where you did the best. Now, unfortunately for me, I did well in business admin, IT, but I wanted to get into technical drawing and electrical engineering, but I didn't do well in them, right? Uh, to me, IT and business was just much easier. So I ended up just doing well in those. So from that grade going up all the way to I guess what you got, what Americans will call like early college years, like up to an associate's level, basically, right? Um, I've pretty much just been educated mainly in principles of accounting, um, principles of business, business management, some marketing, econ, electronic document preparatory management, and offered procedure.
So
Those were the main subjects that it did.
in Australia, what you call it's so confusing to me because I always thought your colleges were our TAFEs, right? And then you had university like us. But your colleges are your university. So I don't understand where your what we call TAFE fits
So
in. Or do you not have anything like so that's where you do certificates and diplomas in things, in trades, for example. You can get, you know, in my industry, technically you can't work unless you have a Cert 3 or higher, which after 3 is 4, then a diploma, in aged care, individual support, social work, I think pretty much any of the shads. Um, so where do you do those? Where do you do diplomas and certificates and things that aren't
so
degrees?
so so the way how it works, um, particularly for like trades, right? So one of the exams that you take to figure out which trade you're going to do is called a Rose exam. I don't remember the specific abbreviation, but um,
That's
that's what
why
they
I'm
call it.
confused.
So
Because
when
the
you
Brits call their TAFE college. I understand now. Carry on.
yeah, now once you when, once you hit the 11th grade, right, you could graduate, or you can go to the 12th to what they
Community
call
college?
it. Well, it's equivalent of it. So basically, it'll be first form and second form after that.
You'd go, yeah, you go
Yeah,
and do those at the college rather than doing it at school. We have a similar thing here. So
yeah. And
your
then once you
TAFE
do
is
that,
community
then
college.
you go and do your 4 years. Right?
Yeah, similar thing
Yeah, yeah. It's a
here.
similar
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Um,
Yeah, I just
so
that's
how do
a
you feel about this? So you've got the big one, the degree, and we've discussed the issues with it. And it seems to me, but there's probably things I'm missing because I can't see governments being good. But it seems to me like this is actually something that benefits the individual,
yeah.
which
So
that's all I can ask from a government. Now, with our TAFE, right? Anyone leaving high school, free. Any courses they want, any trade courses, wasn't when I was at school. If you were on government benefits of some sort, so job seekers or other, you could get free certificates and diplomas. But now it's all school leavers and anyone trying to return to the workforce. Free community college, no
So
loan, no payback,
I
nothing.
think
Just
I think every single person should graduate with a trade. You should not be learning a trade after you're finished with high school.
yeah,
You should be learning a trade during
at
high school,
school.
right? Because when you do that and you step into the workforce, you're able to perform, right? You are already equipped to perform. Your time as an apprentice is going to be significantly shorter, right?
Yeah,
Which means, right, you get to rise up in the ranks more, you get to earn more money, right? You gain even more experience, right? And so, you know, I think that it's a model. That model is actually better, right? You should not high school. You should be, I guess, doing whatever subjects, the basic subjects that you're doing, but also you should be taking, classes for the trade or trades that you want to do.
so in Australia, we obviously go to year 12. I think that's the same as you guys.
Hmm.
But from year 10, you can actually begin an apprenticeship. So you're technically still at school, but you'll go to your job and be an apprentice um, through the school sort of thing. So you do
Yeah,
your
they do
last
that.
2 years of school as a trade.
Yeah, so they
But
kind of,
it's not across the board. It's the people who go and do that. You know what I mean?
yeah, like, so from what I remember, Jamaica, that starts, like, you start working on your trade around the ninth grade. When you're in the 10th or I think it's in the 10th or 11th grade, right? You go out and you do what they call job experience, where you actually go out and do internships at different businesses,
Yep.
right, to get
We
actual
have that too.
experience. And what happened is that the businesses will give reports to the school, and some of
Yeah.
them will give you certificates. Some of them will even offer you jobs. Well, as soon as you graduate, you can actually go and start working immediately.
How many instances of this experience can they do? Because in Australia, it's one. So you got to make sure you pick one you want to do. Because if you get there and you hate it, you blew it. That was your work experience. You know.
It depends. It depends on the school and the companies working with the school. Um, if your
So
school
this isn't a normal thing that happens in all schools. Is that what you mean?
so it happens back in the day. It mainly happened to regular high schools. But if your school was a quote unquote traditional school, like a rich, you know, like the best top schools where people
Oh,
pay a lot of money, that type of thing, they didn't do that because the school name alone can get you
yeah.
jobs, right? In a lot of fields. To probably, like, it probably won't
Yeah.
get you um, a job in certain trades, right? Like you won't be able to start off with a certain amount of pay, but you could still easily get a job because you just
Yeah.
attended that school, even if you did shitty.
For instance, if you went to college at Harvard University, and that is where the confusion arises. It's like, you damn Americans, you still call it university, but you just got to chuck that college in there just to be difficult and be different. Like, is it college or university? And the answer will be, oh, both, which it is, because I now realize you have community college.
Yeah,
We call ours TAFE, which stands for tertiary Adult. Something education. I can't remember what the F stands for. Fucking education. What?
Tertiary adult fucking education.
Oh, technical and further education.
Education.
Yeah. So
But yeah.
techs. Oh, some places call them technical colleges. Do you have that?
Yes, there are technical colleges. So so technical colleges,
Now we're
they
on the same
mainly
page.
focus on well, I guess technical jobs. They separate
Trades.
trades. Yeah, they separate trades from technical jobs. So I guess you'll have the
Oh,
traditional, for example, like you can be an electrician, right? And that is a trade. But let's say you want to become a um, they're basically the guys that work on those towers that work with those extremely high voltage lines and stuff like that. Like in order
that's
to,
technical.
yes, that falls within the technical range, right? Let's say you start off as a plumber, right?
Ah,
You can actually go to a technical school and learn how to put boilers together. That's a technical job. See what I'm saying?
so, yeah. See, and now our TAFE does it all.
That's good.
Hence the name, technical and further education. Further than high school, obviously. Um, yeah, it's bizarre that you have it all separated like that.
Because the
But do
technical
you
schools, you'll
do
have to
like,
pay for it.
and so how does yours work? Because as I said, here in Australia, after you leave high school, you can, if you get a good enough UAI, University Admission Index, you go straight to university. Some have a gap year, whatever, and then go to university. So TAFE isn't necessarily, it's not part of the process. It's separate to university, and it's where you go if you're not going to university to do
Yeah,
basic technical training and what we call certificates that can lead to a diploma,
yeah.
but
So
not like a university diploma. If that makes sense.
yeah. And to be fair, there are some trades that require extra training. Um, like take for example welding, right? Um, that's a technical job, and a lot of companies won't hire you unless you are trained for like maybe a good 4 years, right? Depending on the company, of course. But not
So it sounds like you do years, whereas we do certificates. So I can do a certificate 3 in welding and that's it. And then go for welding jobs and I have a certificate 3. But if someone with a certificate 4 comes in, they're instantly more qualified, and then if someone comes in with a diploma in welding, well then they'd trump us all.
well,
So
not necessarily. The way how they did it, from what I remember, was that they in order to get the certification, right? You have to take the classes, put in the actual time, intern time associated with those classes, right? And complete the education course, take the state licensing course in order to get that certification. So that's so
wow.
it's kind of like those guys who work on airplanes, right? Like it's a 4 year program, sometimes 5 years, depending on what you're working on, right? Or how advanced you want to go.
So that's a diploma basically, because Cert 1, 2, 3, and depending on whether it's a technical thing, there are things that have Cert 4, then a diploma, whereas there's other things that only go to Cert 3 and then have a diploma. But each, so technically you look at a certificate as a year, but you can do a certificate in 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months. It's up to you how long you want to do it. I did mine online and did them in like a month, got it out the way. But yeah, so it's not about how many years, because I could get to a diploma doing it online, smashing it out, taking a month for a certificate. Technically 6 months, maximum a year, I could have my diploma done.
Yeah,
And
technically.
I'm no worse off than someone who did 4 years. Probably an employer would look at me and go, "You're better because you got there so quick." So,
well,
can you
again,
do that in America? Or I think you said you're locked to the time of the course.
no. So I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about in Jamaica.
Oh, right. Sorry, carry on.
It's it, it. To be honest, it really depends. It depends on the field. And to be honest with you, I'm not even sure if a lot of those programs are even still around at this point. But they were prevalent, right? And people did. It was really good to have, because again, like despite despite um, you know, it doesn't matter how far you want to take your schooling, right? The fact of the matter is that you'll graduate with something that, like, even if you wanted to become a scientist, right? If you don't become a scientist, dude, you can become an auto mechanic, right? Like, you can become a plumber. Like, you'll have something to fall back on. You can be, can become a cook. Like,
Or be a plumber while you're becoming
yeah,
what you
while
want to
you're becoming
be.
what
You know,
exactly. That's what
makes
the
so
U.S.
much
doesn't
more
have,
sense.
right? And so, again, the cool thing is when you're a teenager, right? Because that's when you're more prone to absorb things more efficiently, right? When you're learning a trade from a teenager, like once you get out of the field, you're gonna be like really good at it by the time you're like 4 years in, for example, right? So,
Yeah.
and to be fair, a lot of this stuff, technically you don't need to go to school to learn it, but the reason why the schooling is important is because some of it might require safety stuff that you have to take into consideration. You might need to have certain tools that you have to learn how to use, stuff like that. But like I learned graphic design and how to use Photoshop and a couple other programs by myself. I didn't go to school for that shit. I learned it. It
Yeah.
was self-taught, right?
Yeah.
You know, but when it comes to my IT stuff, I had to get my CompTIA certification. The first two, I think, I went to classes for them. And the last one, it was just self-taught. I took the exams. Oh shit, he ran away. A WOFT become a CW2. Hillary's, I have no idea what those terms mean. Can you expand on those? I'm sorry, I'm super ignorant of that stuff.
Apologies. I could hear you, but I didn't. I muted because I had to take a piss. I'm sure you didn't want to
Oh, no problem.
join me. Yeah, I was looking at that, trying to figure that out. Waft to become a CW2. It would be to do with maybe aviation.
I have no idea. Hillary's gonna have to expand
Yeah, you're gonna
on those.
tell us, Hillary. Recruiters are not always honest. I was kind of lucky to get what I wanted because Hillary said I tried to become an army aviator, but my recruiter kept screwing up my paperwork. That's got to be frustrating. And did you just sort of get to a point where you gave up, Hillary's?
He just answered her question.
Oh, did he? Oh, that warrant officer flight training to become chief warrant officer grade 2.
That's
And
interesting. Thanks.
and it didn't come to fruition. My ASVAB scores were high, thankfully. I had no idea you did that, Gio.
The army man.
Gio?
Mm-hmm. The military man.
What the
I'll be
fuck
right
is wrong
back.
with my brain, Gio? How am I forgetting this?
I'll be right back. Use the
Yeah, go for it, bro. I know you would have told me probably 100 times. You're in the service for 6 years. A tanker. Did you ever get deployed? I'm guessing you did. You did 6 years. Silly question. I should have said where. What conflict was this? 97 QT with VLAB 125 and flight testing of 99.8. Oh, you didn't get deployed. Well, thank God, Geo. Can I just say? Ivan, it's cool hearing someone say tape and know what the hell you're on about. Yeah, it's the same with like my industry. People can actually start working and then go and enroll and do the certificates and whatnot. Employees in Australia really do have it pretty damn good comparatively. I'm sure there's one or two developed countries out there who are doing better, but we certainly shouldn't complain. Actually, we should always complain. We can always have better people. Never settle. Especially as far as your government's concerned. Yeah, tanks are fucking cool, Geo. The thought of being in one in wartime is just horrifying to me, though. Not just the claustrophobia, but like when shit goes down, like you got to sort of wait in there till every other fucker gets out for you to be able to get out. And other than usually the driver, if you're down in there doing shit, most people can't see out, don't know what's going on. It'd be like a tiny little land submarine trapped in there with multiple sweaty, farting people. Fun. War is fun. Halsey's in the Brojo's chat sending weird videos. Yeah, that's exactly what my brain sees when I look at them. Awesome machinery, but fucked if
I'm
I
back.
ever get inside one. Welcome back. Gee, I was just saying how it was referred to as the Iron Coffin. I was just imagining like being in one and you just get hit and smokes and shit going on and there's one way out. And like you gotta sit in there and like waiting your turn to get the hell out of there. Ugh. No, thank you.
Yeah, be quite
Just
the way to go out.
gives me all the more respect for people that serve and do that shit, man. Thank you. Well, not necessarily. Oh, I suppose, yeah. I'm sure you'll have to use better fucking protect us. We've had your ass in every war
Oh,
since
we're
we've been a
fucking paying you,
country.
damn it.
You are?
Yeah. How do you think the military gets paid? With tax dollars.
I thought you meant your country's paying my country's military, and that's why I was like, is it
Oh no.
really? Uh, yeah, no, that's right. We're the bosses. Don't
So
you
at
forget it.
Geo, at some point you worked for me.
What period of time was this, Geo, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah. I was saying while you were gone, they're like extra small and claustrophobic land submarines. You're trapped in there with all the body odors and farting, and you can't see out.
It's a man's man world.
That's a man's job, except
Yep.
for the women that do it.
Yeah, right.
And I tell you,
Hey, you
those
know what?
women are tougher men than I'll ever be.
Exactly. We're little bitches compared to them, so shit. Much respect.
Geo, so you started serving the year I was born. You are not that old, Geo.
Dude,
Do you like bathe in virgin's blood or something?
he eats babies.
Eats
That's what
babies.
he's
I should have known. Man, you must be eating like multiple babies a day, Geo. He's probably like 1,000 years old, and at this point, he's immortal. Teach us your ways, O wise one.
It's Saint Geo, sir. Get it right.
See, have you found, Odin, because I have no clue how old you are, simply because I'm a dumbass. So
I'm
anyone
34.
with any level of intelligence above me, and they're like 60. That's just how my brain works. You know what I mean? And then, like, you'll tell me 34. I'm like, I am not 7 years your senior, dude. You were like my dad. Like, I look up to you. Yes, yes, sir, Batman. Like, how the fuck am I older than you?
To be fair, I'm a
Maybe it's an
50-year-old trapped
autistic
in a
thing.
30-year-old's body.
I would
By
agree
life
with that.
experience.
I would
to,
agree with that.
To be fair, I've experienced way more than I signed up for at an early age. It's
Do
so
you know I knew that? Do you want to know how? I
how
didn't know it. I assumed it. Your voice.
you saying I sound old?
One of the things, when I was younger and went to high school, I actually for a while thought I was psychic. Fast forward 20, 30 years later and an autism diagnosis, and I understand now I wasn't fucking psychic. I'm really tuned into body language, in tonal inflections, all of that stuff like screams at me, and I can hear your experience in your voice, and I know how crazy that sounds, and it probably is, but I hear a sadness. Even though you're one of the happiest people and I can hear your smile when you're talking, I actually hear a sadness in there.
Yeah. So okay, so I'll give you an
Which
example.
you can't hide it. Or you probably, like, I wouldn't say everyone else hears it, but I don't think that we can do anything about it. You know what I mean? It's who you are.
So so you're right, but it's in a different sense. Let me fix my mic. So take for example, I have a school ring from when I graduated high school, right? And that ring, first of all, I hate jewelry. I don't wear any form of jewelry whatsoever, right? But that ring is significant to me. Not because it's pretty, not necessarily even because I earned it. It's there to remind me how fucking shit my life was. And so if I ever get to a point to where I'm like, okay, my life suck, it's there to remind me that my life does not suck. And so it's a constant reminder to remind me where I come from. And where I come from is a very sad experience.
Were you here or in the chat when I talked about my dad's depression?
No.
Was that a no?
No.
So your ring is my dad's 3-page list of things he can do. One session with the psychiatrist, because I mean, I'm surprised he even went to one. But the psychiatrist was like, look, if you telling me you're not coming back, just do this thing. This is the best I can offer you, sort of thing. And it was to just sit down with a piece of paper and just start with the most mundane, boring, silly things, but that you can do. Like, and like if you don't even know where to start, say brush your teeth, right? And as pointless as that is, it just kicks the brain into action. And then you'll instantly start thinking, okay, well, fuck, I have a job. You know, I'm a welder. But I have a trade in welding. I have a trade in this. I can build this. I have a really good grasp of mathematics. And he said he got to the bottom of the 3rd page and it dawned on him and he just stopped the list. And he kept the list for a while, but he said even eventually he didn't even need the physical list. It was the idea that it sort of, as Graham put it, it set a base for his depression. He never got lower than that again, like, and sort of lifted it up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, because anytime he would start approaching that frame of mind again, he would be reminded, well, anyone who can get to the 3rd A4 page with each line a different, skill, means I'm obviously not the piece of shit that I think I am. And it sounds, when you said your ring, it was like, that's the exact same thing.
That's literally what it represents with me. And see, sometimes people will confuse me, and they'll take my tone as coming off as being jaded, or um, you know, or just having a negative mindset. And what they don't understand is that I see the world for what it is, and I try to address things for what they are as I perceive them, right, with my eyes. And you know, for the most part, I'm in a pretty good mood. I'm very relaxed. I'm chill. I'm not stressed or depressed or anything like that. Like, I'm really good. It's just that when it comes to discussing
certain things,
right? I I approach them in a real way because these things matter, right? I'm looking at the framework of our society, the things that we go through, and these are real things to me, and I don't fuck around when it comes to real things. So that sadness that you see is me. I guess to some extent, it's kind of like when Neo really saw what the real world was. Like, his whole personality completely changed. You notice he's not, he doesn't talk as much. He's more so
yeah,
wondering, looking. But eventually you realize that he gets into this stoic state when he gets a full understanding of the systems of control, his limits, that he's just a cog in the wheel. Like, when he realizes that, his whole world changed, right? He is now a stoic, and because of that, he's able to see through certain things and allow him to make certain decisions, right? A tough decision, but this time he allowed for a caveat because now his mind is clear and he's seeing him losing his eyes and him seeing the world in a different way, right? Like, that is significant philosophically speaking, because when you're seeing
it
the world
is.
in a new light, right, you're now able to approach things from a different perspective.
Yeah.
That's
And do
that's
you know,
where I'm at.
I have a similar approach, but I have a very, very simple way of describing it. It's almost cliche, but like I think with a lot of cliches, the fact that they're a cliche betrays them and their true power. So the one I'm talking about is basically to dumb down a part of what you said is the age-old adage of take one day at a time, or the other version is don't stress over things you can't change, right? That second one is my fucking life motto. I don't just know it, I live and breathe it every day. Everything that comes in my face is instantly assessed.
That
Can I
sounded
do
so
anything?
gay.
Oh yeah, I love come in my face. Anything that comes in my face, I can't believe I said that. Anything that comes my way, and let's just get rid of come altogether. Anything that appears in my life is instantly assessed for its ability for me to have an effect on it. If I can have no effect, it not necessarily dismissed, but it is at the bottom of the list as far as concerns or any value in my life. Like, I'll leave it for the people who can do something. So, which I extend through to extreme situations, like the situation with my kids. What can I do other than have a cry when the urge comes over me? I can't do anything, so I'm not going to sit here and stress and think about all the bad shit that could happen, because I don't know that's going to happen. Even if you tell me there's 99% chance, if you say there's 1% chance it might not happen, then that means I have no, I have to wait and see. And I'm not going to sit here and cry and be immobilized in the meantime. Give me something I can worry and change, and I'll worry about it and change it, sort of thing. And it is such a simple thing, but I really feel that most people, while they know it, they don't do it.
Yeah, that's true. And I think we all have the innate capacity to self-reflect, and I think a lot of that really comes down to self-reflection. At the end of the day, being the first step, right? Because if you can't reflect, you're not going to be able to tell whether or not you have a problem unless you have an external source, right?
Yeah.
And not everyone has an external source, I should say. So it's just one of those things where, again, it comes down to schooling where people are no longer being taught how to be adults. People are not being not being allowed to go out and um, grow anymore, right? And I'm not saying,
again, another cliche. We always, like people your age and up, we always say, if the street lights weren't on, my fucking mum had no clue where I was or what I was doing. I was off in bushland building clubhouses and making jumps to ride my bike on and that. Yeah, at 5 and 6. My 6-year-old will never leave my fucking eyesight. If he goes out the front of our house, I'm out there watching him.
yeah.
That's one generation. One.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not willing to trust our children, and our parents not sometimes willing to trust us, depending on where you live, right? That stifles socialization. It stifles creativity. It stifles kids getting to really know who they are.
Yep. Having experiences that are new to their brain, creating these new neural pathways. I think that's why. So in Australia, we are really, really bad for the wake up, go to work, come home, sit on the lounge, put the television on. Yes, that's still a thing apparently. And sit there until you pass out, wake up on the lounge and go put yourself to bed, get up and go back to work the next day. That is the Australian dream. And that is what, like, I'm going to say 80% of this country's population do. Right? And in that process, where's the self-reflection? Where's the time without either you're at work busy or then you just sit and watch something mind-numbing that even if it's a documentary, you think about that, but it's not. You're not having time to self-reflect. I haven't watched television for years, man. So if I'm not here on YouTube, I'm alone with my thoughts. I'm like self-reflecting the majority of every day of my life, just by virtue of the life I live, not by anything special that I do. You know what I mean? It's just I'm alone a lot, so I'm in my head. But I think society tries to keep us from thinking too much. Whether there's intent behind that, but they want us to get up, go to work, come home exhausted, sit on the lounge and watch dumb shit on TV till we go to bed and get up and do it all again. To try and build our supers for this magical time that we dream of when we're too old to do anything, when we can finally live.
You know, I'll just say this, right? Right now, and please understand, I am not saying this in a derogatory way. I'm saying this to kind of illustrate a point.
Yeah,
Right
of course.
now, the state that you are in a state of discovery. You are in a state of finding out. Um,
Flux.
huh?
Flux.
Yes. You are still trying to find out what really, like, what is the world that I really live in, right? And
Can I clarify it though? Just a little?
sure,
There's a
sure.
little bit of nuance. So while I technically agree, more specifically, because of the bizarre cult upbringing I had as a child, and then all the the life that I lived, and well, I'm sure we'll swap stories one day, Batman. But I have been on that journey for a long time. But what you're seeing is like it's been injected with steroids or something. So, you know what I mean? So it's like a hyper version sort of thing of
Yeah,
a thing that was already happening. Like I've um, always realized, I used to think that I had an issue with making decisions or planting a flag, right? And it was that I eventually, after years, I realized that it wasn't an issue. It actually took someone telling me. They're like, "Oh, that's a really unbiased position to take," and I was like, "Oh, because I thought I was just fucking wiffle waffle. Like I can't, you know." I talked to one person, I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome," and then I talk to someone that completely contradicts, and I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's right." And I'm like, "Hang on, they can't both be right." You know what I mean? But it was that sort of weird flux and not really knowing who I am.
see,
Does that make sense?
it makes sense, but it's bigger than
And will I ever? Like I feel like
you.
I never have, so why would I ever? I think I'm gonna die trying to figure out who I am.
Well, I can. That's something I can help you with. This is why I gave you that homework. Um,
Yep.
but I can tell you truth, right? Or things that we observe in our society that you don't even notice, that you
Yeah.
think is okay. But when it's
Yep.
expressed to you and demonstrated to you in a visceral way,
Yep.
there's three ways you can take it. You can operate in disbelief. You can, basically you can reject it, right? you can accept it. And after
So I get a
you,
red,
if
blue, and a purple pill to choose from.
no, there's no purple pill,
There
right?
is no spoon.
No, no, none of that. It's either you
Yeah.
accept it or you don't, right?
Yeah.
If you accept it, there's there's a high possibility that you will experience a form of rage and discontent and disgust and to some extent a form of self-loathing because you'll probably think I've been participating in a system that has basically been, you know, fucking so much people or whatever, right? Like there's a wave of emotions that will come over you. And the question is that information that you've gained, your eyes being open, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to
Dude,
use that to basically, improve your life? Are you going to use it to improve the life of others? Are you going to turn into a rage machine that's going to, hate society and, think everyone's against you? Like, it just depends, right? And
yeah.
so,
I believe a lot in the power of intention, and not as in, oh, what I think and put in the universe will happen. No. I mean the power of our own intention. So, like, to give an example, someone who takes an acid trip for the first time, right? I don't think you've ever done that stuff, but advice you will get, because you should be doing it with someone who has experience, and they should be telling you it's the not intent, the what's a word that means like attitude, but not like demeanor. No. So if I take this acid trip and I'm scared, like what I might trip, I'm gonna have a bad trip. That's it, because I went into it scared. I was lucky being young and stupid, and I'm just keen for everything, that I always approach drugs with this really positive, like, what can I find out about the brain this time sort of thing. So I never ever had a bad trip, but I witnessed many people go into them because they went into it with this wrong frame of mind. That's how I'll put it. So I think that applies here with what you're saying, right?
again,
The
it depends.
frame of mind that I go into making that decision, for me personally, from experience, I found has a massive, massive power over how I react.
So I'm going to share something with you.
Did I make sense, or was I waffling?
No, like you make sense, but what I want to do is to kind of demonstrate how poignant things can be. Take for example, there was this subreddit that I was a part of, right? And a lot of it has to do with like Buddhism and stuff like that, right? And one particular gentleman, like me, um, he is he he practices Zen, right?
Yep.
Now, practice is a loose word. I'm only saying that for the sake of conversation. There's
Yep.
really no practice when it
Yep.
comes to Zen Buddhism per se, right?
You could use
But
other words like he follows the,
yeah, he follows it, right?
Yeah.
The way, right? Even that's not necessarily appropriate, but let's just use that
Yeah.
for now. But he has
Stupid language.
attained he has attained uh, uh, Satori, right? So he's awakened, and his awakening um, was so intense that he basically posted that he's falling in a depressive state because now that his eyes are open, he cannot, he doesn't have the words to express what he is seeing, and he
Yeah.
feels extreme loneliness
Yeah.
in that state. And so, I approached him and asked him, you know, maybe you should take your, maybe you should just take your expectations out of it. And how I knew this guy
Yeah.
was definitely awoken, he smiled and just like disappeared. Like he sent me a smiley face and disappeared.
What do you mean disappeared?
Yeah, he left the chat.
Oh, oh, I don't know why. But I
So
was
again,
thinking, like, you meant he faded away, like, out of existence?
oh
I don't know
no,
where my brain was going then. He
no,
left the chat. And you've never spoke to him again?
there's no need. He doesn't need me.
No. Oh, you just weren't friends? Like,
No, no.
there's
I mean,
no value in what you need as far as it's concerned?
if what?
I, like, it's just strange, right? I consider you my friend, and let's say I reach this, right? I get the point, I guess. If I go where he's going with it, like, yeah. But see, I would think that that level of enlightenment would allow you to see it's not just about you. Like, there's value in you, Batman, and what our interactions create
I
and
mean,
facilitate, and
him
with
disappearing is
no
not a value
word.
judgment.
Well, I guess it leaves you like, did he commit suicide? You
No,
obviously think like he's
no,
enlightened and floated off into Zen or whatever. But to me, if he was like that depressed, I would be worried.
no,
Has he gone AWOL?
no, he didn't pass away or anything. I saw him posting in the subreddit, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it was more of he
he
was
was no
done. Yeah.
he was no longer in a depressive state. He was
Oh, so
perfectly
he
fine.
got past that.
Yeah.
And was it just like it happened naturally? It was just like this grieving thing almost that you go through, or did he have to work at it and like actively do things to
it,
overcome it?
to be honest with
Or
you,
he never told you?
I didn't even ask. I had no interest in trying to find that out. But
Okay.
I will say, if you attain Satori, um, you never know how your initial reaction is going to be. You don't know, but your eyes will be open, and
And I
when
can
it's
believe
open,
that. And I'm not so attached to my ego to think that I know how I would react. Initially that's my reaction, but I tell people all the time, before I was a parent, I could look at parents, I could understand the idea of parents, I could see the love that a parent has for its child. But until I was a parent, those apparent understandings, they were just like false images. You know what I mean? You cannot know an experience until you experience it.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny because again, it's it's not about morals. It's not about society. It's not even about any type of philosophy. The it's about becoming a master of being, right? And at the end of the day, there are many ways to get to that point, but one of the most efficient but unpredictable way to get to that point is through Zen Buddhism. And um, there's no set time, right? There's no set place.
No pressure.
There's no specific pressure. Really, realistically, your goal isn't even necessarily be that, because what's going to happen sometimes is that if you really get into it, you're probably going to forget about that goal and not really care about it anymore.
Yeah.
Because whatever you're experiencing, or getting from it, you're going to realize that even the concept of having that goal is absolutely useless.
Pointless. And I love that, like I just explained, with the, understanding parents differently than when you are one. I love that I can understand what you're saying very deeply, but I know that experiencing it would be so much deeper. And this will
Yes.
be very disappointing to Will, and someone else asked me tonight. Maybe Richard. It's Richard and Will. They so want me to embrace some form of theism or deism. Something I haven't said, but I sort of made this decision. I don't know the time, because things happen very naturally and fluidly for me. But there was a point maybe a week or two ago, right, when we first. So I guess we talked about Zen and stuff a while back. But besides that, I somehow came to this conclusion myself separately, that since I had not experienced any sort of Zen or anything, right, but just started to try and shift my life and how I think and how I react towards that, it was such a positive effect that I was like, you know what? Buddhists can be secular. I think I might give this Zen thing a decent go. I just hadn't got around to telling you.
I mean, sure, but just keep in mind that um, you don't. It doesn't. Your prior beliefs will then doesn't care about that. So you can hold other beliefs and belief systems outside of Zen. Now, to be fair, Zen
That's what I
is
figured.
somewhat of a form of theological ophthalmology, and what it does is that,
Ophthalmology.
yeah,
Okay.
it opens up your eyes in a way to where
I see.
to where it it teaches you how to see the world in a sense, right? And it's like this weird thing where, because I'm sure you heard me say this before, where Zen made it easier for me to be a Christian. Right?
Wow, dude, I didn't even realize you were Christian.
Yes, I am a Christian. And so it's just one of those things where I had felt as if I fell under the false impression that Christianity is supposed to have all the answers, but Christianity doesn't. And even though it when it comes to its utility, I do find a lot of things useful um, from it, but there was something else that I wanted. Christianity doesn't have that. That it just so
So how
happens
would
that I
you?
came across Zen completely by sheer luck and boredom, and I just got into it. And one night I was just like meditating on. I don't know why I was meditating on that one specific koan, but I was meditating on it, and a lot of the koans didn't make sense to me. They were all just stupid garbage, and they were kind of like jokes, basically, short stories in the form of jokes. And
Yeah.
I got it
Yeah.
one night, and my eyes were open, and it was like pretty much tears of joy,
Yeah.
right? Because like every single koan after that just kept making sense. Everything kept making sense, and I was like, there's this idea that once you have a bucket of water, once you remove the water, all the water will fall out together all at once. It's basically like that, mentally speaking, where I
Yeah.
have this flood of understanding of all these different concepts and ideas, um, and they're approaching me in such a way that it's not overwhelming. It's pretty peaceful um, and spiritually liberating,
Yeah.
right?
So
So again, my reaction, right, was completely different than the other guy, right? Like this
yeah.
dude went in a straight depressive state because he experienced a certain type of loneliness, an extreme type of
Yeah.
loneliness. But it's not like all of his friends and family died and disappeared. It's just that
Yeah.
his state of existing from his perspective has completely changed.
Yeah.
You know,
So can I give you an example of what I mean has changed for me in the last couple of weeks, right?
sure.
And this is the bizarre thing. I try and think, what did I change? What did I do? I cannot tell you that now. I didn't do or change anything other than like I hate using this word, but almost just like my intention. When I decided, when I made the decision, I don't know if you've noticed or if you've been around much in streams I've been in. I don't, I haven't yelled since I made the decision. And I don't act, put any effort into that. That I have no desire to argue with anyone or fight anyone. All I want to do is ask questions. And and I was in the midst of doing it, and I had this sudden epiphany where I went, "Oh my fucking god, that is what Serb and Batman do. They hardly ever make points. It's always asking questions, asking questions. It's like whatever your answer is, well then, that leads to these questions. And that's what my mind just has been doing almost automatically. That's what I meant by the results were so positive. It's not like I'm not deluding myself, anything, I'm so good at this, anything. I honestly don't think I did anything. I don't know what I did, which means I'm at such a base level, I have no clue what's even going on. But somehow the effects are still there and so powerful without me doing much other than changing a frame of mind. I know, and I'm waffling because I can't express the hugeness of this small thing. But I know you get it.
No, I completely understand. And again, this is one of those situations where, you know, like learning philosophy is like super important because,
Yes.
it's not necessarily about the usage when it comes to finding truth and gaining understanding necessarily. It allows you to more efficiently convey certain
Yeah.
feelings or things that you might experience or ideas that you have in a more cohesive way, right? And you'll find a lot of different words also that would better explain the state of, of whatever you're trying to express, right? Because
Dude, you are fucking right there. Because I've reached this point, right, where it's like this weird level of awareness. I've maxed out. Like the point you just made, before you started speaking, I knew exactly the point you were going to make. And I'm pretty much existing like that lately with everybody. But I have no tools. I have no means of using this. Like at this point, it's like it's its own entity. I have no real say or control over it. And that's where I think, I need to do a bit of learning and
yeah, I mean,
start to
ask questions and and you'll
and learn philosophy, because that
it
was
really
my point.
helps.
Sorry, was I've reached this point where my brain's like, okay, I get it. Now tell someone. I dare ya.
So here's
And
an
it's like,
interesting
yeah, right, smart ass brain. You know I can't.
here's an interesting idea, right? Suppose I was to tell you that once even if you've learned the philosophy of things, right, you're gonna eventually hit a cap, a ceiling,
Yeah,
so to speak,
yeah.
right? And
Of
you're
like
going to
ceilinged by my intelligence, my
not
capability.
not necessarily um see okay, and this might sound weird. Learning philosophy requires a certain level of self-indoctrination, right? Learning certain types of
Yeah,
reasoning, laws of logic, and stuff like that, their application, right? You're tying yourself down in terms of how
yeah,
you can understand, perceive, and express certain things. And what happens with
yeah,
a lot of philosophers is that they can eventually only be able to perceive, address, and express certain things within a limited mindset and frame of mind. And this is why a lot of Western philosophers absolutely do not like Eastern philosophers, because their goals are different in terms of what they're trying to achieve,
mm,
intellectually speaking.
Yeah.
Right? One wants to
Huh.
reach the truth,
Yeah.
right? And one wants to reach one wants to be a master of being. So they're
Yeah.
fundamentally different. And
Yeah.
so
They're not
this
opposites. Like, it's not a dichotomy. They're just different, completely
yeah,
different.
yeah, they're different. One is more methodological, one isn't.
And like, I went down the methodological one. One of the few bits of study I did was a bridging course that you do in Australia. If you didn't get a UAI at high school to get into university, you can do a small, I suppose it's a year, but you do several subjects at university, what they call a bridging course, to get you your admission index, like your score to get into uni. And I chose philosophy and sociology among, I can't remember the other subjects, and like, I didn't have trouble grasping any of it, but I quickly realized the problem ending in nihilism. And I think that that's the issue with this methodological one, is that it's trying to prove something that's essentially unprovable.
Well, to be fair, right? The reason so so Jordan Peterson actually has a couple talks on this where he kind of pointed out or explored the idea as to why a lot of people in Western societies tend to become nihilists. Doesn't matter their level of intelligence or self-awareness. Um, I'm not going to go too much into it, but
You
when
don't
you're
need to.
raised
Yeah.
in a certain society, you tend to develop proclivities going towards that,
Yeah.
right? It's not inherent.
Oh,
Um, it is something that is indirectly absorbed.
yeah.
That makes any sense, right?
Absolutely.
And so,
And,
again,
and it then limits or retards your ability to not understand concepts, to literally put yourself in another frame of mind. Or um, let's use the example you used: Eastern philosophy versus Western philosophy. Um, and I understand the resistance that Western philosophy has towards it. Um, I lost my point there.
the
Oh, the inability to see other ways of thinking. That's the best way I can put it. At the moment.
so here's the funny thing, right? So you learn how to use um, these innate tools, intellectual tools, in a more efficient way to gain um, understanding of a lot of ideas and concepts that you otherwise wouldn't grasp unless you sharpen those tools, right? But at the
Yeah.
same time, because it's methodological in nature, right? Um, it is going to be quite difficult for you to address different ideas that are not grounded or could be explained using a methodological method, right? And
Mm.
so it's like you're you have to sacrifice something, right? That's the
Yeah.
view, right?
Yeah.
And I get it. It's not like I'm
I
not
get
trying to
it.
establish a false dichotomy. I promise, but it's just one of those things
Oh,
where
do
you
you
know it
like?
comes.
And that's the thing. Like, I fully get it. I don't even see it as though like it. Um, the example that I think of. Actually, finish your point. I think I interrupted you.
So it's not a situation where there's some kind of dichotomy. It's just that's the thing with indoctrination. Like when
Yeah,
you're a child, your mind is way more free flowing and it's easier for you to learn because there is nothing there to gunk up that flow,
yeah.
right? The
A
more you
fresh
learn,
canvas.
yeah, like the more things you learn about how to operate within your society, right? The lesser flowing your mind will be,
Yeah,
the more closed you will be to other cultures, the more close you'll be to other ideas, the more close you'll be when it comes to different philosophies and stuff like that. And it goes the other way around too. Not that
yeah.
there is a lot of, you know, Eastern,
Well, hey,
Master
I
of
remember
being.
my example, and tell me if I'm on the right track, right? And I know this is going to be a little bit different, but it's hard to think of real world examples. But there's supposedly, and I think it's true, but I don't know the information. There's a tribe, let's say, that exists who, upon learning about the Western world, and like when I say learning, actually learning stuff about them, and I think some of them went to a city and stuff like that. But they, in their tribe, refer to this Western world, and I think specifically America, as the land where men jump off buildings. Now, can you guess at any idea what that means?
Um, it would be pretty difficult. I'll literally be talking out of my
What?
ass because
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really
That's
have
kind of
any
what I want you to do.
context.
What possible reasons would a person jump off a building?
um,
Not
shit.
happy,
It's
not happy answers.
well, yeah.
Suicide, right?
I mean,
So
yeah, but
not
it's deeper than that. What would make someone want to commit suicide? It's a lot of
well,
it is
yes,
because they
like
don't think life is
specific.
worth living anymore.
Yeah. So with all that in mind, the reasons for suicide, the act of suicide, right, is so foreign to this tribe because suicide is not a concept to them. No one's ever killed themselves. Like, why would you? Um, that that they all they can do is refer to it as the land where men jump off buildings because it's such this bizarre thing. Um, and when you really can fully understand the separation of thinking there and how this concept is so foreign to them, that's the inability that we have is to step into those things where, okay, for a minute I can be that tribe that doesn't understand suicide. And specifically that example, funny enough, is actually a good one for me because I have always struggled with the concept of suicide. Not that I don't understand it, and I know that, the thing is, sometimes death is a better option than the suffering and pain. I understand how it works, but maybe it's an autistic thing. My brain just, like, think
I
about the
mean,
shit I'm going through now, and that's just a fraction of the shit I've gone through in this life, and I don't think at any point my brain has even thought the word suicide. Like it's foreign to me, and someone else has to say it to me for my brain to even conceptualize it.
I mean, I think it's okay. So suicide outside of protection and sacrifice, um, it is grounded in the inherent idea that um, that you. This might sound controversial, but outside
No,
of
no.
what I just kind of listed, it is grounded in an inherent idea that you deserve to be happy.
Yeah.
If you live by the philosophy that you deserve to be happy, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how many friends you have. You
Yeah.
could have the job that you've always wanted, but if you are not happy and your happiness, your life is tied to happiness and you have no happiness, you will not see the point in living a life
In life.
where where you're unhappy perpetually, right? Some people might
Yeah.
look at that as being selfish, right? But I'm not going to throw out any moral labels or anything like that, right? But
Yeah.
let's just call it for what it is. A lot of people see that as being selfish, right? Um, Personally, I'm not going to comment on whether or not it's selfish
Yeah.
or not, but it is
I'll admit,
a
I used to
assumption.
be one of those people
Like,
who thought it was selfish.
yeah, fair, you can have
I
that
no longer
opinion,
think that. Though.
but I'm
I
just,
yeah, I haven't had that opinion for some
but
time
you
though.
can accept, for example, that life is suffering, and you have, let's say you come to that realization, right? You can still logically get to the conclusion of committing suicide because you do not see the point of living because you understand that life inherently is suffering, right? But again, there's a flaw in that logic too, obviously, right? And so it comes back down to really what a person wants for themselves, right? Some people are perfectly fine with the idea of no longer existing, but they won't entertain those thoughts or actions because they understand that their lives is not their own. They understand that other people, right, are around that care about them, that might depend on them, and